The smell of gunpowder mixed with rust filled his nostrils. Zhang Li snapped his eyes open. Beneath his feet was not the gravel of the desert but mud up to his ankles, and his ears, instead of radio static, there was a distorted roar. The Imperial Army is charging! He instinctively reached for the dagger on his tactical belt, but his fingertips touched rough, coarse linen fabric stained with dark red blotches. A sharp pain stabbed his temple, and unfamiliar memories flooded in like a tide. The owner of this body was called Lakehorn, 17 years old, a conscript of the Federal Republic sent to the Triss defense line 3 days ago. He had hidden in a corner of the trench out of fear, was grazed by a stray bullet on the forehead, and passed out. Transmigration. The absurd thought had just flashed through his mind when urgent footsteps came from the front of the trench. Several soldiers in dark blue uniforms fell back from behind the parapet, their helmets adorned with black feathers, carrying old-fashioned rifles with bayonets fixed. They shouted in a language Lake could not understand, but from their terrified expressions and the increasingly close gunfire behind them, the enemy had already broken through the front line. Retreat. If we go back any further, we'll reach the rear artillery positions. Lake cursed inwardly. The original owner's memories told him that the Triss defense line was the Federation's last barrier. Once a gap was torn here, the entire front would collapse. Stop! Lake braced himself against the mud wall and stood up. His voice was a bit hoarse from the pain but carried an undeniable authority. The fleeing soldiers paused for a moment, turned back to look at this new recruit whose face was covered in blood, their eyes full of confusion. Find cover! Lake stumbled and threw himself behind an overturned ammunition box, picking up a muzzle-loading rifle from the ground. 3-man teams crossfire. Throw smoke grenades to block the passage. His roar carried an aura that instinctively commanded obedience, the authority of a veteran tactical instructor ingrained in his bones. A young soldier fumbled at his waist, pulled out a smoke grenade, yanked the pin and threw it out. Gray-white smoke instantly swallowed the trench entrance. Lake raised his rifle. With the muscle memory of a special forces soldier honed through thousands of repetitions, his thumb cocked the hammer. He aimed at a moving silhouette in the edge of the smoke and pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound followed by the thud of a heavy body falling in the smoke. Lake did not pause. His eyes swept to a corner where kerosene and a sack of loose gunpowder were piled. He dashed over in 3 steps, grabbed the gunpowder sack, tore open a corner, and poured the powder into an empty wooden barrel. He mixed in a handful of crushed stones, then stuffed a cloth strip soaked in kerosene into the barrel mouth as a fuse. Fall back! The moment the match was struck, he pushed the barrel toward the smoke area. Boom! Rocks and thick smoke erupted. Several screams came from the smoke, and the enemy's advance was clearly halted. Lake had just let out a sigh of relief when his eyes inadvertently swept across the direction the enemy had retreated. On the smoky horizon, a silver-gray metallic object hovered in midair. Its wings spun like a folding knife, emitting a teeth-grinding buzz. There were no propellers or camera devices on its surface. The structure was more like the exoskeleton of a giant insect. The next second, a scarlet beam suddenly shot from the object, grazing past Lake's scalp, burning a scorched black hole in the mud wall. Lake's pupils contracted sharply. That thing looked like a drone, but in a world where even rifled rifles were rare, how could such a metallic machine exist? How could the technological level of this world be both primitive and bizarre? The Empire's second wave was temporarily repelled, but a commotion arose in the trench. Sir? The officer is dying! Lake had just leaned his rifle against the wall when he heard the shouts and rushed over. A burly soldier lay in the mud, his abdomen soaked with blood, his lips purple, his breathing intermittent. A military medic in a gray-white smock crouched beside him, examined the wound and shook his head. The shrapnel pierced the organs. Too much blood loss. There's no saving him. The surrounding soldiers lowered their heads, some with reddened eyes. This officer was usually kind to them, and never put on airs. Watching him approach the end, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. Let me try. Lake pushed through the crowd and crouched beside the wounded man. The medic looked up at him. You. Lake, right. You know surgery. Don't make things worse. I've seen this kind of penetrating wound many times. No one can save him. We won't know until we try. Lake had no time to argue. He reached to his waist and pulled out a small knife. This was the original Lake's cloth-cutting knife, the blade ground very thin, originally used for cutting fabric, but now it would serve the purpose. He shouted to a nearby soldier. Is there any high-proof alcohol? Bring it. And find someone to tear a linen shirt into wide strips quickly. The soldier, though confused, was intimidated by Lake's aura and immediately ran to search for supplies. Another soldier tore off the hem of his own shirt without a word. The medic stomped his foot in anxiety. This is nonsense. Using a cloth cutter to cut the wound. Do you want him to die faster? Lake ignored him completely. He took the wine bottle, poured the spirits over the blade to disinfect it, and had another soldier soak the cloth strips in alcohol as well. Then he pressed down on the officer's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Bear with it." The blade cut through the clothing and clotted blood around the wound. A stream of blood gushed out. Lake quickly located the pulsating bleeding vessel, tightly tied it with the alcohol-soaked cloth strip, then wrapped and pressed layer by layer until the bleeding noticeably slowed. "Bring more cloth strips." He reached out his hand and someone quickly handed him new bandages. He reinforced the dressing layer by layer, his technique as skilled as that of a seasoned surgeon, not a 17-year-old tailor's apprentice. At that moment another soldier came running with a bowl of cooled boiled salted water. "Lake, the saline you asked for, it's ready." "Good, help me clean the dirt around the wound," Lake directed while he continued to apply pressure to the bleeding point, not daring to relax for a moment. The medic stood nearby, his expression changing from disdain to shock, then to silence. He watched as the officer's chest began to rise and fall more strongly, his originally pale face gradually regained some color, and his lips moved slightly, letting out a faint groan. "This..." The medic opened his mouth but couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. After about half an hour the captain slowly opened his eyes, looked at Lake crouching beside him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Lake, did you save me?" Lake nodded. "Don't talk now, rest well, the wound hasn't healed yet." The captain's eyes reddened, struggling to sit up, but Lake held him down. He choked out, "I can't thank you enough. From now on, whatever you need, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water without a second thought." The surrounding soldiers also gathered around, looking at Lake with admiration. Before they thought he was just a new recruit, but now they realized he could fight and heal, earning their full respect. In the afternoon, news came through the trenches that the Prussian army might launch a second attack in the evening. Lake gathered a few veterans and analyzed. "Last time they were repelled in a frontal assault, so this time they won't charge head-on. I think they'll try to ambush us from the flank through the ravine. It's low-lying and usually undefended, easy to overlook." A veteran frowned. "But the ravine is long, and we don't have enough men. How can we defend it?" "We don't need to guard the whole ravine. We'll set traps." Lake took a ball of cotton thread from his pocket. It was left over from the original Lake's days as a tailor, and he had kept it with him. "Find some long branches and bring flint. We'll make tripwires and ignition devices." The soldiers hurried to find materials while Lake crouched on the ground sketching a plan. "Set the tripwire along the path in the ravine, tie flint below, and pile dry grass and kerosene beside it. When they trip the wire, the flint will spark, igniting the grass. Smoke and fire will throw them into chaos." He paused, then pointed to the slope beside them. "And station a few good marksmen up there. When the trap is triggered and they panic, shoot. It'll break them for sure." The veterans approved the plan and immediately led the men to prepare. At dusk a squad of Prussian soldiers indeed crept into the flank ravine. Before they had taken many steps a clatter was heard. Someone had tripped the wire. Immediately flint sparked, igniting the dry grass and kerosene. Smoke and flames burst up. "Ambush!" the Prussian soldiers shouted in terror, turning to flee. At that moment the Gaul sharpshooters on the slope opened fire. Bangs rang out, and the leading Prussians fell to the ground. The rest panicked, shoved each other, and fled back, abandoning the ambush. The flank of the Tris defense line was secured. The trenches erupted in cheers. Soldiers surrounded Lake, patting him on the shoulder. "Lake, you're amazing. You predicted it all." Lake smiled, about to say something, when he saw a young man in a neat military uniform approaching. He looked about 20 with a badge on his chest and 2 attendants behind him. "Hello, I'm Lasso, an observer from the military's short-term officer training class." The young man extended his hand, a smile of admiration on his face. "I saw the flank battle just now. Your tactics are completely different from what they teach at the academy. Truly impressive." Lake shook his hand. "I'm like just an ordinary soldier." "An ordinary soldier wouldn't fight like that." Lasso smiled and began chatting. "Your tactical thinking is very unique. Did you come up with it yourself?" "Just something I figured out when I had nothing to do," Lake said briefly, not elaborating since his tactics came from the modern world and he couldn't explain them to someone from this era. After chatting for a while, Lasso suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close to Lake's ear. "By the way, I heard the military is looking for people who are quick-witted and without family ties to form some special squad. If you're interested, you might want to give it a try." Lake's heart stirred. He silently noted the information but kept his expression unchanged. "Is that so? I see. Thanks for the tip." Lasso smiled. "No need to thank me. I think you're a good fit. If the opportunity arises, maybe we'll meet again at headquarters." After Lasso left, he chatted with the captain for a while and then departed with his attendants. Lake watched his retreating figure, pondering what exactly is the military planning with people like that. Regardless, this might be an opportunity. I'll keep an eye on it. The Prussians had retreated for 3 days and the trenches finally had a breather. The military sent someone to audit the post-battle supplies. Lake followed several soldiers to collect rations and gunpowder. As soon as they reached the supply tent, he sensed something was wrong. The quartermaster in charge of distributing supplies was a fat man with an oily face fiddling with a silver ring. He didn't look up as they entered. "Half a black bread per person. Gunpowder according to head count. Take it and leave. Don't dawdle." A tall, thin soldier couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, we were promised 1 loaf each. Half is not enough. We have to guard the trenches tonight." The quartermaster glanced at him sideways and sneered. "Supplies are tight on the front line. Half a loaf is already generous. Not satisfied? Then don't take it. Starve, that's your own business." Lake said nothing, quietly feeling the black bread in the soldier's hand, hard as stone with a musty smell. When it came time to collect gunpowder, he noticed another problem. The grains were uneven and mixed with sand. "Sir, this gunpowder isn't right." Lake stepped forward, pointing at the gunpowder bag. "There's sand in it. If loaded into a gun, it could burst the barrel. Some of our brothers have already had their guns explode, injuring their hands." The quartermaster's face changed. He slammed the table and stood up. "What do you, a greenhorn, know? This is standard military-issue gunpowder. Stop talking nonsense. Keep talking and you won't get even this half loaf." Lake didn't argue. He silently took the supplies and left. On the way back, the tall, thin soldier sighed. "That quartermaster must be skimming the good stuff for himself. We don't dare make a fuss. What's the use?" Lake had an idea. "Don't make a sound. Keep the evidence." He told the soldiers to keep the empty grain sacks and also find the exploded gun barrel from earlier. The barrel was split open with a large crack still containing sand-mixed gunpowder residue. 2 days later, a military inspection officer arrived, a middle-aged man in a crisp uniform with 2 attendants walking through the trenches. Lake seized the opportunity. He deliberately led several hungry soldiers to sit on the path the inspector would pass holding empty grain sacks. "Alas, half a loaf of black bread. Ate it yesterday, hungry again today. No strength to guard the trenches tonight." A soldier deliberately sighed loudly, just enough for the inspector to hear. The inspector halted, furrowing his brow. "What's going on? Is the military-issued rations insufficient?" Lake quickly stood up, speaking respectfully. "Sir, the rations we received are only half the standard and they're moldy. Moreover, the gunpowder we got is mixed with sand. A few days ago a brother was loading his rifle when the barrel exploded. Take a look." As he spoke, he handed over the damaged barrel. The inspector took the barrel, examined it closely, then felt the empty ration bag. His face darkened instantly. "Take me to the quartermaster's tent." Arriving at the quartermaster's tent, the inspector directly asked the quartermaster, "Why are the soldiers' rations only half? And why is the gunpowder mixed with sand?" The quartermaster panicked, quickly defending himself. "Sir, it's a misunderstanding. Supplies are indeed tight and the gunpowder is." "Misunderstanding?" The inspector threw the barrel in front of him. "The barrel exploded and you call it a misunderstanding? I think you've been embezzling military supplies." With that, he ordered his attendants to search the tent. From behind the tent they found several bags of good bread, a few barrels of clean gunpowder, and even a chest of silver ingots. The quartermaster's face turned white. He fell to his knees with a thud. "Sir, spare me. I'll never do it again." The inspector ignored him, ordering his men to bind the quartermaster. "Escort him back to the military headquarters for punishment. Dismiss and investigate." After this incident, the soldiers in the trench all looked at Lake with newfound respect. A few days later, the squad leader whom Lake had saved before came looking for him. He had been promoted to company commander for his meritorious defense of the flank. "Lake, I have some good news for you." The squad leader patted his shoulder, beaming with joy. "I recommended you to the military headquarters, and that observer Elajuo also put in a good word for you. The headquarters has agreed to transfer you to the military affairs office of the 21st Corps as a clerk. You can leave tomorrow." Lake was stunned. "Clerk? I've never worked as a clerk. It's fine just organizing files and keeping accounts. It's not difficult." The squad leader leaned close to his ear, lowering his voice. "The military affairs office is a lucrative department. Even though you're new, you can still get some allowances. Much better than being exposed to the wind and rain in the trench." The next day, Lake followed the military personnel to the 21st Corps' military affairs office. The office was a brick and tile house, much more comfortable than the trench. Most of the clerks inside wore clean uniforms, holding pens and chatting from time to time. A clerk with glasses came over to greet him. "You must be Lake." "My name is Tongmu. We'll be colleagues from now on. You need to understand the rules of the military affairs office. Be careful when organizing files. If there are extra allowances, we share them among everyone. Just don't keep them all to yourself. Lake nodded. I understand. I'll need to learn from you in the future. Over the next few days, Lake followed Tongmu to learn file organization. He was meticulous in his work and quickly got the hang of it. Once when allowances were distributed, Tongmu slipped him a money pouch. This is the extra allowance for this month. Take it. Everyone gets one. Lake weighed the pouch in his hand. It wasn't a small amount. But he knew that the nail that sticks out gets hammered. So he took only half and pushed the rest back. Brother Tongmu, I just arrived and haven't done much yet. This half is enough. You all divide the rest. Tongmu was taken aback, then smiled. You're quite cautious, young man. All right, I won't stand on ceremony with you. The colleagues around also found Lake sensible, and their impression of him improved considerably. One day, while organizing old files, Lake came across a locked wooden box. Inside was a document marked with the words, Top Secret. Curiously, he opened it. The contents made him freeze. It mentioned Stigmata Warrior Arcane Modulation, and included an illustration of a flask containing blue liquid labeled Experimental Subject No. 734. Lake's heart stirred. He quickly copied the key terms, Stigmata Warrior Arcane Modulation, onto a small slip of paper and tucked it into his pocket. He didn't know what these were, but his intuition told him this was no ordinary matter. He would need to investigate it thoroughly later. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do in the office, a few colleagues gathered to chat. Tongmu sighed. Have you heard? The Pelushi Empire's magical machinery is becoming more and more powerful. News from the front yesterday said their magic cannons blew up 2 of our bunkers in one go. Argalu, I'm afraid we can't hold out much longer. Another colleague nodded. You're right. I heard from the military that the Pelushi have those flying arcane combat machines that shoot red beams. Our guns can't even hit them. Lake listened on the side, his heart skipping a beat. When he had crossed over, he had seen that winged metal monster. It must be the arcane combat machine they were talking about. Combined with the current situation, he suddenly had a premonition Galu would definitely not win this war. That evening, back in his small tent, Lake took out the slip of paper with the key words and recalled his colleague's words. He pondered Galu is doomed to lose. Staying in the military affairs office is not a long-term plan. He must quickly find a way out, or else he wouldn't even know how he died. Lake had been a clerk in the military affairs office for less than half a month when he heard panicked footsteps outside. Tongmu rushed in with an urgent official document, his face pale. Something big has happened. The Pelushi have raided the supply lines on the Shinla Plain, and they've deployed arcane combat machines, blowing up several of our supply wagons. Everyone in the office gathered around. Lake also leaned in to read the document. It stated, Immediate analysis of the arcane combat machines raid route required and a defense plan to be formulated. At the end it was marked, Assigned to Lake for assistance. Obviously the incident in the trench had made him remembered by the higher-ups. Before long the director of the military affairs office called Lake into his office. Lake, the supply lines on the Shinlu Plain cannot be cut off. I need you to analyze the raid route of the Pelushi arcane combat machines. Are you confident? Lake nodded. Director, I need a map of the Shinlu Plain as well as the records of the times and locations of the previous Pelushi combat machine raids. After obtaining the materials, Lake spread the map on the table and arranged the records in chronological order. He had studied traffic line analysis in the special forces before and knew that no matter what kind of vehicle it had a fixed route or trajectory. Although the arcane combat machine was a magical mechanism to bomb the supply line, it would have to fly low and follow a route that was open terrain and allowed quick approach to the supply wagons. He used a pencil to circle the route of the supply wagons on the map, then marked the positions where the Pelushi combat machines appeared each time according to the records. Finally he connected the dots into a line. Director, look. Every time the Pelushi arcane combat machines raid, they must pass through this low hill area. This is the only route for low-altitude flight. They have to fly from here to reach the supply line fastest and avoid our anti-aircraft guns. The supervisor leaned in to examine the map. How then shall we defend ourselves? That arcane war machine emits crimson beams. Ordinary gunpowder barrels cannot reach it. We must use modified gunpowder barrels. Lek pointed to a hillside on the map. Dig pits there, bury the gunpowder barrels, pack them densely with metal shrapnel, and shorten the fuses. Once the war machine flies overhead, our soldiers need only spot its shadow to ignite the charges. The resulting blast will scatter fragments across a wide radius, guaranteeing a hit. The supervisor remained skeptical, yet with no alternative at hand he ordered his men to implement Lek's plan. 2 days later, frontline reports arrived. 3 Prussian arcane war machines had indeed followed the flight path Lek had predicted. Soldiers concealed on the hillside immediately ignited the buried barrels. Several thunderous detonations echoed across the field. One war machine was struck by shrapnel trailing thick black smoke. As it plummeted, the other two veered away in panic. Upon hearing the news, Lek promptly requested permission from the supervisor to inspect the wreckage at the front. He had not forgotten the arcane terms he'd glimpsed earlier and now burned with curiosity about the war machine's true composition. At the crash site, the arcane war machine lay shattered beyond recognition, its metallic hull splintered across the ground, revealing within a fist-sized sapphire crystal softly luminous. The surrounding soldiers dared not touch it, merely forming a silent, wary circle. Lek feigned an inspection of the debris. When no one was watching, he swiftly pried off a sliver of the blue crystal with his knife and slipped it into his tunic. This might well be the arcane energy core, and could prove invaluable later. Back at the military administration office, scarcely had he sat down when a man in a black suit entered. He bore no insignia of rank, his expression glacial. His gaze swept coldly across the room before fixing upon Lek. "Are you Lek Horn? Come with me. I am from the Defense Intelligence Bureau and they wish to speak with you." A chill ran through Lek. He recalled Araso's earlier remark about the military seeking personnel unburdened by family ties. This summons could mean only one thing: it was far from routine. Yet outwardly he feigned flustered anxiety, rising and nervously rubbing his hands together. "Sir, have I committed some offense? Why would the Intelligence Bureau involve itself in my affairs?" The man in black offered no explanation, only a terse command: "Ask no questions. Follow me." Lek dared not resist and fell in step behind him. En route he deliberately slowed his pace and murmured quietly, "Sir, may I ask what this is about? I'm merely a clerk. I've never witnessed anything grander than filing cabinets." Without turning, the man replied coolly, "Cochin, Suana and Terlek provinces. They may soon undergo profound upheaval. Remember those names. They may serve you well in time." Lek's pulse quickened. He instantly committed the 3 provincial names to memory. If the Intelligence Bureau singled them out, the matter was grave indeed. After roughly half an hour they arrived at a secluded courtyard, nearly deserted. Only one room glowed with lamplight. The man pushed open the door. "Go in. They're waiting for you." Lek drew a slow, steadying breath before stepping inside, yet his mind churned. What precisely did the Defense Intelligence Bureau want with him? Was it connected to his analysis of the arcane war machine's flight path, or to that fragment of azure crystal? Inside the lamplit room a corpulent man sat behind a desk, his belly straining the buttons of his uniform. A cigarette dangled between his fingers as he squinted up and down at Lek. "So, you're Lek Horn. You calculated the war machine's flight path?" Lek bowed slightly and nodded hastily. "Yes, sir, but purely speculative guesswork. I simply got lucky." The man smiled faintly, tapping ash from his cigarette. "No need for modesty. Luck too is skill. Tell me, if tasked to become our eyes behind enemy lines in Prussian-occupied territory, to relay intelligence, would you dare accept?" The question sent alarm surging through Lek. He had no desire to become a spy, a role perilously close to suicide. He instinctively recoiled, face pale, voice trembling. "Sir, I couldn't. Not me. I'm just a clerk. I can barely handle a rifle. Behind enemy lines, I'd be arrested before dawn. All I know is sorting documents, nothing else." The man studied him for several seconds, noting his ashen complexion and slight tremor, then waved dismissively, "Enough. We're not sending you now, merely testing your readiness. Return to the military administration office. We'll contact you again when needed." Relief flooded Lek's chest. Bowing profusely he backed out, then hastened back, sweat soaking his spine. Clearly he must cultivate an air of mediocrity, otherwise he'd inevitably be deployed as expendable cannon fodder. The next morning he retrieved a pair of scissors and before the mirror began cultivating a full beard. Within days the dense rugged growth aged him visibly. At lunch, when colleagues invited him to target practice, he deliberately misaligned his aim. After several shots, only 2 found their mark. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. My marksmanship is hopeless. Fixed targets perhaps, but moving ones. Utterly beyond me." Once a soldier delivering documents surreptitiously slipped him a packet of cigarettes. "Officer Lek, could you please prioritize this report? A small token for your trouble." Lek hesitated, then accepted, deliberately unwrapping it and lighting one in full view of his colleagues. "Very well. I'll look into it. No need for such formality next time." His colleague Tom noticed and clapped him on the shoulder. "You're still so earnest, taking even a cigarette so seriously." Lek smiled but said nothing. He wanted exactly this impression: an ordinary, unremarkable administrator, slightly greedy, mildly incompetent, utterly forgettable. Roughly 2 weeks later frantic news erupted from the front, sending shockwaves through the office. Tom burst in, clutching a telegram, voice quavering. "It's over. Utterly over. The Trieste defense line has collapsed entirely. Prussian forces are already nearing the Newland Plains. We won't hold here much longer." Chaos erupted instantly. Some scrambled to pack gold and silver into their satchels, others huddled together debating escape routes. Lek, however, remained calm. From his drawer he withdrew the copied map of the 3 provinces, spreading it across his desk to study it closely. Cochin Su Terlek. These lands would likely fall under Prussian occupation soon. He needed to master their terrain in advance. During lunch he visited the pawnshop beside the quartermaster's depot, exchanging his accumulated savings for several slender gold bars, currency depreciated but precious metals retained enduring value, usable anywhere, anytime. That evening, just as Lek returned to his quarters, a soft knock sounded at his window. He opened it, and there stood Araso dressed in civilian clothes, urgency etched across his face. "Lek, I need to speak with you." Aralos leapt and pulled a pass from his pocket, bearing the insignia of the General Command, and thrust it into Lek's hand. "The front lines are in chaos. Disaster could strike at any moment. Keep this. If things truly deteriorate, it will grant you entry to the General Command, far safer than remaining outside." Lek blinked in surprise and quickly clenched the pass tightly. "Aralos, this is far too valuable. Why not keep it yourself?" Aralos smiled faintly. "I hold an official post within the General Command. I need no pass to enter. You, however, are merely a logistics officer. When chaos erupts, no one will recognize your rank. Remember, do not use it unless absolutely necessary." With that he added several urgent warnings about staying safe, then vanished through the window in haste. Staring at the pass in his palm, Lek pondered, had something stirred within the General Command? Why had Aralos delivered it now? Regardless, this artifact might yet save his life. He resolved to guard it well. He tucked the pass into his innermost pocket, then retrieved the San Province map, and continued marking possible routes, the outline of his escape plan growing ever clearer. At first light, before Lek had even stirred from sleep, sharp urgent knocking rattled his door. "Officer Lek. An urgent classified order from the Logistics Bureau. Open up immediately." He scrambled upright, dressed hastily, and opened the door to find a young courier, a sealed envelope clutched in his hand stamped with a vivid crimson seal of confidentiality. "This directive arrived moments ago from above. You are ordered to report immediately to the General Command in Shimi Town. Delay is unacceptable." The courier thrust the envelope into Lek's hands and dashed off, evidently bearing other orders elsewhere. Lek broke the seal. The note inside held only a few terse lines, but they struck cold dread into his heart. "Lieutenant Lek Horn is hereby reassigned to the General Command in Shimi Town for further deployment." Clutching the slip, he recalled the earlier probe by the Defense Intelligence Bureau, and Aralos's pass, and felt the weight of the San Province map against his chest. A quiet sigh escaped him. What was inevitable has arrived. There is no evading it. Without hesitation he hurried to the stables to retrieve his warhorse, a mount assigned by the Logistics Bureau, modest, but well-maintained, steady under saddle. He donned the cleanest uniform he owned, one unstained by dust or blood, slipped the classified order and the pass into his tunic, tucked several small gold bars into his belt pouch, then mounted and rode out along the mountain trail from Tris toward the Newland Plains. Scarcely had he ridden a short distance when the road ahead teemed with retreating Gallic soldiers. Some leaned heavily on their rifles like crutches, limping forward with ash-gray faces, others groaned from wagons, limbs swathed in blood-soaked bandages, a few sat listlessly beside the road, gnawing half-rotten loaves of black bread with hollow-eyed exhaustion. A skeletal soldier spotted Lek astride his horse and sprang up, waving frantically. "Sir? Can you take us with you? Our legs have given out, we can't walk. The Bureau are closing in behind us." And Lek reined in his mount, heart heavy, but he knew he could not pause. "Apologies. I bear an urgent assignment for the General Command. I cannot escort you. Follow this road onward. The next town should host a refugee station. Seek shelter there." And the soldier sighed, shoulders slumping as he sank back onto the roadside. "Ah, the station. There's nothing left to eat, looted clean long ago." Lek said nothing more. He spurred his horse forward, yet his spirit sank deeper still. This route bore the unmistakable mark of collapse. Gallic resistance was crumbling. After roughly an hour's ride, a sudden clamor rose behind him. Gunfire cracked, then came thunderous, earth-shaking detonations. Lek's pulse leapt. That was the deep, resonant boom of a 200mm mortar. The Bureau had caught up. And he wheeled his mount toward a nearby slope. Dense woodland offered fleeting cover. No sooner had he plunged into the trees than a low metallic hum filled the air. Glancing upward, he saw a dozen dark silhouettes circling high overhead, each flashing blinding bursts of light. Prussian arcane sky knights and armed constructs. Lek dismounted swiftly, leading his horse behind a massive boulder and peering cautiously outward. Above, the black shapes released searing fireballs. One struck the mountain road, obliterating a supply cart in an instant. Wounded soldiers tumbled screaming from the wreckage, their cries fading swiftly into silence. Soldiers below raised their rifles, firing futile volleys into the sky, bullets vanishing harmlessly into empty air. One soldier hurled his rifle to the ground in fury. "What good is this junk? We can't even graze them, we're all doomed to die here." Another soldier wept. "I want to go home, my mother's still waiting for me." And Lake's fingers tightened around the grip of his sidearm, knuckles widening over the trigger, but he did not fire. He knew it would be useless, and fatal exposure. His mind raced instead. Once at the General Command, the Defense Intelligence Bureau would surely press him on infiltration. How would he respond? Pretend compliance, or seek another path to vanish? He thought of his life since crossing over, from Mogadishu's bomb disposal hero to Gallic conscript Lake Horn, employing modern tactics to repel Prussian advances, feigning mediocrity in the Logistics Bureau, now drawn inexorably into the shadowy currents of espionage. The weight of it all pressed down, sharpening his temples. He could only wait for the aerial assault to end, and ride on step by uncertain step. Above, the dark shapes circled relentlessly. Explosions boomed. Screams echoed. Lake leaned against the boulder, eyes locked on the sky, praying only for the storm to pass. Dust swirled across the mountain road from Trieste to the Newland Plains, and nearly 90,000 shattered Gallic troops shuffled along its length, scattered, ragged, unmoored. Most had lost their helmets, rifles hung crookedly across shoulders, some dragging splintered stocks. 16 brigades intermingled without order, no chance, no formation, only weary, silent trudging. Occasional coughs rang stark and brittle across the hollow expanse of the mountains. Lake Horn rode a chestnut mare along a narrow path beside the column. And now a junior officer, his breastplate gleamed, untarnished, unlike those worn by his comrades. As a logistics officer he possessed a mount, an uncommon privilege amid such ruin. The Logistics Bureau was lucrative. Lake wasn't wealthy, but neither was he scrupulous. During grain distribution he'd quietly withheld loaves of black bread, trading them discreetly for tobacco. He'd always been meticulous, leaving no trace, no evidence. Yet now none of those petty gains mattered. His brow furrowed deeply, his knuckles blanched white upon the reins. That morning's classified transfer order still rested inside his inner tunic. Few words graced the document, but each syllable chilled him. The General Command's location remained uncertain. To be summoned now, to serve, or to shoulder blame. Bang! 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 And gunfire erupted behind him, immediately followed by commotion and distant rolling artillery thunder. Lake's heart lurched, he seized the reins hard. And months in uniform had honed his ear. This was the unmistakable alarm of an enemy air raid. Damn it, how did they catch up so fast? Lake cursed, spurring his horse toward the hillside woods. The trees were sparse but enough to obscure the view. He had just led the horse into the forest when a thunderous roar erupted behind him. A wave of heat slammed into his back, nearly hurling him from the saddle. Lake dared not look back. He tugged the reins and plunged deeper into the woods until he spotted a waist-high rock. He tethered the horse to a nearby trunk and crouched behind the boulder. Catching his breath, he heard a whirring sound overhead. Peering up, he saw a dozen winged silhouettes spiraling downward. The silhouettes resembled giant birds, but with each wing beat metallic glints flashed, Prussian skyriders. Before Lake could react, several bright streaks flickered across their bodies. Then fireballs rained from the sky, crashing into the column of soldiers on the mountain road. Boom! Boom! The fireballs exploded on impact, sending rocks and dust flying high. The soldiers on the road panicked. Some screamed and dove for cover, others raised their rifles and fired blindly into the air. Fire! Shoot at the sky! My leg! My leg's broken! A wagon carrying wounded soldiers was grazed by a fireball. The cabin burst into flames and the wounded inside let out harrowing screams that made one's scalp crawl. Lake's hand rested on the pistol at his waist, fingers hooked over the holster, but he didn't draw. He saw clearly that the soldiers' rifle bullets left not even a dent on the skyriders, a pure waste of effort. He shrank back against the rock face, pressing himself close. Only one thought echoed in his mind: wait, either for their own skyriders to arrive or for the Prussian riders to exhaust their bombs and lose interest. The horse pawed the ground nervously. Lake reached out and patted its neck, whispering, "Easy now, just hold on a little longer." Fireballs still fell from the sky. The screams and explosions on the road never ceased. Lake stared unblinking at the skyriders, afraid to miss the first sign of rescue. Hidden behind the rock, he fixed his eyes on the enemy aerial knights. He made out the details. 4 of the raiders were arcane sky knights riding flying beasts, and 11 were light arcane war machines resembling metallic constructs. "Damn it, so many arcane devices! How can we fight this?" Horn muttered under his breath, his hand still clamped on his sidearm, never relaxing. Suddenly a dark shape caught his peripheral vision, an arcane war machine diving straight at him. The machine rushed in, its hull flashing red, and a fireball hurtled toward the rock where Horn hid. "No!" Horn barely managed to shout before a deafening explosion shook the ground. The fireball blasted against the rock, showering fragments like rain. Nearby trees snapped under the shockwave, sparks ignited the dry grass, and flames crackled and spread rapidly. Horn was thrown to the ground, ears ringing. As he struggled to rise, he saw his horse, still tethered to the tree, break free and bolt wildly. But before it could run far, the arcane war machine gave chase. A red flash and a fireball struck the horse directly. Boom! The warhorse exploded into a mist of flesh and blood, splattering everything around. Horn stared, cold sweat trickling down his back. He silently thanked his luck. If he'd still been mounted, he'd be a pulp by now. Cursing the Prussian arcane war machine, he drew his saber and hacked at the dry grass and low shrubs around him. He had to cut a firebreak, or the flames would roast him alive. Crack! Crack! The saber sliced through branches with sharp sounds. Just then a gust of wind swept overhead. Horn looked up. The arcane war machine had turned back, swooping low above him. This time he saw its shape clearly, ugly as sin. Its wings spanned 6 meters, the fuselage bulged with a hump like a camel, and beneath it hung long thin legs like a heron's. Its tail fanned out. Strangest of all, it had no head but 2 walnut-sized eyes on the side of the hull, swiveling to fix on him. How in the world was this thing built? Horn felt both fear and bewilderment. It looked nothing like a weapon of war, more like something dragged from a monster's den. The arcane war machine circled once and turned back toward Horn. His heart tightened and his hand rose instinctively, still clutching the pistol. His marksmanship was poor. He had been conscripted, given only basic training, and had fired fewer than 100 rounds in his life. Forget it, I'll take a shot anyway. Horn squeezed his eyes shut and pulled the trigger by feel. Bang! The gunshot was barely noticeable amid the explosions, but he immediately saw fragments fly off the machine's tail and chest. Hit! Or someone else's shot. Horn froze, uncertain if he could claim credit. Before he could figure it out, a deadly red light erupted from the arcane war machine. Horn felt a tremendous force slam into him, hurling him like a sack into the muddy ground nearby. His vision went black and he lost consciousness. After an unknown time, Horn felt someone tugging his arm. He slowly opened his eyes to see 2 soldiers in Gallic uniforms pulling him from a tangle of broken branches. He's awake! The kid's alive! One of them shouted. Horn was still pinned under a few branches. He moved his arm and felt pain all over. Sporadic gunfire reached his ears. He listened sideways, guessing had an enemy sky knight been shot down. Are they sweeping for survivors? The soldier helped him up. You okay? Can you walk? Horn shook his head, saying nothing. Having narrowly escaped death, his mind was a jumble. The skyriders, the gunfire, the explosions, all felt distant, no longer his concern. He glanced down at his uniform stained with mud and blood, then touched his chest. The secret order was still there. Alive! Just alive! Horn murmured to himself. At this moment nothing, not the High Command's dispatch, not the quartermaster's perks, could compare to the preciousness of life itself. Lieutenant Horn limped toward the wreckage of the downed arcane war machine, and crouched beside it, staring intently. Bullet scars riddled its wings, and fuselage gaping holes gaped open in places, oozing thick crimson-tinged smoke that reeked of charred metal and burnt insulation. He ran his fingers lightly over the hull, smooth, cold, deceptively light yet unnervingly rigid, and murmured inwardly, so sleek, so solid, yet no match for lead. A soldier clearing the battlefield sidled up curiously. Horn glanced up and asked, Brother, if this arcane war machine is truly so formidable, why did it fall? The soldier snorted, jerking his thumb at the pockmarked metal. Formidable, or not, it still bleeds when hit in the vitals. Too many rounds, too little mercy. Horn nodded slowly, then sighed, a quiet ache tightening his chest. Pity my horse, died within days of me. A noble end at least. Having studied the wreckage long enough, Horn made his way to the field hospital camp. There he located the medic who had dressed his wounds earlier and handed over his medical record. Doctor, I was injured in the arcane machine blast. Could you issue a formal casualty certificate? I'm reporting to General Headquarters. Might need it. The medic flipped through the record, then examined Horn's wound, shaking his head. This is just a superficial abrasion and a minor contusion, not qualifying as official injury. No certificate can be issued. Our certificates require at least a minor injury classification. You fall far short. Horn frowned, disappointment flickering across his face. Surely there's some leeway. My transfer order is urgent. Without documentation, won't I face complications? No leeway. Rules are rules. The medic returned the record and added, if you're desperate to leave now, go fetch a cart horse from the stable yard. There's one unassigned. Tell the stable master I sent you. Horn accepted the record with a quiet "understood, thank you, doctor." He led away the gaunt, work-worn horse and rode steadily, finally arriving at Westmire town before nightfall. From afar the town rose behind a low stone wall studded with artillery pieces. At its heart stood a gleaming silver war machine, its polished surface blinding in the late sun. Infantry patrols marched back and forth outside the town, bayonets fixed to their rifles. "Halt! State your business." A gate sentry barred Horn's path. Horn quickly produced his transfer order. Lieutenant Horn of the 10th Corps, ordered to report to General Headquarters. The sentry scrutinized the order, cross-checked Horn's identity badge, then waved him through. "Enter." "The quartermaster's office is in the red-brick building at the town center. Ask for Quartermaster Wild." Horn guided the horse into town. Daylight bustle lingered. Outside silence reigned. Inside footsteps echoed, voices overlapped, and tavern songs drifted through open windows. At the quartermaster's office, Quartermaster Wild scanned the order and said, "Lieutenant Horn, yes. You'll stay tonight at the guest house in room 302. Report here tomorrow at 0800 for your assignment." "Is the inn crowded? Will it be noisy?" Horn asked. "Most guests are officers on HQ business. The common room will be loud. If noise troubles you, simply close your door." Wild handed over the lodging voucher and urged, "Go now. Town grows unsafe after dark. Don't wander." Horn found the guest house inn, and indeed its lobby teemed with soldiers, some drinking and shouting games, others bellowing conversations, so loud it throbbed behind his temples. Back in room 302 he lay on the narrow bed, restless and sleepless, tossing between the mystery of his transfer order and the relentless clamor below. After long deliberation he sat bolt upright. "Find Mick Alaros, he's stationed at General Headquarters. He may unravel this order's true meaning." Horn and Alaros had known each other for years, fighting side by side along the Tris defense line, then attending military academy together. After graduation, Horn joined the 10th Corps' Quartermaster Division. Alaros entered General Headquarters directly. Horn had been in this world for some time, battling relentlessly, earning only a single promotion to lieutenant. Alaros meanwhile had risen to major, and wielded considerable influence within General Headquarters. Locking his door, Horn walked to the barricade at the town center. The entrance to General Headquarters lay just beyond. A dispatch runner leaned against a tree, yawning. Horn approached and slipped 20 military scrips into his palm. "Brother, could you summon Major Mick Alaros of General Headquarters? Tell him Lieutenant Horn of the 10th Corps requests an urgent audience." The runner's eyes lit up at the sight of the scripts. He pocketed them instantly. "Done. I'll check if he's in his office now." "He's swamped this hour. May take a while." "No matter, I'll wait. Just hurry, please." Horn leaned against the barricade, watching soldiers pass silently, willing Alaros to arrive swiftly. An hour passed, darkness deepened, the town's clamor subsided, and just as Horn's impatience sharpened, a figure in a major's uniform strode toward him. "Mick Alaros." Major Alasaw led Lieutenant Horn outside the walls of Shimi town, stopping at a weed-choked corner. He brushed the dust off his hands and said, "Let's talk here. This town may have walls and guards, but every corner has ears. Speak anywhere and by tomorrow the whole place will know." Huen glanced around, hearing only the distant footsteps of patrolling soldiers. Satisfied, he pulled the transfer order from his chest and handed it over. "Look at this. It's stamped confidential. I've been uneasy ever since I left the field hospital. Something feels off about this order." Alasaw took the order, scrutinizing it in the fading twilight. Frowning, he returned it. "This isn't from the General Headquarters. It's from the Defense Intelligence Bureau. The General Headquarters has no plans to transfer anyone recently, especially from the Military Affairs Office." "The Defense Intelligence Bureau?" Huen was taken aback. "Why would they transfer me to the General Headquarters? I'm just an ordinary military affairs officer. I've never done intelligence work." Alasaw crouched down, drawing a circle in the dirt with a twig. "The top brass has already decided to cede 3 eastern provinces to Prussia as war reparations. But they're not entirely willing. They want to plant sleepers in those 3 provinces, call them lurkers to sound nice, but they're really spies. Watch the Prussians send back intel." He looked up at Huen. "What do you think this mobilization is for?" "The list was drawn up by the Defense Intelligence Bureau. They pick people like you, unremarkable, no family ties, mid-ranking in the military, easy to overlook." Huen's heart sank. He crouched down and grabbed Alajo's arm. "Mika, can you think of a way to help me? Can you get me off the list? I don't want to be a spy. I might end up dead any day, and I don't even know how to do it." Alajo sighed and pushed Huen's hand away. "I can't help. The National Defense Intelligence Bureau always operates independently. Other departments can't interfere at all. And I heard they've already revoked your military status. You're no longer part of the 10th Corps. You can't even return to your original unit. Revoked my military status. Huen's mind buzzed. If I don't go, won't I be a deserter? You wouldn't even be a deserter. You're just a person without any official position now. Elajuo stood up and patted Huen on the shoulder. That's all I can tell you. Think it over yourself. It's almost dark. I have to get back to headquarters or I'll be scolded for being late. After Elajuo left, Huen remained crouched in place. The wind rustled through the weeds, but he paid no attention. Only when the shouts of soldiers changing guard came from afar did he suddenly snap back to reality, and stagger toward Shimi Town. Back in room 302 of the Inca, and Huen closed the door. The noise from the lobby diminished, but he tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with Elajuo's words. One moment he thought about being a spy, having to watch the Pelushi people, and if caught, suffering torture far worse than a court-martial. The next moment he thought about how many intelligence agencies Galo had. If he ran, no matter where he fled, they would surely catch him, and his fate would be even worse. He endured like this until the small hours when a rooster crowed outside the window. Huen managed to close his eyes for a moment, but soon woke up again. As dawn approached, he finally sorted out some thoughts. Refusing was definitely not an option. Now he had no military status and nowhere to go. Once he actually arrived in those 3 occupied provinces, the National Defense Intelligence Bureau would be far away and couldn't oversee every detail. He would just protect himself first, and do the spy work as sloppily as possible. The only thing that worried him was the notoriously poor confidentiality of the National Defense Intelligence Bureau. He sat up, walked over to the table, and picked up the copper mirror. The mirror was a bit blurry, but he could see his face covered in a thick beard, much longer than when he was on the battlefield. He reached out and touched his beard, muttering to himself. Keeping this beard is a good idea. When I change my clothes and trim it a bit, I might look different enough to avoid being recognized. Huen stood before the copper mirror in the inn-room, rubbing his fingers along the stubble. He was actually only 24, but this thick, coarse beard made him look like a seasoned old hand in his 30s or 40s. Perfect, he muttered to his reflection. Those people I knew in the 10th Corps would never recognize me now. He averted his gaze, leaning against the edge of the table. His mind involuntarily drifted to the past of this body. Before the original owner was conscripted, he was a somewhat well-known tailor who ran a small shop in his hometown town. Back then he had made ball gowns for the young lord of the count's family, and durable work pants for old Juhan from the blacksmith's shop next door. He had seen silk-clad nobles putting on airs and listened to commoners carrying hoes chatting about daily life. He had met many kinds of people back then, and knew how to speak appropriately to each. Huen stroked his chin, feeling even more certain of his earlier idea. Once I reach the occupied territories, I'll pretend to be a traveling tailor or a small cloth merchant. No one will suspect I'm a spy. He didn't love this Galu country, but he had worn the uniform of this world and this nation for 2 years and eaten the Galu Empire's rations. However, sacrificing his life for the country was absolutely out of the question. He would do the spy work as half-heartedly as possible. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Huen swung his legs. They want me to watch the Pelushi movements. I'll just make up some random reports. If I really encounter danger, I'll run first. He had even planned an escape route. If the National Defense Intelligence Bureau found out he was slacking off, or if the Pelushi pressed too hard, he would flee to the free city-states in the south. He heard that place didn't care about the feud between Galu and Pelushi. As long as you had money, you could live peacefully. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Huen tucked the confidential stamped transfer order into his pocket, and walked toward the small meeting room next to the general headquarters. Pushing open the door, he saw a fat man sitting in the main seat. His belly bulged against the Intelligence Bureau uniform, the collar button seemed ready to pop off at any moment. His face was oily and shiny, and his eyes carried an air of superiority. No need to ask, he was definitely the liaison officer in charge of the covert operations. Sit down, the liaison officer said without looking up, flipping through documents in a slow, leisurely voice. I've called you here for a crucial mission. This is His Majesty the Emperor's expectation, and for the glory of the Empire. For the next half hour the liaison officer repeated the same empty rhetoric. Ceding the 3 provinces was a temporary measure, and the agents must gather intelligence for the Empire. Huen sat in the corner, his back straight, and his face expressionless. He had already learned all this from Elajuo, so he was mentally prepared and naturally kept his composure. But the other officers nearby were different. A young lieutenant's hands were trembling slightly, and another man secretly wiped sweat from his brow. They had clearly just learned they were to become undercover agents, and were terrified. Just as he was speaking, the liaison officer suddenly stopped, looked up, and scanned the room, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. To help you complete your mission better, the higher-ups will grant you some special abilities. Huen's heart skipped a beat. When Elajuo had told him earlier, he never mentioned anything about special abilities. He wanted to ask what the special abilities were, but before he could speak the liaison officer had already moved on, talking about the discipline to observe during covert operations, not saying another word about the details of the special abilities. When the meeting adjourned, a young soldier from the Intelligence Bureau handed each person a confidentiality regulation stating that they must not disclose the content of the meeting to any outsider. Huan took the paper, glanced at it, and stuffed it into his pocket. Confidentiality regulations. It's just a sham to fool people. He walked out of the meeting room muttering to himself. The cession of the 3 provinces and the planting of agents had long been an open secret outside. Only those of us who were about to become spies were kept in the dark. He didn't return to the inn but headed straight toward the general headquarters. He had to find Elajuo and let him know about the special abilities. Elajuo was well informed at the general headquarters and might be able to find out what the special abilities were. Huan quickened his pace. I hope it's not another trap that gets me killed without knowing why. Horn intercepted Eraso at their usual spot outside the Central Command, cutting him off before he could speak. Nick, I've been turning it over for 2 days. When the liaison officer mentioned special abilities, was he referring to Saint Mark warriors? Eraso raised an eyebrow and stepped aside toward an empty corner of the wall. You're sharper than you look. Yes, it's precisely the Saint Mark modification. But if you want the full story, I'll introduce you to someone reliable, Master Zaisiming. He oversees this entire domain. There is one condition though: dinner tonight at the senior officers' mess. Agreed. Horn exhaled in relief and patted his pocket. What's so hard about that? I may not be rolling in credits from the military administration, but I've scraped together enough to treat you properly. Rest assured, you'll dine in comfort tonight. Eraso smiled and nodded. Done. Let's go now. Master Zaisiming is already waiting at the mess. It wouldn't do to keep him waiting. As they walked toward the senior officers' mess, Horn immediately sensed its distinction from the standard canteen. A massive stone hearth lined the far wall, radiating warmth, while skewers of unknown meat sizzled over glowing coals, filling the air with rich, savory fragrance. A white uniformed steward hurried forward. Lieutenant Eraso, your reserved window-side table is prepared, and your guest has arrived. Eraso led Horn to the window and gestured toward the seated elder. Horn, meet Master Zaisiming. Though unaffiliated with the military, he holds unparalleled authority on all matters concerning Saint Mark warriors. Master, this is Lieutenant Horn, the one I mentioned. Zaisiming lifted his gaze, then waved dismissively. Sit, young man. No need for formality. Your Saint Mark transformation falls under my purview. Answering your questions is but a minor courtesy. Horn quickly took his seat and bowed slightly. Thank you, Master. The liaison officer only briefly mentioned special abilities. I've felt uncertain ever since. Having the chance to consult you is truly an honor. Eraso signaled the steward and said warmly. 2 chilled aperitifs first, ice cold please. For starters, 2 bowls of wild mushroom velouté with whole grain bread. For mains, I'll have the herb-crusted rack of lamb medium rare. Horn, what about you? Shall we share the same? Horn glanced at the menu and shook his head. You choose, I'm easygoing. I'll follow your lead. Once the steward departed, Master Zaisiming sipped his aperitif and spoke slowly. Saint Mark warriors are forged through extraordinary methods. Human bodies become living canvases reshaped to wield immense strength or unique aptitudes. Originally this privilege belonged solely to temple knights, only later did it expand beyond their ranks. Horn leaned forward urgently. And what happens after the transformation? Does one gain extraordinary strength? Strength is merely the beginning. Zaisiming set down his glass. During the first 2 years post-modification, strength, speed, and reflexes surge dramatically, and one must undergo successive ascensions, typically 5 to 7 times. Those who ascend fewer than 5 times earn the title Luminous Knight. Those who surpass 5, but fall short of 10, are honored as Resplendent Knights, and those exceeding 10 receive unique titles, though such individuals are exceedingly rare, like stars scattered across a vast night sky. He paused, then added, Today's Saint Mark warriors evolved from Temple Knights, but now encompass far greater diversity. Well-documented variants number no fewer than 300, countless others remain partially recorded, unquantifiable in total. As he spoke, the steward arrived with the starters, placing the soup before Zaisiming and Eraso before handing Horn his salad. Horn speared a leaf of lettuce, chewed thoughtfully, then frowned and leaned toward Eraso, whispering, Why does this salad taste wilted? And the dressing is nearly non-existent, flavorless. It's even less satisfying than the cold vegetable dish I ate at the field hospital. Eraso chuckled softly, replying in kind. Even elite dining slips up occasionally. Wait till the rack of lamb arrives, that will redeem everything. The steward arrived bearing the lamb, sizzling on a black iron platter crowned with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper, its aroma instantly enveloping Horn's senses. He speared a sliced bit into it, juicy tender, and looked up at Araso. This lamb is well roasted. Still, I can't detect any difference from pasture-raised mutton back home. I used to tailor clothes beside a neighbor who kept sheep roasted. It tasted much the same. Araso, carving his own portion, shook his head with a smile. You simply lack discernment. This is free-range mountain lamb, far more delicate than pen stock. You just haven't learned to taste the distinction. Master Zai-Siming set down his cutlery and dabbed his lips. Enough indulgence, let me outline the branches of Saint Mark warriors. Fundamentally there are 3 warriors: arcane rangers and assassins. Each branch demands distinct physiological adjustments, and each imposes different thresholds of arcane energy tolerance. Horn lowered his knife and leaned in. Master, would you elaborate? For instance, which branch carries the lowest risk of complication? I'd rather avoid mid-transformation failure. Warriors undergo extensive recalibration, strength, endurance, resilience, all pushed to the edge of human capacity. The body's arcane threshold is finely balanced. Any shortfall risks catastrophic collapse. Arcane rangers enjoy broader latitude. Primary focus lies in perception and long-range control with optional auxiliary enhancements, such as accelerated reaction time. Assassins require the least adjustment, minimal physical reconfiguration plus selective refinements, like silent movement or near invisibility to detection. Zai-Siming lifted his wineglass for another sip. Among these warriors offer the greatest stability. Arcane rangers demand exceptional aptitude. Assassins occupy the middle ground. Moderate risk, moderate flexibility. Horn furrowed his brow. Then which would you recommend, for me? My mission in the occupied zone is simple: survive. Avoid drawing attention. Most select the warrior path. It delivers balanced capability, capable of combat when cornered yet swift enough to flee. But were I in your place, I'd choose assassin. Zai-Siming tapped the table with a fingertip. Sacrifice most combat potential. Redirect muscular optimization toward leaping and climbing. The spared calibration capacity enables cognitive reforging. Cognitive reforging. What is that? Horn asked while Araso perked up, clearly unfamiliar with the term. An ancient ritual alchemy once applied to the human body, later abandoned due to severe limitations and low efficacy. Zai-Siming explained. Success requires heightened perception. Post-reforging, one gains access to only a single low-tier arcane ability, but for an assassin it suffices. Imagine scaling a wall undetected, then upon encountering a patrol deploying that ability to slip away unseen. Horn pressed further. Which low-tier arcana are commonly employed, and how do they synergize with assassin capabilities? 3 prevail. Simple Beast Command summons nearby small creatures as sentinels such as rats lurking in shadowed corners. Kinetic Displacement allows brief, precise bodily shifts, dodging blows or vaulting low barriers. Lulling Illusion induces momentary disorientation in a single target, enough to deceive a Prussian sentry during inspection. Zai-Siming detailed each application with concrete examples, scaling walls, disabling guards with illusions, speaking for nearly half an hour without pause. After finishing his meal, Horn parted ways with Araso and Heath Mine and returned to his room at the guest's welcoming inn. He sat at the desk, his mind ablaze with thoughts of the 3 arcane arts: Simple Beast Command, ideal for surveillance and shielding against ambushes; Telekinetic Displacement, granting swift evasion from peril and enabling rapid retreat during sudden assaults; and Lulling Illusion, invaluable for navigating interrogations and dealings with Prussian occupiers across the occupied territories. All 3 held undeniable merit. Choosing any one risked bitter regret. Horn raked his fingers through his hair, then flopped onto the bed, yet tossed and turned, utterly unable to sleep. He recalled Araso's grim account of life under occupation. Prussian soldiers patrolled relentlessly while arcane armed machines swept the streets without warning. Simple Beast Command could grant early warning of troop movements, but in moments of crisis telekinetic displacement would prove far more vital. He pondered thus deep into the night until the sky beyond the window began to pale with approaching dawn. Still wide awake, Horn clutched Heathmine's arcane selection sheet, repeatedly circling the 3 names: Simple Beast Command, Telekinetic Displacement, and Lulling Illusion, yet remained paralyzed by indecision. Sergeant Horn set out for the Ministry of Defense Intelligence Assembly Point, still undecided on which arcane path to pursue. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to Master Heathmine's earlier words. The assassin lineage branched into numerous specialized paths, 3 renowned among them. The Forest Sovereign, elevated through Simple Beast Command, was said to command wild beasts as silent sentinels. The Mind Blade Assassin, wielding telekinetic displacement, moved faster than shadow across short distances, and the Hypnotic Assassin, master of Lulling Illusion, could silently incapacitate entire rows of foes, each shrouded in eerie mastery and formidable power. If he chose telekinetic displacement, might he one day walk the path of the Mind Blade Assassin? He murmured aloud, nearly stumbling over a loose stone, then steadied himself and silenced his thoughts enough, for now. The camp will decide. Upon entering the Intelligence Ministry's conference chamber, Horn pushed open the door to find the familiar corpulent liaison officer, still bloated and greasy, perched in the central seat idly picking at his nails. Beside him stood a young arcane practitioner clad in a gray-black robe, its hem stained with mud, evidently low-ranked, clutching a wooden identification plaque. Once all had assembled, the liaison cleared his throat and began, "You have been summoned today to receive the sacred mark warrior transformation, a divine boon bestowed upon you by the Empire, a mark of His Majesty the Emperor's profound trust. You shall comply fully and flawlessly. Any deviation is intolerable." He droned on for 10 minutes, reciting hollow platitudes about imperial glory, loyalty, and sacrifice. Yet when pressed to detail the transformation process, his tone grew evasive. "It is merely a simple bodily recalibration, entirely safe. Follow the arcane practitioner's instructions and ask no questions that do not concern you." Horn listened from below, a cold smirk tightening his lips. Truly the hallmark of Gallic intelligence, obscure speech laced with outright falsehoods. Master Heathmine himself spoke of a threshold of endurance. This man dares claim it poses no danger. He stole a glance at his fellow officers, and noticed two like himself wore no trace of surprise. Leaning back in their chairs impassive, their eyes flickered with quiet impatience. Clearly they already knew the truth. A subtle relief eased Horn's chest. "I am not alone in knowing." At last the liaison waved dismissively. "Very well, follow this arcane practitioner to the transformation encampment." The young arcane practitioner stepped forward, voice flat and uninflected. "Follow me. No speaking, no straggling." The group filed out of Westmill Town and headed toward its rear. After a short distance the practitioner swept aside a thicket of waist-high shrubs, revealing a narrow, well-trodden path concealed within the undergrowth, hidden from prying eyes. Horn walked near the center of the line. The path was treacherously narrow and slick. He frequently steadied himself against gnarled trunks. After roughly half an hour a sheer knife-edged gorge loomed ahead, so narrow only one person could pass sideways. The practitioner cautioned, "Tread carefully, the stones here are loose. Plant your foot firmly before shifting your weight." At last they emerged, and the vista opened wide. A ramshackle earthen fortress rose before them, ringed by a low adobe wall pocked with cannon embrasures. Gray-uniformed sentries paced back and forth, bayonets gleaming fiercely beneath the sun. "Here we are, the arcane practitioner encampment." The young practitioner led them to the gate, and announced new arrivals for transformation, whereupon the guard lifted the canvas flap and ushered them inside. Inside the compound, Horn scanned the grounds and spotted two officers conversing in the open field. One a commander of the garrison corps, adorned with 3 stripes on his shoulder epaulets, bowed deferentially to a stern-faced elder with silver-streaked hair and piercing, unyielding eyes. Yet Horn's gaze swiftly locked onto Master Heathmine, standing nearby in a plain grey coat, quietly instructing another arcane practitioner. When Heathmine sensed Horn's gaze, he offered only a fleeting indifferent glance before turning away, as though they had never met. "Good, he feigns ignorance. Less complication." Horn exhaled softly in relief, then glanced again at the 2 officers who'd known the truth. They too had seen Heathmine, but made no move to approach. Instead they retreated to a corner, deliberately distancing themselves from the other practitioners. Horn quickly followed suit, edging toward the same corner. A deeper calm settled over him. No one draws undue attention. Perfect. No risk of exposure. The young practitioner pointed toward a large tent at the camp's edge. "That is the transformation pavilion, designed like a field hospital, partitioned into small chambers accommodating up to 20 individuals. Wait here. You will be called shortly." Horn followed his gesture, and indeed the tent bore the stark functional silhouette of a field hospital, canvas walls, a white cloth draped across its entrance. He edged closer for a glimpse. Inside, partitions divided the space into compact cubicles. Half the area held several large lime vats, the other half comprised shower stalls with buckets scattered across the floor. The young practitioner did not enter, only stood sentinel at the threshold. "Do not step inside. Nothing within is to be touched." Horn immediately withdrew his gaze and stepped back, awaiting further instruction. "Hurry. Into the lime vats, 5 full minutes no less." An assistant practitioner stood beside the vats, striking the rim with a wooden rod, his voice sharp and urgent. Horn joined the others, stepping barefoot into the vats. Icy water thick with a bitter chalky tang surged up to his waist. A lanky soldier beside him muttered, "This water bites like frost. What possible purpose can such immersion serve? Don't catch a chill before the transformation even begins." No one replied. All stared silently at the hourglass beside the vat, counting each grain's descent. When the final grain fell, the assistant barked out, "Now. The rinse station lies ahead, scrub thoroughly. Not a trace of lime may remain on your skin." Horn dashed to the showers. Cold water crashed over him as he scrubbed every inch of his body, scouring away the clinging white residue, then joined the procession heading toward the transformation tent. He lifted the canvas flap, and froze. Inside was nothing like the earthen fortress outside. Along both sides stood row upon row of coffin-like apparatuses, rough-hewn in appearance yet shimmering with iridescent prismatic light that stung the eyes. At the chamber's heart stood 2 long tables laden with tweezers test tubes, and above all countless sealed flasks each containing a luminous azure liquid that glowed softly where sunlight pierced the canvas. Master Zysiming swirled a flask containing azure liquid as he addressed Lieutenant Horn, who lay immersed in the modulation vat. "This is the arcane composite solution, exactly as I described earlier. It serves both as an energy source for arcane practitioners and as the ritual's fuel." Horn fixed his gaze upon the sapphire glow within the flask and couldn't resist asking, "Master, is it truly this energy efficient? Will 1 vial suffice for me to command an entire herd using basic beast control?" "Absolutely." Zysiming extended the flask toward the long table. "The ability you selected is inherently economical. 1 vial will sustain a modest beast legion, sparing you endless requisitions from intelligence division." No sooner had the words left his lips than the elderly arcane scholar, wearing small round spectacles, took the flask from Zysiming's hand and moved to the vat's edge, pouring the azure liquid into the geometric glyphs etched along its inner wall. With a soft shush the liquid coursed along the symbols, swiftly filling the pattern. Then a flickering azure light erupted from the design, rising like tiny dancing flames. Horn stared at the glyph on the right wall. After prolonged gazing, his vision blurred slightly and a quiet thought stirred within him. This azure fluid resembles arcane blood, and those glyphs veins, interconnected, pulsing as one. Perhaps the lime bath and the modulation vat had exhausted him, or perhaps the azure radiance lulled him into drowsiness. His eyelids grew heavier until without warning he slipped into deep slumber. As he slept he remained unaware. The azure light throbbed in perfect rhythm with his heartbeat, while luminous mist coiled around his body like sentient breath, gathering, dispersing, breathing with him. He awoke abruptly, disoriented, into utter silence. The tent was still soundless, hollow with absence. Sitting up he saw the modulation vat completely emptied. At the center of the long table stood only 2 unopened flasks. Beneath it a heap of spent vessels lay discarded, their labels still affixed untouched. He climbed down and ran his hands over his arms. The dense, hard-won muscle forged in military training had vanished, replaced by supple, yielding flesh. He rolled his shoulders and felt a new lightness, a leaner, more refined frame. So, strength traded for agility and endurance. He rose onto his toes, testing his balance, fluid, effortless, resilient. Fatigue no longer clung to him. The transformation had taken root. "You're awake!" A voice broke the stillness. Horn turned to see a gray-robed apprentice 15 or 16 holding a folded set of garments. "You've slept a full week. Everyone else awoke 3 days ago, and has already begun training." Horn blinked in disbelief. "A week? Why did I wake so late?" "Because you were the only one who requested cognitive reconfiguration." The apprentice handed him the clothes, a loose civilian ensemble, its fabric soft and pliant. "We'll need to adjust them again for fit, which is why you awoke later. Your training regimen will differ from theirs. You'll require extra time to acclimate to your new faculties." He added quietly, "By the way, change into these. From this moment onward you are no longer a soldier. Forget everything tied to the military rank serial number, erase them from memory. A carriage waits outside to take you onward." Horn accepted the garments and nodded. "Understood. Thank you." He dressed swiftly, the attire fit flawlessly, neither loose nor constricting, moving with him like second skin. Stepping beyond the tent flap, Horn found a pitch-black carriage stationed before him, its windows sealed tight with thick opaque black cloth, not a sliver of light escaping. Beside it stood a burly man, his face all but obscured by a dense tangled beard that nearly swallowed his eyes. Clutching the reins in one massive hand, he offered no greeting, only tilted his chin toward the carriage door. Horn asked no questions. He opened the door and entered, knowing with quiet certainty that Lieutenant Horn ceased to exist the moment he crossed that threshold. Ahead lay survival, within occupied lands. He smoothed the dark-textured trench coat draped over his frame, a garment tailored to the tastes of the fallen clan, fine southern wool, its collar edged with delicate silver thread embroidery custom-fitted by a master tailor. He mused inwardly, the fallen clan spares no detail. Garments must be bespoke, yet their memories fade like morning mist. Today's drinking pact vanishes by tomorrow. Tracking them is near impossible, precisely what makes my disguise flawless. His fingers brushed the inner pocket. There rested the Defense Intelligence Archive dossier, proof of his newly conferred baronet title, and beneath them treasury bonds totaling 15,000 gold kronen. Long before the northern 3 provinces were ceded to Prussia, Horn had acted, seizing opportunity amid the southward exodus of wealthy refugees. He exchanged every bond for unassuming shops near Cochins, nondescript, easily overlooked, and utterly untraceable. First Magastown. Horn flicked the reins. The carriage wheels ground over gravel, grumble grumble, a low steady murmur against the stone. Magus nestled in the northwest of Cochins, bordering the accursed Satan Mountains, a notorious forbidden zone where monstrous beasts occasionally breached the veil, claiming lives without warning. Yet Horn's destination wasn't the town itself, but the wildwood just beyond it. To impersonate a fallen clan member, he needed mastery of basic beast control. Hunting became necessity, not pastime, camouflage woven into craft. Recalling Master Zysiming's parting words, Horn smiled faintly. The master spoke true. Choosing assassin adjustment was wise, climbing stealth, silent movement, all honed perfectly through the hunt. Chasing hares refined step lightness, scaling trees to track prey sharpens reflex and grace. He glanced back at the carriage's rear compartment, packed tightly 6 firearms, 2 short-barreled hunting rifles, 4 standard rifles, 2 pounds of gunpowder, and a sack of lead shot, all procured discreetly from Quartermaster Division. A hunter's identity granted immunity. Carrying such armament drew no suspicion. Far safer than declaring oneself a covert operative. Just as the carriage wound into a densely forested mountain pass, 5 figures burst from the roadside. They wore ragged hemp tunics and brandished crude cleavers and wooden clubs. Their leader, a bearded giant, glared at Horn and bellowed, "Boy, halt! Hand over every coin you carry, or we'll make you regret it." Horn's pulse tightened. His peripheral vision caught motion among the trees, more than 5. At least 3 others lurked behind trunks sealing both ends of the narrow road. He reined in the horses, feigning panic. "Gentlemen, please, I'm merely a hunter bound for the woods. I carry no coin, just this coat and this horse. They'd be useless to you." "No coin? Who do you think you're fooling?" The bearded man advanced 2 steps, swinging his cleaver. "We've watched you for hours, this fine carriage, that costly coat, you're rich. Either we search you, and spare your life if we find nothing, or strip off that coat, leave the horse, and vanish." A lanky bandit chimed in. "Exactly. Don't delay. Both ends of this road are sealed, we've got you cornered." Horn's mind chilled with quiet contempt, yet his face remained pale with fear. Slowly he lifted the hem of his trench coat, revealing a black leather pistol belt strapped snugly beneath, bearing 2 gleaming silver-plated revolvers, their polished barrels catching the light like cold stars. As expected, the bandits were drawn by the pistol, their eyes fixed on it. The bearded man pointed and said, "Nice piece. Leave the gun too." Now was the moment. Huen's hand moved like lightning, drawing the pistol and firing a shot straight at the bearded man's face at close range. It didn't hit the forehead but struck his face solidly. The bearded man let out a muffled groan and collapsed stiffly to the ground, motionless. The bandits behind the trees froze for a moment, clearly not expecting the hunter to dare fire his weapon. Huen gripped the pistol, staring at the remaining bandits, knowing in his heart after this shot it was either fight or flee. Huen shot the bearded bandit, and instantly 4 or 5 dark figures emerged from the woods, the hidden bandits. "Kill him! Take his horse and gun!" the leading bandit shouted, brandishing a machete, his voice fierce and urgent. Huen wasted no time with words. He quickly pulled a double-barreled shotgun from the back of the cart, its wide barrel packed with pellets deadly at close range. He turned and fired a shot at the 2 bandits rushing toward him from behind. They fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs, and went still. There were more ahead. Just as Huen tried to move forward, he looked up and saw dark figures shifting on the hillside, tossing small rocks that thudded against the cart. He yanked the reins, desperately turning the horse's head. The path ahead was blocked. He could only retreat. Just as he turned, 2 more bandits burst from the nearby bushes. One raised a machete toward the horse's leg, shouting, "Cut the horse down! See how he runs now!" Huen gripped the reins tightly with his left hand, swiftly drew his pistol with his right, and fired at the machete-wielding bandit's chest. The bandit grunted and fell flat, motionless. The other bandit turned pale with fear and dashed back into the woods. Huen fired another shot toward the woods, the bullet striking a tree trunk with a sharp crack, deterring any other bandits who might have thought of coming out. Just then the rapid clatter of hooves grew louder from the distance. Huen's heart tightened. Were these new bandits, or someone else? He had no time to think further. He quickly retrieved the gun from the Shelton workshop, a fast-loading weapon with 10 cartridges, sparing him the slow process of pouring powder. He loaded the powder and bullets in a few swift motions, then drove the cart into the nearby woods to hide, peeking out through a gap. Before long the hoofbeats stopped. From between the trees Huen spotted 10 Prussian cavalrymen in dark blue uniforms, each holding a long rifle, followed by a brown carriage. The cavalrymen noticed movement in the woods and leveled their rifles in unison. Huen hastily emerged from cover, raising his hands and shouting, "Don't shoot! I'm a hunter heading to Magastown, not a bandit." A blond, blue-eyed Prussian officer stepped forward, his shoulder boards bearing 2 stripes, hand resting on his holster. He spoke sternly. Lower your gun barrel. Don't point it at anyone. Was that you who fired? Huen quickly set down his gun and nodded. Yes, I did. Bandits were blocking the road ahead trying to rob me. How many bandits? What's the situation ahead on this mountain road? The officer asked, his eyes fixed on Huen as if judging the truth of his words. Huen answered honestly. At first 5 came out, then at least 3 more were hiding in the woods. There were also people blocking the slope ahead. I had no choice but to turn back. The officer's gaze fell on the Shelton gun in Huen's hand and his eyes brightened. Is this from the Shelton workshop? Their guns load fast and are accurate, hard to come by around here. The officer then began to interrogate Huen, where he came from, why he was going to Magus, how he got the gun, and whether he had a travel permit. Huen was prepared and answered clearly. I came from Shimi town to the south, heading to the mountains near Magus for hunting. I ordered this gun from the Shelton workshop through a friend. It's handy for hunting. My permit is in the cart. If you need to see it, I can get it now. After more than an hour of questioning, the officer found no fault and waved his hand. All right, you don't seem like a bad person. It's not safe ahead. Follow us. Huen quickly nodded. Thank you, sir. He drove the cart slowly behind the Prussian cavalry. At a crossroads there was still blood on the ground. The bodies of the bandits he had killed earlier had been removed. Just past the intersection 4 or 5 more bandits emerged from the woods, raising their weapons to attack. The Prussian cavalry were ready. They leveled their rifles in unison. Bang! Bang! Several shots rang out, and 2 bandits hidden in the woods fell first. The remaining bandits returned fire, but their guns were old, some even jamming. They were no match for the cavalry's standard-issue rifles, fast and accurate. After a brief exchange of fire at over 100 meters, the bandits couldn't hold out and fled into the deep woods. Watching the cavalry's standard rifles, Huen mused to himself, when I bought those guns I was influenced by the Prussian standard rifles. I thought they were reliable and effective, so I deliberately chose similar ones. Otherwise, facing so many bandits today, I might not have lasted this long. During the exchange, Huen quickly drove the cart to a safe distance, hiding behind a thick pine tree, peeking out only half his head. A nearby Prussian soldier noticed and muttered to his companion, "Why is he hiding so far? We're fighting up front, and he's cowering back there. Such a coward!" Before the other soldier could reply, the blond, blue-eyed officer glanced over and frowned. "Don't say that. He's a hunter, not a soldier. It's natural he doesn't want to get involved. Look at him, he really doesn't want any part of this. He's not like us." The soldiers fell silent, only occasionally glancing toward Huen. Before long the bandits couldn't hold out and scattered, some fleeing into the deep woods, others ducking behind the slopes, leaving only a few bodies on the ground. Huen expected the Prussian cavalry to move on, but instead they stopped to clear the battlefield. 2 soldiers took ropes and cloth, dragging the bandit bodies one by one to an open area, arranging them neatly, even adjusting the angle of the arms. When they reached the bearded bandit Huen had killed earlier, a soldier looked up and asked the officer, "Sir, should this one be placed with the others?" The officer glanced at the body, then toward Huen, and shook his head. "No, keep this one separate. It was killed by the hunter. Record it separately for the report." The soldier nodded, dragged the bearded body aside, and placed it alone. Sitting on the cart, Huen muttered to himself, "These Prussians are meticulous, even arranging the bodies so neatly. Still, it's a good thing they're not in a hurry. I don't have to travel alone. If I run into more bandits again, I might not be so lucky." His gaze drifted once more to the brown carriage, its curtains drawn tight, not a sliver of light escaping. Curiosity stirred in Horn's mind, yet he dared not approach. Instead, he edged closer and sniffed. The faint, sweet fragrance of perfume wafted toward him, unmistakably foreign to soldiers, floral, delicate, and subtly sugared. Instantly he deduced a woman must be inside. No Prussian man would wear such scent, not even those partial to perfumes would choose one so cloyingly sweet. This was surely the fragrance of a noble woman. Yet another question arose: what kind of woman required such absolute concealment? Why dare not even part the curtains? Was it fear of being seen, or something far more guarded? At that moment the officer strode to the corpse and knelt to inspect it. He first rifled through a bandit's pockets, retrieving several silver shards and a battered pocket watch. With a dismissive curl of his lip he remarked, "Look at these tattered clothes, and the paltry loot. Common highwaymen, not resistance fighters." Resistance fighters invariably bore telltale marks, insignia-coated tattoos, or carried superior arms. None would appear so threadbare. Next he moved to the bearded man Horn had felled, examined the wound closely, then glanced up at his adjutant. This was inflicted by a shotgun. Broad impact, tightly clustered pellets. Only 2 kinds of men wield shotguns with such precision: those whose minds are sharp and methodical, knowing instinctively that at close range a shotgun reigns supreme, or seasoned duck hunters for whom the weapon has become second nature, their first reflex in crisis. The adjutant followed the officer's gaze toward Horn and asked then which type was that hunter. The officer shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. He hardly strikes me as methodical. Observe how he crouched behind cover, more a woodsman than a soldier, likely accustomed to flushing ducks with that very shotgun, its rhythm ingrained in muscle and instinct. We'll see when we part ways ahead if he proceeds independently. He's merely a huntsman, but should he shadow us, or veer off along some circuitous path, that demands our full attention. With that, the officer withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands clean, and gestured briskly enough. Mount up, we ride on. The soldiers swiftly gathered their gear and vaulted into their saddles with disciplined efficiency. Horn watched the officer's movements, every gesture refined, deliberate, and thought this man bears the bearing of Prussian nobility. His discernment was formidable, reading truth from corpses, but his rank, marked by only 2 bars, seemed strangely modest. A sudden intuition struck Horn: the secret lay within that carriage. The officer was likely escorting someone inside, his low rank deliberately chosen to avoid scrutiny, to slip unnoticed along the road. Without hesitation, Horn urged his carriage forward, falling in at the rear of the Prussian cavalry column. After roughly an hour's ride, the silhouette of a town emerged on the horizon, Magus. Horn squinted, surprised, though reduced to a mere speck on maps. Magus proved unexpectedly expansive in reality. Its layout was irregular, shaped like an oversized letter T. The horizontal bars stretched east-west, the vertical stem ran north-south, and their intersection teemed with life. Vegetable stalls, butcher shops, and tiny storefronts clamoring in vibrant disarray. At Magus's central square stood a 3-story building, its perimeter sheltered beneath vast oilcloth awnings, designed both to shade and shield from rain. This marketplace had thrived for generations. By dawn, cries of vendors already filled the air. Though not peak market hour, several stalls displayed fresh produce and bolts of cloth. The vertical arm of the T extended nearly a kilometer. Shops lined both sides, grain merchants, cobblers, tailors, all open for trade. The horizontal street diverged sharply left, bore blacksmiths' forges and carpenters' yards, clanging dusty and raw, while the right hosted bakeries and taverns, fragrant and cleaner, thronged with patrons. Houses hugged the road, storefronts doubled as dwellings, with back doors opening directly into courtyards, practical, seamless, and quietly ingenious. A few hundred meters beyond the horizontal street rose a weathered wall, its outer face built of ashlar stone, its inner side rough-hewn rubble mixed with clay, now overgrown with wormwood, softened into a gentle slope indistinguishable from natural earth. To the west of the wall stood the ruins of an ancient fortress, only its lowest tier remained scarred by centuries-old blade marks still visible upon the stones. As Horn followed the mayor's assistant to this spot, his eyes locked onto the ruin at once, and he murmured inwardly, once this stronghold could repel legions, now only hollow bones remain. The assistant, a lean man of 50, clad in a grey wool coat and clutching a ledger, pointed to a house nestled between the fortress and the wall. Mr. Horn, this is the estate you've purchased. Your title of baron has been formally recognized by imperial decree. Land registry and property transfer were completed yesterday, smoothly and without delay. You may enter now. Horn accepted the brass key weighted in his palm and smiled. I hadn't expected such prestige to open doors so readily. I'd braced myself for 3 trips to the town hall. The assistant chuckled, adjusting his worn spectacles. Your title carries imperial authority. It holds weight here in Magus. Everything moves swiftly. An ordinary citizen would wait half a month for such paperwork. As they reached the iron gate of the estate, the assistant added, it stood vacant for half a year. Grass grows waist-high in the courtyard, and dust lies thick within. I know reliable laborers, quick, diligent. Would you care to hire 2? For sweeping, garden upkeep, just 2 crowns per month. Horn shook his head, inserting the key into the lock. No need, I'll manage alone. Not yet requiring hired hands. The assistant blinked, then pressed gently. One man cannot handle it all, especially the flower bed where weeds have smothered the seedlings. Clearing them and turning the soil will demand great effort. Horn turned the key and swung the gate wide. Not yet. Should I find myself truly overwhelmed, I'll seek you out at the town hall. Seeing Horn's resolve, the assistant relented. Very well. Call on me any time. I'm Tom, office number 1 on the ground floor. Horn waved Tom off and stepped inside. The courtyard greeted him with knee-high weeds, and at its heart a neglected flower bed, now little more than brittle desiccated stems. Directly opposite the gate stood a modest villa, brick walls the color of burnt clay, roof tiled in muted gray, unassuming yet dignified. Pushing open the front door into the hall, Horn paused, startled anew. The space stretched long and narrow, windowless, yet bathed in daylight streaming through a glass ceiling above. Whoever designed this understood architecture well. Light without windows, brightness without glare. He muttered softly and continued inward. Downstairs lay a spacious kitchen, pots, pans, and utensils still in place though cloaked in thick dust. Beside it a Turkish-style bath with a gleaming white porcelain tub pristine despite neglect, and a small servant's room, empty save for a plain wooden bed. Ascending to the second floor there were 3 rooms, a bedroom, a recreation room, and a study. The bedroom was modest, containing only a wooden bed with no other furniture, though the closet against the wall was exceptionally large, capable of holding many clothes. The recreation room stood empty save for a stone fireplace. In the study there was a bookshelf with a few old books placed upon it. Huen ran his hand over the bookshelf, thinking to himself, this place is perfect for a secluded vacation, quiet and spacious. He descended the stairs and walked into the courtyard, where he happened to see a worker carrying a hoe passing by outside the wall. He quickly called out, "Brother, wait a moment." The worker stopped, a young man in his 20s with his trousers rolled up to his knees splattered with mud. He asked, "Sir, do you need something?" Huen pointed to the flower bed. "The weeds in this flower bed need clearing. Can you do it for me?" "How much?" The worker peered at the size of the flower bed and said, "For a patch this large it'll take half a day's work. 3 crowns will do." Huen took out 5 crowns and handed them over, a round shiny gold coin. "Here's 5 crowns. Clear the weeds, turn the soil, and try not to damage the seedlings inside. Can you do that?" The worker's eyes lit up. He quickly pocketed the money. "Sure. I'll get it done neatly. My name is Jieku and I'll fetch a sickle right away." Jieku crouched in the flower bed weeding while Huen squatted beside him watching. He recalled the encounter with the bandits earlier and mused, "If I had been able to control the horse freely back then I wouldn't have had to panic and flee into the woods." He wanted to build an equestrian training ground on the west side of the yard, but he worried, "My riding skills are already poor, and I'd need to buy a good horse. A decent horse costs at least 50 crowns, over budget." He patted the inner pocket of his coat, which contained 5,000 marks, the remainder from converting the real estate earlier. That was enough for 2 years of expenses. Given Prussia's uncertain stance toward the occupied territory, he couldn't afford a deficit. Forget about the horse for now, he thought. After Jieku finished weeding, Huen called out to him, "Jieku, are you familiar with the town? Could you take me to buy some things? Daily necessities, things that suit my status but aren't too expensive." Jieku wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. "Sure. What do you want to buy? Bread, meat, or bedsheets and blankets?" Huen replied, "All of it. The house lacks bedsheets and blankets, the kitchen is out of salt and oil, and the study needs ink. You show me the way and I'll give you another half-crown." Jieku agreed happily. "No problem. I'll take you to old Johan's shop. His goods are good and cheap, unlike the ones in the square that are overpriced and rip you off." On the way, Huen walked and made mental notes. The villa needed 2 bed sheets, 1 blanket, the kitchen needed 1 salt jar, 1 oil jug, the study needed 1 ink bottle, the yard needed 2 watering buckets. He thought, remembering these missing items is a good training exercise. It saves me from forgetting later and sharpens my memory. In addition to training his memory, Huen also began practicing his observation skills, focusing specifically on people's clothing. For instance, when he saw someone in a coarse linen shirt full of burn holes, he knew it was a blacksmith. When he saw an apron dusted with flour, it was surely a baker. When he saw delicate fabric without embroidery, it was likely a small-town merchant. He thought that by practicing this way he could avoid revealing flaws in the occupied territory later. One day he went to the town's central market to shop. As soon as he entered, he noticed that most stalls dealt in wholesale transactions. The vendors both sold goods and collected items. One stall owner was selling potatoes while collecting eggs from farmers. Another selling cloth was also taking in old clothes, claiming he could refurbish and resell them. Huen walked straight to a stall displaying oars and metal tools. The vendor was a burly man with a bushy beard wiping a pickaxe with a cloth. "Boss, I need gunpowder, lead ingots, an alcohol blowtorch, a graphite crucible, bullet molds, and a trimming clamp." Huen stated his requirements directly. The brawny man looked up and grinned. "You're making bullets, aren't you? My gunpowder is pure, and the lead is clean. The whole set costs 220 crowns. Interested?" "Yes. Deliver it to the manor beside the old fortress to the west. Remember the address." Huen took out his money pouch, counted out 220 crowns, and handed them over. The brawny man pocketed the money. "Don't worry, I'll send it over this afternoon. By the way, I've got tailor's thimbles and scissors here. Want to take a look?" Huen glanced at the tailor's supplies in the corner of the stall and shook his head. "No need. Your fabric is too coarse and the tools are ordinary. I have no use for them." Leaving the ore stall, Huen found a shop with a wooden sign that read "Custom Tools." The owner, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, was hunched over a desk drawing tool blueprints. "Boss, I'd like to order several sets of expert-level tools. For instance, the trimming clamps need to be comfortable with tight jaws. And can you source some high-quality fabric for me, like fine wool from the south?" Huen said. The shopkeeper adjusted his glasses. The expert-level tools will be ready in 3 days. I can bring in the high-quality fabric from the neighboring town next week. I'll notify you then. Huen nodded. All right. How much deposit? 50 crowns for the tools and 30% for the fabric, total 100 crowns. The shopkeeper calculated. Huen paid on the spot, mentally noting only hunting tools remain on the list. He returned to the town hall to find the mayor. Mayor, do you know who the best hunter in town is? I'd like to buy some hunting gear. The mayor, a plump old man, was sipping tea. The best hunter is Shimeng. He lives east of town in the wooden house next to the woods. You'll see it when you go. Huen followed the mayor's directions to Shimeng's house. When he pushed open the door, he almost didn't recognize the place. An old man sat in a rocking chair in the yard, a pipe in his mouth, carving a piece of wood. His eyelids were puffy as if he hadn't slept, his head was bald, and his face was flushed. He looked listless and weak, nothing like a formidable hunter. You must be Mr. Shimeng. The mayor told me you're the best hunter in town. Huen walked over and asked. Shimeng blew a smoke ring, slowly lifting his eyes. That's me. What do you need? I need hunting gear, sturdy and lightweight. Things like hunting nets, machetes, pickaxes, small spades, and various animal traps. Most importantly, a map. I've heard that excellent hunters mark their maps, indicating dangerous areas and the ranges where animals appear. Huen stated his requirements clearly. Shimeng pointed to the wall. If you want all the tools on the wall, leave 700 crowns and take the lot. He let out a sigh after speaking. Huen looked up at the wall, which was covered with all kinds of tools, long-handled axes, trap ropes, and several knives of different styles. He shook his head. Mr. Shimeng, I don't need that many. Many of these tools are useless to me. Just give me what I asked for. Shimeng let out a light laugh full of disdain. He looked Huen over carefully, then suddenly set down the piece of wood. Someone like you shouldn't be in Majizi. The Satan Mountains in this area have far more ferocious beasts than elsewhere. You can't handle it. Huen also laughed lightly, his tone firm. Mr. Shimeng, I'm a bit stubborn and confident. I won't be swayed from what I've decided to do. I came in good faith to buy hunting gear. Please help me find the items I need. With that, Huen walked over to the wall where a long gun and 3 crossbows were hung. The crossbow on the left was exceptionally large, with a bow arm over 1 meter long and a slide bracket exceeding 1.5 meters. Below it rested 10 bolts as thick as a thumb and over 1 foot long, their tips looking exceptionally sharp. The crossbow on the right was only the size of a palm, with arrows just over 1 inch long, shafts as thin as toothpicks and arrowheads thin and sharp. Huen pointed at the crossbows and asked Mr. Shimeng, this crossbow on the left is so large, isn't it inconvenient to carry? And this one on the right is so tiny, can it even pierce a prey animal? Huen pointed to the crossbow mounted on the wall and asked Mr. Simon, isn't the one on the left too bulky to carry comfortably? And the one on the right, so small, can it even pierce game? Old man Simon removed his pipe from his mouth, tapped the ash against the armrest of his rocking chair, and spoke slowly. That's precisely the question of an amateur. Hunting in the Satan Mountains demands concealment above all else. A firearm defies this very principle. He paused, then gestured toward the pistol at Horn's waist. The moment a gun fires, every creature in the mountains bolts in terror. You won't just lose your chance at prey, you'll risk drawing something far more dangerous. Most hunters who rely solely on firearms don't survive long here. I use animal traps instead, hidden beneath grass and camouflaged with fallen leaves, so prey never suspects their presence. Horn leaned forward. But what if you don't have traps? Surely you wouldn't go empty-handed. Once you truly grasp the forest's unspoken rules, traps become irrelevant. Simon's eyes suddenly gleamed, his earlier lethargy vanished entirely. His hand stilled mid-carve, and he declared, every blade of grass, every twig can lure game. A branch laid across its path forces it toward your ambush, a pebble tied to a string tossed to draw it near. Then snap, the trap closes. I once caught a wild deer using nothing but an iron spade and a length of rope. Horn listened, and felt a sudden uncanny familiarity, as though struck by revelation. Your words. I've heard them before. Seizing the moment, Horn pressed Mr. Simon, would you take me into the Satan Mountains? I want to witness how you hunt with nature's own tools. I promise not to interfere, and I'll gladly assist you. Simon shook his head and resettled the pipe between his teeth. No, I won't take you into the mountains. This craft isn't learned by observation. If you truly wish to learn, it costs 1,500 kroner, for proper instruction. And that fee is separate. Your requested tools will cost another 700 kroner. Horn's heart lurched. He quickly calculated. With roughly 5,000 marks in hand, just over 2,200 kroner, he held nearly half his fortune. That sum could sustain him comfortably in Magus for 18 months. How could he possibly part with it? That's far too expensive. I simply don't have that much. Simon glanced at him, said nothing more, and resumed carving wood. Horn stood beside him, both frustrated and puzzled. Where had that familiarity come from? Had the previous host heard similar words before, or were they echoes of Master Heathmine's teachings on assassin techniques? After hours of fruitless speculation, he abandoned the idea of apprenticeship. Very well. I'll purchase the items we discussed instead: hunting nets, machetes, pickaxes, small shovels, spring-loaded traps, and a marked map. Simon nodded and called toward the backyard. Tom, come out and fetch these goods for the gentleman. A young man in his early 20s dashed forth. Simon recited Horn's order, and the youth disappeared into the warehouse. While waiting in the yard, Horn watched several hunters arrive, one carrying freshly killed hares, another purchasing fresh snare cord. He exchanged brief words with a bearded hunter and learned that each year numerous hunters journey to the Satan Mountains, some renowned across 3 or 4 neighboring towns. Their tools reflected remarkable ingenuity. Certain spring traps featured self-activating mechanisms that clamped shut the instant prey stepped upon them. When Tom loaded everything into the cart, Horn remembered he'd need hunting dogs, and asked Simon, "Do you know where in town I might find good hunting dogs? I'd like to select a few." Simon pointed southward. "Go to Old Ford. He keeps many hunting dogs all season by mountain hunts. Reliable ones." Horn thanked Simon and drove toward Old Ford's home. Their 20-some dogs were tethered in the yard, some powerfully built, others so gaunt their ribs showed clearly. As Horn made his selections, he favored lean dogs whose ears stood rigidly upright, and asked Old Ford to release them, observing which ran fastest and tracked scents most acutely. Nearby hunters watching chuckled. "Your criteria are oddly specific. Who chooses thin dogs? You should choose sturdy ones. They'll need strength to wrestle boars and deer." Horn paid no mind stroking a dog's ear as he replied, "I seek sharpness, not brute force. Slenderness grants agility. Keen ears detect prey long before sight does." In the end he selected 13 dogs, paid up, and had Old Ford help herd them onto the cart before setting off leisurely toward the estate. Old Ford's yard teemed with people. Several hunters brought their most unruly dogs, each eagerly presenting theirs to Horn. "Mr. Horn, behold Ironhead. Last month he fought 3 dogs and cracked a man's skull. No one dares keep him. 18 kroner, 5 less than usual." A stocky, portly hunter tugged a yellow dog whose bared fangs and low growls betrayed fierce resistance. Horn approached and placed his hand firmly atop the dog's head. It snapped upward. Horn didn't flinch, pressing down instead. "He'll do. Fierce enough, not cowardly." A tall, slender hunter hurried forward with a black-furred dog. "Mine's even fiercer. Last time chasing hares he broke one's leg, and he snarled at me too. 20 kroner, if you want him, take him." Horn studied the black dog, eyes wide for bristling muscles coiled, and nodded. "Keep him too. I want exactly this kind, unyielding." Within minutes Horn had chosen 12 young, powerful, aggressive dogs, each radiating raw, untamable intensity. The hunters found his preference strange, but eager to unload difficult-to-sell dogs, they offered steep discounts. All 12 cost only 200 kroner. Just as Horn turned to leave, his gaze fell upon a dog curled in the yard's corner, ancient, emaciated, patches of fur missing from its back revealing inflamed red skin, ears drooped, body utterly still, as if barely clinging to life. "Old Ford, is that yours?" "Looks near death," Horn asked as he approached. Old Ford sighed, crouching beside the dog to light his pipe. "Don't get me started, it's nothing but trouble. I bought him 6 months ago from a traveling merchant, hoping to train him for hunting. But he refuses to bond with anyone. Last time I took him and 2 other dogs into the mountains, we encountered a bear. I ordered him to distract it. He slipped behind the beast and sank his teeth into its hind leg. The bear thrashed wildly, and he fled first. Both other dogs were crushed." He tapped his pipe again. "Later I tried abandoning him deep in the woods, but he returned the next day fully recovered. Once gored by a wild boar and coughing blood, I thought he'd die, but within 2 days he was back on his feet. He moves in silence, then strikes with terrifying speed. 3 dogs once challenged him for food, he left them half dead." Horn knelt. The old dog slowly raised its head, its eyes blazing with vitality utterly unlike those of a dying creature. Horn smiled. "Far from failing, he's exceptionally perceptive, conserving his strength wisely. Why hasn't any hunter in town recognized that?" Old Ford shook his head. "They call him cursed. No one dares take him. If you're not superstitious, take him for 5 kroner. I'd be relieved to be rid of him." 5 kroner. Done. Horn handed over the coins, thinking this unassuming elder may prove more valuable than all the fierce ones combined. Jack, the worker who'd earlier cleared weeds from Horn's garden, now helped load the dogs onto the cart. Once the cart cleared the yard and entered a secluded lane, Jack pulled the reins and whispered, "Sir, why buy that old dog? Rumors say he's passed through 7 or 8 owners, and each died within a year. Even old Ford fears him enough to sell. Please, send him away before it's too late. Horn patted Jack's arm. I don't believe in ghost stories. This is merely a dog. Nothing more. He drew out 1 kroner and pressed it into Jack's palm. Thank you for the warning. Keep this and say nothing of it to anyone. Jack accepted the coin, hesitated, then seeing Horn's resolve fell silent. Horn guided the horse-drawn cart along secluded back lanes, deliberately avoiding the bustling center of town, fearing the 12 ferocious hounds aboard would draw crowds and invite trouble. Each hound was confined in a sturdy iron wire cage purchased earlier from the blacksmith, robust, economical, and designed so that no 2 dogs shared a single enclosure. Upon reaching the manor, Horn unloaded the cages one by one and placed them at the 4 corners of the courtyard, ensuring the dogs could not see one another. He approached the eldest hound's cage and silently recited the incantation of the simplified beast command arcanum, his fingers twitching faintly. The old hound, previously lying still inside its cage, fell abruptly silent, its gaze no longer fixed upon the other enclosures. Horn opened the cage. The hound did not lunge forth but followed him slowly for several paces. He then moved to another fierce hound's cage, applying the same arcane method before unlocking the door. Only thus could safety be assured, for left together these beasts would surely tear each other apart. Horn watched the dogs move about the courtyard independently, and a quiet sigh of relief escaped him. Gazing upon the 13 hounds now housed in the cellar, Horn felt no apprehension. They were bound to his will through the summoning class arcanum simplified beast command. Once successfully cast, absolute dominion over them was irrevocable. Kneeling beside a cage, he brushed his finger against the collar of a slumbering hound and murmured, unlike mine affecting arcana, this mark is affixed directly upon the beast's primal soul, a soul-like imprint devoid of life or self-awareness, governing every instinct and action. Even the fiercest hound cannot defy it. A dim lantern hung in the cellar, casting a warm amber glow across 2 long tables joined end to end. 13 cages stood in precise alignment upon the tables. 12 hounds slept with eyes closed. Only the ancient mangy one remained awake, lying listlessly within its cage, belly hollow with hunger, yet refusing even the raw beef steak placed beside it. This old creature, starving yet refusing the glistening slab of beef, truly unlike any other hound. Horn paused before its cage, glancing first at the richly marbled steak, then at the drooping ears of the beast, and said nothing more. Each slumbering hound wore a thick copper collar, curved to fit snugly around the neck, secured by an intricate clasp and inscribed with glyphs imperceptible to ordinary eyes. At the collar's apex rested a geometric insignia, a circle interlocked with a triangle. At that moment those glyphs and symbols shimmered with a soft cerulean radiance, while a slender rubber tube extended from each collar to a small glass flask containing faintly luminescent blue liquid. In a shadowed corner of the cellar, Horn sat upon a wooden stool swathed entirely in a heavy hooded robe that concealed his features completely. Before him rested a small wooden table. On the left lay a thick tome. On the right stood several inkwells, each labeled with a differently colored tag and each holding a goose quill pen. Though the cellar was dim, both book and inks emitted a gentle inner light, sufficient to illuminate every word and stroke without strain. Horn opened the tome, and frowned. Its script was minute, an alien. He had to consult a dictionary beside him, repeatedly translating line by laborious line, his progress painfully slow. He muttered aloud. It took 3 dictionary lookups just to decipher this glyph, and the syntax twists like smoke. Arcane texts are truly formidable. His quill danced across the notebook, sketching, annotating, marking passages of clarity in crimson ink. An hour passed. Horn closed the book and rubbed his aching eyes. Flipping through his notebook, he sighed. After all that effort, less than 1% understood, but at least I've acquired key arcane vocabulary and grasped some grammatical structure. Not wasted time. He pushed aside the small table and rose to stretch his limbs, yet even a single yawn left his body stiffened. No wonder most arcanists were frail, seated motionless for hours on end. How could vitality endure? With that thought he stepped backward, executed 2 flawless somersaults, then launched into a sharp, precise sequence of kicks and strikes, fists snapping forward, legs cutting through air, movements clean and decisive. Within minutes sweat glistened on his brow, and the stiffness began to melt away. Wiping his brow, Horn reflected, this combat regimen was drilled into me during special operations training. Never imagined it would serve me again in this world. Indeed, the Directorate of National Intelligence was not without merit. It had gathered elite specialists across disciplines from Gaul. Only such rigor could produce techniques so enduringly practical. After 2 final kicks, breath quickening, he paused, gazing at the hounds in their cages and the arcane tome upon the table, musing, tomorrow I must resume practicing beast command and press further into this grueling text. Mastery will come step by deliberate step. As he leaned against the cellar wall, damp with exertion, the image of his martial instructor surfaced unbidden. That master was extraordinary, not merely versed in swords, spears, and blades, but unmatched in unarmed combat, and uniquely versed in non-human martial arts. Horn recalled one demonstration the master wielded elven sword chant technique, blade-like tracing each motion like songs swift and lethal, leaving him spellbound. Fortunate indeed that the instructor recognized Horn's agility and endurance, yet lack of raw strength and explosive power, and thus tailored this very regimen for him. Running a hand over his forearm muscles, Horn murmured, "Had I trained in brute force styles, I'd have been broken long ago." He returned to the old hound's cage, eyeing the untouched steak, then pulled a fresh one from his pocket and tossed it inside. "Old one, I know your spirit is keen, but do not wage war upon your own hunger." This steak was freshly bought from the town butcher, tender, rich, alive, was sent. Just one bite. The hound lifted its eyelids, briefly glanced at the meat, then let its head sink once more, motionless. Horn exhaled, defeated. "Fine, you win. When hunger gnaws too fiercely, we'll see if you yield." Turning away from the elder hound, he approached the other 12 cages, the blue fluid in their flasks nearly exhausted. Time to test whether the arcanum had taken root. Horn opened the outermost cage, knelt, and gently placed his palm upon the hound's head, reciting the incantation, inwardly focusing his will, then whispered, "Open your eyes." The hound's eyes slowly parted, no longer blazing with feral fury but softened with docility. A spark of triumph flickered in Horn's chest as he commanded, "Lift your front leg." The hound obediently raised its forelimb, hesitated, then lowered it. Emboldened, Horn issued his next order, "Wag your tail." The tail stirred faintly, barely perceptible, yet unmistakably compliant. It worked. Success on the very first trial. Horn suppressed a low triumphant murmur. "Others begin with mice or rabbits, yet I chose these savage hounds. My starting point is far higher than theirs." Only the 13th hound, the ancient one, remained an enigma, stubbornly resisting control. Before ascending from the cellar to the main hall, Horn carefully removed his heavy hooded robe, folded it neatly, and stowed it inside a chest tucked deep into the cellar's corner. The robe, the arcane tome, his notes, and the flasks must remain unseen. Exposure would unravel his true identity as a former operative. He strode to a concealed safe embedded in the cellar's rear wall and tapped its surface. "Thank fortune I retained skills from the Directorate, reinforcing this vault with a false partition. All vital artifacts lie hidden behind it, rendering the exterior indistinguishable from an ordinary safe." Recalling rumors of the arcanum of hidden door detection, Horn assessed its principal. Sound waves travel uniformly through homogeneous materials, but shift velocity when encountering gaps or foreign substances, thereby revealing concealed passages. While layering secrets beneath secrets could foil detection, the most secure solution lay underwater. Soon he would redesign the cellar's modest pool, embedding the hidden entrance beneath its surface for ultimate concealment. Earlier, Horn had ordered workers to demolish the servants' quarters adjacent to the bathhouse, intending to construct a new bathing chamber triple the original size, yet construction had inexplicably halted. He recalled yesterday's exchange with the foreman. "Sir, all materials have arrived in the courtyard. When shall we resume work?" Horn had improvised, "Don't mention it. I'm temporarily short on funds. Haven't gathered enough for the remaining materials. Pause work for now. I'll summon you again once finances allow." The foreman asked no further questions, only nodded understood. "We await your call." Returning to the main hall, Horn spotted the newspaper lay neatly upon the table, delivered by Lily, the 16-year-old hourly maid. Each day Lily tidied his bedroom and swept the floors, always bringing the day's paper. "Sir, the paper is here. Your room has been cleaned and the floor polished." Her voice lingered in his memory as he picked up the paper and began flipping idly through its pages. The early pages carried routine reports on Prussia's annexation of 3 provinces, of little interest, until Horn turned to the middle section where a headline arrested his hand and sharpened his focus. This article aligned precisely with the task he intended to undertake next. Huen leaned against the cellar wall, wiping sweat. He felt the thin layer of sweat on his arm from practicing the kicking and striking technique, and thought of the coach who had taught him combat. That coach was truly skilled, proficient in all weapons, even able to perform the elven sword song, and had specifically studied non-human combat techniques. Back then the coach saw that he lacked strength and explosive power but was agile and could endure fatigue, so he specially tailored this set of kicking and striking techniques for him. It was just right for him just now. As he performed flips, punches, and kicks, he felt no strain. He turned and walked to the old dog's cage, took out a piece of raw steak from his pocket that still had some grease on it, and threw it in. "Old fellow, don't fight with your own stomach. This steak was just cut from the town butcher's shop. It's very fresh. Smell how fragrant it is." The old dog only lifted its drooping eyelids, glanced at the steak, then buried its head back into its paws, not even twitching its nose. Huen clicked his tongue and waved his hand helplessly. "Fine, you're tough. When you're so hungry you gnaw on the cage. We'll see if you're still stubborn." He stopped paying attention to the old dog and walked to the cages of the other 12 hounds. The blue liquid in the flask was almost at the bottom. He needed to quickly test whether the arcane art had succeeded. Huen opened the cage door on the far end, crouched down, and gently placed his palm on the hound's head. Silently reciting the incantation for simple beast control, he said softly in his mind, "Open your eyes." The hound's eyes, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened. There was none of its usual ferocity in its gaze, instead it showed a hint of obedience. Huen felt a surge of joy and commanded again, "Lift your front leg." The hound raised its front leg slightly, a small movement, but it truly obeyed. Even more delighted, Huen continued, "Wag your tail." The hound's tail gently swayed twice, brushing against the straw on the cage floor. It worked. It worked on the first try. Huen couldn't help but exclaim softly. He thought to himself, when others first learned this arcane art they used small creatures like mice and rabbits to practice. I directly use such a fierce hound, my starting point is indeed higher than theirs. It's just this 13th old dog that is really troublesome. I don't know when I'll be able to control it. Before returning from the cellar to the hall, Huen took off his hooded robe, folded it neatly, and stuffed it into a wooden box in the corner. This robe, the arcane books in the cellar, the notes, and the flask containing the blue liquid, all of these must not be seen by outsiders. If exposed, the fact that he was a secret agent would no longer be concealable. He then walked to the hidden small safe at the back of the cellar, and patted its body. Fortunately, I learned some tricks back at the Defense Intelligence Agency. I added a false bottom to this safe, hiding the important orders and files under the partition. On the surface it looks like an ordinary safe. No one would suspect there is a hidden compartment underneath. Huen recalled the secret door detection arcane art that Master Zai Siming had mentioned earlier. He muttered to himself, "That arcane art uses sound waves to detect hidden doors. In the same material, sound waves travel at the same speed, but if they encounter gaps or different materials, the speed changes. It's accurate every time." Although one could set up another secret door beneath the first to deal with it, the safest approach is to place the secret entrance underwater. I'll have to modify that small pool in the cellar later, hiding the entrance in the water. It's more secure. Earlier he had asked the workers to demolish the servants' room adjacent to the bathroom, planning to expand the bathroom to 3 times its original size. But yesterday the foreman came to him. "Mr. Huen, all the materials for the bathroom expansion have been delivered to the yard, enough bricks and cement. When should we start work again?" Huen could only make an excuse. "Don't mention it. I've been a bit short on cash lately. I haven't scraped together the remaining wages and material costs. Let's pause for a while and I'll call you back when I have the money." The foreman didn't ask further and only said, "All right, we'll withdraw the workers first and wait for your notice." Back in the hall, Huen immediately spotted the newspaper on the table. It was brought by the 16-year-old hourly maid Lily. Lily came every morning to help him tidy the bedroom and clean the rooms, and would also bring that day's newspaper from the town's newsstand. As she left just now, she said to him, "Sir, the newspaper is here. I've changed the bedsheets in the bedroom and mopped the floor. If you have any dirty laundry, just put it in the basin in the bathroom." Huen had replied, "I know, thank you for your hard work. I'll pay you tonight." He walked over, picked up the newspaper, and casually flipped through it. The first few pages were all news about the Pelushi Empire taking over the 3 eastern provinces of Galu. Huen didn't pay much attention until he flipped to the middle page, where a news item about a Pelushi authority announcement regarding the disposal of Galu people's property in the occupied region caught his eye. He stopped abruptly. This matter was related to his manor in Majizi and the several small shops he had exchanged before. He needed to read carefully. Huen spread the newspaper on the hall table, pointing at the column on the classification of residents in the Pelushi-occupied area, and read word by word. First-class former Galu officials and hereditary noble, second-class entrepreneurs and big merchants who control mines and steel mills. The property of these 2 classes is to be completely confiscated. He flipped back to the previous page, double-checked it twice, and scratched his head. Hey! Why didn't they mention bankers? The first 2 classes even include big merchants, yet bankers are wealthier than big merchants. How could they be left out? After thinking for a moment, Huen slapped his thigh. There must be backroom deals. Banks control the money. The Pelushi people need to use banks to conduct affairs in the occupied area. They wouldn't dare to casually confiscate their property. He also recalled that when he was training at the Defense Intelligence Agency, at least 6 of his peers had chosen the identity of accountant. Investigating bank secrets was their job, not his. He just needed to manage his own manor well. Putting down the newspaper, Huen leaned back in his chair and sighed in relief. According to the classification in the newspaper, he with the squire title but no real power living off real estate was classified as the 5th category. The authorities did not say they would confiscate property, they only mentioned that it could be requisitioned as needed when necessary. Fortunately it was the 5th category, no need to worry. Huen touched his pocket, which held the deed to the manor. "This property is the reward I earned by risking my life as a secret agent. If it were confiscated, I would be at a huge loss." He picked up the newspaper again, flipped to the bulletin board at the back, and his eyes suddenly stopped on a name. Shimi Keshin, buried in Majizi West Cemetery, plot 17. Huen's eyes lit up. Isn't this the prearranged signal? The name and the cemetery number match. He quickly looked further down and saw a business opening advertisement at the very bottom of the bulletin board. Qinxing Trading Company opens today, dealing mainly in rice flour, oil, and salt, also selling farm tools. Welcome neighbors to visit. Address beside the old mill at the east end of town. Huen took out a pencil and circled a few words in the advertisement. Rice, flour, neighbor. When taken apart and recombined, didn't they mean organized resistance? He tossed the pencil on the table and muttered to himself. It seems the organization wants to start resistance activities in Majizi. Huen stared at the advertisement for a while, then suddenly recalled the history of the Galu Revolution. Back then it was because the king divided citizens into classes, categorizing people into different ranks, that the uprising occurred. Now the Palushi are also implementing class divisions and confiscating the property of the first two classes. If this news spreads back to Galu, someone might want to reenact the revolution, taking this opportunity to reclaim the three provinces. He crumpled the newspaper into a ball, tossed it into the wastebasket, and leaned back in his chair again, pondering. They want me to carry out the order to organize resistance. How likely is success? He recalled how relieved he had been when he saw the classification earlier. He guessed that many people like him would not want to stir up trouble as long as their property was safe. If someone really urged me to stand up and resist the Palushi authorities, I would definitely refuse. Not betraying the advisor to the authorities would already be enough patriotism from me. Huen tapped his fingers on the table. But disobeying orders is also not an option. In Galu now, defying the orders of the Defense Intelligence Agency is equivalent to betrayal. Before the Palushi even make a move, my own people will deal with me first. Horn leaned back in the hall chair, pondering the situation at hand. Gaul was truly short on capable people these days, and he couldn't find a single one with the broad-mindedness of Emperor Aignan. Most were short-sighted, insisting that their subordinates obey without question, showing no willingness to discuss or negotiate. Take my immediate supervisor, for instance. Last time he ordered me to investigate the Prussian supply depot. There were more guards than ants, yet he insisted I could slip in. Didn't I nearly get caught in the end? The same now. Orders have come down, and regardless of how difficult they are, one must steel oneself and carry them out. He stood up, grabbed his coat, and headed straight out. He needed to find old Simon. A few days ago he had balked at the old man's asking price of 2,200 crowns, deeming it extortionate. But now he had come to his senses. If the experience proved useful, the money was well spent. Perhaps it could even buy him a life in the Satan Mountains. Arriving at Simon's house, Horn knocked. From within came the sound of a pipe tapping against the door. When it opened, Simon poked his head out, surprised to see him. Why have you come again? Aren't you the one who complained my price was extortionate, and walked away? A few days ago I was mistaken. Horn scanned the courtyard. You've been hunting in the mountains for years. Your experience must be invaluable. 2,200 crowns for a life saved. It's worth it. The old man stepped aside, his eyes holding something different, no longer so casual. Horn walked to the wooden table inside and placed the check upon it. Here's a check. Take it first. I've nearly finished buying the tools I need. If this works, have your people tell me what to watch for when entering the mountains, or help me mark the dangerous spots on the map. Simon picked up the check, glanced at it, but instead of putting it away, rolled it into a paper tube and held it to his pipe. It caught fire immediately. He crumpled the burning check and dropped it to the ground, stamping it out. You lad are the only fool in town willing to pay for experience. Horn was stunned. What do you mean? Do you think it's too little, or are you unwilling to teach? It's not about the amount. Nobody's willing to buy. The old man sat back in his rocking chair, picking up his woodcarving. Every new hunter in town has heard my story. Who doesn't know I can teach them the tricks? Yet not a single one has been willing to pay. They all think themselves clever, believing they can figure out the techniques after hearing just the basics. Horn's gaze fell upon the bare skin on the floor, complete and with smooth fur. Following his look, the old man said, take a good look at this bare skin. Estimate its value. How much could it fetch in town? And what about in a big city? Horn crouched and ran his hand over the pelt. In Magus 100 crowns would easily fetch a buyer. In a big city like Cochin's with its wealthy folk, it could sell for 300 to 500 crowns, 3 to 5 times the price. The old man stopped his carving and looked up at him. You really know your worth. Your estimates are sharp. It seems you're not just looking to buy experience, you've done your own homework. I dealt with merchants when I was a tailor. I know a thing or two about pricing. Horn stood up. So the hunters in town aren't unwilling to buy experience because they can't afford it. They can afford it. The old man huffed. From September to November entering the mountains you need at least 10 such bear skins just to survive, not to mention snow, foxes and sables, which are worth far more. Any hunter who can hold his ground in the mountains can earn several thousand crowns a year without difficulty. 2,200 crowns is nothing to them. They simply refuse to spend it, believing that knowing the key points is enough to figure out the techniques themselves. And indeed quite a few have succeeded. Horn asked again. Everyone in town says you're the best hunter. Is that true? The old man smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. The best. That's all nonsense. Many hunters think they're better than me. They've simply heard my stories about entering the mountains and benefited from my advice, so they're too embarrassed to claim the title over me. Horn recalled the old man's earlier mention of hunting with only a spade and rope. He couldn't help but ask, is there anyone who has reached the level you described, hunting with nothing but a spade or rope and the plants of the mountains? At these words the old man's face darkened instantly. He set down his wood, and his tone turned sharp. When did I say that was my peak? You must have misheard. Besides, hunting with traps is hardly simple. You must play games with your prey, divert its attention, and the effort and time required far exceed that of using a gun or crossbow. I'm old now. My body can't handle it anymore. Seeing the old man's displeasure, Horn quickly said, I misunderstood. Please don't take it to heart. I simply want to know what else I should pay attention to in the mountains besides tools to stay safe. The old man did not answer immediately. He slowly filled his pipe with tobacco. Only the sound of wind rustling through leaves filled the courtyard. Horn did not press, knowing the old man was weighing whether to speak further. Horn sat in the hall chair, his mind turning over the current state of Gaul. The more he thought, the more disheartened he became. There was simply no one in Gaul now with the broad-mindedness of Emperor Agnon. Most were short-sighted, insisting that their subordinates obey without question. His own immediate supervisor was exactly like that. Even when orders were impossible to fulfill, they had to be carried out regardless. He sighed, rose, grabbed his coat, and hurried out, making his way directly to old Simon's house. A few days ago he had refused the old man's asking price of 2,200 crowns, deeming it too high. But now his thinking had changed. If Simon's experience proved useful, the money was well spent. Perhaps it could save his life at a critical moment. Arriving at old Simon's house, Horn knocked. When the door opened and Simon saw who it was, he was clearly startled. There was no trace of his usual sly smile, but his eyes held something different. Horn didn't mince words. He walked straight into the house and placed the check he had signed before leaving on the wooden table. Old man, this is a check for 2,200 crowns. Take it. I need your experience. Have your people bring what needs to be moved. I've already nearly finished buying the tools I need myself. Simon picked up the check from the table, barely glanced at it, rolled it into a tube with his fingers and held it to the pipe in his mouth. It caught fire instantly. The check burned to ashes in moments. The old man casually swept the ashes onto the floor and stamped them out with his foot. You lad are the only fool in town willing to pay for experience. Every new hunter in town has heard my story. Who doesn't know I can trade experience with them? Yet not a single one has been willing to pay. Horn was stunned for a moment, then replied, perhaps others simply don't have as much spare money as I do. Simon pointed to a bear skin spread on the floor. Estimate this bear skin. How much could it fetch in our town? And what about if transported to a big city? Horn crouched and ran his hand over the pelt. In town 100 crowns would easily sell it. In a big city the price could triple or quintuple. At least 300 crowns and up to 500. Simon nodded, impressed. You truly know your worth. Your estimates are sharp. Let me tell you, every year from September to November any hunter who survives the mountains can bag at least 10 bear skins like this, not to mention more valuable game. Hunters who can hold their ground in the mountains can earn several thousand crowns a year without difficulty. 2,200 crowns is nothing to them. It's just that nobody's willing to buy experience. Horn asked curiously, why? Experience could save them so many detours. Why are they unwilling to buy? Simon pursed his lips. They believe that knowing the key points is enough to figure out the techniques themselves. And indeed quite a few have succeeded. Besides, everyone in town calls me the best hunter. But that's far from the truth. Many hunters think they're superior to me. They've simply heard my stories and benefited from them, so they're too embarrassed to claim they're better than me. Horn recalled the old man's earlier mention of hunting with only a spade or rope and the power of nature. He asked again, old man, is there anyone who has reached the level you described, hunting with nothing but a spade or rope and the forces of nature? The moment he finished speaking, Simon's expression darkened. Frowning, he said, when did I say that was my peak? Don't go twisting my words. Besides, hunting with traps is hardly simple. You must outreach your prey, divert, and control its attention. It requires far more effort and time than using a gun or crossbow. I'm old now. My body can't handle it anymore. Seeing the old man's displeasure, Huan quickly said, I misunderstood. Please don't take it to heart. I simply want to learn more about hunting in the mountains to ensure I can stay safe. Simon did not respond. He merely put his pipe back in his mouth and smoked slowly, his gaze drifting out the window, lost in thought. Huan crouched by the stream in Yinia Valley, clutching a piece of hard dry cheese in his hand. He chewed the tasteless morsel absently, his mind preoccupied with deeper thoughts. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he murmured, Back when I studied tailoring, my master always said to make a fine garment you must first learn to distinguish each fabric, how coarse linen differs from fine silk, how wool and rabbit fur offer different warmth. It takes 3 to 5 years to truly master that. Isn't hunting the same now? Old man Shimeng's broad path is to first thoroughly understand the prey's habits and the forest's rules, build a solid foundation, then gradually improve. But I don't have that kind of time. He recalled his days learning tailoring 6 years ago. Back then, identifying fabrics alone took him 3 years, and it wasn't until the 7th year that he dared to make high-end garments independently. But now it was different. The National Defense Intelligence Bureau's orders weighed heavily on him. He had to show results within 2 months at the latest. Following the conventional path, he would never make it in time. His master had once mentioned a shortcut, saying it progressed quickly in the early stages but would drain one's potential, and later it felt like walking a tightrope atop a towering cliff. One misstep and everything would shatter. Huan gritted his teeth and shoved the remaining cheese into his mouth. But now the only way out of his predicament was to take the shortcut. Any slower, and it would be too late. This was already Huan's 13th day in Yinia Valley. Yinia Valley lay deep within the Sadan Mountains, surrounded by unbroken mountain ranges. A stream ran through the middle of the valley, its banks thick with lush grass. Such rich, fertile water and grass had attracted several hundred adult wild buffalo, each with thick curved horns, looking formidable and ill-tempered. The valley also teemed with smaller animals like rats and rabbits scurrying about. Yet no predatory beast dared to venture in casually. It was said that a wolf once intruded and was gored to death by the herd. After that, no one dared to approach. In truth, old man Shimeng hadn't originally planned to bring Huan here so early. He had told him earlier, When you've completed more than half of the basic training and can identify the tracks of over 10 types of prey, then I'll take you into Yinia Valley. Back then Huan grew anxious and explained to the old man, Old man, I know the broad path is steady, but I don't have that kind of time. Let me tell you, there's a shortcut that lets you master skills quickly in the early stages, though the later risks are high. I have to take this path, otherwise I can't deliver on my mission in 2 months. Old man Shimeng was stunned for a moment, staring at Huan for a long while before he sighed and said, Kid, you're just as stubborn as I was when I was young. Fine, I'll let you try the shortcut training. But remember, if you feel you can't hold on, stop immediately. Don't force it. At that time Huan also noticed that the old man's eyes held not only worry but also a glimmer of expectation, as if he too hoped Huan could master the skills quickly. Ever since entering the Sadan Mountains, Huan's meals had been terrible. Every morning he chewed dried meat shreds, at noon it was cheese slices, and at evening was the same 2 items. His mouth was so bland it felt like he might grow feathers. Last night he even dreamed of sitting in a small tavern in town with a large platter of roasted lamb chops and a bowl of braised meat soup before him. Just as he reached out to grab it, he woke up. When he opened his eyes this morning, his stomach growled with hunger more intense than usual. Huan fished out the last bit of dried meat from his pack, tore off a small piece, and chewed with difficulty. If I keep eating like this, I'll waste away before I even learn the skills. After this training is over, I'm definitely going to town for a proper meal, order roasted lamb chops and braised meat soup, and eat to my heart's content. After eating, he stood up, brushed the grass clippings off his pants, and looked toward the herd. The wild buffalo were grazing with their heads down, showing no signs of activity. Huan calculated in his mind that today he would try to communicate with the valley's rabbits using the simplified beast manipulation technique. This was the first step of the shortcut training, and he had to practice diligently without delay. Huan sat on a rock chewing on the tasteless dried meat, pondering. He had once imagined that spending time with old man Shimeng in the mountains might involve a cheerful, lively picnic, or sitting around a campfire chatting at night. Now it was clear he had been overthinking. He looked up at old man Shimeng, who stood not far away under a tree. The old man's eyes swept the surroundings and his ears twitched occasionally. His expression was extremely serious, a stark contrast to the leisurely image of him smoking a pipe and slowly carving wood in town. Huan couldn't help but speak up. Old man, your eyes are completely different from when you're in town. You look like you're about to catch prey. Old man Shimeng didn't even turn his head, his voice low. In the mountains you have to be like this. A moment of carelessness and you might lose your life. Huan nodded, recalling the hardships he had endured in the first few days after entering the Sadan Mountains. First there was the heavy outfit he wore, which was particularly uncomfortable. He tugged at the sleeve of the garment, and said to Old Man Shimeng, "This outfit is too heavy. It's not separate for top and bottom, and it even has a hood leaving only the eyes, ears, and nostrils exposed. Wearing it during the day I'm drenched in sweat, taking it off at night I can shake out half a liter of water." Old Man Shimeng finally turned around and looked at him, saying, "This outfit has guaranteed my safe movement in the forest for decades. The outer layer of thick canvas is scratch-resistant, and the inner layer of leather is waterproof. It's a secret craft of mine. Don't complain about its weight. When it counts it can save your life." Huen curled his lip and moved on to the food. "And this food, you've removed all the aroma from the dried meat and cheese. It's tasteless to eat and doesn't smell good either. It only fills the stomach. Aroma attracts predators. In the mountains, staying alive is more important than eating well." Old Man Shimeng finished speaking and walked toward the hunting dogs. They had brought a total of 15 hunting dogs, only 2 of which belonged to Old Man Shimeng. One of them, named Jifeng, had a glossy coat and ran exceptionally fast, far more handsome than Huen's Lao Mao. Huen watched Lao Mao gnawing on a bone on the ground and said to Old Man Shimeng, "I hesitated at first about whether to bring Lao Mao into the mountains. But he's usually obedient and doesn't bark randomly, so I decided to bring him." Old Man Shimeng crouched down, stroked Jifeng's head and said, "At first I didn't agree to you bringing a hunting dog because most hunting dogs have wild temperaments and bark as soon as they see prey which would invite trouble. That's a threat. But later I saw that your dog doesn't make unnecessary noise and can be trained as a helper, so I agreed." Huen didn't think much of it, and failed to notice that Old Man Shimeng was actually suspicious of his identity. As a top hunter, the old man could read a dog's temperament. A dog trained as well as Huen's was not something an ordinary hunter could achieve. But Old Man Shimeng didn't call him out. He was more concerned about whether these hunting dogs could be useful. From the moment they entered the mountains, Huen's training officially began. Because there was no time to follow a step-by-step approach, as soon as Old Man Shimeng spotted prey, he would teach Huen the hunting method and have him verify it on the spot. In the first few days around the mountains, Huen nearly died several times. Once he encountered a wild boar, and if Old Man Shimeng hadn't timely set a trap, the boar would have gored him. On the 4th day they ventured deeper into the mountains, encountering more and more ferocious beasts. Huen saw a land dragon twice. The first time a Tyrannosaurus was feasting on a grizzly bear. The Tyrannosaurus looked terrifying, its claws larger than his hand. The second time he saw a pack of raptors hunting prey. The raptors ran incredibly fast, their teeth glinting coldly. Huen was so frightened he dared not move. Old Man Shimeng didn't ask him to challenge these dangerous beasts. Instead, he took out a special steel wire from his pocket, flicked his fingers, and the wire shot out. In no time it killed the Tyrannosaurus. Huen watched dumbfounded. "Old man, your skill is incredible." Old Man Shimeng put away the steel wire and said, "These beasts are too dangerous. You can't handle them yet." On the 7th day, Old Simon led Huen to a valley. The place was lush with grass, drawing many herbivores to graze and in turn attracting numerous predators, an ideal spot to hone one's skills. Old Simon gestured at the animals in the valley and said, "There's a wide variety here. Start with the easy ones, practice catching rabbits and mice first, then gradually take on bigger prey." He then brought up the method of the unobstructed path. Follow the unobstructed path. Once you learn a skill, you must practice it repeatedly until you're proficient. Then slowly ponder it. Practice makes perfect. Only when you've gained your own insights can you truly master it, and only then can you learn more advanced techniques. Now that you're taking a shortcut, you'll need to be even more diligent or problems will easily arise. Huen nodded, understanding inwardly. Though he was on a shortcut, he couldn't slack off on the necessary effort, otherwise he could lose his life at any moment in these mountains. Huen finished the last bite of the tasteless dried meat, took 2 more sips of water, and sat on a rock to rest for half an hour. During this time, Old Simon remained silent, simply watching the activity in the valley, occasionally adjusting the ropes around his body. Huen knew that the old man had originally intended to teach him step by step, but now there wasn't enough time. He could only cram everything he knew into Huen's mind, regardless of whether he could digest it. "Let's go. Back to the treehouse." Old Simon stood up and led the way toward a large tree nearby. Huen quickly followed, only to discover that the old man had long ago built passages between the tree houses of several large trees using ropes. The dense network of ropes resembled a giant spiderweb, and the mid-air passage between the tree houses was only wide enough for one person to walk sideways with access via rope ladders. Huen grabbed the rope ladder and climbed up. Just as he reached the treehouse entrance, he heard a whooshing sound. Looking up, he saw Old Simon inside the treehouse, juggling several daggers like a performer, tossing them up and down in the air. The blades spun in circles, looking dangerously close to causing harm. "Old man, are you going to teach me how to hunt with throwing knives?" Huen scrambled into the treehouse and frowned. I don't have time to practice this. I've tried throwing knives before and half of them hit with the hilt, completely useless. Old Simon stopped his motion, catching the last dagger in his hand, and looked at Huan. Who said I'm teaching you throwing knives? Today I'll teach you how to escape. Escape? Huan was stunned. Isn't that what you taught before? How to retreat. When in danger, run fast and use the exit routes you've scouted beforehand. Old Simon hesitated for a moment before speaking. What I taught before was retreat. You need to survey the terrain in advance, find escape routes, and estimate potential accidents. But in the mountains, can everything really go according to plan? When hunting in the Sa Dan Mountains, accidents happen at any time. Every month top hunters die here and most are killed by unforeseen events. He paused and pointed toward the depths of the mountain range. The experts die more easily because they dare to venture deeper into the mountains where there are countless unknown dangers. To survive here you need to understand escape, not a pre-planned retreat, but how to flee from the jaws of death when an unexpected situation arises. I won't insist you master other skills right now, but escape must be familiar. It's the most crucial. Huan scratched his head and asked with confusion. Old man, I just don't get it. You're willing to share the secret of concealment with others, like how to use that thick clothing, but you keep the secret of escape to yourself. Is your heart warm or cold? Old Simon lowered his head thought for a moment, and his expression grew serious. I've never really thought about it. Maybe I've been waiting for someone willing to pay. I told others the secret of concealment because I couldn't bear to see young hunters die in the mountains within a year. When I was young, people in Majizi town cried every day, families whose hunters never returned. Those days were too painful. As for the secret of escape, he looked up at Huan, a complex glint in his eyes. Only experts who venture deep into the mountains need it. These people aren't short of money, but no one is willing to spend 2200 kroner for experience. I have nothing to feel guilty about. I've given everyone a chance and the requirement isn't difficult, just be willing to pay for your own life. If they think their life isn't worth 2200 kroner, they can only blame themselves when they die. After saying this, Old Simon shoved one of the daggers into Huan's hand, the blade facing outward. Take it. First practice standing steady on the rope. Later I'll teach you how to use the dagger to cut the rope and escape if a beast charges at you. Huan grasped the cold dagger, pondering the old man's words. He suddenly felt that although the old man seemed aloof, there was something different hidden in his heart. At least he hadn't let young hunters die in vain and was willing to teach life-saving skills. Old Simon held out the dagger to Huan, but he didn't take it. Instead, he shook his head and said, Old man, this dagger is useless to me. Your dagger is meant for dealing with herds of wild bison. The blade is only 2 inches long. It can't penetrate the fat and muscle beneath the bison's hide. It's only good for cutting the carotid artery or severing the spinal cord. But what I need to do now is climb cliffs and explore terrain. I have no use for this. He pointed to the medical kit in his backpack. I have a scalpel in my kit. It's made of high-grade white steel, cold forged with a blade far sharper than your dagger. If I get tangled in a rope while climbing a cliff, it'll be much easier to cut with the scalpel. Old Simon glanced at his medical kit and didn't insist. He put the dagger away. Fine, use whatever you want. As long as it keeps you alive. Huan shouldered his backpack and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down. Back in his special forces training, climbing cliffs wasn't difficult for him. He was quite skilled. But this time Old Simon simply said, Be careful, find stable footholds. Without giving any further guidance. He was on his own. He stood at the cliff's edge, closed his eyes, and ran through all the skills the old man had taught him over the past 10-odd days. How to identify prey tracks, set simple traps, and judge direction by listening to the wind. Right, the old man also said that a good hunter must be methodical. Huan opened his eyes, muttering to himself. On the 3rd day after entering the Sa Dan Mountains, I noticed that before hunting he always circled the area first to familiarize himself with the terrain. He often said, if you don't know where you are or where you've set your traps, you're just asking to die. He walked to a protruding rock at the cliff's edge and stood on it, gazing out over the valley. But after staring for a long time, he felt troubled. He had no idea which parts of the valley were slippery with mud and which were dry, where the pika burrows were, or even the height of the grass, or whether there were rocks hidden in the vegetation. Without knowing the terrain, I don't even dare approach the herd. Huan frowned. He had learned methods to estimate terrain features through observation, but the old man hadn't clearly explained how to apply them or given a real-world demonstration. Now he had no idea how to use them. The more he looked, the more Huan felt that predicting terrain was a difficult skill. He could only rely on guesswork. He tried to apply the observation methods he had learned, judging wind direction from the tilt of the grass, estimating moisture from the color of the rocks. He committed these guesses to memory, then grabbed the vines nearby and carefully began his descent. After climbing down the cliff, Hua-en first took an upwind position. He didn't rush toward the herd nearby but instead crouched low and slowly moved along the valley's edge. He wanted to compare the terrain he had guessed in his mind with the actual terrain to see how accurate his guesses were. After walking for about an hour, Hua-en stopped to check the grass on the left side. He had guessed the soil was slippery, and indeed it felt sticky underfoot. The area near the rock pile on the right, he had guessed the ground was dry and he didn't sink in. Even the spots where he guessed Pika burrows might be were mostly correct. All in all, his accuracy was about 70%. Not bad, the accuracy is decent. Hua-en breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was thanks to his enhanced perception. Before, my vision wasn't this good. Now I can clearly see the herd in the distance and the tiny footprints in the grass. My discernment is far better than an ordinary person's. This is the reward for giving up strength. He recalled Master Zai Siming's words and stopped to touch his temple. The master also said that when my body was adjusted, something like neural pathways were reserved. There's a unique training method that can stimulate these channels and make perception even stronger. I'll have to practice that properly when I have time. If my perception improves a bit more, I'll probably be even more accurate when guessing terrain next time. Hua-en crouched down using the grass as cover and continued observing the valley. He noted down the terrain guesses he hadn't yet verified, planning to check them slowly later. He needed to thoroughly understand the valley's terrain before he could approach the herd and practice the simple beast control technique. Horn crouched at the cliff's edge, catching his breath when a fragment of conversation he'd overheard earlier, about assassin advancement, suddenly surfaced in his mind. He muttered under his breath, I've heard assassins can ascend to the Hawkeye tier, a sacred mark warrior type often trained as aerial riders serving as the battlefield's all-seeing eye. If only I possessed such ability, surveying terrain would be effortless. He patted the small scrap of paper tucked against his chest, the very one bearing his recent valley survey notes, and mentally retraced the topography. He corrected a prior misjudgment. The left patch of grass concealed loose gravel beneath, not mud as he'd originally recorded. Now revised, this adjustment ensured the tripwires would be placed with precision. Having secured the paper, Horn hoisted his tool-laden backpack and scaled back up the cliff face using thick vines. Opening the pack, he found it filled mostly with rope. A wry smile crossed his lips as he pulled out one coil. This expedition carries more rope than anything else. Every inch of the valley must be strung with tripwires. When the herd stampedes, these lines will buy precious seconds. He then withdrew several tightly braided lassos, weighing them thoughtfully in his palm. Who would have imagined rope held such lethal versatility? Not until I witnessed old Simon's mastery, how he carved paths through mountain ranges armed with nothing but an iron spade and a single length of cord. In skilled hands, such a lasso is no mere tool. It is a blade that swings between life and death. Over the course of half an hour, Horn laid tripwires along every likely escape route the herd might take. He concealed spare scalpels and a small iron spade deep within crevices and tall grass, murmuring softly, all stowed within reach the moment they're needed. Once finished, he climbed once more to the cliff's highest projection, scanning the valley below with sharp, methodical eyes. Satisfied that nothing had been overlooked, he nodded firmly. Done. Nothing missed. Time to descend. Clutching the vines, he slid silently down to the valley floor, then dropped low and began crawling toward the herd on his belly. His ink-green tunic appeared oddly textured, but sealed scent completely. Trained by old Simon in silent movement, he now advanced with near total silence. After 15 minutes of crawling, Horn halted 5 meters from a massive bull, holding his breath as he watched, its head bowed, grazing steadily, tail swaying lazily, utterly unaware of his presence. Slowly he drew the scalpel from his medical kit, its blade gleaming cold and lethal, then swept his gaze across the surrounding herd, confirming no eyes were upon him. In one fluid motion he surged upright and struck. The scalpel bit deep, razor-sharp, unerring, plunging straight into the bull's spine at its center, vanishing entirely beneath the hide. With a subtle lateral flick of his wrist, Horn slit the dorsal musculature open. The blade's tip pierced the vertebrae itself. The bull emitted no sound, not even a groan, before collapsing with a heavy thud. The impact startled the herd. Several nearby cattle lifted their heads, staring first at the fallen beast, then locking eyes with Horn. Soon 2 wild bulls ambled forward, lowering their horns to lift the wounded animal, but it lay helpless, emitting mournful guttural moos, unable to rise. Then a low collective growl rose from the entire herd. Every bovine froze mid-motion and turned as one toward Horn, eyes once placid now burning crimson, fierce and terrifying. Horn tightened his grip on the scalpel, knowing instantly that trouble had just escalated beyond measure. Before the herd fully registered the threat, he broke into flight, and by the time fury ignited into pursuit, he was already 20 meters ahead. Yet the thunderous charge of hundreds of beasts shook the earth so violently it stunned him. Sprinting for his life, he glanced back, to see the first tripwire claim its victims. A dozen bulls sprawled motionless in its wake. Some lay with broken necks, others were trampled beneath hooves. Though fewer fell than anticipated, the devastation exceeded expectations, brutal, efficient, merciless. But Horn had laid more than one line of defense. He veered toward another ambush point, launching a grappling line into the herd, entangling 4 hooves of a lead bull. As it crashed down, it dragged others with it. Horn hurled the line and sprinted for the valley's rim, where thick vines hung from ancient trees. Hot breath roared behind him. Just as he leapt, a sharp sting flared in his calf. He seized the vine, but the impact tore it loose from its anchor, sending it swinging downward. He landed squarely atop a bull's broad back, pushed off hard, and bounded across its spine toward the cliff's edge. The herd erupted in furious bellows. He vaulted over 2 more beasts onto the vine, now taut and secure. While checking his calf wound, he realized his enhanced operative sensory dampening prevented pain-based assessment. As he peered down at the churning mass below, a piercing shrill cry snapped him back to full alertness. A violent gust struck from behind. He released the vine and dropped sideways to evade. Fire seared his shoulder as a colossal shadow blotted out the sky, a giant lizard, wings vast and leathery hind legs, powerfully muscled talons gleaming like scythes, hovering midair, its grotesque head swaying with predatory menace. Horn pressed his back against the cliff wall, scalpel raised in defiance, when another shriek split the air and a second lizard streaked overhead. Dismissing Horn as insignificant, the creature dove toward the valley floor, its target clearly the fallen bull. Horn thrust his left arm upward, the vine arm coiled like a living shield, intercepting the descending talons. But the shield proved too narrow. The lizard extended its sinuous neck and lunged, tearing away Horn's hood to reveal his pallid, bloodless face. Instantly Horn yanked his left hand free, sending the vine whipping outward to snare the creature's clawed feet. Seizing inspiration, he swung himself backward along the vine, executed a flawless aerial somersault, and landed astride the lizard's back, his legs locking tight around its torso, spikes biting deep into his right flank. His left hand clamped onto the base of the left wing, while his scalpel slashed downward with brutal force, directly into the wing's vital joint. The beast screamed. Horn seemed to grasp the meaning of that shriek, glancing toward the distant lizard now tearing into the fallen bull. He tried to break free, but his legs remained locked in place, trapped by the creature's own thrashing limbs. The whistle of wind slicing past his ears grew deafening. He hacked wildly at the wing joint, acrid stench and gale-force winds screaming one truth: death was imminent. He squeezed his eyes shut, yet no fatal blow came. Instead, a soft, wet thump echoed, followed by a final agonized shriek. Blinking open, he saw old Simon standing at the cliff's edge, bow drawn, a massive crossbow cradled in his arms. Horn felt the talons loosen, then he was hurled violently into the air, wind roaring past his ears. Twisting mid-flight, he looked down. The great lizard beat its wounded wings, frantically struggling to free itself from the tightening coils of vine, each desperate jerk only binding it tighter. Horn sucked in a sharp breath mid-air, fought to realign his body, and regained equilibrium just in time. Spotting a sturdy bull below, he angled his descent, feet aimed squarely at its broad, muscular back. The moment his boots touched hide, he dropped into a deep crouch, absorbing the shock effortlessly. Before the bull could react, Horn sprang again, leaping from spine to spine. He knew instinctively landing on solid ground now would be far deadlier. Unseen lizards might still lurk among the rocks and grass. A sudden violent crash, echoed behind him. Horn whirled around instantly. At the cliff's edge, 2 great lizards clashed with the herd. One, riddled with wounds, bled freely down its scaled flanks, fighting a losing battle for survival. The other, though wing damaged, still managed brief, powerful flaps, using its aerial advantage to rake claws across bovine backs, leaving deep crimson gashes. He had to flee, immediately. Horn dared not waste a second. Leaping off the back of the last wild bison, he sprinted headlong toward the valley's exit. As he ran, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, wild bisons traveled in tight herds and rarely scattered to pursue enemies, otherwise he would never have escaped today. After only a few strides, Horn spotted the grappling line he'd earlier laid on the ground and snatched it up without hesitation. He halted abruptly, a sudden resolve crystallizing in his mind. Those 2 giant lizards had to be eliminated. Leaving them alive was an unacceptable threat. Gripping the grappling line tightly, he swung it with all his strength. It whirled through the air with a sharp hum before launching toward the lizard, still capable of flapping its massive wings. He made no precise aim. The line had been taught to him by old Simon, engineered with 3 interlocking loops that would automatically coil around any target upon contact. The first loop ensnared the lizard's wing. Horn instantly hurled the second and third. By sheer chance, multiple lines tangled tightly across the creature's enormous wings, intertwining further with dangling vines from above. The lizard strained to take flight, but its wings were pinned and weighted down by the lines and vines. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, the vines coiling ever tighter, until finally it could no longer rise at all. At last, it was done. Horan exhaled in profound relief and turned to dash for the valley's rim. When he reached the cliff's edge, an inexplicable surge of elation flooded his chest, so overwhelming that he failed to notice old Simon approaching beside him. "What are you staring at?" Old Simon's voice broke through his daze. Horan snapped back to awareness and turned to him, puzzled. "Old man, back there it was life or death. Why didn't you warn me?" Old Simon remained silent, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the chaotic battlefield below. Only after a long heavy pause did he speak. "You cheated death just now. How does it feel? Did you glean anything new?" Before Horan could even begin to formulate an answer, a piercing guttural shriek tore through the sky, a sound that sent chills deep into the marrow. "Move, now." Old Simon's expression hardened instantly. Seizing Horan's arm, he yanked him forward into the forest, shouting, "Today you'll witness true evasion technique." They raced beneath the treehouse Horan had built. With a swift gesture, old Simon signaled, and 2 hunting dogs leapt down, his own swift hound Zephyr and another black-furred dog. "Go, fetch your dog," old Simon shouted as he scrambled up the rope ladder. "Hurry. That cry belongs to the mountain sky eagle. It'll be here any moment." "Yes, sir," Horan replied, instantly pivoting toward his own treehouse. Yet even as he ran, a question flickered in his mind. What exactly is this mountain sky eagle, that it should make old Simon tremble? Reaching his treehouse, Horan fumbled desperately with the knots tied to the trunk, ropes slithering like living serpents through the branches. The moment the final knot gave way, the rope-constructed platform above collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming instantly into a vast net that engulfed all his belongings within. "What is this?" Horan stared, momentarily stunned at the object beneath the net, a peculiar compact cart, half a meter wide, 2 meters long, mounted on 16 wheels affixed to snow sled runners, lightweight yet astonishingly sturdy. With no time to ponder, he hastily bundled his gear into the net, secured it firmly to the cart, and hitched the cart to his hunting dog. In under half a minute he was ready. Glancing up, he saw old Simon already waiting ahead, flanked by his 2 dogs holding the reins of an identical cart. "Go, no delays," old Simon barked, bolting forward. Horan surged after him, muttering inwardly, "I've spent weeks in the Satan Mountains, but I've never seen the old man this urgent. Just how terrifying is this mountain sky eagle?" Together they fled through the woods, dogs straining, carts rattling, covering nearly 2 kilometers before Horan heard a shrill escalating shriek behind them, sharper and more harrowing than before, raising gooseflesh along his scalp. He glanced back, and saw a stampede, rabbits, deer, even several young boars fleeing in blind panic as if pursued by some unseen terror. Then whoosh! A dozen giant lizards burst through the canopy, claws flashing. Each seized the fleeing creature mid-stride, hoisted it high, then hurled it down with brutal force, screams echoing across the forest floor. Horan's heart leapt into his throat. He dared not look back again, only ran, eyes locked on old Simon's retreating figure. They fled relentlessly, throughout the entire day, until the sun dipped below the horizon, and only then did old Simon slow his pace. Along the way, Horan witnessed the old man's mastery, pausing frequently, to crouch and examine footprints or tilt his head to catch distant sounds, each time discerning danger with uncanny precision, guiding them safely around every peril. Once they encountered a leopard, uninterested, merely glancing their way before ambling off. Another time a brown bear advanced with clear hostility. Old Simon raised his crossbow and fired a single bolt, embedding it precisely at the bear's feet. The beast recoiled instantly and fled. It had taken 7 days to enter the Satan Mountains, but their retreat lasted only 3. During those 3 days they slept barely 4 hours each night, not marching but fleeing outright. As they fled, Horan grasped the depth of the old man's preparation. At regular intervals he located hidden sanctuaries, some caves stocked with sealed freshwater medicine and compressed rations clearly prepared long in advance. By dusk on the 3rd day they emerged from the Satan Mountains. Ahead lay Magastown, but something was deeply wrong. The streets stood eerily empty, not a soul in sight. Every door and window was tightly shuttered, many reinforced with nailed wooden planks, an unsettling, unnatural stillness. Yet old Simon showed no surprise, as though he had foreseen it all. Turning to Horan, he said firmly, "Go home. Gather only what you absolutely must take. In 15 minutes I'll be waiting at the town gate. Remember, essentials only, no delays." Horan nodded and sprinted toward his estate. The closer he drew, the more dread coiled in his gut. His estate's windows were shattered, furniture and bedding strewn wildly across the courtyard in grotesque disarray. The stables were the most harrowing. The gate hung open, and a long, dried blood trail stretched from the threshold across the yard and out beyond the fence, its origin impossible to determine, horse or human. A cold weight settled in Horan's chest. He quickened his pace to the front gate, and said to old Simon, "Old man, I'll go inside and pack. Wait here for me." Old Simon nodded once. "Be quick, no more than 15 minutes. Horn pushed open the wrought iron gate and led his dog and cart into the estate grounds. He lingered not a moment, rushing straight indoors, driven solely by the desperate need to gather his things and escape this place. Horn stood at the entrance of the manor, glancing back at his hunting dogs. He dared not leave them outside, any beast might spring from nowhere. He hurriedly opened the door and brought the dogs inside. The moment he stepped in, Horn frowned. The room was in chaos, as if raided by bandits. Tables and chairs lay, overturned books scattered across the floor from the shelves, and even the hunting rifle that hung on the wall had vanished. What in the world? Had the giant lizard broken in? He muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered Simon's words about packing essentials within 15 minutes. He rushed toward the bedroom. Upon reaching the bedroom, Horn let out a sigh of relief. The closet was intact, and the lock that had secured the giant lizard remained unbroken. He opened the closet and stuffed the clothes inside a large suitcase, then hurried back to the hall and dragged the peculiar little carriage into the cellar. The cellar had not been ransacked. Horn quickly retrieved the arcane book and notebook, packed them into the suitcase as well, then secured the gun belt and holstered his pistol at his waist. After locking the cellar door, Horn still felt uneasy. He pushed an old cabinet from the hall against the door for extra security before finally relaxing somewhat. He lifted the suitcase, led the hunting dogs, locked the front door, and waited at the entrance. Before long, the sound of clattering hooves approached. Horn looked up and saw Simon approaching in a mouse-cage carriage, the kind that could seat four, though it looked rather cramped. The horse pulling it was shielded by armor plates resembling the war horses of heavy cavalry. "Hurry up," Simon called as he brought the carriage to a halt. Horn quickly herded the dogs into the cage at the rear, took his seat to Simon's right, and placed the suitcase in the back. Simon cracked the whip and the carriage rolled onto the main road, heading away from Maji's. As the silhouette of Maji's grew smaller, Horn could not help but ask, "Old man, did the giant lizard cause all this?" Gripping the reins without looking back, Simon replied, "In Maji's, things like this are quite common. The fierce beasts of the Satan Mountains hold deep grudges. Once provoked, they will attack towns and travelers. The townsfolk call it the calamity of rampant beasts. Remember, do not speak of this to others, lest it cause panic." Horn nodded quickly. "I understand. How long does this calamity usually last?" "It varies. A few days at the shortest, months at the longest, depending on when the enraged beast calms down or is killed." As Simon spoke, his expression suddenly darkened, as if something from the past had been stirred. Unaware of Simon's mood, Horn asked again, "If it's just a beast causing trouble, why not just kill the giant lizard and be done with it? Why flee?" After a moment of silence, Simon slowly replied, "You think killing one is enough. If a whole pack has provoked you and I, plus these hunting dogs, would not stand a chance. Moreover, some beasts hide deep and are not easily found." Back then. Simon trailed off, refusing to continue. He simply whipped the horses harder, and the carriage sped up. Seeing that Simon was unwilling to elaborate, Horn did not press further. He merely gazed at the trees blurring past, wondering just how terrifying this calamity of rampant beasts truly was to draw such an expression from the old man. Sitting in the carriage, Horn watched the tree's shadows flash past the window. An uneasy feeling weighed on his chest, and after a long silence he finally spoke. "Old man, it's all my fault. I insisted on taking that shortcut through Wild Bull Valley. If I hadn't, those giant lizards would never have been led to Maji's, and the town would not be in this state." Simon's grip on the reins tightened and his expression turned stern as he glared at him. "You simply did not study the biological guide I gave you carefully. Those are not giant lizards, they are called Lalishilon. They live in packs far smarter than you imagine, and they hold grudges. I suspect the wild cattle in Wild Bull Valley have already been devoured, with barely any left alive. Not even you, but myself, could survive an encounter with a pack of them." Horn lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing his demeanor, Simon's tone softened somewhat. "Do not blame yourself too heavily. Maji's is no small place to the Prussians. They will certainly send troops to handle the beast calamity. The townsfolk will be fine." No sooner had he finished speaking when Horn spotted a line of merchant carriages halted on the road ahead. The drivers had gathered in clusters, some cursing under their breath. "What's going on?" Horn leaned out to ask. News of the beast calamity had long spread. Simon guided the carriage through the gap between the vehicles without slowing down. These merchants had planned to take the Maji's route, but now dared not pass, causing the congestion. "We are on a smaller path with fewer people, which is why we can travel so swiftly and cover ground through the night." Horn rubbed his eyes. He had been overwhelmed with fatigue for some time, but the endurance he had built during his days in the mountains allowed him to hold on. He stole a glance at Simon. The old man had been driving through the night, yet his eyes were not red, his hands steady, and he had not once yawned. Horn sighed inwardly. "Compared to the old man, I am far lacking. If I cannot endure this much hardship, how will I survive in the mountains?" Taking advantage of the carriage's steady motion, Horn began to reflect on the past month, from purchasing the manor in Majis to following Simon into the Satan Mountains to their eventual escape. Though he had suffered greatly, he had gained much in return. Especially during those days of flight, he had suddenly realized that the skills Simon had taught him, reading terrain, avoiding danger, were not limited to the Satan Mountains. Even in unfamiliar places and harsh circumstances, these laws of the wilderness would serve him well. It was an unexpected harvest. The suffering had not been in vain. Horn felt somewhat comforted. As dawn broke, the carriage finally entered the territory of Ruhr City. Simon pulled up beside the public carriage station and reined in the horses. "We have arrived. I am heading east to Chitose City in Suangna Province to visit an old friend. It is a small town, scenic and tranquil." Horn quickly lifted his suitcase and released the hunting dogs from the cage, tethering them to a post at the station. Glancing toward Ruhr City, where mist was rising, he guessed, "You do not wish to enter Ruhr City, do you? It is far too large and noisy compared to Chitose." Simon smiled, not denying it. This city was once a great metropolis of Gaul. Now that it belongs to Prussia, it is even more chaotic. "Be cautious here. The Prussian soldiers are strict in their inspections." Horn nodded. "I understand. Take care on your journey." Simon cracked his whip, and the carriage clattered eastward. Horn stood by the station watching the carriage disappear into the fog, only then realizing how dense the mist had become. Figures 2 or 3 meters away were blurred, and he could barely make out the outline of his own hunting dogs. He hastily pulled the hunting dogs closer, muttering under his breath, "The morning mist in Ruhr City is far too thick. Must find shelter soon." Horn stood amid the fog of Ruhr City, his nostrils filled with acrid coal dust. The city was famed as a mining hub, its wealth drawn entirely from subterranean tunnels and ore-laden wagons. He quickly adjusted his spectacles to shield his eyes from drifting ash, lowered the brim of his hat further, wrapped a scarf tightly around half his face, and turned up the collar of his trench coat, concealing himself as thoroughly as possible. Clutching a leather suitcase and flanked by several hunting dogs, Horn waited beneath the station signpost for the coach. 3 others stood nearby, an elderly man with silver-streaked hair and a middle-aged couple. Each wore face masks and kept their hats low, clearly wary of the coal-laden fog. Upon spotting Horn's hounds, all 3 instinctively shifted aside, putting distance between themselves and the animals. One dog flicked its tail, prompting the woman to recoil slightly. "Those dogs look fierce," the elder murmured quietly to the man beside him. His voice, though hushed, carried clearly to Horn's ears. Horn remained silent, merely stroking the head of one hound at his side to keep it still. After nearly half an hour, distant hoofbeats clattered rhythmically, accompanied by a faint yellow glow. Horn's eyes brightened. He knew the public stagecoach had arrived. Once the coach halted, he produced 2 copper mil and handed them to the driver. "To the Welcome Inn on Central Avenue, please make haste." The driver accepted the coins, glanced warily at the hounds, and frowned. "How do we manage these dogs? The carriage won't hold them." "I'll secure them atop the coach. I'll carry them myself. They won't fall." Without hesitation, Horn lifted each hound onto the roof and loosely secured them with rope. Though the driver's disapproval lingered, he merely pursed his lips, and then cracked his whip. "Board up then. Sit tight." Horn stepped into the carriage with his suitcase. 2 passengers were already seated inside, who shifted inward to make space as he entered. The coach trundled slowly into the city, shrouded in dense fog. Though visibility remained near zero, gas lamps lined the roadside at regular intervals. Their amber light diffused hazily through the mist, revealing glimpses of tall, tightly packed buildings far more imposing than those of Majis. Dawn broke softly, yet the streets remained eerily silent, and the coach advanced no faster than a brisk walk. Exhausted from a restless night, Horn leaned against the carriage wall, and drifted off within minutes. After an indeterminate time, a gentle nudge roused him. "Sir, we've arrived at the Welcome Inn." Horn jolted awake, rubbed his eyes, and descended with his suitcase. The hounds leapt down from the roof and gathered at his feet. By now much of the fog had lifted. He looked up to see a gleaming, unfamiliar revolving door at the inn's entrance. The Welcome Inn was Ruhr City's most renowned lodging. Horn had stayed there twice before, and this time he wondered whether anyone might recognize him. As he entered with his hounds, the clerk behind the counter's expression soured instantly. "Sir, regrettably we do not permit so many dogs inside." "A first-class room, please," Horn replied, drawing a krone from his pouch and placing it on the counter. "I'll tether the dogs outside my door. No entry to the lobby, no disturbance whatsoever." At the sight of the krone, the clerk's frown vanished, replaced by eager deference. "Of course. A first-class suite awaits on the 3rd floor. I'll summon staff to assist with your luggage immediately." As he completed the registration, he called over a young attendant. "Quickly, escort this gentleman's baggage to room 302. Horn followed the attendant upstairs and pushed open the door to 302. only to discover that the first-class room was in fact a suite. A sitting room led into a bedroom complete with a small balcony. He withdrew half a krone from his pocket and offered it as a tip. "Thank you, rest now." The attendant accepted with a smile and withdrew. Horn dropped his suitcase into a corner of the sitting room, then collapsed onto the bed in the bedroom, exhaustion claiming him almost instantly. He slept deeply, so deeply that when he awoke night had fallen outside. Glancing at the wall clock, he realized he'd slept for precisely 12 hours. His stomach growled insistently. Only then did he recall he'd eaten nothing since morning. He secured his money pouch, carefully tucked away his last remaining valuables, and descended to the dining hall with his hounds in tow. Though not yet dinner hour, the dining hall, reserved for first-class guests, was staffed with waiters and chefs ready at all times. At Horn's entrance a waiter stepped forward immediately. "So what would you like to order?" "A roasted turkey cutlet and fresh herring sashimi," Horn said, selecting a windowside table. "Also, prepare 20 pounds of raw pork for my dogs. Deliver it to my door, please." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The waiter noted the request, then turned to leave, only to be called back. Also fetch me the past month's political newspapers. The more focused on governmental shifts the better." The waiter nodded. "Consider it done. Your papers will arrive shortly." Horn sat by the window, a stack of newspapers before him. Moments after delivery, the waiter placed a small reading lamp beside them with quiet thoughtfulness. He picked up the topmost copy, Ruhr's City Daily, and leafed through it page by page. His brow furrowed deeper with each article. The northern provinces were increasingly unstable. Prussian patrols suffered frequent ambushes. The south was even more volatile, overrun by bandits who deterred even merchant caravans from traveling unescorted. Resistance cells and guerrilla bands had sprung up across the land. Some styled themselves Free Gaul, others Provincial Guardians, each brandishing slogans as varied as their origins. Could any of these resistance movements conceal former covert trainees, men and women once trained alongside him? Horn murmured softly, tracing his finger across the print, but though something felt profoundly wrong, he could not pinpoint it. It was a suffocating unease, like a stone lodged deep within his chest, felt yet unseen. "Your roasted turkey cutlet and herring sashimi, sir," announced the waiter, placing the dishes gently before Horn and offering a silver fork. "The sashimi is best enjoyed with the lemon juice beside it. It enhances both texture and flavor." Horn looked up and smiled faintly. "Thank you, set it down here." Once the waiter departed, Horn pushed the newspapers aside, temporarily setting aside that gnawing dread, and speared a piece of turkey with his fork. Crisp on the outside, rich with juices within, it surpassed even the dry jerky he'd once eaten in the Satanic Mountains. As he ate, he continued flipping through the papers, occasionally lifting a slice of sashimi to dip it in lemon juice. Halfway through his meal, the dining hall gradually filled. At the neighboring table, two men dressed as merchants spoke animatedly about mine operations, their voices growing steadily louder. Horn flipped through the newspaper, his finger pausing over the name Alavi Akis, his brow furrowing. The article stated that men like Alavi had long since relinquished their official posts, yet still clung to Rio power. Instantly Horn branded them traitors to the nation. In his mind, they must have struck some clandestine bargain with the Prussians, otherwise why would the Prussians regard them so favorably, and grant them such sweeping authority? He drew the paper closer, scrutinizing even the smallest print in the margins, growing ever more absorbed. It was no longer just about Alavi. He now yearned to uncover the author's identity, and above all the precise nature of the favors exchanged between Alavi and the Prussians. Contacting the resistance movement was far too perilous. There was every risk of being flagged by the Prussians before a single message could be sent. Leaning back in his chair, Horn murmured to himself, probing Alavi's inner circle was safer, and might yet yield far more valuable intelligence. He pondered further, growing increasingly convinced the resistance stood no chance. The Prussian army possessed superior arms, overwhelming numbers, and unyielding tenacity. Once fixated on the resistance, they would pursue it relentlessly to annihilation. Meanwhile, the Gallic Empire showed no sign of imminent war. Prussian garrison troops could be redeployed at a moment's notice. The resistance had no path to victory. This quagmire must not be entered. Horn shook his head, but then frowned again. Yet defiance of orders from above amounted to treason. Still, intuition whispered that behind Alavi's affair lay something I need, perhaps even the key to extricating myself from my present predicament. The next afternoon, Horn slipped coins into his pocket and sought out the hotel valet. "Rent me a respectable formal suit. I'll need it tonight." The valet rummaged through a cabinet and laid 2 suits upon the counter. "Sir, these are all we have, a deep blue tailcoat and a charcoal gray morning coat. Each rents for 25 marks with a 50-mark deposit. Return it tomorrow morning unstained and undamaged, and your deposit is fully refunded." "The deep blue tailcoat," Horn replied, handing over 75 marks. "Please fetch it quickly, I'm pressed for time." Taking the money, the valet deftly wrapped the suit and handed it over. "Rest assured, sir, it was pressed yesterday and will look immaculate. Dressed in the suit and tucking the invitation into his inner pocket, Horn strode briskly from the hotel. A hired carriage happened to stand idle by the roadside. He raised his hand. "Coachman, stop here." The coachman reined in his horses and leaned out. "Where to, sir?" Horn passed him the invitation. "Take me to this address. Follow it precisely." By the light of a street lamp the coachman studied the address and frowned. "Sir, this lies deep in a mountain hollow beyond the city. Roads are treacherous at night, and the route winds far out of the way. It will take at least an hour." "No matter, just follow the address. Upon arrival I'll add 5 marks to your fare." With that Horn climbed into the carriage. The coachman nodded, cracked his whip, and the carriage rolled slowly out of Ruhr City. Horn lifted a corner of the curtain and gazed outward beyond the city's edge. Iron rails coiled like serpents into distant mountains. Even at night a ruddy glow pulsed on the horizon, the eternal fire of steel furnaces burning without cease. The carriage jolted along the rutted country road, tossing Horn sideways at intervals. After roughly an hour the coachman suddenly called out, "Sir, we're turning onto a side road. Hold fast." Horn seized the carriage's handrail just in time. Sure enough, the vehicle veered onto a secluded lane flanked by dense woods, branches rustling softly in the wind punctuated now and then by the faint chirping of insects. After another 5 or 6 kilometers the carriage eased into a mountain hollow, and within minutes Horn saw a constellation of lights shimmering across the hillside as if stars had scattered across the earth. "We've arrived, sir." The coachman halted the horses and pointed toward the luminous cluster ahead. Horn stepped down, and froze. Before him rose a 3-story edifice stretching nearly 300 meters in length. Its facade bore neoclassical white stone columns from the Directory era, while its cornices and wrought iron window frames exuded the imperial grandeur of the H-Min dynasty. Torchlight danced across the marble, lending the structure an awe-inspiring majesty. Before the building sprawled a vast emerald-green lawn dotted with pristine white tables and chairs. Beyond them thick woods hinted at a sprawling secluded garden. Standing at the edge of the lawn, Horn surveyed the radiant lights and stately architecture, and recalled Ruhr City's acrid coal dust, Magus's desolate quietude. In that instant he felt utterly displaced, as though he'd crossed into a parallel world, one free of danger, free of flight, defined only by serene opulence. At the building's entrance Horn was enveloped by lavish spectacle. Monumental oil paintings adorned the walls, crystal chandeliers dazzled the eyes, elegantly clad noblewomen glided past, their gemstone rings flashing under golden light. Only then did he remember. His hired carriage had vanished. A knot tightened in his chest. How in this remote wilderness would he ever return to Ruhr City? As he weighed his options, Horn recalled the misdelivered suitcase, and resolved to first locate Danko Blum. He knew aristocratic gatherings employed meticulous guest management. The staff would certainly know where Blum was. Just then a black uniformed valet passed nearby. Horn called out urgently, "Valet, please come here." The valet approached swiftly and bowed slightly. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I wonder if you might tell me whether Mr. Danko Blum is present this evening. I have private matters to discuss with him." Horn kept his tone measured and courteous. The valet paused thoughtfully, then nodded. "You mean Elder Blum. He resides here at the estate, and is likely in the rear garden at this hour. Would you be so kind as to guide me there? That would be most appreciated." Horn followed the valet through a sun-dappled passageway, soon entering a garden steeped in southern elegance. At its heart stretched a 50-meter-long reflecting pool graced by a dozen fountains whose arcs of water shimmered into fine glistening mist. Flanking the pool stood waist-high hedges, pruned with geometric precision, each leaf aligned to identical height. A group gathered beside the water, and Horn immediately spotted Blum, a man in his 70s, silver-haired and clad in a plain gray coat, strikingly out of place amid the surrounding extravagance and clamor. Around Blum stood others. One carried an open sketchbook, fingers stained with pigment, another clutched a thick notebook, a fountain pen tucked into its pages, both bearing scholarly intensity utterly at odds with their formal attire. Horn surmised artists and scholars, perhaps. He took a slow, steadying breath, and walked straight toward Blum. Almost instantly Blum noticed him, and a subtle knowing smile touched his lips. "I knew you would come." Horn hesitated for a moment, then quickly offered his apologies. "Mr. Blum, I am terribly sorry. I mistakenly took your suitcase on the public carriage earlier. I came today specifically to apologize and exchange it back." "No apology needed," Blum said, waving his hand. To his surprise he smiled and added, "I actually made a bet with these gentlemen over here that you would come looking for it today. Now that you're here I've won a bottle of fine wine from them." With that he raised his hand and signaled a waiter over, leaning in to whisper a few instructions, most likely to fetch both men's suitcases. Before the waiter had gone far the surrounding crowd closed in. A man wearing round-framed glasses and carrying an easel on his back asked with a smile, "Sir, how did you and old Mr. Blum mix up your suitcases? Were they very similar?" "Indeed," Horn said with a helpless smile. I had just escaped from the Satan Mountains at the time, utterly exhausted and dazed. When I got off the carriage I saw nothing but large black boxes and simply grabbed one. It wasn't until I got home and opened it that I realized it wasn't mine." The remark drew light laughter from the crowd and the previously tense atmosphere relaxed considerably. A moment later the waiter returned leading several people toward them. At the forefront was an elderly man in his 50s, tall and upright with well-defined features. Even standing casually he exuded an invisible pressure born of a lifetime of giving orders. He was clearly no ordinary man. By the old man's side walked a girl of 18 or 19 dressed in a pale moon-white gown. Her expression was cold and unreadable, lacking any trace of the fragility or arrogance commonly associated with young ladies from wealthy families. However, Horn's gaze did not linger on either of them. Instead, he was completely captivated by the young man standing behind the girl, perhaps in his mid-20s, tall and broad-shouldered with handsome features and a tightly set jawline that radiated resolve. What struck Horn most was how familiar the young man's face looked. The young man's gaze was equally sharp, fixed directly upon him. The more Horn studied the young man's face, the more familiar he seemed. Wasn't this the captain of the Prussian cavalry squad he had encountered on the way to Magus? The young man clearly recognized him as well. His eyes immediately turned wary, regarding Horn the way a predator regards its prey. "Who would have thought we'd cross paths again, Mr. Horn?" The young man spoke first, his voice carrying a distinct chill. The elderly man standing before him, the one who had radiated that invisible pressure, turned his head and asked kindly, "Martin, do you know this gentleman?" "Yes," the young man replied, nodding. His gaze never left Horn. "On the road to Magus he was ambushed by bandits. I led my squad to rescue him." The old man turned back to Horn, smiling. "Oh, what a coincidence. Then, sir, do you recall Major Martin's position?" Before Horn could respond, the young man had already stated his title. "I am Major Martin Koenig of the Prussian army." "Major?" Horn's heart skipped a beat, and his hand nearly dropped the glass he was holding. When he had first encountered this man, the insignia on his uniform had clearly been that of a lieutenant. How could he have been promoted to major in just over a month? It must have been a false rank back then. Horn suddenly recalled that day, the brown carriage curtains drawn tightly shut, a strange perfume scent drifting within. Looking back now, it was all suspicious foreshadowing. Horn secretly observed Martin and noticed something lurking beneath his gaze, a trace of anger and barely concealed contempt. Meanwhile, the old man under Martin's stare subtly slumped his shoulders, clearly intimidated. It suddenly clicked in Horn's mind, he and Martin were like cat and mouse. Yet this prey had stumbled face to face with its hunter far sooner than expected. The memory of their first encounter made his entire body go stiff. He had seen Martin's capabilities firsthand, and he knew he stood no match. "Why, yes, Major." Horn quickly put on an overjoyed expression, deliberately raising his voice so those around could hear. "I will never forget how you saved me that day." He cleared his throat and began to spin a fabrication. "I was traveling by carriage to Magus when a group of bandits ambushed us on the way, all brandishing knives. I was nearly scared to death. Fortunately, the Major arrived with his cavalry squad and dispatched the bandits in no time. He even checked whether I was injured and showed me great kindness." Someone curiously asked. "And what happened after that? What did you do after parting ways with the Major?" "After we parted, I went to the villa in Magus." Horn continued, following the thread of his lie while deliberately omitting key details. "That's where I met an old hunter named Simon and learned to hunt in the Satan Mountains under his guidance. But before long a beast outbreak swept through the mountains. Creatures were rampaging everywhere, and Simon and I had no choice but to flee for our lives." He deliberately wore an expression of lingering terror and lowered his voice. "Those 4 days and nights neither of us dared to sleep properly. We spent the days hiding and running from beasts, and at night we sustained ourselves on dry meat. There were countless times when giant lizards nearly caught us. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine." "And then? How did you end up in Ruhr City?" Mr. Bloom chimed in from the side. "I only felt somewhat at ease once I reached Ruhr City." Horn sighed, feigning helplessness. "By the time I boarded the public carriage I was so exhausted that in my dazed state I accidentally took Mr. Bloom's suitcase instead of my own. If not for this incident I would never have had the chance to visit such a magnificent place and meet all of you." While speaking he covertly observed Martin's reaction. Seeing no sign of suspicion, he finally felt a measure of relief. As Horn recounted his escape, he kept glancing at Martin out of the corner of his eye. The moment he mentioned the beast outbreak, Martin's brow furrowed and his eyes darkened, a noticeable shift from his earlier cold detachment. Just as Horn was pondering what to ask next to test him, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. The waiter was back, carrying the 2 black suitcases. Major, the two gentlemen's suitcases have arrived. The waiter set the boxes on the ground and stepped back 2 paces. Martin pointed to the suitcase in front of Horn. His tone was flat yet carried an undeniable authority. Open it and check whether it is yours and whether anything is missing. Horn's heart sank, his hands growing tense. Inside the suitcase were an arcane tome and a notebook. If the Major saw them, he would certainly press for their origin, and that would spell trouble. But with so many people watching, he had no way to refuse. He could only stand there stalling. What? You didn't bring your key? Martin took a step forward, his gaze piercing like a blade. If you don't have it, that's fine. There's a locksmith at the estate. I'll have someone fetch him, it won't take long. The words were clearly a threat. Horn quickly waved his hands. No need, no need. I do have the key. I was just so caught up in conversation that I forgot where I put it. As he spoke, he hastily patted down his pockets and retrieved a set of keys from the inner pocket of his waistcoat, selecting the one for his luggage, deliberately slowing his movements while his mind raced to devise a plan. A soft click echoed, the lock sprang open. Horn took a deep breath and lifted the lid, only to freeze instantly. Inside lay only neatly folded spare clothing. Gone were the arcane tome and notebook that had been buried beneath them. He quickly bowed his head, feigning to rearrange the garments, and concealing his shock. Fortunately, he had kept his gaze lowered. Major Martin never noticed the shift in his expression. Just this. Major Martin leaned forward, rifling through the clothes with his hands, lifting hems, tugging at seams, even probing the corners of the trunk with his fingertips, yet finding nothing else. His face gradually slackened into disappointment. Still unwilling to concede, he appended the entire contents onto the floor, shaking each garment open one by one, even pinching the lining of the trunk, yet nothing emerged. Major Martin stared silently at the empty trunk as if weighing whether to slit open the leather casing, but with a crowd gathered around, such an act would be profoundly unseemly, and risk inciting collective outrage. At last he clenched his jaw, shot Horn a venomous glare, and strode away without so much as a word, utterly indifferent to the presence of others. The elderly man trailing behind the Major's retreating figure flushed with embarrassment. He forced a brittle smile toward Mr. Dunky Bloom. Old Bloom, I've lost our wager today. I'll treat you to that fine bottle we won, and we'll arrange another match soon. If you'll excuse me, I must attend to the Major immediately. Please do extend your hospitality to Mr. Horn in my stead. With that he hurried off in pursuit of the Major's departing back. Watching the 2 men vanish into the distance, Horn finally exhaled, relieved that the arcane tome and notebook were gone, otherwise the situation would have been irrecoverable. Yet he remained baffled who had taken them, and why. Horn watched Major Martin and the elder man recede, then glanced around at the elegantly attired guests conversing animatedly about art and scholarship, and murmured softly, I truly don't belong here. It's all profoundly incongruous. Among his immediate circle, those who had earlier laughed at his anecdotes now wore furrowed brows and expressions shadowed with concern. 2 younger attendees even flashed quiet fury when Martin's name was mentioned. Upon hearing Horn's remark, the venerable Dunky Bloom gently clapped him on the shoulder and smiled. Mr. Horn, if by surroundings you mean the entire estate, then yes, you may well be right. But if you narrow your gaze to just us, or even further to this intimate circle whose minds resonate, you'll find harmony quite readily. Ah, there's that old philosophical refrain again, interjected a round-faced portly man with a ruddy nose, raising his glass of red wine. You call it wisdom of ancient civilizations, but those vanished millennia ago. What relevance does it hold for us now? How irrelevant! Dunky countered instantly, his voice rising slightly. Such wisdom allows us to pierce the veil and grasp the essence of things. Take Mr. Arquis's patronage of our work, there is surely motive behind it. An ancient mindset grants us the lens to discern it. Their exchange swiftly drew in everyone nearby. Some sided with Dunky. Mr. Bloom is correct. The insights of antiquity can spark entirely new research pathways. Others backed the portly scholar. Mr. Ferland speaks truth. Without funding, even the most brilliant ideas remain inert. The garden corner erupted into lively debate, resembling nothing so much as a university seminar. Listening to their discourse, Horn began to piece it together. These were undoubtedly eminent scholars in their respective fields. Especially Dunky Bloom. When someone referenced ancient script decipherment, he casually corrected 2 technical terms, clear evidence of his authority. He suddenly recalled the unreadable texts inside the misplaced trunk, perhaps relics of a vanished civilization. When the debate subsided, he asked lightly, Gentlemen, do you all reside here? Are the rooms prepared in advance? A bespectacled scholar holding a notebook replied, Indeed. They were readied weeks ago, as stated in our invitation. We were invited by Mr. Arquis, the owner of the Athens Steelworks. Another added in his letter he pledged full financial support for our research. My own funding was nearly exhausted. I accepted the moment I read the letter. Hardly anyone here would refuse such an opportunity. I've been staying here for half a month, said someone, gesturing toward a small villa nearby. Several of my older colleagues arrived even earlier. Dunky nodded. Like you, Mr. Horn, I arrived in Ruhr City only yesterday, and came straight here this morning. Horn followed their gaze toward those earliest arrivals, seated on stone benches beside the fountain, cups untouched in their hands, brows deeply furrowed, their expressions heavier with sorrow than any others. He quietly deduced the underlying tension, mentally noting each scholar's name and field of expertise, then rose. Gentlemen, I must take my leave. I have pressing matters to attend to. Turning to Dunky, he confirmed, Mr. Bloom, may I collect my trunk tomorrow at noon? I shall come directly to the address you mentioned. Certainly, Dunky affirmed. I'll be at home first thing tomorrow, you need only knock. Horn approached a steward. Would you please inform the estate master that I'd like to borrow a carriage to return to the Welcome Inn in Ruhr City, and I'll gladly cover all associated costs. The steward waved amiably. Sir, you're far too kind. Mr. Archies instructed us that carriages are at guests' disposal, no charge whatsoever. I'll arrange one for you immediately. Within minutes the carriage stood ready. Horn hoisted his trunk aboard and urged the driver onward, arriving back at the inn before long. He hastened toward his room, only to halt abruptly at the threshold. In the sitting room all his hunting dogs lay motionless upon the floor, deep in slumber. Even Old Mao, normally the most vigilant, remained utterly still, tail unmoving. Horn's pulse quickened. He rushed over and touched Old Mao's muzzle, cool and damp, not feverish, but no response came, no matter how he called. He stood rooted, pondering why had the hounds fallen into such profound sleep. Had someone entered? Kneeling beside the dogs, Horn gently stroked Old Mao's ear, the very ear that usually twitched at the lightest touch, yet now it lay utterly inert, undisturbed by slumber. He leaned close, inhaling near the dog's nostrils. No trace of anesthetic lingered. His mind clarified instantly. This was no ordinary sedative. It was an arcane soporific spell, a mental domain illusion. Only Major Martin possessed such mastery. He rose to his feet and swept his gaze across the room. His lockpick pin had long been discarded in the Satanic Mountains. The newspapers he'd borrowed had all been returned to the restaurant waiter. Only a few changes of clothing lay on the table, nothing that could betray his identity. Even if Major Martin sent investigators, at most they'd learn from the waiter that he'd requested numerous newspapers. No other flaws would surface. Horn exhaled in quiet relief, yet almost immediately a chilling thought struck him: someone might already be watching him. He abruptly yanked the door open and scanned the corridor with lightning speed. There at the far end sat a man in a grey coat, calmly reading a newspaper. At the sound of the door the man flinched, jerking the paper upward to conceal his face. So tightly did he grip its edge that the corners crumpled. He was undoubtedly the watcher. Horn smirked inwardly, feigning obliviousness, as he called down the stairs, "Attendant, come here." Moments later the young attendant who'd carried his luggage bounded up. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Prepare a tub of scalding hot water. I intend to soak." Horn leaned against the doorframe, his peripheral vision never straying from the man at the corridor's end. "And bring a clean towel. Hurry." "Right away, sir, within half an hour." The attendant turned and hurried downstairs. Horn left the door ajar, leaning by its frame, glancing repeatedly toward the newspaper reader, who held the paper rigidly before him, shifting posture with exaggerated caution, clearly terrified of being recognized. Approximately 30 minutes later 5 or 6 attendants wheeled in a large steaming tub of water. "Where shall we place it, sir?" asked the lead attendant. "In the bedroom, and set the towel beside it." Horn directed them as they positioned the tub. Only after they departed did he shut the door and strip off his clothes to sink into the hot water. Warm water enveloped his body, easing his tension just slightly while his mind retraced the day's events, renting formal attire for the appointment, confronting Major Martin, opening the empty trunk. Aside from requesting numerous newspapers, nothing else seemed to invite suspicion. "I must dispel the watcher's doubts. Delay only invites disaster." He recalled the mission assigned from above. Should he remain inactive too long, those superiors might act recklessly, plunging everything into irreparable chaos. "I must inform them of my predicament. Risky, yes, yet preferable to catastrophic error later." Around 9 o'clock Horn emerged from the bath, donned fresh clothes, and descended for breakfast. The dining room was sparsely occupied. Carrying his tray, Horn moved slowly, eyes discreetly surveying the room, soon fixing upon a man in a silk waistcoat and gold pocket watch sipping coffee by the window. The man's profile was unmistakably familiar, the very same watcher from yesterday's corridor, now disguised in the finery of wealth, posing as an upper-tier guest. After breakfast Horn deliberately lingered in the lounge, feigning interest in the landscape paintings adorning the walls, while in truth monitoring movements among the upper-tier guests. He eliminated several rooms as implausible. The innermost housed an elderly couple who walked daily. The adjacent room belonged to a merchant perpetually confined to negotiations over the telephone. Finally his gaze settled on the room diagonally opposite. Its occupant never engaged others, ventured out only once per day, always carefully avoiding Horn, and habitually paused for several seconds outside the door, as though listening intently for sounds within. This is it. The watcher must be inside. Horn confirmed, inwardly rising without a trace of suspicion, and returning to his own room to deliberate his next move. Having identified the watcher's room, Horn felt an unexpected calm settle over him. Settling onto the sofa, he murmured aloud, "If Major Martin truly regarded me as a prime suspect, he'd have stormed in with armed men long ago. Surveillance alone suggests he lacks concrete evidence." He stood and strode to the window, drawing the curtains tight. Then he retrieved from his suitcase the wide-brimmed felt hat. Pinching the inner rim between both hands, he gently inverted it, revealing black silk lining the underside, a device specially crafted for covert communication. From his pocket, Horn withdrew an unusual pen, its tip soft and pliant, and dipped it into a special ink before swiftly inscribing characters onto the silk. The script appeared emerald green, fading gradually over seconds until vanishing entirely, leaving only the smooth, unblemished silk surface. Once finished, he slid the silk back into the hat's brim, replaced the hat, and seated himself on the living room sofa, waiting composed and still for Mr. Old Bloom's arrival. At precisely 11:15 the doorbell chimed. Horn rose and opened the door, his peripheral vision deliberately flicking toward the diagonally opposite room. Sure enough, its door cracked open just a sliver, and a pair of eyes peered through the narrow gap. Feigning ignorance, Horn smiled warmly at the elderly man at the threshold. "Mr. Bloom, do come in." Mr. Bloom entered, carrying a cloth sack, and strode directly to the window. With practiced haste he drew aside a corner of the curtain, placed the sack's contents, a book and a notebook, on the windowsill, then swiftly recovered them as if concealing something precious. Horn observed it all, but deliberately averted his gaze, pretending not to notice, even calling out toward the hallway attendant, "Please bring the tea service I ordered." Moments later the attendant wheeled in a small trolley bearing a teapot of black tea, 2 plates of biscuits, and several slices of cake. "Your tea service, sir." The attendant positioned the trolley at the center of the living room and turned to leave, only to be halted by Horn. "Bring 2 additional clean teacups, and close the door behind you." The attendant complied, returning with the cups and shutting the door. Only then did Horn approach the window, lift the curtain's edge, and retrieve the book and notebook, the very arcane texts and notes he'd earlier believed lost. "Mr. Horn," said Mr. Bloom, lifting his teacup and taking a sip, "you are far more profound than your appearance suggests." Horn held up the notebook and looked up. "Mr. Bloom, first tell me, how did you discover these books and notes inside the trunk? And why conceal them from Major Martin?" Mr. Bloom set down his cup and sighed. "The estate employs a specialist locksmith. I instructed him not to open the trunk in my presence, but afterward he confided that besides garments it contained several volumes inscribed in strange glyphs. I kept silent, for 2 reasons. First, I suspected your identity was extraordinary. Ordinary men do not carry such texts. Second, I hoped to enlist your aid." "Please spare me," Horn interjected, waving his hand. "I am no occultist, nor do I comprehend these cryptic scripts. I wish no involvement in the estate's affairs." "I know you are not an occultist, and neither am I, Mr. Bloom," replied, shaking his head, his gaze unwavering. "Yet, like you, I recognize the Kengelasan divine script. I examined your notebook and found several misinterpretations of the script. Furthermore, your notes reference Loter arcane arts. Initially I suspected you were merely a thief who'd stolen these volumes." He paused, then added, "I wagered with Mr. Archies that you would indeed arrive at the estate bearing that invitation. If I lost, you would be denied entry regardless of credentials. I placed this bet for 2 purposes: first, to ensure your entrance; second, to secure your departure from the estate today, and persuade you to help us escape." Old Bloom leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Yesterday at the manor I saw your performance with Major Mating. You pretended to be an ordinary hunter, but the Major stared at you without making a move, and I knew you were no wealthy young master nor a book thief, but someone the Major is truly interested in." He paused, then added, "Originally I planned to have you help me escape, but after realizing your true identity I abandoned that idea. How about a deal? You help me escape from AGC's control and I'll provide you with intelligence. The Pelushi people tricked me into coming here not just for collecting brains, they have a much larger scheme." Huen clutched the arcane notes in his hand, calculating inwardly, "This old man knows quite a lot. The deal is worth trying, but I can't trust him completely. I need to find a way to extract more of his intelligence." He didn't agree immediately, but looked up and said, "Let's discuss the deal somewhere quietly. It's just about lunchtime. I know a restaurant called Phonling. The food is good. Shall we go there for lunch?" Old Baluma nodded. "All right, as you say." The 2 walked out of the inn. Huen hailed a horse-drawn carriage and gave the address of the Phonling restaurant. Shortly after the carriage set off, Wen lifted a corner of the curtain and looked back. 2 carriages were following. One was the same carriage that had been tailing him earlier, and the other looked unfamiliar, likely following Old Baluma. Just as expected, they're following, and they'll probably eavesdrop in the restaurant. Wen sneered inwardly but remained completely unruffled. He hadn't come here merely to negotiate a deal with Old Baluma. Arriving at the restaurant entrance, Wen got off first and reached out to help Old Baluma down. Entering the restaurant, he handed his trench coat and bowler hat to the approaching waiter, deliberately flicking the brim of the hat with his finger as he passed it over. The waiter took the hat, and when he turned to hand it to the cloakroom attendant, he also flicked the brim in the same manner. The cloakroom attendant took the hat quickly, flipped out the black silk lining inside the brim, took a new piece of silk from a drawer and replaced it, then folded the old silk and tucked it into an inner pocket. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Wen and Old Baluma found a seat by the window, ordered 2 steaks and a pot of red wine. The two appeared to be discussing the restaurant's dishes but were actually probing each other in a desultory manner. Occasionally they mentioned the Ajisi manor but deliberately spoke vaguely. 2 hours later, at the Lure City Military Intelligence Headquarters, a young man in a gray uniform, clutching a note in his hand, hurriedly walked through the corridor, his pace so fast that he nearly bumped into someone. He stopped in front of a door bearing the sign, "Director's Office," and knocked softly. "Come in." A deep voice sounded from inside. The young man pushed open the door and handed the note. "Director, a message just came from the Phone Ling restaurant." The fat man behind the desk, the director of intelligence, picked up the note, glanced at it, and immediately showed a contemptuous expression. He casually crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket beside him. He pressed the bell on his desk. Shortly, a woman in a black officer's uniform entered and saluted. "Director, you called for me." The fat director slammed his hand on the desk, making the pen jump. He shouted at the female officer. "Immediately send a warning to Agent No. 24. Make him understand, don't use the special channel for trivial matters." The female officer stood straight and replied in a low voice. "Yes, Director." "And?" The fat man leaned forward, his tone even harsher. "Ask him when exactly he will carry out the order. Which resistance organizations has he contacted? If he delays any longer, is he waiting to be wiped out by the Palishi people?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to slam the desk again for added effect, but the office door suddenly burst open. General Mide walked in with his hands behind his back, the medals on his collar gleaming, clearly of higher rank than the fat man. The fat man immediately suppressed his temper, hastily stood up from his chair and forced a fawning smile. "General, what brings you here? Is there an instruction?" General Mide ignored his words, walked straight to the desk, bent down to pick up the crumpled report from the wastebasket, smoothed out the creases bit by bit with his fingers and brought it close to his eyes for a careful look. After scrutinizing it for a full 2 minutes, he raised his eyes and said to the fat man, "This intelligence is not particularly important, but Agent No. 24 is entangled in complex relationships. Writing it this way and using the special channel is understandable." He paused, then pointed at the words, "Aodong Steel Factory Scholars," on the report. "Don't you see the potential? The owner of Aodong Steel Factory, Ajisi, along with a group of renowned scholars, are all under the control of the Palishi people. There must be inside information here. Have Agent No. 24 take charge of this and investigate it thoroughly." "General, that won't do," the fat man argued hastily. "Agent No. 24 has long been shirking responsibility, claiming the risk is too great, and refused to carry out previous orders. Now if we ask him to investigate this, he will certainly not cooperate." General Mide shot a glance at the fat man, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, a smile full of contempt and disdain. He knew the inside story behind the orders and understood that the fat man only knew how to exploit his subordinates, possessing no real ability. He read the report again, tapping his fingers on the words. "Palishi Control. You haven't sniffed out the value here. I'll vouch for Agent No. 24 on this matter. I will submit a report to the department head and I will bear all consequences." The fat man opened his mouth to say something more, but meeting the general's gaze, he eventually swallowed his words and could only nod. "Yes, I'll follow the general's instructions." General Mide folded the report, put it into his pocket, and turned to walk out of the fat man's office. Upstairs on the second floor, rows of neatly arranged desks came into view, but the officers sitting behind them had drooping heads, vacant eyes, and no spirit at all. The general stopped and said with a light laugh, "Working under him must be quite tough, isn't it?" The office instantly fell silent. The officers looked at each other, none daring to respond. They all knew he was referring to the fat director, but no one dared to complain openly. General Mide sighed, lowering his voice. "You've all been agents for a long time. You should know the final outcome of the wildfire plan and the surrounding areas. The intelligence department is not the military, and agents are not soldiers who only obey orders. You must learn to judge what should be done, and what is worth investigating." Having said that, he did not linger, and walked straight toward the stairwell, leaving behind a group of thoughtful officers. As soon as General Meade left, someone in the second-floor office couldn't help but complain. "We agents are supposed to stay hidden in the shadows, but now we're being pushed into the open as leaders. This is too bizarre." Another officer sighed. "What worries me more is that if the mission truly fails, no one will take responsibility, and we'll end up being the scapegoats. When that time comes, I hope everyone makes the right choice and doesn't get involved needlessly." The others listened, nodding silently, and no one spoke again. The office sank back into its previous oppressive silence. Meanwhile, at the Wind Chime restaurant in RUL City, Huan was engaged in a lively conversation with old Bulumu. Huan spoke of the peculiar birds he had seen in the Shilin Mountains, and the habits of the animals around Mejizi. Old Bulumu nodded frequently and occasionally added a few remarks. "The long-tailed birds you mentioned, I've seen them in the southern rainforest too," said old Bulumu, taking a sip of red wine. "But the subspecies there have blue feathers and build nests with twigs. They're smarter than the ones in the Shilin Mountains." Huan was slightly surprised. "You've been to the southern rainforest too?" "I traveled half the world in my youth," old Bulumu said with a smile. "I even discovered 2 ancient civilization ruins, one in the desert and one at the bottom of the sea. As for the philosophy and writing of ancient civilizations, I dare say I know more than the tutors at the Arcane Academy, especially when it comes to divine script and arcane principles. Many of their theories are simply wrong." Then old Bulumu began to speak of the origin of the world, describing how glorious the ancient civilizations were, and how their architectural techniques and arcane achievements far surpassed modern standards. Huan was utterly captivated, forgetting even his knife and fork. Only occasionally did he glance sideways at the 2 stalkers not far away. They pretended to eat, but their eyes kept drifting toward him. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside the window. Huan looked up to see a flurry of paper scraps swirling like snowflakes. Pedestrians stopped and reached out to grab the papers. He knew well that the papers must contain words of discontent against the rule of the Pelishi Empire. The patriots of RUL City were numerous and often engaged in such propaganda. "The police will be here soon. We need to leave quickly." Huan stood up and grabbed his coat from the back of the chair. Being questioned by the police at such a time would be too troublesome to explain. Old Bulumu also rose hastily. "As you say." Huan walked to the counter to settle the bill, and together they strode briskly out of the restaurant. As they stood on the roadside about to hail a horse-drawn carriage, a large crowd suddenly came running from the other end of the street, shouting and jostling, directly separating the two. Huan was pushed to the edge of the road and took the opportunity to duck into a nearby shop. He glanced back at the stalkers. They were standing on tiptoe, looking around in panic, completely unable to find him. A quarter of an hour later, the 2 stalkers, having failed to locate him, could only climb back into the carriage they had come in and slowly drive away, their spirits deflated. Only then did Huan emerge from the back door of the adjacent shop. Old Bulumu was leaning against the wall waiting for him. "Thanks to that crowd just now," old Bulumu said with a smile. "Otherwise it would have been hard to shake them off." Huan nodded. "Let's find a safe place first and continue our previous discussion about the deal. Mr. Bulumu adjusted his coat and said to Huan, "I need to visit a friend. It must be quiet, I can't be followed." Huan nodded. "I also want to take advantage of this free time to handle some personal matters. Shall we part ways here?" "Fine." Old Bulumu had just replied when from afar came the urgent sound of police whistles. Woo, woo, growing closer and closer. Both turned to look toward the adjacent alley. A young man in a coarse cotton shirt and brown suspenders, wearing a peaked cap, ran out of the alley in a panic stumble, his steps faltering. Behind him were 2 policemen clutching batons and shouting as they chased. "Stop! Don't run!" The leading policeman had a whistle clamped between his teeth, blowing sharp, piercing blips. Beep, beep, beep. It immediately drew the attention of many passers-by and summoned more policemen. 5 or 6 officers strode quickly from the other end of the alley, trapping the young man in the middle. "No way out! Surrender!" A policeman raised his baton, about to strike, when the young man suddenly let out a woman's scream, high and shrill, utterly incongruous with his appearance. Huan turned to look and was instantly stunned. That was no young man, but a girl disguised as a man. He snapped back to reality, startled by the scream, and looked blankly at old Bulumu beside him. He found the old man wide-eyed and equally astonished. "Quick! Go help!" Old Bulumu pushed Huan, his voice urgent. They had just taken 2 steps forward when they saw a group of policemen escorting the girl out of the alley. The girl's cap had fallen off, her long hair was loose, and there were a few scrapes on her face. About a dozen meters further into the alley, 6 prison wagons were parked. Their bodies were reinforced with iron bars, the doors not only locked but also fitted with internal bolts looking exceptionally sturdy. On both sides of the street several black police carriages were also parked with policemen leaping down from them. Huen pulled old Baluma back a few steps, hiding behind a large tree. "We can't act now. There are too many policemen. Any rash move and we'll be arrested together." Old Baluma nodded and lowered his voice. "Let's see how things play out first." Just then a clamor of shouts rose in the distance. "Let her go! Polishi lapdogs!" The voices mingled. Minutes later a dark mass of people surged from the east end of the street. Those in front brandished wooden clubs while those behind chanted slogans, their momentum like an army about to march onto the battlefield. The policemen panicked instantly. Several leaders quickly directed, "Quick! Block the road! Don't let them near the prison wagons!" Then one turned to a young officer and shouted, "You! Take a carriage to the headquarters immediately and ask for reinforcements. Hurry!" The young officer frantically jumped onto a police carriage, cracked his whip, and drove away. Huen watched the standoff between the two sides, breathing a little easier but still frowned. These passionate patriots have only courage. The police have batons. If it comes to blows they won't have the advantage. Old Baluma tugged at his arm. "You want to save her, don't you? I know my friend nearby has tools, lockpicks, something to break iron bars. Why are you so insistent that I save her?" Huen looked at him, already guessing the reason. The girl might be related to old Baluma's research. Moreover, she was important to him too. He had seen her before in Majizi, and she seemed to know something about the resistance organization. Old Baluma's eyes lit up. "Perfect. Let's go get the tools." Huen nodded, calculating in his mind the police may look numerous, but they are a rabble. Some might not even be truly loyal to the Polishi authorities. If we can intimidate them, we might break their will. "All right, lead the way. Let's get the tools." The two moved along the alley beside the street, quickly heading toward the home of old Baluma's friend. About half an hour after Huen left, more police carriages converged from all directions. The drivers cracked their whips, the horses galloping swiftly, their hoofbeats echoing in a clatter along the road. Each carriage stopped and 4 or 5 policemen jumped out clutching batons. They ran swiftly toward the prison wagons, tightening the cordon around them. Before long the distant clatter of hooves echoed and several police carriages galloped over. As soon as they stopped, the officers who alighted held clubs about a meter long, their tips studded with jagged wolf-like teeth, a sight that sent chills down the spine. The first few officers who had been shrinking their necks immediately straightened their backs at the sight. One lanky officer grinned at his companion. "Now this is better. Let's see if those troublemakers still dare to act tough." The officers with wolf-toothed clubs split into two groups. One blocked the east end of the street, the other guarded the west, trapping the crowd in the middle. Someone in the crowd muttered softly, "We're in trouble now. That club of theirs, one hit and you'll be torn open." After a few minutes of standoff, a sudden cry erupted from the crowd. "Resist Polishi! Free our compatriots!" Immediately more voices joined in the chants, growing louder like rolling thunder. As the chants swelled, the crowd began to advance slowly. The frontmost people collided directly with the police carriages. With a crash, one carriage's wheel was knocked over, the cabin smashed onto the ground, sending wooden splinters flying. Huen narrowed his eyes. At the front of the crowd, people held an array of weapons: delicate canes, elderly walking sticks, miners' pickaxes, fire axes, and even someone brandishing a broomstick. "Are they really going to fight?" he muttered to himself. "Stop them! Don't let them through!" A bearded officer bellowed, raising a shield the size of a pot lid in his left hand while swinging his baton with his right. He charged into the crowd, leading the way. The other officers pressed in, trying to split the crowd apart. Instantly the commercial street of Luar City descended into chaos. Shouts, the thud of batons, the clash of weapons, all mingling into a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Both sides suffered injuries. The officers who confronted the miners barely gained an advantage. A miner swung a pickaxe, denting an officer's shield. Another kicked an officer to the ground, who curled up groaning, clutching his stomach. To survive was a stroke of luck. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A tall miner in the crowd stiffened, clutching his chest as he slowly sank to the ground. His pickaxe clattered away and blood seeped through his fingers. Everyone froze. On one police carriage stood a high-ranking officer in a formal uniform, a golden badge pinned to his chest. He raised his pistol and shouted, "This is a warning. Take one more step and it's death without mercy." At his feet, over 20 officers aimed their rifles, the muzzles uniformly pointing at the crowd. The crowd stirred, but then another gunshot rang out. This time the high-ranking officer on the carriage lurch tumbled off, a bloody hole at his temple spurting crimson. Huen looked up. On the rooftop at the street corner stood a mysterious figure in black, a still smoking pistol in hand. The 20-plus armed officers hesitated, then quickly swiveled their rifles toward the man on the roof. Other officers also converged, trying to surround him. But the black-clad figure showed no fear. Instead, he stepped forward to the edge of the roof and shouted, "Brothers in blue! You too are people of Lure City. Why risk your lives for the Palishi? Don't fight to the death with your own compatriots. The pittance they pay you, is it worth your life?" The mysterious man spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, tinged with a nasal tone that exuded maturity and world-weariness. "Don't just shout slogans and think that will make the Palishi back off. It's useless. In this world, might makes right." He spoke while watching the officers slowly closing and utterly unconcerned, even as their pistols were all aimed at him. Suddenly his eyes swept the surroundings and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He had long sensed that some officers were hiding around the opposite street corner out of sight, while others were stealthily creeping up from behind to encircle him. At that moment, with a loud rumble, the 4 horses hitched to a nearby police carriage suddenly spooked and bolted forward at full gallop. The carriage had barely gone a few steps when a huge signboard from a shop rooftop crashed down, precisely striking the officers hiding beneath it. What's more, the signboard was tethered to the carriage by a rope. As the horses ran, the signboard plowed through the ground like a giant plow, sweeping over the other officers hidden at the street corner, who fell to the ground wailing. Those standing at the shop entrance narrowly escaped disaster, but many others on the street who hadn't reacted in time were knocked over by the plowing signboard. The officers panicked and fired at the mysterious man, but the bullets either struck the walls or hit the ground. No one could tell if they had actually hit him. One officer scrambled to his feet and shouted, "Don't panic! Surround him!" But most officers, still shaken by the signboard, hesitated, none daring to charge forward. Within minutes from the direction where the mysterious man had disappeared, a piercing scream rang out. "Ah!" Followed by 7 or 8 figures plummeting from the 3rd floor of a building. They hit the ground and the cries ceased abruptly. The officers surrounding the crowd trembled in fear, their hands shaking, but the encircled crowd suddenly became emboldened, someone unable to hold back shouting, "Good! Well done!" Others pointed at the mysterious man, hailing him as a hero. Just then another officer clutching a pistol grew anxious and yelled to his men, "Forget the black-clad man. Go after the ones distributing leaflets and inciting trouble. Load them all onto the prison cart." The officers exchanged glances, hesitant. In the end, they reluctantly escorted the few leaflet distributors they had initially arrested toward the prison cart, daring not to make any further moves against the gathered crowd. Suddenly the mysterious man's hoarse, magnetic voice rang out again directly above the officers' heads. "It seems my warning has finally taken effect." Over 20 officers aimed their pistols at the mysterious man, but he was faster. Somehow he produced a huge stack of roof tiles and hurled them down in a cascade like a waterfall. The officers scrambled to dodge, but those too slow were struck by the tiles, collapsing into the rubble, twitching and groaning in pain. In truth, being hit by tiles was fortunate, worse was yet to come. At that moment another carriage nearby was startled and bolted madly forward. Several officers who had escaped the tiles failed to evade the carriage and were knocked over. Most were trampled under the horses' hooves, too were run over by the wheels, going still instantly. In the end, only 2 officers remained with tile fragments in their eyes, writhing on the ground, clutching their faces, their pistols discarded. Then the mysterious man appeared at the 2nd-floor window of a shop holding a whip. He lightly tapped his glove with the whip and said, "Listen up, the rest of you. Stop killing each other." He paused, his voice still hoarse. "If you have passion, cherish your freedom and life and think more about what truly helps Galu. If you lack that passion, at least you should know that you carry Galu's blood in your veins, right? Release everyone you've arrested." No one dared to defy the order. The few remaining officers hastily untied the ropes binding the detained individuals. The freed captives pushed past the officers and strode swiftly toward the crowd. From a distant street corner, officers quietly opened a gap in the cordon. The surrounded crowd immediately supported their wounded, hoisted their fallen comrades, and withdrew slowly. No one lingered. The mysterious black-clad figure did not join the departing crowd. Instead, he shadowed the young woman previously apprehended by officers, following her all the way until she escaped police jurisdiction, then turned away and vanished into a nearby alley. Behind a pile of debris in the alley lay a gray parcel. He approached it, swiftly shed his black garments, and exchanged them for another set concealed within, revealing himself as Horn of the Fallen Clan. The black attire had been borrowed earlier. He chose this alley for the change. The debris concealed the parcel, and the lane's seclusion ensured near-total anonymity. Having changed, Horn exhaled in relief. The tension lifted from his shoulders. He picked up the gray parcel, ready to step out of the alley, when sudden hurried footsteps echoed at its entrance. Panic flared in his chest. He scanned frantically, no viable hiding place, and hastily shoved the parcel back beneath the debris, brushed dust from his hands, and strolled outward with practiced nonchalance. Midway down the alley a sharp cry pierced the air. A woman in her early 20s recoiled several paces. She wore a pink scalloped-brimmed hat, a matching polka-dotted dress, and striking crimson short hair, her gaze sharpened with wary vigilance. Horn glanced at her attire and thought, too flamboyant. This is no place for such finery. Perhaps even the clothes aren't hers. Before he could speak she drew a palm-sized pistol from her arm-cradled handbag and leveled it steadily at him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Horn raised both hands high, forcing an innocuous smile. No misunderstanding, I only sought a shortcut. Didn't realize this alley dead-ended. I'm turning back right now. She lowered the weapon not a millimeter, instead lifting the barrel until it pressed against his temple. Who are you fooling? This alley isn't deep, its end is blocked by rubble, no alternate exits exist. You're suspicious enough that I should summon officers to verify whether you've stolen something. I'm no thief. Horn blurted, desperation tightening his voice. May lightning strike me down if I lie. I'm merely passing through, truly nothing more. His mind raced, helpless, trapped. A gun pointed at his head forbade rash action. He briefly considered luring her toward the debris pile to seize the weapon, but even if he succeeded he hesitated. Killing her felt unconscionable, releasing her risked betrayal. She studied him for several seconds, then commanded. Walk backward, to the debris pile. Retrieve whatever you hid there. No tricks. Keep exactly 1 meter between us. With no choice Horn retreated slowly until he stood beside the pile. Bending he pulled out the gray parcel, just as she snapped. Open it. I'll inspect its contents. Gritting his teeth Horn placed the parcel on the ground and loosened the cord. Inside lay neatly folded black garments, and a black silk scarf, the very disguise he'd worn moments before. The redhead's eyes locked onto the bundle, curiosity flickered across her face, and the grip on her pistol slackened ever so slightly. In that instant Horn lunged, lightning fast, seizing her wrist with one hand while the other darted behind the pistol, using his pinky to lock the hammer rigid. The move was flawless, executed before she could react. Ah! She cried out instinctively, then clapped a hand over her mouth, her face draining of color. She knew that cry would draw others. Indeed, distant footsteps pounded closer, rapidly gaining ground. As Horn weighed his next move she yanked his arm downward, rose onto her toes and sealed his lips with hers. Then with practiced ease her tongue parted his teeth. Stunned, Horn's mind blanked, but he knew better than to push her away. Footsteps still approached, he yielded to her rhythm. Her fingers moved deftly, kissing him. She reclaimed the pistol into her handbag, then bent to restore the gray parcel beneath the debris. Soon a soft honeyed whimper rose from her throat, lush, sensual, drifting like mist through the alley. The approaching footsteps faltered, paused, and after a breath receded into silence. Only when certain the intruders were gone did Horn gently disengage, drawing back from her sweet lingering kiss. She traced her lower lip with her tongue, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement, and whispered, Well? Not to your liking. Her voice melted like warm syrup laced with teasing allure. Horn realized his hand still rested on her waist. He snatched it away, frowning. Why did you do that? Had someone caught us just now? I saw you in the procession. She interrupted, leaning in until their noses nearly touched. With that elderly scholar, and how you evaded your pursuers. I knew you weren't ordinary. Horn stepped half a pace back, creating distance. That performance was reckless. What if they'd arrived before you finished? She laughed softly, retrieving the gray parcel from the debris. Your dignity matters less than getting them to leave. Besides, officers flood the streets now. Carrying this conspicuous parcel you'd be stopped within 3 steps. Let me hold it. Saves you trouble. Horn grimaced, voice edged with resignation. This feels like extortion, taking my property then demanding more. She ignored his question, instead pulling a small key from her pocket and heading toward a rear door deep in the alley, glancing back to flash it. Care to come inside? It's far safer than this alley. Horn remained rooted, torn. Entering risked danger, refusing left him ignorant of her true identity, and his parcel remained in her grasp. Sensing his hesitation, she offered. Don't worry, this unassuming 3-story apartment is the covert headquarters of the Korchin's secret police. She gestured toward the building behind the door, nestled in a narrow alley behind Ruhr City's bustling commercial district, barely wide enough for a single carriage, built expressly for this structure. No sign marked the alley's entrance, its concealment absolute. She paused, then added. Surrounded by shops and warehouses, the building houses only a dozen personnel daily. Full assembly occurs solely during major briefings. Ruhr City's secret police force numbers nearly 400, constituting 1/8 of the entire Korchin's secret police. In crisis they may mobilize conventional police and military units. Horn's heart sank. Unwittingly he'd stumbled upon their central command. She pushed open the rear door and gestured inward. So, will you enter? Horn hesitated still, so she added. Though right now Major Martin is likely overwhelmed by staffing shortages. He oversees intelligence operations bearing the title of Section Chief, the most coveted post beneath the director with many vying for his position. Yet power and responsibility walk hand in hand. His authority is vast, his burdens immense, and the recent procession has stretched him to his limit. Major Martin sat in his leather chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk, his brow deeply furrowed. His suspicion of Horn stemmed half from an uncanny intuition. The moment he first laid eyes on him en route to Magus, something about the man felt profoundly wrong. The other half arose from Horn's pervasive entanglement in disparate affairs, Arkees's manner, Old Bloom's research into ancient civilizations, and even the street protests in Rule City, all somehow linked to him. If he truly were a covert agent, the danger would be immense. Martin murmured softly, his gaze sharpening with caution and wariness. Regardless, the investigation must continue. His origins had to be uncovered. Coinciding with the weekly routine meeting, Martin immediately redirected its agenda to a consolidated briefing on Horn's case. Seated at the head of the conference table, he surveyed the dozen subordinates before him and said, "Compile all intelligence gathered on Horn over the past few days, omit no detail however minute. Moreover, I have already contacted the secret police outside our jurisdiction and requested their assistance. Relay any developments immediately." A bespectacled subordinate rose first, clutching a stack of documents. "So we began by verifying his identity papers. Every procedural requirement was met. According to official records, he was born in 1223 A.D. in Cork City, Trilok Province. Parental details and birth certificate fully corroborate this." "I don't believe it," Martin interrupted flatly. "It's too clean, suspiciously so. Dispatch an urgent message to the Secret Police Division in Trilok Province. Instruct them to conduct an on-site investigation in Cork City. Locate residents familiar with the Mask family, present his portrait for identification, and verify conclusively whether this Mr. Mask is genuine." "Yes, sir, I'll arrange it immediately." The subordinate hastily noted the order and resumed his seat. Within days the Trilok report arrived. The officer tasked with delivering the update held fresh documents, his expression tinged with bewilderment. "Sir, something is peculiar. Horn, or rather the Mask family, holds considerable renown in Cork City. Many elders recognized his portrait instantly as young Mr. Mask and recalled anecdotes from his childhood. This only confirms that a Mask existed, but proves nothing about Horn's authenticity. Identities can be forged, backgrounds meticulously fabricated." Martin nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Turning to Horn's biography, the subordinate flipped through the dossier. "He claims noble lineage. His ancestors were aristocratic magnates of Cork City. During the Gallic Great Revolution his family escaped political purge, preserving their foundation. Under Emperor Aishman's reign his grandfather served loyally in imperial campaigns, earning distinction and restoring the family's noble status, ushering in a renewed era of prestige. Yet when Emperor Aishman fell, their influence waned dramatically. The dynasty's restoration marked their gradual decline," added another subordinate. "Only upon Lambert II's ascension, recalling his grandfather's service under Emperor Aishman, was Horn's father Old Mask granted the title of Baron. Upon Old Mask's death Horn inherited the title, though rumors persist that it may have been purchased outright. No evidence, however, substantiates this claim. His inheritance was modest," continued the initial reporting officer. "Old Mask squandered much of the estate during his lifetime, dissipating the majority of the family fortune. Horn inherited not only the title but also his father's proclivity for indulgence, earning him the local epithet the degenerate lineage. Still, he possessed greater pragmatism than his sire. Constrained by limited funds, he could not indulge extravagantly, and instead devised ingenious means to generate income. He demonstrated remarkable acumen in speculation and investment, occasionally securing substantial returns." Martin listened, fingers still drumming against the desk, his skepticism unshaken. "Even if every detail holds true, it does not exonerate him from being an operative. Why would a degenerate lineage associate with Arkees, or delve into ancient civilization studies? Continue the inquiry. Trace his movements over the past year, where he traveled, whom he met, what ventures he pursued." "Yes, sir," the subordinates chorused in unison, rising promptly to execute the new directives. Alone in the silent conference room, Martin stared at Horn's portrait resting on the table, his gaze darkening with resolve. No matter how long it took, he would unearth every truth concealed beneath that composed facade. Major Martin sat in his office, a thick dossier on young Mask, alias Horn, spread before him, his brown knotted fingertips slowly tracing across the pages. "Wilson, come in." A subordinate in gray uniform entered swiftly and snapped to attention. "Sir, you summoned me." Martin pointed to the financial section of the dossier and looked up. "Tell me again, How did young Mask acquire his wealth? Wilson leaned closer, reading aloud from a line. Report: Sir Young Mask executed several high-stakes investments yielding significant returns, then converted his entire 12,000 gold marks into Gallic government bonds. At the time stability prevailed, the bonds appreciated. And well before the war's collapse and the cession of the 3 provinces triggered bond devaluation, he had already liquidated every holding into cash, sustaining zero loss. Oh. Quite calculating, Martin remarked, raising an eyebrow. And during the Kansai exchange, did he undertake anything else? Indeed, Wilson affirmed. While exchanging currency in Kansai, he observed numerous fleeing elites desperate to sell real estate at steep discounts. He seized the opportunity, allocating most of his capital to property acquisition. His holdings concentrated primarily in Cochin, Swana, and Trilok provinces, with the largest concentration in Rural City. 3 prime commercial plots in the city center now generating substantial rental income. Martin paused, abruptly tapping the desk. Wasn't our first encounter precisely when he returned from Kansai? That's right. Wilson hesitated. Perhaps coincidence. After all, having just exchanged funds, traveling to Magus would be entirely reasonable. Martin said nothing, turning to the next page. What of Magus? What progress has the search yielded there? The subordinate reported. After arriving in Magus, young Mask paid handsomely to learn hunting from renowned local trackers, whom he privately dubbed foolish patrons, citing his slow progress and reckless expenditure. Wilson added. He departed Magus the very day after the Beast Cataclysm, and coincidentally encountered Professor Bloom. It may indeed have been chance. And the villa? Martin pressed. The villa's front door stood wide open, unattended. Its cellar remained cleverly concealed. It took hours to locate. Inside lay an array of hunting gear, bows, rifles, all bearing signs of heavy use, worn surfaces, dried mud clinging to the barrels, evidence unmistakable of deep forest excursions. A locked safe hidden within the cellar yielded only property deeds, land titles, and similar legal instruments, nothing more. Martin nodded, then turned to the surveillance report. Who has he associated with here in Rural City? His circle of acquaintances was exceptionally small. Aside from Professor Bloom, there was only a woman named Axia Lena. Wierikson said that this Axia was the daughter of the former owner of the Prexy Trading Company, which had later been taken over by the authorities. She now had no source of income but still had some family savings left. Anything else? Yes, the surveillance team reported that he stayed at the Welcome Hotel for 4 days and spent 2,000 marks, all his savings. Later, when he ran out of money, he moved out of the hotel and now lived on Miss Axia's support, covering all his food and clothing expenses. Wierikson added. Martin put down the documents, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temples. From this perspective, he is indeed a thorough degenerate. His ancestors were wealthy. He knows how to speculate and make some money, but he can also spend it all quickly. When he has no money, he relies on women for support. How could he be an agent? Wierikson agreed. Yes, Major. What agent would be so ostentatious, spending all his money in a hotel? Besides, if he were an agent, why would he be so close to a scholar like Professor Bulumu and let us watch him so closely? Martin sighed. I always felt something was off about him, but after reviewing these documents, the possibility that he is an agent is indeed negligible. Was I overthinking? He looked at the documents, his eyes filled with doubt, unable to make a decision for the moment. Major Martin pushed the previous files aside and picked up the subsequent investigation report on Little Mask. It stated that after leaving the hotel, Little Mask did not find a new hotel but moved into a mansion in the southern suburbs of Luar City. He frowned and muttered, Isn't the southern suburbs an abandoned mining area? The environment is desolate. Why would he live there? The adjutant beside him interjected. I heard that most people living in the southern city have some property, but are not wealthy, and it's the most chaotic area in Luar City. Perhaps the homeowner deliberately let him see the house, hoping to sell it. Major Martin continued reading, and the more he read the stranger it seemed Little Mask lived quite elegantly, even hiring a part-time maid, but his selection criteria were bizarre. She must be under 18 and have a pretty face. He looked up at the adjutant and said, Do you think he has some special fetish? Otherwise, why would he be so picky about a maid? The adjutant scratched his head. Hard to say. Maybe he just likes young and pretty ones. The report also said that he was often away from home, either chatting with Professor Bulumu, dating Miss Axia, or wandering around the city, returning home only in the evening to walk his dog. He mostly rode a horse when going into the city and walking the dog, and sometimes practiced equestrian skills in the outskirts. I had someone sneak into the mansion and search, but found nothing important. Major Martin turned another page. The owner of the house is one of our people, so even if there is a small cellar, it can't hide any secrets. Both the surveillance team and the maid we bribed confirmed that inside the house, aside from newly purchased bedding, a row of dog kennels, and a few suitcases, there was nothing suspicious. He tossed the report onto the table, his face full of confusion. This little mask appears to be an ordinary degenerate, but I still feel something is off, yet I can't pinpoint the problem. Just then the office door was knocked, and the director's secretary poked her head in. Major, the director wants you in his office. He says it's urgent. Major Martin stood up, straightened his uniform, and followed the secretary to the director's office. As soon as he entered, he felt the room was empty, with only a few maps hanging on the walls and no decorations. The director was an old man with sparse hair on his head, and a wrinkled face, sitting behind the desk flipping through documents. Major Martin did not have much respect for the director, and the director had never liked him either. Their personalities clashed, and they always conflicted in work. Sit down. I have some news for you. The director didn't even look up, pointing to the chair across from him. After Major Martin sat down, the director put down the documents and spoke slowly. Your former superior, General Kalina Adel, was granted the title of Marquis by the Emperor a week ago. Major Martin was startled. General Adel. How did he suddenly become a Marquis? Not only the Marquis, the director continued. Before long he will also become the governor in charge of all affairs in Kikinsi. The situation in the 3 newly acquired provinces is too dire. Military control is necessary. His Majesty, following the cabinet's advice, has decided to appoint a governor in each of 2 of the provinces. General Adel is one of them. Major Martin frowned, pondering. If General Adel becomes the governor of Kikinsi, then matters in Lure City will likely fall under his jurisdiction. That is not good news. The director watched Martin's furrowed brow and continued. After General Adel becomes the governor of Kikinsi, his power will be significant. He will command the Civil Affairs Police and 2 Army Corps of Kikinsi. However, our secret police are different. We take orders from headquarters. But we need a liaison officer to coordinate with the governor. I think you are the most suitable for the role. Major Martin did not decline, as it was a work assignment. He asked directly, when will General Adel arrive in Kikinsi? I need to prepare for the liaison in advance. It will be a while yet, the director said, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip. 2 days ago His Majesty ordered the Treasury to allocate 150000 gold marks to build a mansion for General Adel in Majizi, and the location was personally chosen by His Majesty. Before that, the beast calamity in Majizi must be pacified, otherwise the mansion would not be safe. Major Martin's heart stirred and he pressed. When did His Majesty make this decision? The director put down the teacup, glanced at him, and said with a hint of sarcasm. What? You still suspect this is related to the little mask you're investigating? Don't overthink it. His Majesty originally chose a different location, but later saw the report on the beast calamity in Majizi and made a last-minute adjustment. Major Martin didn't respond. He stood up, walked to the map on the wall, and pointed his finger at the location of Majizi. He instantly understood the Emperor's intention. After Majizi fell into the hands of the Pelushi Empire, it had long become an important military stronghold. The roads leading to Majizi were all narrow mountain paths, but beyond Majizi to the south lay a vast plain, and there was no terrain suitable for defense all the way to Lure City. Building a governor's mansion in Majizi was not just for General Adel's residence. More importantly, it was a pretext to completely eradicate the beast calamity and secure this strategic location. Which army corps will be deployed to garrison Majizi? Major Martin asked, again, already calculating the subsequent security arrangements in his mind. The newly formed 12th Air Cavalry Battalion will be dispatched to Majizi in a few days, the director replied. The air cavalry has high mobility and is convenient for dealing with the beasts. These words suddenly reminded Major Martin of a top-secret mission he had carried out before, escorting a brown carriage with its curtains tightly drawn, during which he had disguised himself as a second lieutenant. He muttered to himself, the 12th Air Cavalry Battalion stationed in Majizi plus the governor's mansion to be built there. Majizi will surely be filled with secrets in the future. As he thought, he couldn't help but think of the suspicious little mask. This person left just after the beast calamity in Majizi, and now he is entangled with Professor Bulumu. It all feels too coincidental. What are you thinking about? The director interrupted his thoughts. There's a second piece of news for you. After General Adel arrives in Kikinsi, the scholars and experts previously invited by Mr. Ajisi will all be relocated to Majizi and treated as honored guests. A series of research laboratories will also be built in Majizi. This matter must be kept confidential. You need to arrange your current work properly and not cause any trouble. Major Martin's heart sank. The scholars of Ajisi, the secret laboratories, the military deployment in Majizi. These things together, no matter how you look at it, are not simple. He couldn't help asking. Director, is the higher-ups a bit uneasy about Mr. Ajisi? Otherwise, why relocate the scholars to Majizi and specifically ask us to keep an eye on them? The director let out a sneer, his tone dripping with contempt. Mr. Akes. And those Gauls. Not a single one of them is trustworthy. They will never be truly loyal to Gaul, nor will they pledge absolute allegiance to our Prussia. Their hearts are filled only with their own interests. Who knows if one day they might secretly pass information to the Gauls and work for them. Such people must be guarded against. As he spoke, he pulled a confidential letter sealed with red wax from the drawer and tossed it onto the desk before Major Martin. See for yourself. The Prime Minister is deeply concerned about the current situation in Ruhr City. Although there has been no large-scale resistance movement in Ruhr City, that black-masked figure has nearly tarnished the prestige of our authorities. The police are wavering and the Gauls have turned him into a legend, a hero. This is not what the Prime Minister wants to see. Major Martin picked up the letter, quickly scanned it, and looked up at the director. You mean we should target this black-masked man? Not just him. The director leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. The plan you drafted earlier, Countermeasures Against Resistance Activities in Cochins, has been approved by the Prime Minister and the General Staff. This time the objective is clear: we must wipe out all resistance organizations within the territory, not a single one left. Major Martin did not mince words. When does the operation begin? So I can arrange the deployment in advance. What's the hurry? The director waved his hand. Wait until General Adler arrives in Cochins to assume the post of governor. Then he will take unified command and you will cooperate with him. For now, get your current affairs in order, especially keep a close watch on the movements of Akes and those scholars. Major Martin nodded, tucked the letter away, and turned to leave the director's office. Back in his own workspace, he immediately summoned his subordinates. Everyone meet in the conference room in 5 minutes. I have important news to relay. Within moments, a dozen subordinates crowded into the small conference room, their faces tense, waiting for instructions. Major Martin recounted the director's message in full detail. As soon as he mentioned wiping out all resistance organizations, someone exclaimed, Major, we definitely don't have enough manpower. We're already keeping tabs on Akes and that little Musk, plus we have to manage the street protests. Where can we find extra people to investigate the resistance? Another tall, thin officer added, Why not pull some personnel from the secret police departments of other provinces? We could coordinate with them, maybe borrow a few. No. Major Martin rejected the idea outright. Every department is short-handed right now. Every region has its own heavy tasks. If we take a few people, their side will be left with a gaping hole. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? The conference room fell silent. Everyone frowned deep in thought. After a few seconds, Major Martin spoke again. It's not entirely hopeless. We'll transfer one person from each department, just one, no more. That way it won't affect their work too much, and we'll gain a few extra hands. Besides, through these transferred personnel we can get a better understanding of the actual situation at each local unit. 2 birds with 1 stone. A bespectacled officer asked doubtfully. Just one. Is that enough? The resistance organizations are no small matter. We'll make do for now. Once General Adler arrives, he might be able to bring in troops from the army to assist. Major Martin's tone was firm. For now, this is the plan. Go contact every department immediately and report the list of transferred personnel to me. They must report to duty within 3 days. The subordinates exchanged glances. Though they still felt the manpower was tight, there was no alternative. They could only nod and reply, Yes, Major. After returning to his office, Major Martin immediately called several of his men over and pointed at the documents on the desk. Sort out the work on your hands and prioritize it by importance. List all the tasks that are low priority and can be handed over to the regular police departments. I plan to borrow personnel from the various police stations in Ruhr City to take over these matters so we can concentrate our manpower on the critical issues. A subordinate with a short beard frowned. Major, can we cancel the surveillance on Little Musk? We've been trailing him for so long and haven't found anything suspicious. It's been a huge drain on manpower. With everyone short-handed, we could use those people elsewhere. Major Martin stared at the desk, silent for a few seconds. Inside he was reluctant. He still felt that Little Musk wasn't as simple as he appeared, but with the current manpower shortage he had to compromise. No need to cancel entirely. Just set up a fixed surveillance post near his home. Assign 2 people to keep an eye on him. Report only if anything happens. That'll save a lot of manpower. The subordinates nodded and turned to organize their work. Meanwhile, at Place St. Louis in Ruhr City, the most bustling district, a large crowd had gathered. It was unusually lively. 2 young men in student attire stood on the steps at the center of the square, delivering passionate speeches. they shouted. Resist Prussian rule. Restore Gaul's freedom. Their voices rang out loud and fervent. The crowd below joined in chanting slogans, creating a chaotic uproar. Within minutes the distant wail of police sirens grew closer and closer. Soon 17 or 18 police officers ran over holding batons and began dispersing the crowd. Most just pushed people out of the square without using much force. They seemed reluctant to escalate the situation. Many onlookers gathered around the square. Some huddled together making bets. Do you think the Black Seraph will show up this time? He saved so many people last time. Maybe he'll appear again. Hard to say. The police arrived so fast, maybe they'd prepared for him, just waiting for him to jump out. On the second floor of a restaurant across the square, a curtain in one private room was pulled open a crack. Horn and Mingni were intimately embracing, their heads close together, whispering. Mingni wore a high-necked slim-waisted silk gown and a delicate silk soft hat, looking very elegant. Horn was dressed in a plain black suit over a brown leather vest, unarmed. He was just accompanying Mingni today. Watching the police below disperse the crowd, Mingni lifted her head, nuzzled against Horn's shoulder, and smiled. Want to change into your costume and make an appearance? Look at the people down there, they're all hoping to see the Black Seraph. Horn shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the square. He pointed into the distance. Don't go. It's a trap. See those alleys next to the crowd and the rooftops on both sides opposite? They're hiding men with rifles. The police in Ruhr City arrived so late on purpose, to lure me out. Mingni's smile grew sweeter. She reached up and pinched Horn's chin. I knew you'd see through it. Those cops aren't stupid. They know that sheer numbers alone are no match for you. Huen remained silent, understanding clearly in his heart that Meng and I saw him as an invincible knight-errant, a hero who defied the Polishi people. But he knew well that he was not that formidable. If he truly acted impulsively this time, he might end up falling into an ambush. Huen gazed out the window at the crowd being dispersed, his brows tightly furrowed. I feel that my previous actions have only made some people more foolish and reckless, believing that with the Black Seraphim around they could dare anything. He turned to Meng and I, his tone resolute. From now on I will no longer take risks for these people. It's not worth it. Meng and I leaned close to him, her fingers gently tracing the cuff of his suit. So you intend to make the identity of the Black Seraphim disappear? No, this identity is still useful, I can't discard it. Huen shook his head. Haven't you noticed? Ever since the Black Seraphim caused a few commotions, the secret police following me have gradually vanished. And using this identity to intimidate those who collaborate with the Polishi authorities is more effective than anything else. He reached out and drew the curtain of the private booth, shutting out the clamor outside. Out of sight, out of mind, so as not to be disturbed by foolish affairs. Meng and I sat up straight, looking into his eyes. You've become increasingly indifferent. Your passion for resisting the Polishi authorities seems to have waned. It's not that my passion has waned, I've come to understand. Huen sighed, lowering his voice. The first time I took a risk it was because I saw too many people sacrificing needlessly, and it weighed on my heart. But none of what I did was ever easy or without risk. Last time I nearly ran into a policeman in that dark alley, and this time I almost fell into a trap. Every time I lived on edge. He pointed out the window where two young men with their hands bound behind their backs were being thrown into a prison van. Look at them, they have nothing but hot blood, unable to see even basic danger. I can't be their nanny forever cleaning up their messes, can I? Meng and I followed his gaze and suddenly narrowed her eyes. She tugged at his arm. Look over there, that figure hidden behind the shop door across the street, sneaking around. It's definitely watching us. She withdrew her gaze and nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't meddle in these meaningless matters anymore. So what more meaningful thing do you plan to do? Huen was momentarily stunned, a bit bewildered at first, then after a few seconds of thought he spoke. I need a hiding place, a quiet place where I can work undisturbed to make some special tools. Find a place. I know many people who can help you find a secluded house. Meng and I said immediately. No need to trouble yourself, the abandoned mining area where I live is fine. Huen waved his hand. Although the mine entrance is sealed, the interior should still be usable. Moreover, the mining area is interconnected, making it an ideal place to hide. I want to set up my workshop in the deepest and safest spot and open a few hidden exits. That way, even if someone finds the mining area, they won't find me. Meng Ni's eyes lit up. Then what can I do to help? You can't do all the work alone. Huen thought for a moment, then looked at her. If it's convenient, get me two things. First, the blueprints of that abandoned mining area, the more detailed the better. Second, a set of excavation tools, ones that are easy to handle for clearing debris from the mine and opening exits. Meng and I nodded immediately. No problem. I can find the blueprints for you tomorrow, and I'll also find a way to get the excavation tools. Just wait for my news. Meng Ni's smile faded, and she frowned slightly. I'll try my best to get the blueprints and tools, but I can't guarantee success. The blueprints of the abandoned mining area might have been lost long ago, and for the excavation tools I'll have to find reliable people, or else we might attract unwanted attention. Huan smiled and patted her hand. It's fine. If you can get them, great. If not, we'll think of other ways. Let's drop this for now. Why don't you look at the menu and see what you'd like to eat? The steak at this restaurant is said to be quite good. The two ordered their meal and ate lunch quietly. After the meal, Huan suggested shopping as usual, and Meng and I naturally agreed. They left the restaurant and strolled slowly along the commercial street. Passing each shop, Huan would go inside and look around. Even a fabric store was not spared, and he would walk through the second and third floors as well. Meng and I stayed by his side, deliberately slowing her pace and occasionally pointing at items in the windows and asking, "Does this dress look nice? Should I buy you a tie?" She knew very well that Huan wasn't really shopping. He was using the outing to map out the terrain of Lure City, which shops had back doors, which alleys led to other streets. He was remembering all of it. Huan replied to Meng Ni's comments while organizing the terrain in his mind. It didn't matter if he couldn't remember the details of most shops, but he had to memorize the usable passages and hidden corners. Several times before, when chased by the police, he had relied on these familiar terrains to shake them off. He silently thanked old Shimeng. Back in Magus, the old man had taught him the laws of the jungle and survival hunting skills which still worked in the city. Observing the environment and finding escape routes were all skills the old man taught him. Just then a clear female voice came from behind, calling out Meng and I. Huan and Meng and I turned around simultaneously and saw a young girl in a pleated long skirt and a white silk hat walking over. The girl had a cool temperament, different from Meng Ni's allure but equally beautiful. Besides a fresh, elegant perfume, she also carried a faint scent of ink. Huan's heart stirred. It was Lily. He had known about this woman before, not only the renowned heiress of Lure City, but also a young patriot engaged in underground activities. He had been troubled about how to approach her, but now that they had run into each other, the problem was solved. Yet before he could speak, Lily swept him with a contemptuous, disgusted look as if he were something unclean. Meng and I noticed Lily's gaze glanced at Huan with amusement hidden in her eyes and stepped forward to take Lily's hand. Lily, what a coincidence. You're shopping too. Let me introduce you, this is Huan. She turned to Huan and said, "This is Lily, the friend I mentioned to you before." Huan nodded, about to greet her, but Lily ignored him. She pulled Meng and I toward the jewelry shop next door. "I saw a nice necklace at a shop earlier. Come with me to take a look." The two women walked side by side, chatting about jewelry and clothes, leaving Huan behind. Huan had no choice but to follow them, pondering how to strike up a conversation with Lily. Huan followed Meng and I and Lily into the jewelry store. The patrons inside all turned to look at them. Meng and I in her silk gown and Lily in her white silk hat were both strikingly beautiful, drawing glances of admiration and praise. But the looks that fell upon Huan were filled with contempt, for when Meng and I had been selecting a brooch moments ago, he had merely stood by without moving, and in the end Meng and I had paid for it herself. Lily picked up a pearl brooch from the counter and handed it to Meng and I, but her eyes slanted toward Huan as she said with a mocking tone, "Meng and I, this brooch looks lovely on you. Huan should buy it for you. Even if he's poor, he should at least have enough to buy a small gift for his beloved, right? How could he let you pay for it yourself?" Huan was not angered, instead he smiled, a smile that in Lily's eyes was particularly infuriating. He spoke slowly. "I am indeed penniless right now. Even if I borrowed money to buy Meng and I a gift, it would be meaningless, just putting on a brave face." "What's wrong with borrowing?" Lily retorted immediately, her voice rising slightly. "Borrowing money to buy a gift at least shows your feelings. How can buying it yourself compare to receiving it from your beloved?" Huan wagged his index finger and shook his head. "It's different, but also unnecessary. Valuing these superficial gestures is actually a sign of immaturity. True affection doesn't need such things to prop up appearances." Lily's face darkened instantly. She glared at Huan and said coldly, "You sure know how to talk. Being supported by a woman spending her money and still being so self-righteous. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. I'm only temporarily broke, not permanently so." Huan continued, intentionally adding a hint of provocation to his tone. "Meng and I is willing to support me, and I see it as a product of love. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If I treated this support as a favor and let it burden me, it would only drive us apart. That would be a real loss." Lily trembled with rage. She snatched the brooch from Meng Ni's hand, slammed it back onto the counter with a clatter, turned and strode out of the store. Huan caught a glimpse of her reddened eyes as if she were about to cry. Meng and I hurried out after her for a few steps, then returned and leaned close to Huan's ear, her voice laced with playful reproach. "Why did you have to clash with her like that? She's always been proud. How could she take that kind of talk? When I get back, I'll have to think carefully about how to punish you." Hua-en shrugged indifferently and asked her back. Let me ask you something. Does Lily also have a gentleman she's supporting by her side? Meng Ni's eyes immediately turned wary. She frowned and asked, Why are you asking about that? Suddenly taking an interest in Lily's affairs. Hua-en did not reveal his true identity to Meng Ni. He knew that there was always this barrier between them, but now was not the time to break it. He took Meng Ni's hand and led her out of the jewelry store. As they strolled along the commercial street, he finally spoke. Do you still remember? The first time I met you was in a dark alley. I met Lily just now for the first time. Speaking of which, Lily's father seems to be quite favored in the authorities. He deliberately steered the conversation toward Lily's family situation, hinting at his interest in the matter. Meng Ni was silent for a few seconds, her pace slowing. She had long suspected Hua-en's identity, and even vaguely guessed the answer, but it was precisely this elusive identity that made her even more infatuated. She looked up at Hua-en and said earnestly, I can tell you what you want to know, but you have to promise me you won't hurt Lily. She may seem proud, but she's actually very sensitive inside and carries a heavy burden. As she spoke, a pang of guilt struck her. After all, Lily was her close friend, and now she was about to share her friend's secrets with her lover, which felt like betraying a confidant. Hua-en nodded. I won't hurt her. I just want to ask, is Lily supporting a boyfriend? His name is Ajiashi, Meng Ni said without further hesitation. He's a college student who works part-time and has also found a job at a newspaper. He's usually quite busy. Ajiashi. Hua-en's heart stirred. He suddenly recalled a few articles he had read before, pieces criticizing the authorities' policies with a byline that resembled this name. The pieces of his conjecture seemed to fall into place. He pressed on. Do you know which newspaper Ajiashi works for? I'm not sure exactly which one. Meng Ni shook her head. But when I chat with Lily later, I can drop some hints and ask. I should be able to find out. Does Ajiashi know that he's being supported by Lily? Hua-en asked again, stopping in front of a bakery. He definitely knows. Meng Ni sighed. When Lily's father found out, he had a huge fight with her, saying she shouldn't be supporting a college student with no background. Lily was even grounded for 3 months. Since then, the relationship between father and daughter has been strained. She paused, then added, I remember that after the grounding ended, Lily became increasingly active in social activities, even participating in organizing several protests, as if she was trying to defy her father. Hua-en said nothing, his head bowed in thought. Now the situation had taken a rough shape. All that remained was to find evidence to confirm it, and he already had a crucial lead. After a few seconds, he looked up at Meng Ni and said, Help me check if the Kikinsi Times has a reporter or editor named Ajiashi. He had been with Meng Ni long enough to trust her completely. He knew that Meng Ni's loyalty to him was rooted entirely in the bond between them, and there would be no mishaps. Meng Ni nodded, then reached out and grasped Hua-en's arm, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. I'll help you check, but what about my reward? You can't expect me to work for free, can you? Hua-en stroked the small mustache on his chin and smiled. I really don't have any money right now. Wait a month or two until my finances are sorted out, and I'll definitely buy you a gift. Meng Ni blinked, teasing him deliberately. I don't mind if you borrow money to buy it first. You can pay it back later anyway. As she spoke, she pinched Hua-en's arm, then affectionately hugged his arm and rested her head on his shoulder. Actually, what I value isn't the gift itself. It's the process of you being willing to borrow money to buy it for me. That's what makes it interesting. With that, she pulled Hua-en back toward the jewelry store. She was still thinking about that pearl brooch. 2 days later, Meng Ni arrived at the country villa-style house where Hua-en was staying as a guest, clutching a cloth bag and bubbling with excitement. As soon as she entered, she threw herself into Hua-en's arms, her voice brimming with joy. I found it. Ajiashi really works at the Kikinsi Times. He's a trainee reporter there. Hua-en smiled and bent down to kiss her forehead as a reward. Meng Ni pouted in dissatisfaction, then reached up and hooked her arms around his neck. Is that all? I need a more passionate kiss. They fooled around for a while before heading into the bedroom. Meng Ni pulled a rolled-up bundle of papers from her cloth bag and handed them to Hua-en. These are the maps of the abandoned mine you asked for. I had to track down several old acquaintances to get this old set. It took a lot of effort. Hua-en took the maps and began to unfold them as he asked. When you got the maps, did anyone notice you? Relax, I was very careful. Meng Ni said, sitting on the edge of the bed and pouring herself a glass of water. I never revealed my true purpose the whole time. I just said I was helping a friend find the foundation plans for an old house. No one suspected a thing. Oh, I also found some digging tools for you. I planned to bring them along, but they were too bulky to carry. No need for the digging tools. I've already bought a shovel, a pickaxe, and the like. They're enough for now. Huan's attention was completely absorbed by the 6 maps in his hands. They clearly marked the layout of the mine shafts, the depth of each shaft from the surface, and even the abandoned tunnels were indicated with precision. Meng and I leaned in to look at the maps and asked, "So how's the digging progress? Have you cleared the rubble from the mine entrance?" Huan looked up at her and asked back, "Do you have access to better digging tools? If so, where can I get them?" Meng Ni's eyes lit up. "Actually, I do. I remember that in my father's old warehouse there's a set of tools that were invented just before the war broke out, specifically designed for digging tunnels. They've never been used, so they should be much more effective than a shovel and a pickaxe." Meng Ni sat on the edge of the bed swinging her legs and said, "That set of excavation tools was originally intended by my father to be sold at a high price to Mr. Aki's, but the deal fell through, so it's been sitting in our basement ever since. If you want them, just go get them yourself. I'll show you where." Huan immediately folded the blueprint carefully and wrapped it tightly in oil paper. Meng Ni, seeing his hurried manner, teased with a smile, "Why are you in such a rush? Are you afraid I'll change my mind and take you for a quick draw? Just grab the stuff and run." Huan put down the oil paper package, stepped forward, and pinned her onto the bed, his hands bracing on either side of her body. His eyes carried a hint of challenge. "What do you think? Want to test if I'm a quick draw?" Meng Ni's cheeks flushed, her eyes wavering. But just as Huan's hand was about to reach the hem of her skirt, she suddenly gasped, sat up abruptly, quickly straightened her disheveled dress, and slapped Huan reproachfully. "Stop it! Let's get the tools first. Hurry and prepare the carriage. The streets are empty now, so we won't be noticed." Huan knew the time wasn't right yet, but wasn't disappointed. He smiled and stood up. "All right, I'll listen to you." He went to the yard to harness the carriage. While tying the horse, he quietly crept to the doghouse, lifted the bottom plank's crevice, stuffed the oil paper package with the blueprint inside, then covered the plank and brushed the dust off his hands. This spot was hidden, no one would notice. Everything ready, Huan drove the carriage with Ming Ni toward the city. Near Ming Ni's house, they didn't use the front door but circled to the back alley and slipped in through an inconspicuous small door. Ming Ni's house was a 3-story villa occupying half a street, quite imposing. She led Huan to the bottom of the staircase on the first floor, pointed to a small wooden door with a lock, and said, "This is the basement entrance. No one usually comes here." With that, she took out a key, inserted it into the lock, opened the door with a click, pushed it open, stepped inside, locked it behind her, and slid the bolt. Then she retrieved an oil lamp from the corner and lit it with a tinder stick. The flickering light of the oil lamp illuminated the basement. Against the wall stood a row of display cabinets containing a variety of items: old pocket watches, rusty daggers, and several pottery jars of unknown age. In the center of the basement was a large table with items covered by thick flannel cloth both on and under it, hiding who knows what. Ming Ni walked to the table in the center of the basement, reached out, and lifted the thick flannel cloth, revealing the excavation tools underneath, a set of equipment consisting of a winch driving a turntable with steel cables attached to the turntable and compatible with drill bits of various sizes. Huan leaned in for a closer look, muttering, "This winch is made of cast iron, isn't it? Looks heavy." He reached out and tried to move it. Indeed, it didn't budge. The turntable was steel and a bit lighter, but the drill bits. He picked one up and weighed it, also forged steel. The 2 largest ones looked even heavier than the winch. How could they move this? Ming Ni also frowned, helplessly picking up the 2 smallest drill bits. "No way, the big ones are too heavy. Even these 2 small ones are hard for me to carry." Huan smiled, took off his coat and vest, tossing them onto a nearby box, leaving only his shirt. He took a deep breath, bent down, and hugged the winch. "I'll carry it. Just give me a hand." Holding the winch, he walked with soft steps through the narrow basement corridor like a thief afraid of making any noise and being discovered. After 7 or 8 trips back and forth, he managed to load the winch, turntable, and several small parts onto the carriage. Looking at the half-loaded carriage, Huan felt a bit worried. This carriage doesn't have a trailer, and the base isn't sturdy. With such heavy items, it might break down after 2 trips. "Never mind the carriage for now, we still have the drill bits to move," Ming Ni urged, turning back toward the basement. Huan quickly followed. Just as he was about to bend down to pick up a drill bit, he saw Ming Ni suddenly make a frantic gesture at him, pointing toward the adjacent storage room. Huan immediately understood and slipped quietly into the storage room, leaving the door ajar to peek outside. Soon a middle-aged man's voice came from outside, Ming Ni's father. "Ming Ni, what are you doing in the basement? Come to my study tonight. I have something to ask you." Ming Ni quickly hid the parts behind her back and answered with a smile. "Nothing much, just getting something." "Dad, is there something you need?" "Nothing major, just asking what you've been busy with lately, always going out." The middle-aged man's footsteps came closer. "What's that in your hand?" "Hold it up, let me see." Mingni quick-witted grabbed the vest Huan had left behind. It's just a piece of clothing. I just found it, and was going to wash it. The middle-aged man frowned and looked at it. This clothes is too small. It's not mine. I've never worn such a small size. Huan, hiding in the storage room, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. That was his vest, of course it was a different size from Mingni's father's. He held his breath waiting for the middle-aged man to leave, afraid of being discovered. Mingni, upon hearing her father's doubt about the size, thought quickly and lied casually. Dad, this is an old shirt you couldn't fit into anymore. Don't you remember? Last time you said you'd donate it to the poor, and you asked me to keep it. The middle-aged man frowned and thought for a moment, as if he truly couldn't recall clearly. He didn't pursue the clothing issue further but changed the topic. Let me tell you, don't hang around with those idealistic young people anymore. They only do useless things. Be careful you don't get into trouble. Dad, I stopped attending those gatherings long ago. Mingni quickly defended herself. Recently I've just been shopping with friends, no mischief. The middle-aged man stared at her for a few seconds as if he had more to say, but finally just waved his hand. Forget it. We'll talk in my study tonight. I'm going upstairs now. With that he turned and walked toward the staircase. He had only taken a couple of steps when a woman's voice came from upstairs. Mingni's mother. Old Jiang, have you seen that set of flower vases for roses? I've been looking for it for a long time. Following the voice, a middle-aged woman in an elegant long dress came down the stairs, heading straight for the basement storage room. She remembered placing the vase near there. Mingni's heart tightened. She was about to stop her, but her mother had already reached the storage room door and pulled it open. Seeing Huan hiding inside, her face was full of surprise, her mouth open, but she didn't scream. Huan quickly forced a somewhat ingratiating smirk. His eyes swept over the bouquet in her hand and her dress, deducing she probably liked delicate things. He swiftly grabbed a light green glass long-neck vase from nearby and handed it over. Auntie, were you looking for a vase for your roses? This vase seems to match your flowers well. The mother paused for a moment, took the vase, glanced at Huan, said nothing, quietly closed the storage room door, then turned to Mingni. Nizi, come to my room tonight. I have something to tell you. With that she carried the vase and flowers upstairs. After the family had all left, Huan emerged from the storage room and hurried to move the last batch of parts. Once done, he collapsed onto the ground, his body aching as if it had fallen apart, gasping for breath. Mingni's laughter came from beside him. He looked up and asked, still laughing, how are you going to get through tonight when your parents ask about you? That moment when you handed the vase to my mother was absolutely brilliant. Meng and I teased with a laugh. I never knew you had such a talent for charming people. Huan shot her a glare. At a time like this you're still joking around. Aren't you worried about what your parents will ask about me? Don't worry, I have the advantage of being an only daughter, Meng and I said with a dismissive wave of her hand. My parents dote on me the most. Even if they do ask, I can just act cute and play dumb to get through it. As for you, next time you visit my house you'd better be more careful. Don't let my family catch you again. Hearing her say that, Huan was completely speechless. He lay sprawled on the ground, too exhausted to argue. He had finally realized that this girl Meng and I didn't take her family's interrogation seriously at all. Huan drove the carriage back from Mingni's house, keeping an eye on his surroundings the entire way. He knew someone was watching him. So when he returned to the stable he didn't dare unload the excavation parts from the carriage immediately. Instead he pretended to feed the hunting dogs, walked over to the doghouse, and when no one was looking retrieved the oil paper package he had hidden in the gap of the partition and tucked it into his chest. Back in the house, Huan locked himself in the bedroom and spread out the mine map from the oil paper package. He studied it over and over, frowning. Why isn't the location of my house marked? He muttered. How am I supposed to determine the digging direction? But soon he remembered the method old Simon had taught him. He took silver coins, a protractor, and a simple map of the southern outskirts of Ruhr City from the drawer, then bent over the table comparing them bit by bit. First he determined the approximate location of the house on the map, then calculated the direction of the mine shaft based on the map, figuring out which way he should dig. After most of the day's effort, Huan finally settled on the spot, deciding to place the tunnel entrance under the doghouse in the corner of the yard. It was both concealed and not easily discovered. He walked into the yard pretending to play with the hunting dog, deliberately moved the doghouse a little to the side and made an inconspicuous mark on the ground, planning to start working that night. As evening fell, Huan led out the horse and called the hunting dog, pretending to take the dog for a walk, heading toward the abandoned mine area. As he walked he observed the sealed mine entrance, and even took out a small notebook to jot down distances, muttering to himself. From the house to the mine entrance it's about 200 paces. I need to calculate the slope carefully when digging. When passing by an open plot of land he deliberately stopped to choose a suitable spot for dumping the excavated soil. He memorized the surrounding terrain, where the trees were, where the rocks were, all marked in his mind. Once he got home, Huen began waiting for late night. After a short while the maid brought in dinner. As soon as she placed the plate on the table, Huen smiled and chatted with her. "The stew today smells really good. Did you keep it specially for me?" The maid blushed, lowered her head and fidgeted with her apron. "I'm glad you like it, sir. I stewed it a little longer." During dinner, Huen occasionally teased the maid, making her look up and glare at him, but she couldn't help laughing. After the meal, the maid went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and boil water. Huen sat on the sofa in the living room to rest, holding a book in his hand, but his eyes kept drifting toward the kitchen. About half an hour later, the maid brought a cup of hot water. As soon as she handed it to him, Huen pulled her onto his lap. The girl's face grew even redder, but she didn't struggle. Huen slowly recounted stories of hunting and Margus occasionally reaching out to pinch her cheek. The two flirted together, and the room was filled with light laughter. Not until 9:30 did the maid reluctantly stand up and take the hunting dog's leash. "Sir, I should go now. I'll come back tomorrow." Huen nodded and watched her walk out the door. Then he got up and went to the bathroom. He had tried several times before to have her attend him while he bathed, but each time the girl had blushed and dodged away. This time was no exception. He sighed as he let the water run. This girl, when will she ever loosen up? After his bath just past 10 o'clock, he returned to the bedroom. He didn't get into bed immediately. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed waiting, until 5 minutes past 10 when he reached out and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Once his eyes adjusted to the dark, Huen took out the work clothes he had prepared earlier from the wardrobe, changed into them, gently pushed open the back window, and climbed out. He crouched low and ran along the base of the wall to the carriage shed. The excavation tools that had been on the carriage were still there. He quickly removed the base parts and dragged out the sled he had hidden nearby. This sled was specially made for hauling those iron block-like tools to avoid leaving deep footprints, and to prevent crushing the grass in the yard. Pushing the sled, he followed the path behind the house to the corner of the wall. First he moved the doghouse a little to the side, revealing the mark he had made during the day, then quickly assembled the excavation tools. "Just as calculated, dig 3 meters deep first," he muttered as he started the tool and began digging downward. Afraid of water seeping in, he didn't dare dig too deep, so he started with a shallow hole. The tool hummed to life. Huen lay on the ground using his feet to push the winch for leverage, and the drill bit buzzed into the soil. Unexpectedly, the tool worked quite well. In just an hour it reached the 3-meter mark, leaving a hole the size of a fist. He swapped for a larger attachment to widen the opening, then connected a pipe so that the excavated soil would flow through the pipe and into a nearby sack. This reduced soil spillage and made it easier to transport. At that moment a fog began to gather around, visibility decreasing. Huen felt a surge of joy. "Perfect, with the fog so thick no one can see me." He hoisted the sack filled with soil onto his shoulder, opened the yard gate, and followed the route he had memorized earlier, heading to the open plot he had chosen during the day. He dumped the soil there and tamped it down with his feet to avoid leaving any traces. After returning, Huen switched to a larger drill bit and continued digging. The larger bit was more efficient, so the speed increased noticeably. Whenever the sack was full, he would get up and run to dump the soil. He made 5 or 6 trips back and forth, and the fog grew thicker. When the pit was deep enough for him to crawl into, he adjusted the direction and began digging horizontally according to the predetermined azimuth. He kept working until the sky began to lighten and the mist was about to dissipate, then he stopped. First he stuffed the sled tools and work clothes into the tunnel to hide them. Then he moved the doghouse back to cover the entrance, made sure there were no visible signs of tampering, and finally took off his work clothes, wearing only his underwear. He put on the paper bag he had prepared earlier to avoid getting soil on his clothes, then climbed back through the back window into the house. Once inside, Huen immediately wiped clean any traces that might have been left on the windowsill and the floor. Then he took a clean set of clothes and shuffled to the bathroom in his slippers. He quickly washed his body with cold water, rinsing off the dirt and sweat, and even deliberately sprayed on some perfume to prevent the maid from smelling anything unusual the next day. Huen emerged from the bathroom, his face immaculate, betraying no trace of the exhaustion from a night spent excavating soil. He crumpled the paper bags that had covered his feet into a ball and tossed them into the living room fireplace, where they crackled twice before turning to ash. No sooner had he finished tidying up than a commotion arose from the courtyard gate. The young maid arrived punctually, leading the hunting dog. Once inside, she first attended to Huen's morning routine, spending a full hour undressing, washing, and arranging his hair. During this time, Huen also pulled the young maid into a moment of intimacy, leaving the girl's cheeks flushed and the comb in her hand nearly slipping to the floor. After breakfast, the young maid busied herself with household chores, sweeping, wiping tables, feeding the hunting dog, While Huan moved a chair to the front yard, sat down with the newspaper and mentally planned his day. Ming and I had been summoned by her parents for a talk yesterday, so she likely wouldn't come today, and might even be grounded for a few days. Perfect, I'll take the opportunity to sleep and then spend a few hours in the afternoon riding the horse, treating it as equestrian practice. He put down the newspaper and stroked his chin. By the way, it's been a long time since I practiced marksmanship. I'll combine that with the afternoon ride, and it will also serve to mislead the surveillance outside, making them think I'm still that pleasure-seeking degenerate. He glanced at the doghouse in the corner and smirked. He was quite satisfied with the progress of the tunnel project. At this rate, he estimated it would take only half a month to dig through to the mine. Over the next week, Ming and I indeed did not appear. Huan's life fell into a steady rhythm. At dusk he would take the hunting dog for a walk around the neighborhood, then spend an hour practicing horseback shooting, firing bullets at pre-drawn targets. During the rest of the day he mostly slept to conserve energy. At 10:05 each night, as soon as the bedroom light was extinguished, he would rise and resume excavation. Later he devised a labor-saving method, using the hunting dog to carry small bags of soil. Though each load was modest, it significantly boosted efficiency, reducing the originally projected half-month project to just 1 week. That evening, as soon as the clock struck 10:05, Huan turned off the light and eagerly crawled into the hole beneath the doghouse. Lying inside the tunnel, he pushed the winch with all his might. The drill bit buzzed forward. After more than 2 hours of hard work, he suddenly felt a burst of light. The tunnel had broken through. The tunnel stretched over 200 meters. Huan crawled for half an hour before finally feeling a gentle breeze on his face. He looked up and saw the mine wall ahead. He climbed out of the tunnel, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and silently congratulated himself. Good, the deviation was minimal. I didn't dig off course. He surveyed the interior of the mine. It was not very tall, and the iron rails inside were surprisingly almost intact, though covered in a layer of dust. Huan walked along the rails. When he reached a fork, he regretted not bringing the mine layout map. He had no idea which way to go. Yet he was reluctant to return empty-handed. He stood at the fork pondering for a long time, then noticed the iron rails beneath his feet. A sudden inspiration struck him. These rails looked sturdy and could prove useful. He turned back to the tunnel entrance, retrieved the tools hidden inside, and with a wrench and crowbar easily dismantled the 200-meter section of rail, planning to haul it back next time. Huan stuffed the disassembled rails into the circular tunnel, then used the surrounding soil to level the tunnel floor. This would secure the rails and make crawling more stable. He worked until the sky began to lighten before finishing the leveling. He tried crawling on the rails a couple of times. It was indeed much easier and faster than before. But he wasn't satisfied. There must be abandoned mine carts in the mine. If he could use them, transporting things would be even more convenient. This time he didn't rush into the mine. Instead, he quietly slipped back into the house, retrieved the mining area map from the bedroom drawer, and brought along wrenches, crowbars, and other tools before crawling into the tunnel again. He laid a skateboard on the rails, placed the winch, drill bits, and other items on it, and pushed the skateboard as he crawled into the mine. With the rails and skateboard, his speed increased dramatically, and he reached the mine in no time. Huan took a tour of the mine and found a clean section of tunnel to use as a temporary hiding spot. On one side was an excavated ore layer spacious enough to serve as a training ground later. He searched nearby and found a discarded iron toolbox. He locked the map inside and also discovered a safety mining lamp. "Lucky I have this," he muttered. Ordinary oil lamps used when the mine was abandoned were too dangerous. They could easily start a fire. The safety lamp was much more reliable. Next he found several rusty mine carts. He tested each axle and chose the one that turned most smoothly. He also took a moment to sense the air in the mine. Feeling a gentle breeze, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as air circulated, he wouldn't have to worry about suffocation. Having set up the hiding spot, Huan did not move the mine cart. He feared the noise of the cart rolling would attract outside observers. He planned to modify it later before using it. He retreated through the tunnel and returned to the surface. A thick fog blanketed the outside, perfectly covering his movements. He climbed back into his bedroom through the rear window, took a cold shower, and went to bed. Over the next 2 days, Huan focused on furnishing the hiding spot. He sealed off the passages on both sides with thick earth, creating a secret chamber. At each end of the chamber he made a small door like a dog hole. The earth layer was a meter thick, and the doors were over 3 inches thick, made of 3 layers of wood sandwiched between 2 layers of straw matting, sturdy and soundproof. He also pushed the mine cart into the hiding spot, lubricated the axle, made covers for the wheels with cotton cloth and leather, and finally sealed them with asphalt. After the modification he tested it. The wheels rolled silently without a sound. During this time he also found many useful items in the abandoned mine tunnel: several hundred meters of steel cable, a few pulleys, 2 large winches, and a one-wheeled handcart. By the second day Huan began planning a search operation. He wanted to find another hidden exit to evade the surveillance outside. Setting the second exit in the residential area behind should be good, he mused. The southern district of Luar City was a lower-class neighborhood with alleys crisscrossing in all directions, numerous and densely packed buildings. Many houses were rented out as warehouses or workshops unoccupied, so there would be no police checking IDs and they wouldn't easily arouse suspicion. During the day, Huen pretended to stroll around and circled the southern district several times, estimating which mine tunnels might extend to that area, marking them all on the map. At night he slipped into the mine, pushing the one-wheeled handcart loaded with excavation tools along the tunnel. Whenever he encountered a collapse he stopped and marked the location on the map. The deeper he went into the mine, the more eerie the tunnels became. The mining lamp in his hand swayed, casting flickering shadows on the walls that swelled and shrank like ghostly figures. Yet he felt no fear, his mind focused solely on finding a suitable exit location. He stared at the scene before him, stunned. The power was far greater than he had anticipated, exceeding his expectations. Originally he had only intended to craft a weapon that could be controlled with ease, functioning somewhere between a club and an ordinary whip. He deliberately chose whalebone as the framework, deer tendon as the inner core, and wrapped it in raw cowhide, yet the result was unexpectedly formidable. Huen approached the mine wall, crouched down, and studied the lash marks left by the whip, pondering. It turned out that the whip's most devastating technique was not the slash but the thrust. When he had thrust it at the sandbag earlier, the hole was far deeper than when he slashed. If he were to thrust it into a person, the consequences would certainly be severe. He frowned, hesitated, and stowed the whip away, murmuring to himself, "This was not what I had envisioned. It was too brutal, and I was reluctant to use it." Sheathing the whip, Huen took 2 steps back, then suddenly leaped into the air, spinning his legs like a windmill in a flurry of kicks. Bang! One kick struck the sandbag, which had already leaked half its sand, causing it to burst open, sand spilling all over the ground. After landing he sighed softly. There were already enough weapons meant for killing, there was no need to create something so vicious. Yet he did not stop. He executed a backflip, using the momentum to lash out with a flying kick that slammed into a nearby wooden post. Crack! The splintered post was severed at the waist, the break smooth as a mirror. He then raised his left leg and brought it down like a battle axe, splitting another post with a thud. With a reverse kick he sent the half-shattered post flying, leaving only a sharpened stump standing upright on the ground. Huen's movements did not cease. His legs swirled and soared in a chaotic dance, the kicks lacking any pattern, the angles and postures utterly spontaneous. This was not the kicking technique he had learned from his combat instructor. Originally his legs were fast enough but lacked power. However, after he added thin, sharp blades to the outer edges of his saws, everything changed. The lethality of his kicks surged dramatically. After training, Huen retracted the blades from his saws, exhaled, and felt his body warming up. He coiled the whip around his waist, tucking it under his belt, then retrieved a black cloak from a chest in the hideout, put it on, and pulled up the hood, leaving only his eyes exposed. Next he walked to the wall of the hideout, and opened a low cabinet, inside which lay a self-modified gun, a strange iron tube, and a flat round box. Huen picked up both the iron tube gun and the box, inspected them, and confirmed they were in working order. He tucked the gun into the small of his back and slipped the box into his breast pocket, ready to go out. Huen had acquired a Prussian military standard rifle as a trophy. He sawed the barrel down to 1/3 of its original length, removed the stock and replaced it with a grip, and because the recoil was too strong, added a front grip, transforming it into a bizarre-looking weapon. He had also learned from Old Man Simmons the importance of understanding terrain, and decided that if he was to use this place as a secret base he must know every inch of it. From the low cabinet he took 5 spools of steel wire, each palm-sized, thicker than ordinary cotton thread and strong enough to support his weight. One end of each wire had a small locking buckle that could be fitted with interchangeable hooks, allowing him to scale walls or in a pinch snap a neck. He also stuffed a few other gadgets into his pocket, including a small crossbow that was slightly larger and more complex than Simmons's. Though Huen had never been to school, he possessed a solid mechanical foundation, and had once dreamed of inventing machines like a vertical spinning frame to make a fortune. He let out a chirping sound, and from the mine shaft came the flapping of wings. A dozen bats, his new pets, flew out and circled around him. He chirped again, and the bats darted deeper into the cave. "Who?" Huen dragged a wooden crate from the corner of the hideout, and opened it. Inside lay a Prussian military standard rifle, a trophy he had acquired earlier. He took out the rifle, placed it on the workbench, and picked up a saw to modify it. First he shortened the barrel to 1/3 of its original length, then he cut off the cumbersome stock and replaced it with a compact grip. The recoil of this gun would be severe, it needed a front grip. He muttered, found a piece of wood, shaped it, and attached it below the barrel. After the modifications, the once standard rifle had become a strange, unrecognizable shape, but it was now more suitable for use in narrow mine tunnels. Huen patted the modified rifle, nodded with satisfaction, and recalled what Old Man Simmons had taught him: if you want to make a place your secret base, you must know the terrain better than your own home. He walked to the low cabinet, opened a drawer, and took out 5 spools of steel wire, each palm-sized. The wire was considerably thicker than ordinary cotton thread and could support his weight. One end of each spool had a small locking buckle with interchangeable hooks which could be used for scaling walls or in an emergency snapping a neck, a practical tool he had prepared specially. Besides the steel wire, he also stuffed a few small items into his pocket, including a crossbow slightly larger and more complex than Old Man Simmons's, another creation of his own. Though Huen had never been to school, he had a solid mechanical foundation. He had once dreamed of inventing machines like a vertical spinning frame to make a fortune, but never had the chance to realize it, so he channeled his efforts into making these tools instead. After packing his gear, Huen let out a few chirps toward the depths of the mine tunnel. Soon the sound of wings beating came from the shaft, and a dozen bats flew out of the darkness, circling around him. These were his new pets which he used for scouting. He chirped twice more, and the bats, as if receiving a command, flapped their wings and flew deeper into the cave. Huen hoisted the modified rifle, turned on his miner's lamp, and advanced along the downward-sloping tunnel. This tunnel was the longest and westernmost on the map, with no other branches standing isolated. He walked for nearly an hour, estimating that he was now about 100 meters underground. Gradually he began to feel uneasy. Every footstep, the sound of bats flapping, even his own breathing and heartbeat were extraordinarily loud and clear. The temperature was dropping and he shivered from the cold. He should have brought a blanket. Huen slapped his thigh in regret, pulled the black cloak tighter around him, and started to jog, partly to warm up, partly to search the mining area as quickly as possible. Just then a few squeaking sounds came from ahead. This was the signal between him and the bats, one that only he could understand, meaning the scout bats had made a special discovery. Huen immediately slowed his pace, cautiously advancing a few hundred meters, and distinctly felt the wind in the mine shaft growing stronger. He raised his mining lamp and shone it forward, vaguely seeing a thin mist shrouding the tunnel ahead, within which something seemed to be hidden, indistinct and unclear. Gripping his modified rifle, Huen did not receive any danger warning from the bats, yet he raised his alertness to the maximum. The mist in the tunnel was thickening, and it was bitingly cold, so much so that even the cloak wrapped around him could not fend off the chill, his teeth chattering from the cold. He hesitated for a moment, muttering to himself, maybe I should just turn back. This place is too cold. But just then a faint sound of flowing water reached his ears, and his eyes lit up. Flowing water means there might be a water source ahead. Let's go take a look. Having made up his mind, Huen continued deeper into the mine shaft, but within half an hour he began to regret it. He had no idea how far the sound of the water was, and the noise grew louder, eventually becoming a roar mixed with a fierce wind that made his ears ring, drowning out everything else. Suddenly a gust of wind carrying mist rushed toward him. Huen instinctively threw himself to the ground. After waiting a few seconds and sensing no danger, he slowly got up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. That scared me to death. I thought something was charging at me. He continued walking with the mining lamp, the wind whipping water vapor onto the lamp, causing it to flicker. After less than 100 meters, Huen dared not go any further. He quickly pressed himself against the tunnel wall, pulled a coil of steel wire from his chest, attached a climbing hook to its end, and swung it with force, hooking the hook onto the opposite wall. I have to hold onto the wire and move forward, or I'll be blown off by the wind. Huen inched forward along the wire. Because the wire was not long enough, he had to repeatedly retrieve the hook and reattach it to the wall. After 17 such cycles, he finally saw a faint white light ahead, along with a deafening roaring water sound. The wind here was even fiercer. Fearing he might be swept away, Huen quickly lay flat on the ground and cautiously peered forward. Before him lay a vast expanse of white, all-water vapor. He could clearly see a swift and violent underground river. The tunnel ended here, marking the mine's terminus. So it's just an underground river. I've seen it. Time to go back. As Huen was about to turn around and crawl back, he suddenly felt something like a giant python slither past him. He was seized by extreme terror, his muscles tensed as hard as stone, his pupils contracted to pinpricks, his heart thumping wildly, his mind blank, and he even forgot to breathe. That thing brushed past his calf and quickly disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. Huen remained frozen, not knowing how long had passed before he felt his jaw trembling uncontrollably, and his limbs limp as if boneless. Just then a pungent, strange odor wafted into his nose, slightly restoring his consciousness, but then he began to tremble again, because the snake from before had appeared right in front of him, its head less than a meter from his face. Huen trembled all over and closed his eyes, thinking, it's over. I'm definitely going to be eaten. But after waiting for a while, the anticipated pain did not come. He cautiously opened a slit of his eyes and found that the thing had no intention of eating him, it simply lay there quietly. Could playing dead have worked? That thought crossed Huen's mind. After another moment he gathered his courage and looked up again, only to nearly scream in fright. All around him were crawling with these snakes, densely packed, making his scalp tingle. Extreme shock instead calmed Huen. He raised his mining lamp and carefully examined them. They did not slither like snakes, but moved like worms crawling forward. They had heads like obsidian densely covered with radiating golden lines on top. Isn't this the starlight earthworm from old Simon's atlas? Huen suddenly remembered the atlas he had seen before. Simon had noted that he had never encountered one, describing it as a unique magical beast of the Satan Mountains. He never expected to meet one here. Staring at the starlight earthworm before him, Huen suddenly recalled the introduction from old Simon's atlas, and his heart gradually relaxed. Right, the atlas says this creature prefers dark, damp underground environments, is gentle and harmless, feeds on soil by sensing vibrations, and the golden lines on its head can even penetrate hard granite. He patted his chest, though unsure if the description was complete. At least he didn't need to fear being eaten. As long as I don't provoke it, it probably won't bother me. But when he tried to get up, he found his body had no strength from the cold, and fright. His hands and feet were already numb, and his body and teeth were still shaking uncontrollably. Helpless, one could only crawl forward inch by inch. As he crawled over a line of starlight earthworms, his hand suddenly slipped and pressed onto one of them, and the pungent, strange odor wafted again. Don't provoke me, don't provoke me. Huen prayed silently, but to his surprise the earthworm began to move, dragging him along. Terrified, his limbs went weak. He could only close his eyes and continue praying, his mind in chaos. After an unknown time, Huen slowly regained consciousness, and found himself out of the mist-shrouded tunnel back in the dry section he had passed earlier. At that moment the earthworm dragging him stopped, and slowly began to turn back. Huen was instantly seized with panic, shouting in his heart, "Don't go back! Don't go back!" To his surprise the earthworm seemed to hear his inner plea and actually stopped. A bold guess suddenly struck Huen, and he nearly cried out in excitement. Could it perceive my thoughts? He tentatively placed his hand back on the worm and silently thought in his mind, "Take me back." The earthworm hesitated for a few seconds, then indeed turned around and crawled toward the shelter. Huen's nerves suddenly relaxed. As the worm dragged him along, he kept issuing commands, in his mind growing more and more excited. The potential of this low-level creature control is enormous. In the future I can find more magical creatures with special abilities, but low levels they might prove very useful. Watching the worm's crawling speed, he mused further, this thing is not only easy to control but also fast, perfect as a means of transport. And it has strong digging abilities. If I can fully command it, I won't have to do the heavy excavation work myself anymore, saving a lot of trouble. Returning to the hideout, Horn didn't even have time to take off his soaked clothes before rushing to the low cabinet and rummaging through it. Opening an iron box, he found there was hardly any of the special solution for storing arcane energy left. He had originally planned to use an anesthetic to knock the worm unconscious, but after trying several times the worm showed no reaction at all. With no other choice, Horn had to think of another way to calm the worm down. First he tried luring it with food, but the worm simply wouldn't eat. Then he drove it into the secret chamber to trap it, which also proved useless. Finally he dug a pit in the ground, filled it with water, and the worm slowly crawled in and settled down. Horn crouched by the pit, gently stroking the worm's body to soothe it while he fetched a hunting dog's collar. The worm was over 10 meters long, so an ordinary collar was far from sufficient. He had to connect several large collars together to barely fit it around the worm. When Horn dripped the arcane energy liquid onto the divine runes of the collar, the runes instantly emitted a blue glow, and the worm finally became truly calm. Only then did he get a clear look at the worm. It was fully over 10 meters long, its head slightly larger, covered with golden radial lines on the tip, no scales, but a layer of black glossy cuticle that felt as smooth as obsidian to the touch. Finally got it done. Horn wiped the sweat from his forehead. From now on this thing would be my capable assistant. Horn crouched by the pit staring at the star worm and suddenly frowned. No, old Simon's illustrated book clearly said this was a specialty of the Sodden Mountains, so how could it appear in the abandoned mine shaft beneath Lure City? He scratched his head, then suddenly remembered the underground river he had seen earlier. Could it have been carried here by the current? To verify his idea, Horn ran back to the hideout, fished out the Kuchin Sea map and spread it on the ground to study it carefully. Among the rivers flowing near Lure City there was indeed a tributary that originated in the Sodden Mountains. His finger traced across the map. Although it was a useful thing that the underground river could carry worms here, the thought of the roaring water and the pit full of worms made him reconsider. The last experience had nearly scared half his life out of him. He dared not take such a risk again. Horn stood up, stretched, and with a swift kick the blade that popped out from his boot sole sliced through the arm-thick wooden stake propped against the mine wall. He stared at the wooden stake on the ground, suddenly stunned. When I encountered the worm earlier, I never even thought of using a weapon to attack. The guns, crossbows, and whips I carried were all forgotten. My mind was filled only with the urge to run, and I even prayed to God for mercy. He rubbed his chin, pondering, could it be that the most powerful thing is not the strength of a mighty man nor extraordinary skill, but rather fear itself? If I could make my opponent feel the same terror I just experienced, perhaps I could win without even lifting a hand. This idea made his eyes light up, and he felt it was more useful than practicing any number of techniques. Leaving the hideout, Horn walked to the stable, put a halter and saddle on the horse. He planned to go for a ride as usual. A long rifle bought in Lure City was tucked into the gun holster in front of the saddle, and 2 pistols he had brought when escaping from Majisi hung on each side of his waist. Ever since Mengni had been grounded, he had spent every day practicing riding and marksmanship, and felt he had made considerable progress. However, during practice he always deliberately let his bullets miss the target, especially when using the rifle. Only 1 out of 10 shots would hit the mark. While adjusting the saddle, he muttered to himself, doing this serves 2 purposes. First, to fool the watchers in the woods, letting them think I'm still a half-baked amateur. Second, it's a shooting technique that old Simon wanted to master but never did. The key is quick reaction and approximate accuracy, not precise shooting. At this moment, holding the reins, Horn suddenly had a vague grasp of this dreamlike marksmanship. Perhaps this is because my ability has broken through. He also thought of the lurking watchers, wondering if any of them had also experienced a breakthrough in their abilities like he had. After all, nobody would mention such things in their reports. He weighed his own capabilities. Surely they had improved, but he wasn't sure by how much, or what level he had reached. This breakthrough came unexpectedly. After months of stagnation, there had been 2 breakthroughs in just a few days. The first one occurred while searching the mine beneath the southern district of Lure City, and the second was during that last terrifying expedition. Horn began to discern a pattern. Both breakthroughs were preceded by prolonged fear, yet he had experienced fear before without any breakthrough. Moreover, both had happened in mine tunnels, making him wonder if it was truly related to the tunnels. Previously, he used to practice his mental strength for 2 hours before bed after lights out, following the method taught by Master Shi Si Ming. After the breakthrough, he moved his training site to the mine tunnel 100 meters below. Just as he finished saddling the horse, Horn saw a black hackney carriage approaching in the distance along the bumpy mining road. He squinted and spotted Mingni leaning out of the carriage, smiling and waving at him. It seemed she had finally been let out of the house. The moment Horn saw Mingni's head poking out of the carriage, he immediately tied the horse to a nearby tree stump and sprinted toward the carriage. Reaching it, he pulled open the door, jumped in, and embraced Mingni tightly, holding her close after their long separation. "You're finally out." Horn's chin rested on Mingni's hair, his voice full of longing. The two held each other for a long time before the driver in front coughed, and turned around, asking tactlessly, "Sir, where would you two like to go?" Horn pulled 2 crowns from his pocket, and handed them over, smiling. "I'll pay you extra, 2 crowns an hour, but there are 2 conditions. First, on the road play deaf and dumb, don't listen to whatever we say. Second, have a poor memory, forget seeing us today afterwards." The driver took the money, grinning from ear to ear. "No problem. Rest assured I have a tight lip and a bad memory." Horn wrapped his arms around Mingni, letting her sit on his lap, and gently traced her cheek with his fingertip. "Tell me, these days of being grounded, has it been driving you crazy?" Mingni pursed her lips and nodded, then suddenly looked up at him with a serious expression. "If I asked you to elope with me, what would you do?" Horn raised an eyebrow half-jokingly. "That's simple. I'll take you to the land I own, and I'll make sure you never go hungry." Mingni looked at his earnest face and burst out laughing, her mood instantly turning from gloomy to bright. "I was just kidding. I make my own decisions about my feelings. My parents already know about us. This grounding was just to give me time to think it over calmly." "And what's the result of your consideration?" Horn pressed on, his heartbeat quickening. The answer was Mingni's tight embrace and fervent kiss. She said everything with her actions. After the kiss, Horn leaned close to Mingni's ear, his voice tinged with mystery. "I have something to show you, and I need to test your courage. Dare you come with me?" Mingni's eyes lit up. "What's there to fear? Let's go." The hired carriage delivered them to the city, stopping at the entrance of a secluded alley. After alighting, Huen retrieved clothes from his bag and changed, even affixing a false beard, instantly transforming into a little old man. Meng and I donned a female worker's outfit, and a black wig concealing her conspicuous red hair. Huen produced a key and unlocked a concealed door deep within the alley. It appeared to be an ordinary cart shed, but was in fact heavily secured. Once the door was shut, the interior was pitch black. Huen fumbled to light an oil lamp, revealing an ordinary passenger and cargo carriage. "Watch closely." Huen walked to the carriage and pressed an inconspicuous button on the wall. The stone slab behind the carriage slid open with a clatter, exposing a descending staircase with a safety miner's lamp hanging on the right wall. He picked up the miner's lamp and descended first, turning back to the hesitant Meng and I. "Don't be afraid, just follow me." Meng and I took a deep breath and hurried after him. At the bottom of the staircase, Huen pressed another button on the wall, and the secret door behind clicked shut. Ahead lay a narrow passage over 20 meters long, barely wider than a shoulder, with a height similar to a mine shaft. The two squeezed through the passage and finally arrived inside the mine. Huan took out a small hammer, tapped on the mine wall, and said to Meng and I, "In a moment I'll show you a creature you've never seen before. Its appearance may be a bit frightening, but it has a gentle temperament, and is my capable assistant." No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound came from afar, followed by a long slithering object swiftly moving out of the darkness. It was the starlight earthworm that Huan had tamed. Seeing that long thing crawling from the darkness, Meng and I was so terrified that her mouth opened wide, about to scream. Huan was prepared. He quickly reached out and covered her mouth while gently stroking her back with his other hand, soothing her in a low voice. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt people. It's a helper I've tamed." When Meng Ni's body stopped trembling and her breathing steadied, Huan slowly removed his hand. He stepped forward 2 paces, gently patted the starlight earthworm's back, and turned to the still stunned Meng and I. "Try to imagine it as a dragon conquered by a prince coming to greet you. Isn't it less frightening now?" His voice was low and somewhat enchanting, deliberately easing Meng Ni's fear. Watching Huan and the earthworm coexist peacefully, Meng and I finally shed her fear and asked with a smile, "Didn't you say it had a gentle temperament? It looked fierce when it crawled over just now." "That's because it moves fast and appears imposing, but it's actually very docile." Huan led Meng and I to the earthworm, helped her sit on its back, then mounted himself, and enclosed her in his arms. "I'll take you on a tour of my secret base. We won't go into the deeper mine tunnels, just look at some safe places." As Huan gently patted the earthworm's back, it began to crawl forward slowly. Pointing at the surrounding tunnels, Huan explained to Meng and I, "The spacious area ahead is a small workshop which can be used to make tools in the future. Next to it is a combat and shooting training room. I practice my skills there. Further ahead are 2 storage rooms holding the materials and equipment I've collected." He paused and added, "There's also a beast pen where I keep bats for scouting. But you probably wouldn't like it, so I won't take you to see it. This base can directly connect to my residence. The entrance is guarded by hounds, very safe. There are also several hidden exits so we can evacuate quickly if danger arises." As he spoke, he pulled a marked map from his pocket and handed it to Meng and I. Meng and I pointed at the red crosses and line segments on the map, puzzled. "What do these red marks mean?" "Red crosses are collapsed tunnels that are impassable. The line segments are unexplored areas that I dare not enter casually for now." After finishing his explanation, Huan suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet shown Meng and I the starlight earthworm's abilities. He patted the earthworm's back again. "Let's move forward a bit, and I'll show you what it can do." The earthworm crawled deeper along the tunnel until the passage ahead was completely blocked by rocks of various sizes. Huan jumped down, took out his small hammer, tapped on the rock wall, and whispered something to the earthworm. The starlight earthworm aimed its radial golden lines at the point Huan had tapped, and in an instant a dazzling golden light flared. The originally hard rock gradually turned into white powder. Then the earthworm slowly burrowed into the rock wall, expelling a white slurry from its body. The slurry fell to the ground and quickly solidified into a solid resembling plaster. After repeating this process 4 times, a white fissure appeared on the rock wall. Huan quickly pulled Meng and I tight against the adjacent wall and shouted, "Watch out!" No sooner had he spoken than the white plaster burst apart, revealing a straight passage about 7 or 8 meters long with smooth sides. Huan picked up the miner's lamp and stepped in first. After taking 2 steps, he froze. Ahead was not a mine tunnel at all, yet the map clearly marked it as such. Just then Meng Ni's astonished voice came from behind. "Huan, look! It seems to be a warehouse." Meng and I quickly put down the jewelry she was holding, approached the wall to stare at a round hole, and pointed. "This is an eavesdropping hole. So this was originally a secret eavesdropping chamber. I just wonder where these holes lead." Huan's interest piqued. He pulled out the mining area map and the city map of Ruhr, laying them overlapped on a nearby gold brick to examine. Meng and I also came over to look. After a moment she suddenly clapped. "I know. These eavesdropping holes should lead to the headquarters of the Saddle Mine Bank." "How can you be sure?" Huan looked up to ask. "My father once mentioned that an abandoned mine tunnel passes under the Saddle Mine Bank headquarters. They've known about it for a long time. Maybe they used this abandoned mine for their schemes back then." Meng and I pointed at the map's markings. "For half a century so many people have searched for this treasure, but no one ever thought it would be hidden in this abandoned mine." Huan frowned and pressed. "Why wouldn't they think of it? Hiding it in a mine seems too easy to find. You wouldn't know this." Meng and I explained. "The treasure was buried during the Gallic Revolution, and this mine was completely abandoned only 7 years later. At the time the treasure was buried, the mine was still being worked. Who would imagine someone daring to bury treasure in a place that was actively mined and easy to discover?" Huan stroked his chin, following her reasoning. "So you mean they might have deliberately caused a cave and declared this area a danger zone and kept people away? Still, I don't understand. Where did all this gold and silver come from? This dates back to the time of the Gallic Revolution. Meng and I sat down and began to recount slowly. At that time the Kokins uprising had erupted 3 days later than elsewhere. During those 3 days all the gold and silver coins from the banks and noble households were gathered, melted down, and cast into gold and silver bricks, making them easier to transport and conceal. Horn suddenly understood, clapping his hand. No wonder the secret chamber was built here. The mine was a labyrinth of tunnels, and there were mine carts for hauling. The rails led directly to the main road and the docks. If not for the accident that year, they would have already transported the treasure away. Exactly, it's a real pity. In the end they never got to take it out. Meng and I sighed, then suddenly rose and lay down on the golden lounge chair that Horn had assembled earlier. A seductive glint in her eyes, she asked in a voice dripping with allure. Horn, do you know what I want to do right now? As she spoke she reached back and untied the laces of her long gown. Horn watched her, a smile spreading across his face as he walked over. Is this considered seduction? A teasing smile curled at the corner of Meng Ni's lips as she retorted. Do I need to extend a formal invitation? The moment the words left her mouth, her gown and undergarments fell in a heap upon the gold bricks. What followed in the mine tunnel were heavy breaths, Meng Ni's soft moans, and the rustling of fabric. The sounds persisted for a long time before gradually subsiding. Afterward Meng and I lay limply against the gold, her gaze unfocused, her hair a wild mess, her body glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Horn, however, was frowning, a bit frustrated. For some reason his tactile nerves seemed dulled and he hadn't been able to release his pent-up passion. He looked down, counting the teeth marks on his body, and said helplessly, You little minx, just because I wasn't gentle enough did you have to bite me so many times? He could count 7 or 8 clear imprints. Meng and I, lying on the gold bricks, had no strength to retort. To shift her attention she reached out and pulled the cork from the listening tube beside her. Suddenly a cacophony of sounds flooded in. The murmur of men's voices, the rustle of turning pages, and the faint distant clatter of horse-drawn carriages. Horn watched Meng and I, weak and leaning against the gold bricks, and reached out to stroke her hair. He didn't mind her earlier subtle resistance. He believed that once she calmed down she would make her own decision. Her current resistance was merely a fear of being consumed by desire, nothing serious. The two of them lay on the gold bricks together, savoring the rare silence. Horn, while half-heartedly planning the secret base in his mind to maintain the rhythm of his exploration, also listened intently to the sounds coming through the listening hole. They were intermittent, and he still couldn't make out the specifics, but he was certain it was people from the bank talking. As dusk was about to fall, Horn and Meng and I packed up their things, rode the Starlight Earthworm back to the tunnel entrance, changed back into their previous disguises, and took a hired carriage to escort Meng and I home. They spoke little during the journey. The carriage was silent, the only sound the rumble of wheels on the road. When they reached the back door of Meng Ni's house she suddenly threw herself into Horn's arms, her voice tinged with shyness. This was the happiest day of my life. Having said this she quickly regained her composure, pushed Horn away, and said, Wait for me at the front door tomorrow. I'll talk to my parents. Horn nodded. All right, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Meng and I teased him with a smile. Maybe my dad will come out with a hunting rifle and shoot you. Despite her words she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Sweet dreams. Watching Meng and I disappear through the back door, Horn stood there for a moment, feeling a pang of loss and a strange sense of unreality before turning and walking towards the alleyway. But as soon as he reached the mouth of the alley he was blocked by a red-haired middle-aged man who was flanked by 6 burly men, completely sealing off the narrow passage. The red-haired man pinched his throat, mimicking Meng Ni's voice mockingly. This was the happiest day of my life. Kid, you've got some nerve trying to seduce my daughter. His face darkened, his tone turning threatening. Beat him. Let him know what happens when you mess with my daughter. The 6 men immediately closed in on Horn. The alley was too narrow to escape, and Horn, afraid of revealing his skills and attracting more trouble, could only brace himself and fight the thugs head-on. But outnumbered he was soon taking a lot of punches, pain flaring across his face and body. Just as Horn was cornered and hesitating whether to call for help, Meng Ni's anxious voice rang out from the alleyway entrance. Dad! Stop! Tell them to stop! Meng Ni's shouts drew a crowd of onlookers at the alley entrance, and even the neighbors poked their heads out in curiosity. The red-haired middle-aged man, Meng Ni's father, watched as the crowd of onlookers grew. His face flushed red with anger, but he was at a loss for how to back down, standing there caught in a dilemma. Just then Meng Ni's mother also came over and tugged at her husband's arm. She had long seen her daughter's feelings for Horn, and thought he seemed like a decent young man. Her husband's actions were merely born of jealousy. Furthermore, since her daughter was already this involved with Horn, it might be best to let them date officially. So she leaned in and whispered a few words in her husband's ear. As the man listened to his wife, his expression gradually softened, and he waved his hand signaling the 6 men to stop. But after his wife's whispered words, the short, stout man Mengni's father didn't calm down at all. Instead, he flew into a rage, pointing at Horn and bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Beat him to death. Then throw this brat into the river." Hearing this, the 6 burly men immediately closed in on Horn again. Seeing this, Horn knew he couldn't withstand another assault. He turned and sprinted deeper into the alley, just in time to see the back door of Mengni's house still open. Without a second thought, he dashed inside. He crossed the courtyard, rushed through the main hall, walked boldly to the front door, and opened it. Standing right there was Mengni's mother. Horn quickly put on an elegant smile and gave a slight bow. "Good evening, Auntie." This scene was seen by Mengni's father, who had just stormed in. Furious, he grabbed his lead-weighted cane and hurled it at Horn. "You little wretch! Playing tricks in my own house!" Horn was quick-witted and quick-handed. He caught the cane in midair, turned, and fled out the door, cursing under his breath. "This old bastard is trying to kill me! A lead-weighted cane like that could cripple or kill." He ran all the way to the mouth of the alley, and when he was sure no one was following, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the sky, he hurried home. Around 7:30 he finally arrived at his countryside villa. As he entered, he saw the young maid dozing off in a chair in the living room, her head nodding. Horn walked over and gently patted her shoulder, apologizing with a smile. "Sorry I got back late today and forgot to leave you a note. You must have been waiting a long time." The young maid jolted awake, rubbed her eyes, and said sheepishly, "It's all right, sir. I'm glad you're home. I'll go prepare your bathwater right away." Huen nodded, casually picked up the newspaper on the table and flipped through it. The pages were filled with trivial news, nothing of interest. After the young maid prepared the bathwater, he enjoyed a comfortable bath. That evening, when he told stories, the young maid was not as reserved as usual. She leaned close to Huen, listening with unusual attentiveness, occasionally reaching out to hold his arm. At 9:30 the young maid led the hound and left on time. Before leaving, she cast several reluctant glances at Huen. As soon as the young maid left, Huen couldn't wait to go to the secret chamber. He was still eager to see the treasures and also wanted to take another look at the Starlight Earthworm. On the way, he couldn't help recalling the events in the secret chamber with Meng and I during the day, musing to himself, should I sing a love song for her when we meet next time? But he was also afraid of meeting her father. If that old man actually took out his shotgun, it would be trouble. He patted his pocket, and remembered the lead-filled walking stick was still with him. He would need Meng and I to help return it. Around 10 o'clock, fog rolled in outside. Taking advantage of the fog cover, Huen crawled into the hole under the doghouse, and soon reached the secret chamber in the mine. As soon as he entered the secret chamber, he smelled the lingering scent of him and Meng and I. On the floor were traces of the clothes scattered during the day. He couldn't help smiling and began to tidy up the velvet cloths covering the jewels. While tidying, he suddenly heard a faint sound from the listening hole. He remembered that he had forgotten to plug it with the cork when he left during the day. "It's so late, why is someone still working?" Huen found it eerie. He put down the velvet cloth and leaned close to the listening hole to listen carefully. Soon a sharp and urgent voice came through, as if scolding someone. "Your work efficiency is too low. Is it so difficult for you to get those people to sign? I've made it clear to them, signing is beneficial, they'll get money. Why are they still dragging their feet?" Huen pressed his ear to the listening hole. Just after hearing the sharp voice's reprimand, a low middle-aged male voice came through, sounding like a rebuttal. "Don't just push. We need to clarify the command authority. Earlier we agreed that I would handle liaison and you would handle coordination. Now you want to control everything and the subordinates don't know who to listen to. Command authority." The sharp voice immediately rose, full of disdain. "If this matter fails, can you bear the responsibility? Don't forget the consequences of failure are not something you or I can shoulder." The low male voice, suppressing his temper, said, "I know the consequences, but we already have results. The probability of success is over 90%. Those who are not cooperating, we don't need to worry about them. There's no need to waste time on them. 90%. Not enough. I want a complete and perfect victory, no mistakes allowed." The sharp voice was relentless. "Everyone must sign, leaving no potential risks." "Then what do you want to do?" The low male voice was also getting impatient. "We can't just arrest all the non-cooperators, can we? I think we should warn them, let them know the consequences of non-cooperation. Once they suffer a bit, they'll behave." "Warn? That's a threat." The sharp voice erupted in fury. "If anyone finds out that we used threats, all our previous efforts will be wasted." "I didn't say to threaten openly, just a hint," the low male voice defended. "I only seek a modest success, I don't strive for your perfect reward. There's no need to go to such extremes." This remark completely infuriated the sharp voice. Huen only heard a bang from the receiver as if someone had slammed the table. Then there was silence, and no further argument came for a long time. Huen pressed against the listening hole for a while longer, confirming there was no subsequent argument, then slowly straightened up. He stroked his chin and pondered, what exactly are these people plotting? It sounded like a conspiracy related to banking involving many people. Perhaps all the bankers were implicated. As an agent, Huen felt a surge of excitement. Such a huge conspiracy couldn't be casually reported. He had to investigate it himself and achieve a brilliant victory. But soon he grew troubled. I can't just stay by the listening hole every day. What if I miss important information? He paced back and forth in the secret chamber, pondering ways to obtain inside information. Bribe someone inside the bank to be an informant. That method is the safest, but it would cost a lot of money. Borrow someone else's efforts to investigate. Not reliable, easy to expose. Steal their documents. Too risky. Rob. Directly kidnap the two people who were arguing. Simple, but lots of subsequent trouble. Thinking it over, bribing an insider was the most suitable. While pondering, Huen saw the stacks of gold and silver bricks nearby and thought about the moving task. He couldn't help sighing. This minecart can only carry 1 ton at a time. With so much gold and silver, how many trips would it take to move them all? Too troublesome. He looked up at the space in the secret chamber, and suddenly had an idea. Why not have the Starlight Earthworm dig another secret chamber specifically for storing treasures, and then extend the rails into it so moving things would be easier in the future? Having decided, Huen immediately whistled. This was the signal he had agreed upon with the Starlight Earthworm. Before long he heard the rustling sound of wriggling, and the Starlight Earthworm crawled over from the depths of the mine tunnel. Huen waited for the Starlight Earthworm to come over, then led it to the original secret chamber entrance. Pointing at the entrance, he said, "Widen this spot. I'll use wooden stakes to disguise it as a mine tunnel support frame covering the entrance so no one will notice." The Starlight Earthworm nodded. Its golden line on top flickered and it began to work. After disguising the entrance, Huen led the Starlight Earthworm deeper into the mine tunnel, and chose a spacious area. "Dig the new secret chamber here. It doesn't need to be too big, just enough to hold the gold, silver, and jewels." Before long a new secret chamber was dug. Although a bit more cramped than the original, it was sufficient for storing things. Huen first moved the box of jewels to the new secret chamber, placing it on the stack of silver bricks. Then he tucked the cylinder containing the famous paintings into the fence made of silver bricks. This way the paintings were protected and didn't take up extra space. After emptying the original secret chamber, he looked toward the listening hole and thought, I should put a lounge chair next to the listening hole so I can rest while monitoring instead of standing all the time. Back in the new secret chamber, Huen opened a large chest full of jewels. Looking at the necklaces, rings, and gems, he calculated. I need to exchange some jewels for cash. Gold and silver bricks are too conspicuous and hard to sell. Artworks are valuable, but transactions require notarization and explaining the source, which is easy to expose. Jewels are the most convenient, small in size, valuable, and no need to explain their origin. He sorted through the chest, dividing the jewels into 2 piles, one pile of items without special markings and of moderate value intended to be exchanged for money, the other pile of pearl ornaments of little value, useless to keep, to be dealt with later. After sorting, he rummaged through the last chest and unexpectedly found 3 small locked chests at the bottom. Huen used the crochet hook to pry open the small chest. Inside lay not jewels but books, scrolls, and maps. He picked up one volume and flipped through its pages. Most of the script was unintelligible, yet 3 books bore characters eerily familiar. Recalling Bloom's words, he turned the pages backward, from right to left, and soon discovered crude illustrations. A bare-chested man wearing trousers posed in strange stances, his body overlaid with lines dotted with annotations. Turning further, each page depicted variations of that same figure, different postures with the lines shifting in position and direction across his limbs. Later illustrations introduced swords and oddly shaped blades. The figures grew smaller, their hands, feet, and weapons now traced with arrows and guiding lines. Huen murmured inwardly, this resembles close-quarters combat techniques, but the later diagrams elude comprehension. He continued flipping. The figure stood upon pillars arranged in concentric circles, beside it footprints curved with arrows. Next he balanced atop the rim of an inverted wicker basket, then, astonishingly, ran upright along a vertical wall. Shaking his head, Huen set the book aside and reached for another, the cover jet black, its upper left corner adorned with a grotesque snarling demon face. Its contents mirrored the first, save for the addition of a second figure. The early pages portrayed a woman. Had it not been for the intricate network of annotated lines tracing her body, Huen might have mistaken it for lewd erotic art. Later pages showed the 2 figures locked in fierce dynamic combat. Within just a few pages, Huen's pulse quickened. These killing methods were terrifyingly precise, unnervingly alien, unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Unconsciously he began mimicking the illustrated motions, his hands moving swiftly, almost instinctively. Suddenly a surge of warmth rose from his bladder, coursing upward along his right flank, passing beneath his armpit, traveling down his arm to his wrist, and finally concentrating at his fingertips. Startled, he dropped the book instantly, heart pounding. What is this? Why this heat? Yet moments later hesitation returned. The unreadable volume exerted an uncanny allure, drawing him back, compelling him to pick it up once more to unravel its cryptic meaning. Horn stared at the pile of indecipherable volumes on the table, his fingers rubbing absently along the edges of their pages. After prolonged hesitation he selected 3 of them and stuffed them together with several others into a paper sack, sealing it tightly. For the remaining books he could not carry, he took out his pen and meticulously copied each title onto his small notebook, letter by letter, determined not to miss a single character. Just as he finished packing, Professor Bloom approached, glanced at the book covers protruding from the sack, and frowned in puzzlement. Horn, why are you reading these too? What's happening lately? Has everyone suddenly grown fascinated with Han civilization? Horn shook his head and tucked the notebook away. I can't read them either. I just sense something extraordinary about these texts. I'll keep them for now. Bloom withdrew the first volume from the sack and flipped through several pages. His expression shifted rapidly, first wide-eyed astonishment, then a slow dawning smile of delight, and finally, upon reaching a certain page midway, he slapped his thigh, eyes alight with sudden revelation. After closing the final page he snapped the book shut and seized Horn's arm, voice trembling with excitement. These are manuals. Horn, you've stumbled upon treasure. These are authentic Han civilization manuals. Jostled by Bloom's fervor, Horn staggered slightly and steadied himself against the table. Professor, please calm down. I know nothing of Han civilization studies, let alone what a manual even means. What exactly is so extraordinary about these books? Bloom softened his tone, tapping gently on the book's cover. Han civilization, a venerable tradition stretching 8 millennia uninterrupted, unbroken. How could such a legacy be distilled into mere words? Its depths run unfathomably deep. Horn nodded and settled deeper into his chair. Then please take your time. I'm listening and eager to learn. Bloom suddenly chuckled, nudging Horn with his elbow. Take your time. Are you certain? Won't you be meeting that young lady soon? I hear you've been visiting her quite often lately. Horn froze, eyes widening. Professor, how did you hear? That rumor spread astonishingly fast. How long has it been? How else? Bloom shrugged, walking to the table to pour himself a glass of water. Last night after dinner I stopped by the cafe for coffee, and overheard it at the next table. By the way, my girlfriend is close friends with the daughter of your patron. Perhaps they were the ones who started the conversation. Horn rubbed the back of his head, recalling that morning. Actually, when I went to the gate this morning I found a hunting rifle placed there. No idea who left it. It's left me uneasy. Bloom's smile faded slightly as he placed a reassuring hand on Horn's shoulder. Don't worry. It's likely just someone's forgotten item. Set it aside for now. As it happens, I'm rather tired myself. Let's go to the public bathhouse. It's perfect for unwinding and we could easily spend the entire day there. Horn considered it thoughtfully and nodded. Agreed. Your call. They gathered their belongings, stepped outside, hailed a horse-drawn carriage, and within 5 minutes arrived at the bathhouse entrance. Bloom paid the fare, jumped down, purchased 2 tickets at the window, then turned and beckoned Horn eagerly. Come on in. Just as Horn moved to follow, Bloom leaned in and lowered his voice. Keep that sack under strict watch. Tuck all vital items close to your person. This place isn't overrun with thieves, but opportunists do exist. Never let your guard down. Horn tightened the sack against his chest and nodded firmly. Understood, Professor. They entered the bathhouse side by side. Inside the changing room, Horn scanned the numbered lockers on the wall, located his assigned number, and inserted his key, turning it twice to unlock the door. As he began removing his coat, he couldn't help glancing toward the professor. Bloom stood before an adjacent locker, hand resting on its handle, yet paused, his gaze sweeping cautiously around the room. The moment the last person departed, Bloom pivoted sharply toward Horn and raised a finger to his lips in silent warning, then lifted his arm and rolled up his sleeve. Horn's breath caught the unremarkable silver bracelet on Bloom's wrist, slowly expanded, until it formed a perfect gleaming ring the size of a cooking lid. Professor, this, Horn began, only to watch as Bloom slipped his hand into the ring, along with the small tobacco pouch he just tucked into his pocket, and both vanished without trace. Horn hurried behind Bloom, peering closely. The ring was no hollow void but a shallow circular compartment over a foot deep. There, nestled inside, lay the edge of the tobacco pouch. Ample space remained for several books. This thing is truly miraculous, he couldn't help exclaiming. The old professor retracted the ring back to the size of a bracelet, slipped it back onto his wrist, wrapped a towel around it to conceal it, and then said with a smile, "Let's change clothes first, we'll talk in the sauna." The two changed into bathrobes and entered the sauna. Huan found a seat and sat down, his eyes still fixed on the towel wrapped around the professor's wrist, the image of the bracelet constantly turning in his mind. The old professor picked up the bucket beside him, ladled a scoop of water, and poured it onto the scorching stones. With a sizzle, white steam instantly filled the entire room, enveloping them both. "Stop staring," the old professor said, leaning against the wall, his voice coming through the mist. "That thing is called a space pouch, a type of arcane device." Huan leaned forward. "Arcane device. Does one need to be especially knowledgeable in arcane arts to use it? Some require it, some don't." The old professor waved his hand. "Mine doesn't. 15 years ago I excavated an ancient civilization site and dug it out from there. I found 3 pieces in total. I kept this one and gave the other 2 to the museum." He paused, then added, "This thing can only be opened twice a day by ordinary people, and it has only 3 compartments, so it can't hold much. I have an arcane master friend. His space pouch has 25 compartments, like a small warehouse, enough to hold a bed." Huan listened, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. Such an important item, and the professor hadn't mentioned it at all outside, only now bringing it up. He frowned. "Professor, why didn't you tell me outside? Such a miraculous thing, and you kept it so hidden." The old professor smiled. "It's because I was afraid of too many eyes and ears. Arcane devices are rare to begin with, especially space pouches that can be used directly. If seen by others, it would cause a lot of trouble." Huan nodded, knowing that the professor was telling the truth, and quickly steered the conversation back to the main topic. "So what exactly is the Han Civilization secret manual you mentioned earlier? I don't recognize a single character on those books. What exactly do they say?" Mentioning this, the old professor sat up straighter, his tone turning serious. "The Han Civilization is completely different from any other civilization we know. You know, the Han people's bodies are actually quite strong, but in the past they were always in a disadvantaged position. In terms of strength, they are only slightly stronger than elves, but they can match the elves' agility. Elves can leap among trees, but the Han people cannot." Huan listened carefully and interjected. "Then why didn't they develop the arcane arts? Other races all rely on the arcane for development, and a powerful arcane master can take on a dozen ordinary people. That's where they are special." The old professor sighed. "They didn't choose the path of the arcane. Instead, they focused entirely on strengthening their physical power. Don't think strengthening the body is easy. They created extremely peculiar methods that could greatly enhance physical strength. Those books recording the methods are called secret manuals. Of course, occasionally they would also write arcane cultivation methods into secret manuals, but that was rare." Huan frowned, still a bit puzzled. "So they are not good at the arcane arts?" "Not that they can't, but their achievements are very peculiar." The old professor shook his head. "Think about it. Few civilizations have developed super large-scale arcane arts that require tens of thousands of people to cooperate, but the Han people did it. But on the other hand, they don't have large-scale arcane arts like explosive fireball that allow an arcane master to kill a large group of ordinary people at once. The Han civilization records I excavated earlier make it very clear, apart from that super large-scale arcane art, all their other arcane arts are single target. Each spell only hits one person." Huan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt even more puzzled. An arcane art requiring tens of thousands of people to cooperate, and arcane arts that only hit one person. This Han civilization is too contradictory. Just as he was about to ask further, he saw the old professor ladle another scoop of water onto the stones. The mist grew thicker, so thick that he couldn't even see the face of the person opposite. The mist in the sauna had not yet dissipated. The old professor leaned against the wooden wall and continued telling Huan about the Han civilization's arcane arts. "The Han people's arcane cultivation methods are completely different from ours. Our cultivation always involves first accumulating arcane energy within our own bodies, the more the better. But they don't do that. They specifically train to sense the energy around them and how to control that energy." Huan listened, rubbing his hands on his knees, and couldn't help interjecting. "Then their arcane energy is weak. Isn't there any other way to remedy it? For example, find a way to both train sensing and control while also storing some energy." The old professor glanced at him with a slightly mocking smile. "What you can think of, countless people in the arcane world have already thought of, and the results were all tragedies. Some people have tried mixing the two methods together. Either they had mental problems halfway through, or their bodies couldn't take it and collapsed. In the end, they only concluded the arcane energy exchange law. If you want to sense and control more surrounding energy, the energy you can store in yourself must be less, and vice versa, with no exceptions." Huan let out a soft "oh" in his heart, and the idea he had just considered was instantly dashed. He scratched his head. "So there's really no way around it?" "Exactly." The old professor nodded, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, "But don't dwell on this. Let's get back to what we were talking about earlier. You asked why everyone is so interested in the Han civilization lately, right?" Huan quickly sat up straighter. Yes, I've been wanting to know. Because someone hired me to do a job. The old professor said. It's your sponsors. They have a few Han civilization secret manuals and want me to help translate them and explain what's written inside. I guess they think these things are useful, which is why they've gotten everyone's attention. Huan frowned. So you're the only one who can do this? No one else. There are really very few who can do it. The old professor sighed. There are very few people who study ancient civilizations. Experts who study such fringe civilizations at most a dozen, and each specializes in different fields. Some focus on the Elven ancient civilization, others only know Dwarven ruins. Those who can handle the Han civilization number no more than 5. He paused, pointed at himself. I am one of them, and I happen to specialize in textual research. The Han civilization script is extremely troublesome. It's pictographic with a special grammar. To make matters worse, they always like to quote historical figures in their writings. When you get an article, it's filled with one sentence by an ancient person, here another allusion there, like a code. You have to find the source of each quote before you can understand what it's really saying. Huan's eyes went wide. How long did you have to study before you could understand? I spent 20 years before I dared to claim that I could distinguish which sentences in a text were quotations and which were my own. The old professor raised 4 fingers. Then he said it took another 40 years to fully understand the elementary and middle school curricula. Yes, you've heard that right, the basic courses, and they were still this laborious. Now they call me an authority in this field simply because I compiled a dictionary of Han civilization characters, a book that every scholar in this line of research owns. But that dictionary isn't easy to use either. To learn how to look up entries and understand the explanations inside, you need at least half a year to a year. Upon hearing this, Huan felt a surge of frustration. He had previously thought that, like studying divine script or arcane theory, he could find a dictionary, look up words, and decipher those secret manuals as he went. Now it seemed utterly impossible. He slumped his shoulders and muttered under his breath. I thought I could take a look on my own. This is way too troublesome. The old professor didn't respond, but Huan suddenly recalled last night's events, his eyes lighting up. He leaned forward, his voice a little urgent. Professor, let me tell you something. Last night when I was flipping through those secret manuals, I couldn't recognize a single word, but when I saw the diagrams I couldn't help but mimic the movements. As I mimicked them, a stream of warmth surged through my body. Do you think it might be because most of the content in those secret manuals is pictures? Huan recounted in detail the incident of mimicking the diagrams from the secret manuals and the surge of warmth in his body. Professor Bloom didn't speak immediately. He frowned, leaned against the wooden wall of the sauna, and unconsciously tapped his knee with his fingers, pondering for a full half-hour. What you've described. The old professor finally spoke, his tone notably more serious than before. One of those 3 secret manuals might have been inscribed with an arcane spell. You'll need to be careful from now on. Don't touch those books casually anymore. Huan nodded, also reflecting. I'm guessing it might be a mental arcane spell. If it really is, can I find an arcane master to dispel it? The old professor shook his head and waved his hand. No, don't even think about it. The arcane arts left by the Han civilization are completely different from our current arcane system. According to the current system, mental arcane arts aren't all that terrifying, but you don't realize that the Han civilization's most formidable discipline was mental arcane spells. No matter how powerful a weapon or how strong a body, doesn't it all rely on the brain to control? If that book truly bears a mental arcane spell and has already taken effect on you, don't blindly seek an arcane master to dispel it. He paused, then emphasized. A mental arcane spell that can remain effective for so many years is definitely not an ordinary thing. And for someone in your situation, it might not be a bad thing. The values of the creators of the Han civilization are utterly incomprehensible to us. In their eyes, being afflicted by such an arcane spell might be a blessing. If you reject it, you might change the nature of the spell, and in the end it could cost you your life. After saying this, the old professor patted Huan on the shoulder, and even smiled. In other words, you've been forced to win a lottery. I'll have to take precautions myself from now on to avoid being dragged into it. Huan was filled with anger, gritting his teeth. Who wants to win this damn lottery? If I ever find out who did this, I'll definitely take revenge. Don't think about revenge for now. Let me make it clear, the book that likely has the arcane spell is probably the one with the black cover. The old professor continued, then named the 3 books. Prajnavajra Mantra, Tai Ching True Interpretation, and Ultimate Bliss Joyful Sex Secret Practice. Moreover, the Han civilization's classification of power is particularly strange. They like to divide it into concepts like righteous and evil. Among these 3, Prajnavajra Mantra and Tai Ching True Interpretation count as righteous powers. Prajnavajra Mantra leans toward the yang aspect. Practicing it might make you stronger. Tai Chi in true interpretation leans toward the Yin aspect it's said to make you calmer. Only ultimate bliss joyful sex secret practice is a heretical manual. Usually those who set arcane spells are mostly from the heretical side. The more Huen heard, the more distressed he became. His brows were tightly furrowed, his mind filled with worry. What if the arcane spell really went wrong? Wouldn't he be the one to suffer? He didn't speak again, sitting there in silence until the heat in the sauna became unbearable. Then he followed the old professor out. After leaving the sauna room, the two each summoned a masser in the bathhouse hall. Huen lay on the massage bed still thinking about the arcane spell at first, but the masseur's technique was so comfortable that he couldn't help falling asleep halfway through. When he woke up and followed the old professor out of the bathhouse, the sky had already turned completely dark. Fog had risen on the streets and visibility was poor. Huen quickly hailed a horse-drawn carriage. Opening the door, he said to the driver, "Master, please hurry. I need to return to my residence in the south of the city." The driver replied with a cheerful, "Right away." Flicked the reins and the carriage slowly began to move. But after just 2 blocks, Huen casually lifted the curtain to look behind and noticed something was wrong. 2 carriages were following him. They had been trailing for a while, either overtaking nor falling behind, clearly tailing him. His heart tightened. He quickly lowered the curtain and instructed the driver, "Master, go faster. There seem to be carriages following us." Sitting in the carriage, Huen lifted the curtain to peer behind and saw the 2 carriages drawing closer and closer. The sound of their wheels grinding on the cobblestone road became faintly audible. He reasoned to himself, "These definitely aren't surveillance spies. If they were spying, they wouldn't follow this closely. They don't seem to be here to arrest me either. If they were, they'd have sent armed police, not just 2 ordinary carriages." At that moment the fog outside grew thicker, and the shadows of trees by the roadside became blurry. Huen quickly tapped the driver's back. "Master, stop. There are still a few kilometers to the villa, right? Stop at the roadside where there's a grove of trees. Don't go any further." The driver was startled. "Sir, we haven't arrived yet. Stopping by the woods at this hour is dangerous." "It's fine. I have urgent business and need to take a shortcut," Huen said as he pulled out some money and handed it over. "Go on ahead. Keep the change." The driver took the money, didn't ask any more questions, and stopped the carriage by the roadside. Huen jumped out of the carriage. Deliberately walking away from the woods, he whistled and made his footsteps heavy, pretending to go far away. Once he could no longer hear the carriage, he immediately turned and dashed deep into the forest, hiding behind a thick tree. He felt in his pockets and found only a small folding knife and a short staff. The staff was one he had used when learning arcane arts, before practically useless. Gritting his teeth, Huen took off his leather vest and wrapped it around his left arm, using it as an improvised shield. He gripped the short staff in his left hand, held the folding knife between his fingers without opening it, and picked up a few fist-sized stones from the ground. He moved a few steps deeper into the woods, found a dense thicket, and hid himself, deliberately messing up the nearby branches to create a simple camouflage. No sooner had he hidden himself than a clamor of footsteps approached, mingled with the clatter of metal. Huen held his breath and peered out, spotting at least 4 or 5 figures slipping into the woods carrying iron pipes and metal clubs. Their demeanor reeked of murderous intent. They were unmistakably local ruffians. The leader was a tall man, but with the darkness and fog his face was impossible to discern. Just then 3 more men followed from behind, one of them rasping, "Boss, we scouted along the roadside for a while but didn't see that kid climbing over the hill." Another chimed in, "He must have ducked into the woods. With this thick fog, it's a perfect place to hide." The tall leader nodded, his voice deep and heavy. "Got it. Spread out and search. Be thorough, and when you find him, beat him down on the spot. Don't let him escape." The thugs dispersed at once, some to the left, others to the right, their footsteps drawing ever nearer. Huen tightened his grip on his short staff. As the nearest thug passed by a bush, he burst out from behind it, charging straight at the tall leader. Before the man could react, Huen had already flicked open the folding knife tucked between his fingers and slashed at the tall man's neck. Simultaneously, his left hand locked the iron pipe in the thug's grip with his short staff, preventing him from striking back. But in his focus on the iron pipe, he overlooked the tall man's other hand. A dull thud echoed as the leader's right fist slammed into Hwen's right ribs, driving the breath from his lungs. "Damn it, he's got backup!" Huen cursed inwardly, realizing he had miscalculated the opponent's other hand. By then the surrounding thugs had heard the commotion and closed in, raising their iron pipes and clubs. Huen immediately released the tall man, diving sideways to evade, and snatched up the rocks he had picked up earlier. He hurled them at the 2 nearest thugs. One struck the left man's arm, the other hit the right man's leg, both crying out in pain. Huen's thrown stones didn't miss, they hit the 2 thugs square on the head. With 2 dull thuds, the men yelped in agony, dropping their iron pipes and collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Horn rushed over, crouched down, and slashed the carotid artery of one of the thugs with his folding knife. Blood spurted out instantly. He didn't spare a second glance. He turned and sprinted deep into the woods, soon reaching the pit he had noted earlier. He leaped over it with a single push of his foot. He had barely steadied himself when two screams echoed behind him. The two thugs who had been pursuing him most closely had failed to notice the pit and fallen straight and groaning in pain and unable to climb out. Horn swiftly turned and ran back, grabbing a metal rod from the ground. He jumped into the pit, struck each of their heads once, and they went still instantly. Catching his breath, Horn looked back. There were still two opponents standing in the woods, plus the injured thug whose iron pipe he had locked and who had punched him in the ribs, 3 in total. Gripping the metal rod, he thought to himself, "Since I've already struck, I can't leave any survivors. I have to eliminate them all." But he quickly admonished himself, "Don't be overconfident. The remaining 3 may look rattled, but they still have weapons. I need to be cautious." He touched his left arm. It had been grazed by a club when he used the vest as a shield earlier, now swollen and painful to the touch. But there was no time to tend to the injury. The 3 enemies were slowly encircling him, their eyes blazing with ferocity. Horn gripped the rod and edged toward the roadside, aiming to get close to the spot where he had gotten off the carriage, looking for a chance to counterattack. No sooner had he reached the edge of the woods than the scent of cigar smoke drifted over unmistakably strong in the fog. He halted, perplexed. Who would be smoking a cigar at a time like this? Was it someone from the carriage that followed? How am I supposed to handle this? Suddenly his entire body tensed as if a beast had set its gaze on him. Cold sweat broke out on his back. He quickly sharpened his senses toward the direction of the cigar smoke, and saw a carriage parked by the roadside. Beside it stood a short, stout, middle-aged man, a cigar in his hand, its ember flickering in the fog. Before Horn could speak, a click came, the sound of a hammer being cocked. Then the short, stout man's voice reached him, both familiar and strange. "Don't move, Mr. Horn." Horn's heart sank. He knew there was no escape. Just then the lantern on the carriage lit up, casting a yellow glow through the mist. He walked slowly toward the carriage, forcing a smile, his peripheral vision catching 2 ordinary-looking bodyguards standing by the vehicle. They seemed unremarkable but held weapons in their hands, so he didn't dare study them too closely. Because the person sitting in the carriage was someone he knew, Mingni's father. Horn had met him a few times before, and in his memory Mingni's father was always smiling, doting on his daughter, and seemed to wield little authority. But now the man sat upright in the carriage, his back straight, his eyes radiating a commanding presence, completely different from before. The two stood facing each other for a long while, neither speaking, only the mist drifting between them. It was the short, stout man who moved first. He took a cigar from his pocket and offered it to Horn. "Care for one?" Horn didn't refuse. He took it, pulled out a lighter, lit the man's cigar, then lit his own, taking a puff before speaking. "You didn't come here just to watch the show, did you? I'm not the same kind of person as you, but we have one thing in common. We're both living behind masks." The middle-aged man smiled but didn't reply. Horn continued, "There are still a few bodies in the woods that need to be dealt with, or they'll cause trouble if discovered tomorrow." The short, stout man took a drag on his cigar, blew a smoke ring, and looked at Horn. "Oh. Then I'd better take a look at Mr. Horn's masterpiece." With that he stood up, stepped out of the carriage, and walked toward the woods. Horn followed behind. Though the fog was still thick, the distant light allowed him to clearly see the several bodies lying on the ground, strewn in a disorderly manner, a somewhat gruesome sight. The short, stout man, Mingni's father, stood beside the corpses, surveying the carnage, and let out a soft sigh. He turned to Horn. "Your skills are indeed impressive, bold in combat, quick in mind. But someone like you will only bring great trouble to Mingni. The affairs you stir up will eventually burn her." Horn flicked the ash from his cigar, his face betraying no tension, and said lightly, "You're wrong about that. What I'd bring isn't trouble, it's opportunity. Think about it, if I didn't have enough leverage I wouldn't dare to negotiate with you here. I have a large amount of gold and silver, enough to turn many things into opportunities." Mingni's father arched an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening with scrutiny. "I know my daughter's situation inside and out. She's been getting close to you lately, so I looked into your background. You're not from around here, your mannerisms suggest you're from the Kongsai district, and you're undoubtedly carrying a secret mission, aren't you?" Huen breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly maintaining an impassive exterior. "You've guessed a lot, but not everything. At least my true identity hasn't been exposed. That's a relief." He paused, leaning in slightly. "Since you've speculated about my origins, let me venture a guess about yours. On the surface you're a successful merchant with numerous shops and warehouses, but in the shadows you surely have more assets, such as those less than public trade channels, am I right?" Mingni's father was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. "You're not dull, you can see that. But I'm not surprised. Someone who remains this composed under such circumstances is bound to have keen insight. His smile vanished, his tone turning grave. But no matter how much gold you have or what mission you carry, I have only one demand: leave Mingni. Stop seeing her. Huan had anticipated this and immediately responded, before I leave her I'd like to propose a deal with you, one worth at least 500 million crowns. This deal, if it goes through, will benefit both of us. When Mingni's father heard the figure of 500 million crowns, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, but more so wavering. 500 million was no small sum. Even with his substantial wealth he couldn't ignore it. He was silent for a few seconds, then stubbed out his cigar on a nearby tree stump. All right, let's hear it. What's the deal? Huan had already worked out the details, knowing that a successful transaction required mutual satisfaction, a fundamental principle. He laid out the amount of gold and silver he held, his need to convert them into cash, and a clue to a treasure he knew of, finally adding, I can also help you broker high-end luxury goods, merchandise sourced from the royal court, quality guaranteed with profits at least tripled. Mingni's father's eyes grew brighter with each word. When Huan finished, he immediately gave the nod. I'll take it. The deal is on. The transaction ultimately proved mutually beneficial. Huan secured a safe channel to convert his gold and silver, no longer worrying about liquidity. Mingni's father obtained the treasure clue and a new revenue stream from the luxury trade, reaping enormous profits. As they parted, Mingni's father patted Huan on the shoulder. I'll have someone liaise with you on the transaction. Also, for the next month, don't stand outside my villa waiting for Mingni. If you need to discuss further matters, use the back door to avoid gossip. Huan nodded. Understood. I'll follow your instructions. Watching Huan walk away, Mingni's father climbed into the carriage and asked the bodyguard beside him, George, you saw his skills and his manner just now. Do you think he has the strength to take you down with him? George, who had been standing silently nearby, finally spoke. Yes. He's the same kind as me, ruthless in action, quick-witted, and similar in many ways. If pushed to the brink, he'd definitely fight to the death, and he might not lose. Mingni's father said nothing, merely staring at the mist outside the window, lost in thought. Inside the carriage, Mingni's father leaned back against the cushion, tapping his knee with his fingers, continuing the discussion about Huan with the bodyguard. George. That kid reminds me of myself when I was younger, both in his ruthless drive and his eye for opportunity. Give him another 30 years and he might reach the position I hold now. But he's not me. I can't predict which kind of power he'll choose, whether it's through money, through people, or through those shadowing methods. George nodded. He's indeed full of potential and deeply cunning. I'm not saying I couldn't kill him, Mingni's father sighed. If I really wanted to, I could always find an opportunity. But the tricky part is that desperate drive of his. He'd take someone down with him before dying. I'm not confident I could fully block his final strike. To be honest, what makes me abandon the thought of killing him isn't the treasure he holds, but the ruthlessness and sharpness he showed when he acted. Someone like that, maybe keeping him alive is more useful than eliminating him. George said nothing more. The carriage fell silent, broken only by the sound of wheels over the road. Meanwhile, on his way home, Huan was still exhilarated by the deal just struck. He patted the slip of paper in his pocket, the token for the agreed transaction with Mingni's father, and couldn't help smiling. Once this deal is done, those treasures might one day belong to Mingni. And by tying Mingni's father and the forces behind him to my side, I'll essentially have my own team. That'll make things much easier going forward. He mulled over the team's first objective. From eavesdropping on the people at the Anquang Bank, he always sensed they were plotting some conspiracy. He could have Mingni's father's people investigate. They had wide connections and could surely dig up something. Lost in thought, Huan arrived home near midnight. Pushing open the door, he saw a note and a newspaper on the table, clearly left during his absence. He picked up the note, nothing special. But as he flipped through the newspaper, his fingers brushed against the ink on a certain page and froze. That was the secret signal he had arranged with his former cell. Looking closer, a tiny line of text was hidden in the newspaper's fold, demanding contact with the cell within a week with consequences for failure. The smile vanished from Huan's face, his heart sinking. Why must orders come now of all times? He thought of the cell leader, Shark Amy, the owner of a bookstore in the bustling downtown, and felt a wave of displeasure. Even during training he had disliked him. Amy was more zealous than anyone in following orders from above, but harsh with subordinates, cursing them for hours over the smallest mistakes. And his deputy, Chrysler William, was cut from the same cloth, but even smarter and harder to deal with. Those two would never want to join my team. There'll be plenty of trouble. Yet he dared not ignore the order. Huan sat in the chair, rubbing his temples. My life is still in the hands of the Defense Intelligence Agency. If my identity is exposed, forget about wealth. I wouldn't even know how I'd die. I'd certainly perish without a trace. He sat there thinking all night, only making up his mind as dawn approached. The next morning Huen rose early and retrieved a special garment from his trunk, a reversible coat. One side was made of thick woolen fabric commonly worn by fur traders, the other of linen favored by zoologists. He stood before the full-length mirror alternating the coat, and took out a wig and fake beard from the drawer. With the thick woolen side a short wig and a full beard, I'm a fur trader. Switch to the linen side a long curly wig and a goatee, and I'm a zoologist. Switching between identities like this will make it safer when I go to see Shark Amy. He adjusted the fake beard in the mirror, ensuring it looked natural, then turned around to confirm that the coat showed no signs of being reversible. Satisfied, he nodded. This should be fine. Even if someone's tailing me, I can slip away by switching identities. Horn emerged from the newly secured chamber, first removing the wig and false beard he had used for disguise, then donning his signature trench coat. Before leaving, he placed a brief note on the living room table, to spare the young maid anxiety upon her return. He opted not to hail a private carriage, choosing instead the public stagecoach bound for Amy's bookstore. Its crowded interior made facial recognition unlikely. Fog still clung to the streets when he arrived. Dawn had barely broken, and the shop remained shuttered. Horn did not knock. Instead, he drew lock-picking tools from his pocket, and with practiced ease slipped the lock open before slipping inside soundlessly. The bookstore was lined with weathered bookshelves on all four walls, their shelves bowed under the weight of yellow tomes. Horn swept his gaze across the room and murmured inwardly, so Amy truly acquired this antiquarian shop, and kept it running. More reliable than I'd imagined. After taking only 2 steps forward, he heard a faint measured tread, then a sharp, wary voice from the stairwell. Raise your hands. Unless you wish to be riddled with buckshot. Horn froze, slowly lifted his hands and smiled. No need for alarm. I came looking for Amy, prompted by a notice in the paper. A man descended the stairs, tall, clad in a dark overcoat. It was Amy himself, rifle leveled steadily at Horn's chest. I don't know you. What notice? Horn withdrew a quarter of a 10-kroner banknote from his inner pocket and held it out. Look at this, and you'll know who sent me. Amy took the fragment, studied it briefly, and lowered the rifle. Follow me upstairs. Amy lived on the 3rd floor, a cramped, cluttered room choked with stacks of books and scattered documents. He stowed the rifle in a cabinet and turned to Horn. Next time, enter openly. Knock. No more furtive entrances, spare us all the tension. I'd rather avoid being watched. Horn replied, glancing around. Is it safe to speak here? Could anyone overhear us? Rest assured, it's secure. Amy sat on the edge of the bed. I've lined every wall, the ceiling, and the floor with thick timber panels. Sound cannot escape. And the rooms adjacent, above and below, are leased as storage spaces. No one enters them. Horn studied Amy. His appearance had shifted since last they met, and cut straight to the matter. Tell me, where exactly did the 30,000 gold kroner in operational funds go? Why no accounting? Amy avoided the question, his eyes fixed on Horn. I doubt you came willingly. And frankly, I'd prefer you hadn't. You're too volatile, too unpredictable. A variable that risks unraveling everything. Yet orders demand your inclusion in our cell. I have no choice, but I do hope we can cooperate effectively. Enough preamble. Horn interjected. What operations are underway? Get to the point. Amy held Horn's gaze for several silent seconds, then asked. Have you heard of Archies? Horn stiffened. Archies, of course, was unmistakable. He chose candor. Olivai Archies, owner of the Athens Steelworks Council, member of the mining board, and shareholder in multiple ore mines. And he serves the Prussian authorities, currently entangled in a conspiracy of grave consequence. Amy's expression sharpened with surprise. You've already intervened. Otherwise, why seek you out? Horn leaned against the wall. Tell me what you've uncovered about Archies. How far have your investigations progressed? Before Amy could reply, the bell beside the bed rang sharply. His face tightened. Others have arrived. Good, let's introduce everyone. Moments later, 4 figures entered, filling the narrow room until it brimmed with bodies. Amy gestured toward Horn. This is Horn, our paths have converged. Today we exchange intelligence. Amy spoke first. Our efforts in Ruhr City have faltered recently, the resistance there lacks cohesion. Patrols are frequent, authority is tightening its grip. Student and worker actions have failed repeatedly. But now, an opportunity arises to rally Ruhr's miners and steelworkers behind our cause. He paused, then continued. We've learned the Prussian authorities are deeply unsettled by recent declines in ore and steel output. Olivai Archies proposed a solution, relocating 500,000 residents from southern Prussian provinces, displacing locals, seizing livelihoods. How credible is this? Horn pressed immediately. The revelation eclipsed anything he'd previously uncovered. We're still verifying, Amy answered. The source is a journalist, one of our movement's most trusted minds. Sean has already recruited him as an asset. At the mention of journalist, Horn's pulse quickened. Is his name Agassi? Works for the Cochin's Times, a part-time university student. All eyes turned to Amy, questioning, uncertain. He raised his hands. Not from me. I never mentioned Agassi to him. A lanky man seated at the desk fixed Horn with a piercing stare. Seems your reach extends further than expected, if you know Agassi. Since you've done your own digging, why not share what you found? Don't just interrogate us. Horn paused, then said. Agassi's sources are trustworthy, but my trail diverges from yours. Arky's service to the Prussians goes beyond population displacement. He conceals deeper secrets, currently overseeing the development of something profoundly anomalous. He paused, adding, I haven't yet confirmed its strategic value, so I've withheld it from higher command. Smoke coiled through the confined room. Horn exhaled slowly, cigarette between his fingers. I operate alone. Collaboration isn't my method. Future operations will remain mine alone, though intelligence will be shared freely. Silence followed, no objection. All were seasoned operatives long accustomed to solitary work. Amy nodded first. I understand. Truth be told, you operate no less effectively than our cell. Independence grants you greater maneuverability. William, seated at the desk, flicked ash from his cigarette, voice casual. Ours is a loose alliance. Gaining or losing a member changes little. We pursue separate objectives, maintain contact, trade intelligence, and stand ready to assist when crisis strikes. The others remained silent, clear affirmation of consensus. Seeing agreement, Amy assigned roles. Horn, you've accessed upper echelons before. Continue tracking Archies along that high-level channel. Relay any new intelligence promptly. Horn nodded and pressed further. How do I contact you? I can't always come directly to the bookstore. What if you're not there? I'm mostly at home handling communications. Just come to the bookstore and find me. Amy explained. If you can't find me, ask one of the shop assistants for geometric theory, and say you want the version from 2 months ago. Then give them 1 crown, 15 sorbies, and 23 guineas. That's our code. The assistant will tell you where I am or pass along a message. He paused, then pointed at William. You can also find him. He goes by the alias Doug Mack, a coach at the former Glory Night Training Institute. He spends most of his time there. Horn looked at William, and the more he observed, the more he saw the man's cunning and shrewdness. His eyes shifted quickly, and his words were guarded. William felt unnerved under Horn's gaze and muttered to himself. When I underwent body modulation, I specifically requested a focus on reflexes, agility, and endurance, just in case I needed to make a quick escape. But he noticed that Horn's modulation type was different from theirs, and the duration was nearly twice as long, clearly a higher grade enhancement. William chuckled bitterly. I don't have Horn's knack for finding a way into the upper echelons. I can only stick it out at the training institute. Though it sounded like self-deprecation, it was actually a venting of his dissatisfaction with the original power modulation. He had wanted greater combat strength but ended up relying on agility to get by. He paused and added, Still, I'm thinking of trying a middle path. The training institute often has business directors and government officials taking nightly lessons. Chatting with them might yield something useful. Amy then interjected. When it comes to gathering intelligence, Pete does the best job. Horn followed Amy's gaze to Pete, dressed casually, carrying a canvas bag with half a notebook sticking out, looking every bit a news reporter. Horn thought to himself, the identity of a journalist is indeed suitable for disguising an agent. He can openly ask for information anywhere without arousing suspicion. Next, Horn quickly got acquainted with Pete and the other 2 people, just noted their names with no further conversation. Then he took his leave. As he left the bookstore, the thin mist on the streets had almost dissipated and the sun slowly crept out. Walking along the street, Horn vaguely guessed today must be the group's regular meeting to discuss work progress, and he happened to arrive. But he thought to himself that he would rather keep his distance from such meetings in the future. He had never considered himself a member of this group, and staying at arm's length was safer. He also noticed that Amy hadn't told him the aliases and occupations of the other 2 people, clearly keeping his guard up. Horn didn't mind. He had also fabricated an unverifiable identity. If anyone did investigate, it would mean the group was exposed, and then everyone would be in trouble. Thinking of this, he grew a little worried. Would the restaurant that previously handled communications with the higher-ups be exposed because of his contact with this group? The more he thought, the more a sense of loss crept in. However, recalling the people in the room, Horn felt that none of them were simple. Each had their own schemes and skills. He would have to be even more cautious in future dealings. Horn walked toward Moni's house, his mind still on the people from the bookstore. The more he thought, the more he realized how deeply Amy had changed. He hadn't noticed before, but now his bookstore was filled with hidden mechanisms and several escape routes, a far cry from the naive young man he once was. Thinking of William, Horn frowned again. That fellow was no simpleton either, looking quite cunning. The identity of a night coach was a clever choice. It legitimately allowed him to improve his strength while giving him access to business directors and government officials, making it easy to gather intelligence. He couldn't be underestimated. He also thought of the others in the group. Pete used his journalist cover, which was safe and mobile, making information collection easy. There was also one who had taken 30,000 gold crowns but did menial labor. Horn wondered, could this person know the secret of the divine gift ability? Otherwise, why would he willingly take the money and do hard labor? Perhaps the labor gave him an advantage in strength and endurance training. It might be intentional. When he was almost at Moni's house, Horn first made a detour to the mansion of Mr. Bloom's friend, a wealthy and eccentric collector whose mansion was as large as a warehouse. Horn had borrowed the outfit of the Black Seraph here before, so he entered with ease. The collector was a middle-aged man in a wheelchair with only a butler and a maid. He dismissed the butler, led Horn to a room on the second floor, and after the maid left said, "You've come at the right time. I have something for you." He pointed to a display cabinet in the corner. Opening it, he took out a scroll. Horn opened the cabinet, and saw a roll of something resembling a banana leaf tied with vines with a wooden pen inserted in the center. The wooden pen looked fresh and moist, and at the tip a sprout had even grown. "This is an elven treasure usable without arcane arts," the middle-aged man said. "Originally there was a pair. I'll keep one and the other is for you. The instructions are written on the paper beside it. You can read them yourself." Horn picked up the paper, which bore two scripts. One was the divine script, which he recognized. The other was a script he had never seen before. "That's the Narka elven script," the middle-aged man explained. "There haven't been elves in Narka for over 1700 years. I was lucky to get this pair of scrolls." He then advised Horn, "You'd better learn Elvish. Elven scripts have similarities. Once you learn one, you can roughly guess the meaning of others. Also, when using the scroll, find a secluded place. It must be exposed to sunlight and requires water. Just submerge the scroll and pen in water. This thing is like a plant, it needs sunlight and moisture. The more light, the better the effect." Horn listened with great interest, and wanted to try it immediately. But remembering he still had to go to Moni's house, he could only put away the scroll and paper. "Thank you. I'll study it when I finish my current tasks." When he arrived at Moni's house, it was almost noon. Horn went straight into the secret room with Moni's father, and the two sat down to discuss business. "First, we need to find a way to transport the gold, silver, and jewelry out and convert them into cash," Horn began. "With so much gold and silver, we need a reliable channel that won't attract attention." Moni's father nodded. "I'll look into the exchange for cash, but transporting it out must be careful. If we're spotted, we'll be in trouble. Also, we need to clarify how to distribute such a large sum." "Distribution is simple. We'll follow the previous agreement," Huen added. "I also want to venture into the luxury goods business. That requires pulling strings, so you'll need to go to Kansai yourself. You must find a good excuse, like inspecting business opportunities, to avoid raising suspicion." He paused and added, "Also, the third identity I fabricated earlier must appear more authentic. I also need to deploy some people around to keep an eye out and tip us off lest anyone digs into my background." Meng Ni's father listened without rebuttal. He knew perfectly well that the gold, silver, jewelry, and luxury goods business had already bound him to Huen, and since Meng and I was important to both of them, he simply could not stay out of it. Just as the two were engrossed in their heated discussion, the atmosphere in the secret police headquarters director's office was oppressively heavy. The director, with both hands gripping the back of his chair, stared at the documents on the desk. Major Ma Ding sat with his legs crossed, chin propped on his hand, his brows deeply furrowed. "We were about to close the net, and then this person suddenly appears," the major said irritably. "What if he brings unforeseen variables to the operation?" The director was more philosophical. "Having a few more heads of prey isn't necessarily a bad thing. It might even disrupt their plans more easily. But my gut tells me that guy is trouble," the major insisted. "What about the intelligence from your informants? That Huen, what's his background?" A nearby secret police officer hurried forward to report. "We haven't found his real name yet. He claims his alias is Jekka Owen. He usually lives on a boat, frequently traveling between Songkuen and Luer City, and sometimes follows cargo ships to other places. His whereabouts are not fixed." The director frowned. "Keep investigating. We must find out everything about him and not let him ruin our plans." In the secret police headquarters director's office, the briefing continued. The same secret police officer added, "The informant's knowledge of Huen is also very limited. According to the information gathered, he was isolated during training, never participated in any collaborative projects, and after training he never contacted anyone until he suddenly appeared recently. He paused and then said, "Also, intelligence shows he is very close to the bait we set, but the people around the bait claim they have no impression of him, as if he appeared out of nowhere." "Enough, stop talking." Major Ma Ding raised his hand to cut him off, his eyes fixed on the portrait of Huan drawn from the informant's memory. His brows furrowed deeper. "No, this newly appeared person is so tall he doesn't match the suspect I had in mind at all." A subordinate quickly handed over a surveillance report. "Major, the surveillance report confirms that the person you suspected did leave early this morning, and the time is quite suspicious. Moreover, that person's circumstances are indeed favorable. He can access a lot of secret intelligence. But all sleeper agents undergo human modification. Those with poor abilities are unqualified to be sleepers and are not under suspicion." The major tapped his fingers on the desk. "But the person who appeared in the bookstore, his build and reactions match the characteristics of a sleeper agent. These two are definitely not the same person." After thinking for a few seconds, the major looked up and ordered, "Immediately check Sunkwin to see if there's a person named Jieka Owen and his recent movements. Report as soon as you have any news. Furthermore, resume tracking and surveillance on suspect No. 1. Don't let him escape." The director sneered beside him. "So this time it's your intuition at work. You said before that more prey would be better. Now that we're about to close the net, I can't take any risks," the major said gravely. "This person has gone deep undercover. If we don't put in the effort to investigate, he'll easily slip away. What's more, he might resort to desperate measures and sabotage our plans. Don't worry, as long as we keep an eye on those agents, not a single one will escape," the director said carelessly. The director said indifferently, "Our current manpower alone is insufficient," the major reminded. "Headquarters has already sent 4 members of the Secret Action Team as reinforcements originally intended to deal with the Black Seraphim. His Majesty specifically ordered that this net-closing operation must extinguish the arrogance of the Gauls and crush their morale. We must capture that angel." Major Ma Ding knew well that the Secret Action Team was a hidden blade of headquarters, powerful but with a too aggressive style which he had never quite appreciated. Moreover, he was dissatisfied with the director's attitude just now, even suspecting that the director was acting out of greed and jealousy, fearing that the major would steal the credit, so he deliberately downplayed the risks. With that thought, he gave the director a cold stare, his mind set on one thing: no matter what, he must ensure the success of the net-closing operation. "By the way, when will the reinforcement members arrive?" the major asked. The director pointed to the office door. "They're already here, just outside." As he spoke, he stood up and opened the door. 4 figures walked in, 3 men and 1 woman. Their eyes were sharp and they exuded an air of arrogance and self-importance. Their status seemed to be determined by seniority. The leading middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "I am the team leader, codename Flying Eagle. This mission requires the assistance of all of you. I hope everyone can cooperate with our actions." The words sounded polite, but the tone carried an unmistakable firmness, clearly usurping the host's authority. The secret police officers and the director in the office all darkened. The director had originally intended to pressure these newcomers into following his orders, but he never expected that these 4 would not even give him face, showing no regard for him at all. The director clenched his fists, suppressing his discontent. He thought to himself, it seems this operation will inevitably involve endless wrangling with these arrogant individuals. Major Ma Ding watched the 4 Secret Action Team members enter, thoughtfully stroking his chin. At this moment, besides the leading Flying Eagle, the other 3 also announced their codenames in turn. Scorpion, Wildcat, Flying Mouse. After hearing this, the major curled his lips. "Flying Eagle, Scorpion, Wildcat, Flying Mouse. Your team seems like a mixed task force." Flying Eagle replied without changing expression. "The nature of the Secret Action Team's missions is special. We often operate in mixed formations. The 4 of us each have our own strengths, and working together we can handle more unexpected situations." But Major Ma Ding was scheming. "These people are too arrogant. I need to give them a show of force to ensure they obey orders later." He abruptly changed the subject and deliberately mentioned, "Speaking of which, the Compound I team at headquarters, composed entirely of Arcanists, is far superior to ordinary action teams in terms of reconnaissance and long-range attacks." At these words, Flying Eagle's face instantly turned cold, and his tone carried a warning. "Major matters concerning the Compound I team are top secret and should not be casually mentioned here." "Top secret?" The major raised an eyebrow, completely disregarding the warning. "Perhaps it seems top secret to you, but in true operations no secret is absolute. Krausweiler wrote in The Art of War, over-concealed information becomes an obstacle to action. Have none of you read it?" Scorpion, a young operative standing beside Eagle, impulsively retorted, "You're lying. That line doesn't appear anywhere in The Art of War. Oh. Major Martin glanced at him coolly and replied, you simply haven't read carefully enough. It's in Volume 3, Chapter 7 within the section on Information Control and Operational Efficiency. Though the phrasing isn't verbatim, the essence remains unchanged. Scorpion fell silent instantly, his face flushing crimson. He hadn't even finished reading The Art of War in its entirety. His rebuttal had been mere bravado. In that moment, not only was Scorpion's confidence deflated, but Eagle and his team also wore visibly strained expressions. An awkward hush settled over the office. Soon, however, everyone recalled their mission and let the dispute fade. Mountain Cat and Flying Rat approached the table in the corner, focusing intently on the breastplate, and a severed chain laid upon it, the remnants of enemy weaponry from their previous operation. Mountain Cat, the unit's weapons specialist, turned the breastplate over, repeatedly frowning at the marks etched across its surface. These wounds are strange. Blunt force impacts define their edges, yet sharp linear gouges scar the indentations. They bear no resemblance to any conventional weapon. At first I suspected oversized rifle rounds with rubber-jacketed lead cores, but closer inspection disproves that theory. Major Martin interjected, it wasn't a firearm. It was a whip over 3 meters long, and the wielder employed an unusual technique, not mere lashing but precise tapping and coiling. A whip. Mountain Cat paused, then shook his head. No, that wouldn't produce such wounds. More likely, a meteor hammer. Flying Rat looked up from the chain, surprised. A meteor hammer? That's an archaic relic. Why would anyone wield one today? Mountain Cat explained, though ancient, the meteor hammer remains one of the most lethal unconventional weapons. Its mastery demands extraordinary skill, its power defies simple quantification and differs fundamentally from the flail. While the flail relies on brute strength, the meteor hammer minimizes physical force, emphasizing finesse instead. It belongs to the realm of agile weaponry. Its learning curve surpasses even dual-wielding combat. And this chain? Flying Rat pointed to the severed link on the table. Its fracture is equally anomalous, clean-cut as if sliced by a blade. Yet what blade could cleave such thick iron without shattering? An ordinary person couldn't possibly swing it. Mountain Cat leaned in, examining the fracture closely, then nodded. Indeed peculiar, either forged by an exceptionally heavy blade, or wielded with a uniquely refined technique using a light-edged weapon. But slicing solid iron with such precision via a lightweight blade is nearly impossible, unless the blade itself possesses extraordinary properties, or the wielder commands strength far beyond human limits. Major Martin remained silent, but inwardly he reflected, this adversary proves far more formidable than anticipated. If their armaments are already so enigmatic, the upcoming net-closing operation will hardly proceed smoothly. In the secret police headquarters office, as Mountain Cat continued studying the chain's fracture, Eagle, the middle-aged arcanist leading the team, spoke up, his tone laced with bewilderment. If this foe is so difficult to subdue, why not simply eliminate him with overwhelming gunfire? Why go through the trouble of capture? Major Martin sighed, shaking his head. Do you think we haven't tried? He's too cunning. Conventional ambushes fail utterly against him. Even elite arcane rangers cloaked in divine concealment prove useless. He detects hidden positions with uncanny sensitivity. Attempting stealth only alerts him, and drives him deeper into shadow. At those words, the arrogance on Eagle's quartet dissolved almost instantly. Each was a gifted operative possessing unique abilities, yet they'd assumed neutralizing a single fugitive would pose little challenge. Now they grasped the truth: this opponent dwarfed their expectations in complexity and lethality. Flying Rat stroked his chin, speculating, if that's the case, could he be a Saint Mark warrior? Otherwise, how could he be so unnervingly elusive? Mountain Cat set down the chain and nodded, highly plausible, and judging by his weapon-handling technique, he's almost certainly a finesse-based warrior, not one reliant on raw strength. What if we're countered? Flying Rat grew anxious once more. Finesse warriors decide life and death in split seconds, and mutual counters run deep. Unlike strength-based fighters whose balance is more predictable. Our team may possess balanced power, but victory hinges entirely on seamless coordination. His words hung in the air and silence descended. Unanimously every gaze turned toward Eagle, the strategist, the mind behind the operation. Eagle didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leafed slowly through the surveillance report before speaking. According to these records, he knows Ruhr City intimately, either a native or someone who has lived here for years. He moves with deceptive leisure, his appearances irregular, his conduct meticulously cautious. He is no radical extremist. Rather, he excels at laying traps and executing feints. Capturing him will demand exceptional subtlety. Major Martin added quietly, I've clashed with him several times. Numbers mean nothing, even deploying a full battalion won't draw him out. He'll vanish instead, transforming into a pure punisher, hunting our vulnerabilities with surgical precision. And that makes him infinitely more dangerous. Eagle closed the report, and steadied himself. Speculation serves no purpose now. Our immediate priority is awaiting the emergence of the Black Seraph. Once captured, he may well lead us straight to our quarry. While the covert task force and secret police labored intensively to profile their target, unseen sentinels of the secret police tightened their vigil across Ruhr City, eyes sharp scanning every passerby alert for the faintest anomaly. Yet they remained unaware that at that very moment Horn sat calmly in a secluded chamber with Lena, the woman identified in the outline as Dreamy's father, though evidently a pseudonym or error, now uniformly referred to as Lena. The chamber exuded quiet. Luxury wine racks lined one wall. Display cabinets held several masterpieces. The air carried the rich earthy aroma of fine cigars. Horn and Lena sat opposite each other, each holding a lit cigar. Upon the low table rested vintage liquor, crystal goblets and delicacies, roasted nuts, cured meats, and other fine accompaniments. Outwardly they maintained an air of wary antagonism, as stipulated in the outline, but in truth they had long since forged a close alliance bound together by shared wealth, commerce, and mutual interest. Lena took a sip of wine and spoke first. "I've made up my mind. From now on I'll follow you in the luxury goods trade. This business has high profits, is suitable for smuggling, and carries less risk than directly transporting gold and silver." Huen smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll open the doors for you. Weren't you previously running a tailor shop that even served the royal court? You must be very familiar with those luxury goods suppliers, right? This will be useful." "Of course." Lena put down her glass, a hint of pride in her tone. "When I used to make clothes for the royal court, I dealt with suppliers from Paris and Vienna. As long as we can offer good merchandise, they'll definitely be willing to cooperate with us, and then we can also open up smuggling channels along the way." Huen picked up his glass and clinked it with hers. "Then it's settled. Once the heat dies down in a few days, we'll first ship out a batch of jewelry converted into cash as startup capital and put the luxury goods business on the agenda as soon as possible." Lena nodded, then remembered something. "By the way, about that third identity you mentioned earlier, I've already had someone prepare it. I guarantee it will be flawless. Even if someone investigates, they won't find any loopholes." "Good, thank you for your hard work." Huen took a sip of wine, relieved in his heart. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the opportunity to mature. He could both liquidate the treasure and use the luxury goods trade as a cover for his identity, killing two birds with one stone. The cigar smoke in the secret room had not yet dissipated when Lena moved the wine and snacks aside on the coffee table, pulled out a thick stack of notebooks from the display cabinet, and placed them in front of Huen. "Since we're going into the luxury goods business, and I want you to act as a royal court supplier, you must learn this knowledge. I'll give you a crash course to familiarize you with the ins and outs of various luxury goods." He opened the top notebook and pointed to the text inside. "Look, this page records the evaluation of jewelry quality, from diamond cuts, gemstone origins to the roundness and luster of pearls. You must memorize all of it. And this page lists the names and backgrounds of famous shops around the world: Van Cleef Arpels in Paris, Tiffany in Vienna, and several old establishments in London. You need to know their main products, supply channels, and even the preferences of the owners." Huen picked up the notebook and flipped through it, frowning after a moment. "So much stuff, how long will it take to memorize?" "Don't worry, you'll learn quickly," Lena said with a smile. "You already have some understanding of these things, and after your ability breakthrough, your perception has become stronger. You'll memorize things much faster than before, and you'll be up to speed in just a few days." As they flipped through the notebooks, Huen took the opportunity to inquire. "You say you're familiar with so many suppliers and can even open smuggling channels. Just how many resources do you actually control?" Lena took a sip of wine and didn't hide the truth. "Nearly a quarter of the industries in Ruhr City are under my control. From tailor shops, jewelry stores, to freight companies, I have my people everywhere. Moreover, I have a shadowy force behind me. My bodyguards are not ordinary thugs, they are experts created through special secret techniques. Ordinary people can't even get close to me." Huen's heart stirred and he probed. "With such a powerful force in your hands, why not join the spy network with me? It will make things easier in the future. Let's not talk about that for now." Lena waved her hand, changing the subject. "You suddenly ask about these things. Could it be that you have something else on your mind?" Huen didn't beat around the bush. "I do have an important matter to ask of you. Help me extract some information from the banker. It's about the banking business related to Ajisi that we discussed earlier." "Extract information?" Lena immediately shook her head. "No, the secret police are cracking down hard now. We have to keep a low profile and not stir up trouble. If we get targeted, all our previous plans will be wasted. I have a benefit for you." Huen quickly threw out the bait. "If you can get the information, I'll give you an extra 20% of the profits from the luxury goods business." Lena laughed upon hearing this. "I stopped falling for such bribery 20 years ago. Money isn't that important to me. I won't participate in the plan, but I can help with small favors, like passing a message or sounding someone out. If it works, it works. If not, I won't force it. Seeing that she wouldn't budge, Hua-en had to settle for the next best thing. Then at least give me some information about the banker. Name, address, places he usually frequents. That should be okay, right? What do you want the information for? Li Na raised an eyebrow and teased. You're not thinking of kidnapping or intimidation, are you? Just to look at the information and analyze their weaknesses. I wouldn't use such crude methods, Hua-en said helplessly. Li Na put away her smile and nodded. You're smart, not thinking of using brute force. That's what I appreciate about you. You use your brain and don't act rashly. He paused, then suddenly asked. The person you are now loyal to, who sent you out to do things, are you truly willing to be loyal to him? Hua-en thought for a moment. As things stand, being loyal to him has no downsides. I can get funding and use his identity as cover. I'll keep it for now and we'll see about the future later. I'm glad you think that way. Li Na smiled with satisfaction. I'm getting old, I'll retire sooner or later. After I retire, I hope you can take over my position in the industries of Lure City. No, I don't want to do that. Hua-en quickly waved his hand. I hate this kind of scheming work every day. I just want to earn money and enjoy life, drinking, riding horses, how free and easy. Li Na had expected him to say that, and wasn't surprised. It's fine if you don't want to manage Lure City. I have plenty of businesses abroad. Then you can help me manage the overseas assets. You won't have to stay in one place all the time and you can enjoy yourself traveling. How about that? Hua-en finally understood and muttered to himself, so Li Na was preparing an escape route, wanting to transfer her assets abroad, afraid of future mishaps, and looking for me to take over. He didn't call her out, just said vaguely. We'll talk about it then. Let's focus on the matters at hand for now. Li Na didn't press further, just pulled out the banker's information from the notebook, and handed it to Hua-en. Take these. Remember to return them after you're done, don't lose them. They have my marks on them, and it would be trouble if someone found them. Just as Hua-en took the banker's information, Li Na leaned back in her chair and spoke slowly. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Someone has already gone to Sangkuan to investigate your fake identity. I've already arranged things so that they'll think you sailed with the Maximian. Moreover, after the ship arrives at Kemisai port, it will be dismantled directly, and the crew will all be disbanded. There's no way to investigate. Hua-en's eyes lit up. So this fake identity is completely gone. In the future, if anyone wants to investigate, they won't find any trace at all. Exactly. Li Na nodded, then lowered her voice. Also, regarding the team you mentioned earlier, there is indeed a traitor. But don't worry too much, I've already had someone keep an eye on them. No sooner had he spoken than Horn burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Perfect. I just thought of a great opportunity. This makes it even smoother. Li Na watched his excited expression without pressing further. She knew Horn was full of sly ideas and asking would yield nothing. At that moment a thick fog had settled outside, visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. Suddenly a bat fluttered in through a gap in the window, its wings beating as it hung upside down from the beam. Then a snake lizard crawled in, holding a rolled elven scroll in its mouth, a scroll usually hidden in the hollow near the chimney on the roof, guarded by the snake lizard known to no one but Horn. Horn pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, quickly scribbled a few words, folded it into a small roll and tucked it into the pouch tied to the bat's leg. Take this to the informant at the newspaper office. Remember, it must be delivered. The bat chirped as if in acknowledgement, then flapped its wings and vanished into the fog. This informant had been placed by Mingni's father. Horn had never met the man face to face. The message he was sending now carried heavy weight. Once dispatched, it meant his identity might be exposed, endangering the entire spy network. According to protocol, upon receiving the alert, the Defense Intelligence Bureau would immediately freeze the intelligence network to prevent further losses. Horn stared at the direction where the bat had disappeared, calculating inwardly. Perfect, I can use this as an excuse to return to Kongsai. No one will suspect a thing. Who would imagine I want to leave on purpose? After sending the bat off, Horn looked up at the mantel clock on the fireplace. The hands were approaching the time he had agreed to meet with Professor Bloom. He hurriedly took the elven scroll from the snake lizard's mouth, unrolled it on the table, then retrieved the wooden pen the collector had given him earlier, dipped it in water, and wrote on the scroll. In a moment Professor Bloom's handwriting emerged on the scroll. I've translated the 3 secret manuals, but the text is extremely obscure. Many parts rely on guesswork, so you must be cautious when referencing them. Horn immediately picked up the pen to ask further. If I follow your conjectures and attempt the training methods of Han civilization, would there be any risk? I've heard that mental training can easily lead to injury or even madness or death. After a few minutes the professor's reply slowly appeared on the scroll. When powerful cultivators of Han civilization reach high levels, they are indeed prone to chi deviation. This is similar to the oscillation of psychics and the backlash of arcanists. both caused by loss of control over power. Horn stared at the phrase high levels and breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered to the scroll. So the danger only comes at high levels. I don't plan to cultivate that far, so I should be fine. Then he wrote another question. What exactly do the 3 secret manuals explain? Just as Horn was about to put away the elven scroll, its surface suddenly shimmered with silver light, and new words slowly emerged, a supplementary note from Professor Bloom. It read, the 3 Han civilization cultivation manuals are actually 2 orthodox and 1 heretical. The heretical method yields the quickest results in the early stages, but at high levels it encounters many obstacles, not only dangerous but also harmful to the body. The orthodox methods are safer, but their power is weak in the early stages. You must endure until the later stages to become strong. The text paused, then continued. Within the orthodox methods there are also hard and soft styles which differ greatly. The hard style is easier to cultivate but demands high talent and a sufficient foundation of strength. The soft style is more suitable for those lacking physical power, relying on soft force to use minimal strength to overpower a stronger opponent, winning through skill. If you wish to study them, send a messenger to fetch the books. Comparing them with the translated text will be clearer. The silver light flickered again, and the writing on the scroll vanished completely. Horn wasted no time. He immediately let out a whistle, the signal to summon an owl. Shortly afterward an owl flew in through the window and landed on his arm. Horn stroked the owl's head and whispered, Go to Professor Bloom's place and bring back the 3 books he has prepared. Be careful on the way. The owl hooted, spread its wings and soared into the night sky. Half an hour later the owl returned, clutching a palm-sized cloth bundle in its talons. Horn opened the bundle to find a magical bracelet that could shrink to the size of a ring. He expanded the bracelet, and inside it were 3 thin books. Horn quickly took out a slip of paper on which he had copied the titles of other books, tucked it into the bracelet's compartment, and instructed the owl. Take this back to the professor and tell him I've received the books. After the owl departed, Horn retreated to the bedroom, dimmed the main light, and left only a small lamp for concentrated illumination. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and opened the 3 books. Each book had Professor Bloom's translated notes, inserted between the pages. Most of the content was illustrations, the purely text pages numbered fewer than 10. Yet even with the translations the material remained difficult to understand. After flipping through all 3 books, Horn grasped only one thing: cultivation was incredibly time-consuming. The orthodox manuals required 10, 20, or even 30 to 40 years to achieve minor success. He stared at the pages and muttered, No wonder the Han people dare to practice. They must be a race that lives for hundreds of years, so they don't care about this amount of time. I can't wait that long. With that thought he simply picked up the heretical manual. After all, it promised quick results in the early stages. He would try it first and see. But after studying for a long time he still couldn't understand much. He only learned from the translation that during cultivation one must let the heat in the body flow along the lines of the human figures in the diagrams. This heat was the so-called inner force. The more he read, the drowsier he grew. Leaning against the headboard, still holding the book, he nodded off while reading the translation, and soon fell completely asleep. But he didn't know that even while asleep his inner force continued to flow, gradually losing control and splitting into several streams, rampaging wildly through his meridians. Horn jolted awake, feeling as if all his meridians were being sliced by knives, his mind in chaos. Panic seized him. What else could this be but chi deviation? Moreover, the danger far exceeded the backlash of an arcanist's meditation. He tried to scream, but no sound came out, and his body slowly stiffened. After an unknown time the young maid entered with hot water. She was startled when she reached the bedside. Horn lay there, his whole body cold and rigid, his face deathly pale. She quickly reached out to check his breathing. He was still breathing and his heart was beating, but she was still terrified. She turned and ran out, shouting, I'll fetch the doctor. Mr. Horn, hold on. As soon as the maid left, Horn suddenly jumped out of bed. The moment he landed he collapsed on the floor and vomited a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood he felt he could move a little, but he was still weak all over. He struggled to his feet, first turned off the small lamp, then stuffed the 3 books and translations into the hidden compartment under the bed. Having done all that he could no longer hold up and collapsed onto the bed unconscious. Is there a cultivation method that is both safe and easy to achieve results? The professor's reply arrived swiftly, its tone edged with impatience. If such a thing truly existed, the world would long be teeming with masters. Why would you even need to ask? Each manual charts a distinct cultivation path. Some emphasize raw strength, others refine technique, still others rely on mental acuity. None are absolutely safe, one must proceed cautiously, testing them gradually. Horn scanned the scroll's characters and couldn't help but curl his lips in a wry grimace. Though rebuffed, he recognized the professor's words as plain truth. He rolled up the scroll, then glanced at the mantel clock, pondering. I must finish reviewing the banker dossiers, and prepare for my return to Kongsai, without delay. Beside him, the serpent lizard retrieved the scroll in its jaws and slithered slowly toward the roof, tucking it once more into the crevice beside the chimney. Meanwhile, the bats suspended from the rafters had silently returned, hanging upside down, as if standing vigilant watch. Half-conscious Horn sensed blurred silhouettes shifting around him, their voices fragmented and distant. After an indeterminate span of time, his awareness sharpened. He discerned that someone had kept constant vigil by his bedside. Morny. The young maid paced the room, fetching water and towels. The physician entered and exited repeatedly, stethoscope in hand, flanked by glass vials and apothecary jars. Beyond them, Morny's parents and Professor Bloom had visited. Even Major Martin, his gaze laced with ill intent, had made a single appearance. Outside the villa, Major Martin detained the physician, pressing urgently, "What precisely is his condition? Is this truly nothing more than ordinary illness?" Adjusting his spectacles, the physician replied candidly, "Diagnostic results suggest epileptic myoclonus, but far more severe than typical epilepsy. His spleen and liver show damage. Muscular atrophy has already begun. Even if cured, his physical constitution will never fully recover." The major frowned faintly, yet inwardly mused, though perplexing. If Horn were indeed a covert operative, this debilitated state would make him easier to capture. He could no longer evade pursuit with his former agility. Unaware of the major's calculations, Horn only felt his mind lucid and alert, yet his body remained stubbornly paralyzed, refusing to awaken. His eyes remained tightly shut, yet he perceived everything around him, even piercing walls, to witness scenes 20 or 30 meters away. More astonishing still, the chaotic heat currents that once surged wildly within him now coalesced into two distinct streams. One traced intricate internal pathways, while the other followed the precise diagram prescribed in the heretical manual, and at its terminus it fused seamlessly with Master Zaisiming's mental discipline techniques. His formerly feeble spiritual energy surged sevenfold, then eightfold, and continued expanding at a startling pace. A surge of elation flooded Horn's thoughts. This is an unprecedented windfall. When I go to Kongsai, I must extract further benefits from Master Zaisiming, using cognitive reconstruction to master both psychokinetic displacement and illusory hypnotic art. As he reflected, sensation abruptly returned to his limbs. He regained sovereign control over his body. Horn opened his eyes slowly, and the first face he saw was Morny's, her eyes swollen and bloodshot, her expression etched with raw anxiety, unmistakably worn down by worry. How many days have I slept?" His voice emerged hoarse. Morny, overjoyed at his awakening, lunged forward and seized his hand, pressing it fiercely against her chest. "You're awake at last." 3 full days. Gently patting her hand, he reassured her, "Don't fret. I'm perfectly fine now." A sudden warmth welled within him, a sensation entirely unfamiliar, perhaps the very essence of love. Yet the memory of his first love sent a shiver down his spine, and he hastily suppressed the recollection. At that moment the physician entered, instruments in hand. "Excellent, you're awake. Let me conduct a full-body assessment to gauge your recovery." Horn studied the physician, and instinctively grew wary. His posture was rigidly upright, his speech measured and calm, bearing the unmistakable bearing of a seasoned soldier, not that of an ordinary private physician. Saying nothing, Horn complied silently with the examination. No sooner had it concluded than Morny's father stepped in, clutching a rolled parchment. Approaching the bed, he spoke half-jokingly, "Young man, you've terrified my daughter half to death, so you'd best repay her devotion properly, or I'll hold you accountable." With that he tossed the parchment onto Horn's lap. "Here, banker dossiers I've curated for you. 11 individuals, all potentially privy to the truth. Get these done quickly, finish what you set out to do, no more missteps." Horn accepted the dossier, warmed by gratitude. "Thank you, I'm deeply indebted to your effort." "Why thank me?" Morny's father raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward her. "Thank her instead. She urged me to compile these without delay, fearing your mission would falter." Horn turned to Morny, catching the flush rising across her cheeks, and smiled warmly. "Then I owe Morny my deepest thanks as well." Emerging from the makeshift garage tunnel near the roadside, Horn ascended the fire escape noiselessly to the rooftop, a route sealed off to deter thieves, now his exclusive passage. Shrouded in thick fog, he leapt between rooftops, guided by his newly awakened perception. Though limited to 30 meters, it sufficed for his purpose. He advanced toward his target at the head of a legion composed of bats and hunting hounds. The hounds sprinted along the ground, each directed by a bat overhead. The bats themselves served as scouts, rearguard, sentinels, and decoys. Though nominally still afflicted with muscular atrophy, Horn had discovered, by chance, that his muscles were not truly degenerated. Channeling specific heat currents along designated pathways instantly rendered them dense and resilient. Cross-referencing the manual, he confirmed every conduit and focal point was meticulously annotated. Some pathways remained unopened, yet those already activated satisfied him completely. Certain routes granted him preternatural speed, others lent him weightless grace, still others fortified his hands with unyielding strength. After thorough study, Horn concluded the manual described esoteric arts straddling the boundary between arcane sorcery and martial discipline. Its method of power accumulation resembled sorcery, yielding inner force directly potent upon the flesh. Testing the arts he had mastered, he found them a seamless fusion of sorcery and martial prowess. Activating light step technique, for instance, conferred effects akin to layered acceleration spells, but consumed inner force and permitted only brief controlled use. Cautious not to overextend, Horn merely channeled minimal inner force into his legs, enhancing agility and responsiveness. 15 minutes later he stood atop a building's roof, scanning the opposing villa with his heightened perception. A 2-story mansion, home to Sebastian Golium, a banker whose influence loomed large across Rul City. The Guliwang family was infamous for its tradition of opportunism. Before the Great Revolution they served Marquis Ma Luolian, later betraying their own family, and donating wealth to the Directory to survive. During Emperor Ai Shiman's reign they rose even higher, all the while secretly liaising with the multinational coalition forces. After the coalition's defeat they stood even more firmly, and after decades of careful maneuvering became one of the most important bankers in Lu'er City. Huan had his sights on Mr. Guliwang precisely because of his family's opportunistic tradition and their natural talent for walking two paths at once. He was confident he could persuade him. The only trouble was gaining entry to the mansion. The mansion was hardly impregnable, but the Guliwang family, being timid by nature, kept over 40 dogs. The fiercest were 20 Prussian wolfhounds, supplemented by more than 20 alert decorative breeds. On top of that, Mr. Guliwang was always accompanied by a Prussian bodyguard who might be an arcanist. Huan was familiar with beginner-level arcane arts, and knew well the power of alarm barriers and message casting. He had a counter-method from Professor Bulomu, but had no certainty it would work. Prior to this operation, Huan had asked Meng Ni's father to brew a potion that dulled dogs' sense of smell. With the wind at his back he poured it onto the roof. 15 minutes later, when the potion had likely taken effect, he sent a signal, and the hound battalions slipped through the fence gaps into the courtyard. The dogs inside the house had lost their sense of smell, making Huan's own hounds the least noticeable intruders. As night deepened, Huan, clad in dark nightclothes, crouched in the shadows outside Kaluding's mansion. He let out a low whistle, and shortly after a sturdy hunting dog approached. It was Lao Mao, specially trained for this purpose. Lao Mao skillfully approached the side door of the mansion, pressing his nose against the lock and deftly manipulating the lock cylinder with his paws. In no time it clicked open. Huan slipped inside, but a worry took root. Lao Mao usually liked to wander, and if a patrolling arcanist spotted him, would it raise suspicion? He dared not wait long, quickly taking cover behind a corner, and anxiously awaiting the agreed signal from his outside informant, who would make a sound once the interior was confirmed safe. A few minutes later a string of curses drifted down from the second floor, mixed with the sound of yawning. Huan's heart sank. An arcanist must have been awakened by the alarm barrier. The mansion's defenses were tighter than he had imagined. He waited patiently for half an hour, then drew a small whistle from his chest and blew a frequency only bats could hear, a signal he had arranged with them beforehand. Soon a bat flew down from the night sky, heading for the mansion's window, and lightly tapped the windowsill, where the alarm barrier was concealed. The second-floor window immediately glowed faintly. The arcanist poked his head out, saw only a bat, cursed it as a damn beast, and closed the window. Thereafter, no matter how much the bat tapped the barrier, the arcanist did not react again. Seeing this, Huan gritted his teeth and made his final gamble go in. He took a deep breath and stepped into the mansion. His heart paradoxically grew calm. The more dangerous the moment, the less he could afford to panic. He patted Lao Mao on the head and whispered, "Stay at the arcanist's door. If there's any movement inside, or if the arcanist tries to come out, bite him, bite to kill." Lao Mao gave a low whine and crouched at the staircase, eyes fixed on the second-floor door. According to the intelligence, Kaluding lived in the central suite on the second floor, an outer study and an inner bedroom. Huan crept up the stairs and arrived at the suite door. The lock was an old-fashioned model from half a century ago, simple in structure but prone to making noise when opened. He drew a small vial from his chest, rubber liquid provided by Mr. Li Na, and carefully dripped it into the keyhole to reduce friction and silence the lock. At the same time he withdrew a thin tube from his pocket and blew a pale yellow potion through the door crack into the room, a specialized anesthetic for canines. 2 mastiffs were inside and they had to be neutralized first. Over 10 minutes later Huan tried turning the lock and found it made almost no sound. The lock opened smoothly. He pushed the door open and peered inside the study. 1 mastiff lay on the floor already unconscious. Huan crept quietly over, took a control collar from his backpack and fitted it onto the mastiff. After double-checking it was secure, he pushed open the door between the study and the bedroom. The moment he opened the door his heart tightened. The other mastiff was lying by the bed, eyes open, clearly not unconscious. The mastiff spotted him, rose immediately, and let out a low growl from its throat on the verge of barking wildly. Huen reacted with incredible speed. In one stride he rushed forward, and at the moment the mastiff opened its mouth he covered its snout with one hand, while swiftly injecting anesthetic into its neck with the other. The mastiff struggled briefly before going limp. Huen quickly fitted it with a control collar as well. When it was all done his body felt weak. Those rapid movements had nearly drained his internal energy. But he dared not show any sign of fatigue, for the person in the bed was already awake, staring at him with wide eyes. The person in bed was none other than Ke Ding. Seeing Huen's attire his eyes bulged, and he nearly let out a scream. Black Seraphim. His hand instinctively reached toward the bedside. There was a hidden compartment concealing a pistol. But he hesitated, meeting Huen's icy gaze, and ultimately did not dare to move. Huen noticed the fear in Ke Ding's expression, and relaxed slightly. He walked to the bedside, pulled up a chair, and sat down with a casual air. Getting into your room was no easy task. Dogs everywhere, an arcanist on guard. I had my work cut out for me. Ke Ding listened, his body trembling involuntarily, hands gripping the blankets tightly. Huen wasted no time on pleasantries. I know the bankers of Kuching have been secretly plotting something lately, something connected to long-term government bonds. I came today to ask you to enlighten me. What exactly is this plan? Ke Ding's expression flickered, his mind racing. His family had always cared only for their own survival, and interests betraying anyone was acceptable. Besides, this plan was not his idea. Secretly, he did not want it to succeed either. The Ke Ding family had been too slow to play both sides this time. The honor of being first had gone to Dongning Lake, and he was still fuming about it. Having weighed things, Ke Ding spoke without hesitation. It was Dongning Lake who took the lead. He wants to unite the bankers of Kuching to hoard long-term government bonds together, then sell once the prices rise. As he spoke, he watched Huen's expression closely, terrified of saying the wrong word. The scene was shrouded in mystery, and the situation was far from simple. Ke Ding spoke of the national debt plan, gradually revealing two layers of meaning between the lines. He first lowered his voice with a hint of wariness in his tone. Dongning Lake is too malicious in his heart, ruthless in his actions, and bent on currying favor with the police authorities. The rest of us bankers have long feared him. If I can deal with him, I'm willing to cooperate with anyone. He paused, then sighed again. But I have no say in this plan. Even if I don't want it to succeed, I don't have the ability to stop it, so I can only go along with it. Huen understood his implication, and thought to himself, the time is too tight, forcing him would be useless. Better to make a deal. He leaned forward and came straight to the point. Since you want to deal with Dongning and can't stop the plan, how about we cooperate? Ke Ding's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, Who is behind you? Who are you cooperating with? It can't be just you alone. I am cooperating with the Imperial Defense Intelligence Agency, and I am the only one in charge of communication. Huen didn't reveal much and added, Your subordinates should have seen me. From now on I will contact you through them, not directly go to your home, to avoid causing trouble for you. Ke Ding frowned, dissatisfied. Just this little information. You are too dishonest. The foundation of a deal is mutual benefit, not revealing everything. Huen's tone turned firm. Benefits may not be equally distributed, but I can guarantee that not many people will know you are working for us. We will have direct contact. You don't need to do much, just occasionally provide some information, and you will certainly benefit from it. This is not bad for you. He deliberately paused, hinting that the benefits would not be small. Ke Ding lowered his head, pretending to think, lightly tapping his fingers on the quilt. Huen glanced at the sky outside the window and urged, I'll give you a quarter of an hour to think. If you make up your mind, nod. If not. He didn't finish, but the threat in his eyes was clear. Ke Ding immediately looked up and smiled bitterly. No need to wait a quarter of an hour. I've already made up my mind. If I refuse you, I probably won't survive tonight. If I cooperate, at least I'll get some benefits. Only a fool would choose otherwise. The corner of Huen's mouth curled up. You're smart. Now tell me, what exactly is the plan? What is its name? How many people are involved? The plan is called Operation Clearance, and was formulated single-handedly by Dongning Lake. A total of 17 banks from 3 major provinces are participating in its execution. Ke Ding dared not conceal anything and told everything. The content was to have each bank gather their national debt bonds and various other financial bonds. These bonds were mostly registered securities, requiring the bondholder's mandate, or through registered transactions to be acquired, not easily obtainable. Huen listened to the terms, registered securities, and financial bonds. Frowning, he had no understanding of finance, and had no idea what these things were for. He simply asked directly, What is the purpose of collecting these bonds? What use are they? Kailai Ding was stunned for a moment, then a flicker of secret delight flashed in his eyes. Huan didn't understand finance, so he would definitely rely on him in the future securing his own position. He immediately assumed an eager tone and explained. You don't know this, do you? When the economy of Gaolu was good, the three major provinces accumulated various long-term and short-term bonds estimated to total 2 billion crowns. He swallowed and continued. Now the empire has been defeated and the emperor's position is precarious. A run has already broken out in Kangsai. But the most terrifying thing is not the run but the loss of international credibility. Every government wants to find an opportunity to obtain legitimate loans. It would be unjustified to demand under the name of war reparations, but if it is under the pretext of helping us quell the run, then it becomes reasonable. But this requires skill. Kailai Ding lowered his voice. We must first gain control of enough national debt securities, then approach the Ministry of Finance and demand to exchange these bonds for polishi marks. At this point the Ministry of Finance dare not refuse. First, they dare not offend polishi. Second, they urgently need money to quell the run, so they can only agree to the massive exchange. Apart from national debt, those financial bonds can also be used in this way. They are all hard currency that can be exchanged for money. Although Huan didn't fully understand the intricacies, he grasped the core. Dong Ningalake aimed to siphon large amounts of cash from the Ministry of Finance by controlling bonds while also currying favor with polishi. He nodded. I understand. From now on, if there is any new information, have your men pass it to me promptly. Kailai Ding quickly nodded. Rest assured I will do as you say. He only hoped to save his life and also get some benefits from Huan, so he dared not play any tricks. Seeing that Huan understood the way of bond exchange, Kailai Ding added. Don't underestimate these financial bonds. If we gather all the bonds from the 17 banks in the 3 provinces, it could deliver a fatal blow to the entire banking industry. At that time, as long as someone holds these bonds along with the guarantee letters from the 4 major banks of the Polishi Empire, those banks on the verge of collapse will only beg for cooperation. After all, when a banker falls, the entire family is dragged down. In a real crisis, there is not even a shred of dignity left. Huan nodded, having asked everything he needed to know. He stood up. I'm leaving. Remember our agreement. Send news promptly. He didn't go through the window, instead he exited through the door. This was less likely to arouse suspicion. As soon as Huan left, Kailai Ding quickly jumped off the bed, ran to the door, and peered out. The corridor was empty, not a soul in sight. He muttered to himself. Could it be arcane invisibility? This skill is too ghostly. I definitely can't handle him, I'd better obey. In fact, Huan hadn't gone far, he was hiding behind the door of the opposite room. He didn't want to trigger the arcane alarm again, so he planned to wait until someone moved about the mansion and then slip away in the chaos. He glanced at his pocket watch. There was still an hour and a half before the servants woke up. It was a good opportunity to cultivate and recover the inner energy he had just consumed. Huan leaned against the corner, closed his eyes, and circulated his inner force according to the diagrams in the heretical manual. After completing 2 cycles, when his inner force had almost recovered, the sound of footsteps startled him. It was the early rising servants beginning to clean. At this time the mist outside the window had not yet dissipated. The arcane master probably thought it was safe at dawn, and had withdrawn the alarm barrier. It was the perfect time to leave. Huan quietly walked to the window, tied a prepared rope to the window latch, gently pushed open the window, and climbed out. Then he pulled the rope to bring the latch back, locking the window from the outside, so from the outside there was no sign that anyone had entered. Then he took out a hand crossbow from his backpack, loaded a grappling bolt, aimed at the chimney of the opposite mansion, and shot with a whoosh sound. The claw hook at the front of the bolt firmly caught on the edge of the chimney. He grabbed the steel wire, nimbly stepped across to the opposite rooftop, and after stabilizing himself retrieved the wire and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he whistled, and soon Lao Mao ran out from the side gate of the mansion wagging its tail and arrived beneath the roof. Huan whistled again, signaling Lao Mao to return home first, while he himself leaped nimbly across the rooftops, advancing toward the hidden spot. After walking a short distance, Huan suddenly stopped, a feeling of being watched rising in his heart. He frowned. Could it be the arcanists beside Kailai Ding? Had they discovered him, or were they deliberately letting him run to reel in a bigger fish? He dared not be careless, quickened his pace, and ran toward the prearranged hideout. Huan's hideout was on the southwest side of Rural City, an L-shaped apartment building. He had intentionally set up a few simple traps there earlier, so if anyone truly followed, he could confront them here. He climbed into the apartment first, checked the traps, and after confirming they were intact, found a corner to hide in, observing the outside for any movement. Not far away at the crossroads a black carriage was parked. Inside sat the Special Operations Team of 4 from the secret police headquarters. The lead middle-aged arcanist, Flying Eagle, wore a monocle, a reconnaissance arcane device specially crafted by the Compound I team capable of penetrating the mist. He stared at the L-shaped apartment building and spoke. The target is inside, emitting a faint red glow. No mistake. Shall we strike now? Scorpion asked impatiently, his hand already resting on the weapon at his waist. Flying Eagle shook his head. Wait a bit, see if he has any accomplices. Our mission is to catch them all in one net, don't alert the enemy. The other three nodded and continued watching the apartment. The carriage fell silent, only the faint sound of mist flowing outside. In the black carriage, the middle-aged arcanist Flying Eagle stared through his monocle, and suddenly spoke. The target is not in the apartment, but on the rooftop. Watch out. The young man, codenamed Mountain Cat, immediately leaned in and asked, what is the target doing on the roof? Has he spotted us? No movement for now, probably hasn't noticed. As Flying Eagle finished speaking, footsteps came from outside the carriage. A group of plainclothes police officers ran over. The leading officer bent down to report, Sir, we've arrived with 15 men. Officers from other precincts are also on their way, they'll be here soon. Tell me about the target's situation. Flying Eagle asked from inside the carriage. The officer quickly replied, we've been watching. The target stayed on the rooftop for 7 minutes. We've also traced his previous route. After leaving Kuluding's mansion, he came straight here with no contact with anyone else. Inside the carriage, the woman codenamed Cobra frowned. Such secretive movements. Could he be deliberately luring us here? Mountain Cat chimed in, I also find it suspicious. Could it be a trap? Flying Eagle, however, was unconcerned and sneered, even if it is a trap, no need to fear. It's a good chance to test our strength. He took out 2 silver necklaces from his bosom and handed them to Mountain Cat, and Flying Rat put these on to become invisible. Don't reveal your whereabouts. Mountain Cat and Flying Rat put on the necklaces and instantly vanished inside the carriage. Cobra closed her eyes, a faint black mist rising around her body. She was using her telekinetic ability invisibility, turning into a dark shadow that nearly merged with the surroundings. Ready, Mountain Cat and Flying Rat pushed open the carriage door and climbed the stairs of the apartment. Cobra hugged the wall, floating upward step by step using telekinetic displacement, slow but exceptionally steady. Flying Eagle was the last to disembark, casting a series of arcane spells on himself: strong shield, elastic barrier, acceleration spell, invisibility spell, etc. The cloak on his back suddenly unfurled, transforming into a pair of bat wings, allowing him to fly at any moment. He used telepathic message to the other 3, finished the fight within 5 minutes. Don't drag it out lest we attract more people. At that moment, on the apartment rooftop, Huen was leaning against a water tank, observing the surroundings. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, and he could faintly sense several unfamiliar presences. He immediately became alert, scanning the area carefully. He saw no one, but was certain that someone was approaching, and only 3 of them, one of whom was climbing along the wall. Huen was grateful that he had trained his perception in the mind tunnels, not relying solely on his eyes, and he could vaguely discern their outlines, meaning they were only using ordinary invisibility, not the advanced form that was hard to detect. He quietly drew his modified gun from his waist, walked to the edge of the roof, aimed at the figure climbing the wall, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, Flying Eagle shouted via telepathic message, Cobra, dodge. He can see through invisibility. Cobra reacted swiftly, drifting sideways. The bullet grazed the edge of her clothing, striking the wall and sending sparks flying, but her telekinetic shield absorbed part of the impact, leaving her unharmed. Seeing his shot miss, Huen knew he couldn't linger. He turned and ran toward the opposite side of the roof. As he leaped off the edge, he quickly pulled out a grappling gun from his backpack and fired at the walls of 2 facing buildings, 2 cables embedding firmly into the walls. But just as he was about to slide away along the cables, the wall on his right suddenly erupted with a crash. Bricks flew as someone fired from inside, the bullet grazing his arm. At the same time, a window on the other side burst open with a bang, glass shards flying, and a figure lunged out. It was Mountain Cat. Keeping his composure, Huen kicked off the wall with a powerful reverse thrust, using his cloak to shield himself from the flying glass, and swung his foot hard toward Mountain Cat's chest. Mountain Cat quickly raised his rapier to block the tip of the sword, striking Huen's special boots. Made of a unique material, they were impenetrable. Taking advantage of the moment, Huen pulled a cylinder from his pocket, aimed it at Mountain Cat, and pressed the switch. A dozen fine needles shot out. But the invisible necklace Mountain Cat wore also provided a defensive effect. The needles bounced off his body without causing any harm. It's useless. Mountain Cat's voice came from his invisible state, and his rapier thrust toward Huen again. Seeing the needles deflected and hearing the smugness in Mountain Cat's voice, Huen's heart sank. These 3 were clearly experts. He was no match for them, and his earlier confidence evaporated. As he was about to find another chance to escape, the steel cable in his hand suddenly went slack and he fell toward the ground below. In his panic, he felt a sharp sting on his back and arm, and he knew without looking that something had cut him. Before he could steady himself, all the windows around him shattered with a loud crash, and countless glass shards flew toward him like a swarm of hornets. Huan's heart skipped a beat. It was the Mind Blade. This was Cobra's psychic attack. He had no time to devise a countermeasure. He quickly reached out and grabbed another steel cable, pulling himself up with all his might, but the glass shards still rained down on him, cutting him all over, and the pain made him wince. Huan could only shield his head and face desperately to protect his vital areas. Just then a gunshot rang out with a bang. The bullet shattered many of the incoming glass fragments, but a few still veered off course and bit into his thigh, gouging out a small chunk of flesh. Blood immediately seeped out. Gritting his teeth, Huan pulled out his last 2 needle-throwing cylinders from his coat and pressed the trigger, one aimed at the still invisible Bobcat, and the other at the hole in the wall where the shot had come from. Bobcat dodged the needles with ease, sidestepping them, but he hadn't anticipated that Cobra was still controlling the glass shards to attack. The needles disrupted the trajectory of the shards and many of them flew toward him instead. Bobcat was caught off guard. The area below his chest was covered in bloody cuts, and the pain made him groan, nearly breaking his invisibility. Seeing that she had almost hit her own ally, Cobra hastily abandoned the glass shards and frantically withdrew her psychic power, afraid of making another mistake. Seizing the opening, Huan charged toward Cobra. He could see that this woman was now flustered and this was the perfect chance to break through. Seeing this, Cobra quickly released the psychic wave and slammed it toward Huan. She thought he was just a martial artist with weak mental strength, and this blow would surely knock him unconscious. But she hadn't expected that Huan had trained in a mental cultivation manual, making his mental strength far stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. When the psychic wave hit him, he only felt a brief buzz in his head before recovering quickly, completely unaffected. Impossible! Cobra's eyes widened and she turned to flee. Huan would never give her that chance. He pulled out a handful of caltrops from his pocket and threw them at her feet. Cobra didn't notice, and as soon as she stepped on them, she was stabbed, causing her to stumble in pain. Just as Huan was about to catch up to her, he suddenly felt a wave of heat rushing toward him. His instincts screamed danger. Without thinking, he dove to the side. A fireball exploded with a boom right where he had been standing. Huan's heart raced. There are more than 3. Someone else is hiding. The Arcaniist I was worried about must be beyond my detection range. He rolled on the ground several times and looked up at the sky, gasping in shock. A figure was hovering in the air with a pair of wings spread behind him like a giant bat. It was Flying Eagle, who had been hiding before. This guy had been concealed using an invisibility spell, revealing himself only after launching the attack. His eyes were cold and fixed on Huan. No more delays. Huan sprinted toward the escape point he had scouted earlier. Behind him came Cobra's shrill scream. Kill him! Don't let him get away! He turned to look and saw Bobcat and Flying Squirrel already on the roof. Flying Squirrel was holding something as if about to throw it. The next second, a burst fireball, a hidden weapon, actually a short dart thrown by Flying Squirrel, and a rapier, all flew toward him at once. Huan quickly rolled over the edge of the roof to dodge. Behind him came a clang as a fire axe chopped through the roof railing. Bobcat's rapier stuck into the railing, and then a large section of the roof was sheared off by Flying Eagle's arcane attack, sending rubble tumbling down. Before Huan could feel relieved, a sharp pain shot through his rear. It was the Mind Blade. Cobra had attacked again, leaving 2 deep wounds on his buttocks. He ignored the pain, grabbed the thin steel wire he had set up earlier, and slid away into the distance. He even turned back to draw his gun, and pulled the trigger at Flying Eagle in the sky. The bullet and the burst fireball launched by Flying Eagle shot out almost simultaneously. The fireball exploded outside Flying Eagle's arcane shield, and though it didn't harm him, it left him covered in soot, and singed a few strands of his hair. Flying Eagle roared in fury and prepared to attack again, but Huan had already slid onto the roof of another building and quickly disappeared into the mist. Grasping the steel wire, Huan slid onto the roof of another building. He hadn't run far before his legs gave way. Too many wounds, blood loss combined with exhaustion, and his vision went dark. He tumbled directly off the edge of the roof. When he was still a dozen meters above the ground, he used all his remaining strength to activate the featherfall technique he had learned earlier. His falling speed slowed considerably, reducing the impact, but he still hit the ground with a thud, the pain leaving him unable to get up for a long time. Behind him, the members of the Special Action Unit were also closing in. Flying Eagle, the middle-aged Arcaniist, had his wings scorched black by the residual heat of the fireball explosion. He groaned as he landed from the sky, unable to get up for a while. Flying Squirrel was covered in blood with a wound on his chest, still oozing, limping as he walked. Cobra's foot was bleeding profusely from the caltrops, her face pale with pain, and she had to lean on Bobcat to stand steady. The plainclothes police below were all stunned by the sight before them, They had long heard of the prowess of the Black Seraph, but now seeing the four-man team so thoroughly beaten, none of them dared to approach Huen. They just stood at a distance exchanging glances. Cobra stared in the direction Huen had disappeared, grinding her teeth and swearing. "I will have my revenge. The next time I meet him I'll tear him to pieces." Flying Squirrel, clutching his wound, said half-jokingly, "Come on, pull out the caltrops from your foot first. Next time let's use glass shards against him so we don't get turned around again." The others didn't reply, all knowing deep down that this time they had been thoroughly humiliated. Huen hid in a secluded spot to tend to his wounds, and due to the after-effects of his earlier chi deviation it took him half a month to fully recover. During this time Keilei Ding had already compiled the exact amounts of the securities from the 3 provinces and reported them all to Huen. Huen decided to head to Kongsai under the pretext of helping Mingni's father open doors for his new trading company. To avoid arousing suspicion he even staged a play with Mingni's father. Publicly Huen was only a business partner of the company, and this trip to Kongsai was for trade negotiations. On the day of departure Huen rode in a luxurious carriage accompanied by Mingni. They also brought 2 bodyguards and 2 servants, making quite a show of it. To reach Kongsai early they set out every day at 7 in the morning, planning to arrive in 5 days. But on the morning of the 4th day the carriage suddenly stopped. The road ahead was blocked. "What's going on?" Huen lifted the carriage curtain and asked the coachman. The coachman pointed at the roadblock ahead. "Sir, they are preparing to welcome the Prussian envoy delegation. This road will be closed until 7 in the evening. We'll have to wait." Horn frowned, pulled a handful of copper coins from his pocket, and handed them to a villager watching the commotion. "Tell me what exactly is going on. When will the delegation arrive? Is there any other way we can go?" The villager took the coins and chattered away. Horn tossed him another silver coin and instructed the coachman. "Turn around, head back to the small town we passed earlier. We'll rest there and wait until the road reopens tonight." Back in the small town Horn noticed it was far livelier than before. Many stranded travelers had gathered here. Carriages formed a circle and the streets were crowded with people. "This town is small but has everything: restaurants, inns, blacksmiths and stables. Since we're waiting anyway, why not take a stroll?" Mingni tugged at Horn's arm. He nodded and accompanied her as they browsed the shops along the street. When they reached a dried goods store Horn spotted several blocks of fungus that looked to be of good quality. He said to the shopkeeper, "I'll take all of these. Wrap them up for me." But the shopkeeper shook his head. "Sorry, these have already been reserved. I can't sell them to you." "I'll pay double," Horn said. "Even with double the price I must stick to business ethics." The shopkeeper was firm. As they argued a golden-haired, blue-eyed young woman burst in, nearly bumping into Horn. Horn instinctively turned and saw a familiar figure following the young woman, Major Martin. He quickly removed his hat and bowed slightly, his posture respectful yet with a hint of aloofness. "Major, what a coincidence. You're here too." Major Martin was also taken aback when he saw Horn. He hadn't expected to encounter him here, and judging by Horn's entourage he seemed like a legitimate merchant. He nodded and said in a flat tone, "Indeed. Where are you headed?" In truth, Major Martin had little time to keep an eye on Horn lately. He was busy preparing for the netting operation, and dealing with the Black Seraphim, so he had long relaxed his surveillance of Horn the suspect. Moreover, the Special Task Force's previous failure to capture the Black Seraphim had not only disgraced the secret police but also invited mockery from other departments. Even the Emperor had expressed displeasure over the failure, sending a special envoy to oversee the subsequent plan. To conserve manpower, the director had simply disbanded the surveillance post in the southern suburbs, granting Horn a brief period of freedom. Now in the shop, Major Martin looked at Horn with a flat yet scrutinizing tone. The atmosphere between them was awkward, a mix of distance and tension. The commoners around had no fondness for the Prussian Empire, and seeing Major Martin in uniform no one dared to speak. Even the shopkeeper kept his head down, silently arranging the shelves. Just then the golden-haired, blue-eyed young woman who had burst in earlier suddenly spoke, her voice crisp. "Boss, how much are these fungus blocks? They look fresh." With an innocent, naive expression and her exquisite beauty she instantly eased the tense atmosphere. Horn quietly observed the young woman, filled with curiosity. Who exactly was she? Why was Major Martin following her? After watching for a while he noticed that Major Martin treated the young woman with a certain respect. Recalling the blocked Prussian envoy delegation on the road, he quickly pieced it together. This young woman must be someone important, and she was connected to the delegation. As he pondered, the young woman had already approached Mingni, taking her hand and chattering away. The two grew more and more animated, as if they had found kindred spirits. Mingni deliberately drew closer, following the topic. "Sister, are you heading to Kongsai with your family?" "Yes, my father is Marquis Colin von Adler. We're going to Kongsai and then we'll be staying in Maji's." The young woman revealed her identity without wariness. Hearing Maji's and Marquis, Horn was both surprised and delighted. Maji's was a place he had been to before, and he never imagined he could forge a connection with a Marquis here. He deliberately furrowed his brow and said, Maji's. Unfortunately that place has been troubled lately by the beast plague. The young woman paused, then smiled and asked, The beast plague? What is it? Is it dangerous? Horn composed himself and put on a helpless expression. Indeed, it's the beast plague that drove me out of Maji's. I dare not go back now. The young woman quickly comforted him. That's terrible. What will you do now? Will you ever return to Maji's? Horn hesitated, then deliberately said, If the disaster ends someday, I might go back for a visit. As soon as he said that, he felt Mingni glare at him from the side. She knew that if he returned to Maji's they would have to part, and she was displeased. The young woman, oblivious to their subtle exchange, asked curiously, While you were in Maji's, did anything interesting happen? Horn thought for a moment, and replied, Not much amusement. The only pleasure was hunting in the forest. But that forest is too dangerous for a young lady like you. I'm not afraid. The young woman lifted her chin defiantly. I'm a great shot. Father taught me target practice. I never miss. Horn shook his head, his tone turning serious. In the mountains of Maji's, being a good shot is not a blessing. No one dares to use a gun there. Those who are good marksmen die faster. He deliberately left the matter hanging, not explaining why, just to see the young woman's reaction. When Horn said that good marksmen died quickly in the mountains of Maji's, the faces of the several attendants beside the Marquis's daughter immediately darkened. They were all Marquis's guards, always protective of the young lady, and they felt Horn's warning was deliberately spoiling her fun. Their eyes turned hostile. Horn's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly smoothed things over. I was just speaking casually. After all, the mountain terrain is complicated. If the young lady wishes to hunt, she should bring more people along. Inwardly he calculated, I need to part ways with these people quickly and get to Kongsai safely without stirring up trouble. But before he could find an excuse to leave, the Marquis's daughter grabbed his arm and said with a smile, You know Maji's so well and understand so much. Why don't you travel with us? You can tell me about the mountains along the way. This put Horn in a bind. He couldn't refuse outright. The young woman was a Marquis's daughter, and a direct refusal would be too disrespectful and might even invite more suspicion. He had no choice but to agree with a forced smile. It would be my honor to accompany you, miss. Once they set off together, the pace slowed noticeably. The Marquis's daughter kept stopping along the way, now to admire the scenery, now to browse local shops. Huan's heart was in turmoil, his greatest fear being that Major Ma Ding would see through his true identity. So he fully immersed himself in the role of a luxury merchant. Wherever he went, he inquired about local specialties, jewels, jade, silk, and spices, carefully assessing their quality and price. Moreover, because he kept close ties with the Marquis's daughter, others assumed he was connected to the Prussians. Many local officials even came to curry favor, presenting him with fine local products and luxury goods. Huan seized the opportunity, deliberately displaying his familiarity with luxury and indulgence before Major Ma Ding and the Marquis's daughter. For instance, he could identify the origin and weaving technique of a piece of silk at a glance, or discern the vintage and brewing method of a wine after a single sip. Major Ma Ding observed this and grew even more suspicious. Previously he had suspected Huan of being a spy, but his indulgent, luxury-loving demeanor now seemed more like that of a genuine merchant. Yet on second thought he found it unsettling. Spies were masters of disguise, and all this could be an act. But intelligence from his informant indicated that the Gallic Defense Intelligence Agency's agents stationed in Kongsai were all minor figures with no significant background. Huan's familiarity with luxury goods was far beyond what a low-level operative would possess. It suggested someone long accustomed to high society. Could he be an agent from another military intelligence department? The more Major Ma Ding pondered, the more hesitant he became. He decided not to act rashly until he had a clearer understanding of Huan's background. After all, the priority was to uncover the entire spy network. Wasting energy on an unidentified individual was not worth it. Thus, after 5 days of sluggish travel, the envoy finally arrived in Kongsai. Everyone was lodged in the term fort. Watching Major Ma Ding and his entourage busy settling in, Huan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At last he was temporarily free from surveillance. But he dared not let his guard down. He didn't even venture to the Defense Intelligence Agency headquarters, choosing instead to act with caution. He made an excuse to part ways with the Marquis's daughter, and accompanied by Meng Anai and the bodyguard headed to the Belden district in the city center, where they checked into a modest yet secure hotel. He specifically requested a suite adjacent to the corridor, and turned to his bodyguard Deku, saying, "Wear my clothes and impersonate me. Walk out to the balcony every half hour to avoid raising suspicion." Deku nodded. Rest assured, sir. Huen then retrieved a black mask from his suitcase, put it on, and prepared to leave. Meng and I quickly grabbed his arm, her face filled with worry. It's too dangerous. What if you run into trouble out there alone? Huen patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing and I'm confident I can handle it. Wait for me here at the hotel. I'll be back soon. Though still uneasy, Meng and I knew she couldn't stop him. She watched as he opened the door and disappeared down the corridor. After Huen left, she sat by the bed for a moment, then stood up intending to visit the Red Duke. Perhaps she could obtain some useful information from him to help Huen. Ji-Bo-ju, the Red Count, observed Meng Ni's resolute gaze and deliberately picked up the red wine on the table, taking a slow sip. He enjoyed watching others grow anxious in his presence, savoring the thrill of controlling their fate. But after waiting for a while, he noticed that Meng and I stood still, her eyes calm, showing no signs of panic. Somewhat surprised, the Red Count set down his glass. You're quite composed, unlike others who panic at the mere mention of paying a price. For the first time he regarded Meng and I as a worthy negotiator. A woman with such calmness and backbone only made him desire her more. He leaned back on the sofa, his tone softening. I've been in this world for years and have seen many women. Some cower or even break under intimidation, but others are stronger than men. The Red Count paused, recalling past events, his eyes darkening. I don't want to see tragedy repeat itself. Besides, I also fear your father's vengeance. His influence in Ruhr City still commands some respect. Meng and I sensed a hint of leniency in his words and felt a slight relief, though she remained alert. I admire a woman with backbone. I won't force you, nor will I restrict your freedom. The Red Count shifted the conversation and laid out his condition. However, if you want your lover to remain safe, you must become my woman. This is the only condition. Meng and I had anticipated this. Her face showed no surprise. She merely asked, can't we trade something else? For instance, my father's trading company could offer you a discount or help you procure rare goods. The Red Count laughed heartily and shook his head. I lack nothing. Money, goods, power, they mean nothing to me. Nothing pleases me except you. Meng and I tried again. I can help you find rare artworks like medieval oil paintings or ancient sculptures. Those cold things are far less interesting than a living person. The Red Count rejected her outright, his eyes filled with possessiveness. A woman like you is the perfect ornament for my estate, more precious than any artwork. Meng and I fell silent. She knew that every second Huen spent in the Defense Intelligence Agency increased his danger. There was no time to delay. She took a deep breath and lifted her head. I accept. But you must promise not only to keep Huen safe but also never to harm him in the future. The Red Count had indeed planned to suppress Huen later, but seeing Meng Ni's shrewd eyes, he knew she had already guessed his intentions. He simply nodded. All right, I agree. I won't actively seek trouble with him. Meanwhile, Huen was locked in a cell of the Defense Intelligence Agency, his hands bound with iron chains. He leaned against the wall, his mind racing with escape plans. Earlier in the interrogation room he had been tempted several times to kill the fat man, but the thought of Meng and I waiting for him outside restrained him. Huen knew he was not fighting alone. Before coming to the headquarters he had sought out his friend Aleso. Due to the recent large-scale reshuffling of the Army's high command, Aleso had seized the opportunity to secure an important position. Although he couldn't directly intervene in the Defense Intelligence Agency's affairs, he had the authority to submit reports to the cabinet. As long as he reported the situation, he could at least cause some trouble for the agency. While Huen was deep in thought, a harsh grating of metal came from outside the cell, followed by the door being opened. A general wearing gold-rimmed spectacles, an old military uniform, and a collar adorned with golden patterns entered, holding a document. His gaze was stern as he looked at Huen. Huen's heart stirred. Judging by the general's rank and bearing, he was clearly an important figure. Perhaps Aleso's influence had already taken effect. He stood up, saying nothing, waiting for the other to speak first. The general, who entered the prison cell, fixed his gaze on Huen and spoke. I am General Mida. You boys slipped away without a word and returned to Kansai only to be branded a deserter. Now even I have to bear the consequences. He paused, waving the documents in his hand before Huen. Tell me quickly what exactly happened. From Ruhr City to your return and report, explain everything to me clearly. Huen, now barely able to discern whether General Mida's words were true or false, knew this might be his only chance. He laid everything out. In Ruhr City I discovered there might be a traitor in the spy network. I also found that those bankers from Kuluding were orchestrating a clearance operation aiming to concentrate the treasury bonds and financial bonds of 17 banks across 3 major provinces, then exchange them for Prussian marks through the Ministry of Finance. I returned to report this intelligence, but that fat man without any discernment labeled me a deserter and tried to lock me up. General Mida listened, his attitude entirely different from the fat man's. His eyes grew brighter with each word. After Huan finished, he explained. Actually, I already knew you were imprisoned here. I planted an informant beside that fat man. The informant told me he had secretly detained a returning agent. I initially intended to catch him abusing his power, but I never expected it to be you the Lake Huan I once vouched for. I sensed there must be something behind this, so I hurried over. He leaned in, asking urgently. Tell me the truth, the bond amounts Kuluding mentioned, were they exaggerated? Is it really 2 billion crowns? Huan nodded quickly. The documents Kuluding gave me were crystal clear, and he had no reason to deceive me on this matter, especially since he still wants to cooperate with us against Dong Ning-A Laka. General Mida sighed. I've long known that the low-level agents in the Bureau are nothing but cannon fodder discarded after use. The reason I was interested in you from the start was that you were different from the others, outstanding ability, always keeping your distance. I wanted to see if you could break free from this fate of being cannon fodder. I never expected you to actually uncover such important intelligence. He stroked his chin, pondering. This matter is far from simple. The bankers stirring up such a commotion might not be solely for money. They could also be using this to strike at rivals within the Intelligence Bureau, or even hatch some larger conspiracy. Just as General Mida was about to press for more details, footsteps echoed at the prison entrance, and a lean elderly man stepped inside. General Mida and the old man locked eyes, both momentarily stunned. General Mida immediately schemed this old man as a secretary of the cabinet backed by no small influence. Perfect, I'll drag him into this. More hands mean more strength. Before long, General Mida led Huan to follow the old man into a secret chamber. Several people were already waiting in the secret chamber. The old man introduced them. This is the Secretary to the Deputy Minister of War, this is the Department Director of the Ministry of Interior, and this is the Director of the Accounting Bureau of the Ministry of Finance. Although nominally a mere secretary, when he spoke the others had to listen attentively. Clearly he wielded considerable influence. Once the group was seated, no one mentioned the traitor in the spy network. Instead, they immediately began discussing the 2 billion in treasury bonds. The director of the accounting bureau spoke first, his tone firm. These bonds must never fall into the hands of the bankers. The best course of action is to find them and destroy them outright. Otherwise, if they use them to blackmail the Ministry of Finance, will be in grave trouble. The secretary to the Deputy Minister of War immediately countered. Destroying them would be a terrible waste. The Emperor's position is unstable now. If we could use these bonds as leverage, we might be able to force that one, referring to the factions supporting the Emperor, out of power. Then the army would have a greater say. Using bonds as leverage is far too dangerous. The director of the accounting bureau retorted, growing agitated. If mishandled, the entire empire's economy could collapse. No one will benefit then. He paused, then revised his proposal. Perhaps we shouldn't take all of them. Let's extract a portion of the treasury bonds or mortgage them to foreign banks. At least we can obtain 30% in hard currency, which would ease the current fiscal pressure. Huan, listening from the side, couldn't help interjecting. Your plan and the bond exchange Kuluding and his ilk envisioned, aren't they both just turning bonds into money? What's the difference? The director of the accounting bureau was about to explain when General Mida suddenly slammed the table, cutting him off. Enough. Now is not the time to dwell on this. How to maximize the profit from the bonds is something you financial experts should figure out. What we need to do now is first determine where the bankers have hidden the bonds and who the traitor is. Don't let them make the first move. General Mida slammed the table to set the priorities. The director of the accounting bureau immediately chimed in, a calculating expression on his face. The general is decisive. Then we need to first discuss the distribution of benefits. I already have a plan in mind. But given the amount involved, over 2 billion, I'm now regretting having invited the Ministry of Interior's representative. He glanced at the department director from the Ministry of Interior, lowering his voice. They're not much use, but their appetites are huge. I'm afraid they'll carve out a large chunk. No sooner had he spoken than the Ministry of Interior representative sat up straight, his tone sharp. That's not fair. If this operation succeeds, the greatest credit should go to the expulsion operation. All windfall profits should be poured into it to fully drive that one out of power. That is the paramount task. What did you say? General Mida immediately flared up, standing and slamming the table. We on the front lines gather intelligence, catch traitors, do the hardest work, and end up with nothing. Is that fair? Don't use the expulsion operation as a smokescreen. You just want to hog all the benefits. General, calm down. The Ministry of Interior representative said slowly. Once that one is ousted and our people take power, the benefits you'll reap will far exceed these 2 billion bonds. You need to take the long view. The two began arguing, and the secretary to the Deputy Minister of War and the Director of the Accounting Bureau quickly stepped in to mediate. Though they sided with General Meade, they didn't want to outright offend the Ministry of Interior, since they'd have to deal with them on many matters in the future. Seeing the deadlock, General Meade had to compromise. At most a 70-30 split. We take 70% for subsequent operations and to cover the fiscal gap, and you get 30% for your expulsion operation. That's my final offer. No. At least 90% must go to the expulsion plan. The Ministry of Interior representative insisted, refusing to yield an inch. General Meade's face turned livid with rage. Knowing further discussion would be fruitless, he grabbed Hua En and strode toward the door. Since we can't reach an agreement, you handle it yourselves. We're pulling out. The director of the Ministry of Finance panicked upon seeing the situation and rushed forward to restrain him. General, please stay calm. Let us discuss this reasonably. As he blocked the way, he shot a covert glance toward the representative from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but the latter remained motionless, seated as if oblivious. General Meade paid no heed, seized Horn by the arm and strode directly out of the reception room, ducking into the adjacent corridor. Moments later, the three men emerged from the reception room in succession. The representative from the Ministry of Internal Affairs led the way, his expression grim. The director of the Ministry of Finance and the secretary of the Army Department followed closely behind, repeatedly signaling General Meade with their eyes. Once the representative from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had moved far enough away, General Meade swiftly stepped forward and passed a subtle signal to the director and the secretary. Understanding instantly, the two excused themselves under the pretext of verifying bond data, parted ways with the Internal Affairs representative, circled back discreetly, and hurried toward General Meade and Horn, who were waiting in the corridor's shadowed corner. It's all my fault. The director slapped his thigh in anguish, his face twisted with remorse. I should never have feared losing control over the Defense Intelligence Agency, and brought in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Now they've become an obstacle. Rest assured, General, I will deliver full accountability. They shall not sabotage this operation. Accountability can wait. General Meade waved his hand dismissively. What matters now is securing the securities, and simultaneously eliminating that traitor, while remaining vigilant against premature action by the bankers. You are responsible for maximizing gains, and bearing any unforeseen consequences. The director nodded eagerly. Understood. I'll return immediately to mobilize personnel and monitor the bankers' movements. The Secretary of the Army Department spoke up. General, what role should our department assume? We stand ready for your orders. Your role is pivotal. General Meade continued. This operation must not be formally registered with the Defense Intelligence Agency, lest that portly official interfere. We need a plausible justification, such as combating financial treason, and you must secure us operational funding as substantial as possible. Consider it done. The secretary agreed without hesitation and turned to Horn. By the way, the intelligence was uncovered by Mr. Horn himself, and his informant communicates exclusively with him. He is unquestionably the most suitable commander for this operation. General, Mr. Horn deserves safeguards, to ensure he suffers no further injustice. General Meade nodded and looked directly at Horn. State your personal requirements. I shall grant them, if within my power. Horn, prepared in advance, replied immediately. I have no special demands, only concern that someone may obstruct me during the operation, particularly agents from the Defense Intelligence Agency interfering with my work. General Meade grasped his meaning instantly and leaned close to whisper a few words into the secretary's ear. Upon hearing them, the latter thumped his chest in solemn assurance. Mr. Horn, rest easy. I'll file the request immediately. A joint special operations division co-established by the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Army Department, with you appointed as its director. This grants you full operational autonomy. No one dares intrude uninvited. He paused, then added. We'll also expedite your rank advancement. First confirmation of intelligence warrants a promotion of 2 grades. Success in securing the securities earns you another grade, elevating you directly to lieutenant colonel, equal in rank to your former superior, the corpulent interrogator. Horn exhaled deeply, the weight in his chest finally lifted. Once at the mercy of that arrogant officer, he would now not only break free from domination but stand on equal footing, a rebirth nothing short of miraculous survival. Thank you, General. Thank you, Secretary. I swear to execute this mission flawlessly. General Meade clapped his shoulder. Do well, and do not disappoint me. They departed to prepare immediately. The operation would commence in 3 days, aiming for decisive success. In an adjacent chamber, a circle of arcane practitioners gathered around a massive circular disc, and among them stood an elderly man with snow-white whiskers, Master Madison the Arcanist. He had accepted the commission to attune Horn only out of gratitude for the Army Department's provision of rare experimental materials. Initially relaxed in his chair, he sprang upright the moment the crystal lens projected Horn's physiological data, his face contorted in shock as he pressed close to the disc. These readings, how is this possible? His assistant joined him, staring intently at the glowing runes circling the disc and murmuring. Mental energy exceeding 7,000 units, convertible into arcane energy, sensory range extending 10 meters. Such a constitution has never been documented. What manner of anomaly is this? The surrounding arcane practitioners exchanged bewildered glances. None could offer an answer. At that moment Master Heath entered from the testing chamber clutching a thick ledger, the original record of Horn's first attunement session. Master Madison snatched the ledger and flipped through it frantically, his expression growing increasingly stunned, until suddenly he looked up, eyes wide with accusation. "Why did you omit this? The Horn delivered to us," he declared, "is an unstable gain-loss subject, his lifespan likely less than a decade." Master Heath sighed and explained. There was no alternative. After devastating losses on the front lines, inflicted by Prussian Empire's new Sky Knights, the Defense Intelligence Agency conscripted the Army's Suicide Battalion, colluding with the Army Department to use them as test subjects for the Arcane Energy Furnace. As you know, this furnace represents the ultimate aspiration of arcane practitioners, granting ordinary humans an inexhaustible wellspring of arcane energy, yet it remains unrealized. The Arcane Energy Furnace. Master Madison stared incredulously, then after a long pause demanded. Then tell me, have the Prussians succeeded in replicating it? No. Master Heath shook his head. A collective sigh rippled through the chamber. They have not achieved the true arcane energy furnace. Instead, they engineered something akin to the Wing Project, enhancing physical prowess and flight capability solely through external augmentation. Yet before relief could settle, Master Heath added. But the Prussians demonstrated greater acumen. They enhanced only singular faculties, flight or close combat strength, yielding exceptional stability and practicality. Their path proves more viable than ours. That is what truly alarms us. The moment the phrase Wing Project left his lips, silence fell across the chamber. The very notion had once been deemed delusional fantasy among Gallic arcane practitioners. Yet the Prussians had transformed it into reality. Master Heath surveyed their stricken faces and continued. We attempted similar trials, 47 subjects. 1 died during attunement, another was permanently disabled, 19 became unstable gain-loss subjects, and the remainder failed even to manifest baseline transformations. The Prussians acted with ruthless pragmatism, harvesting blood and spinal fluid from captured Sky Knights. They cultivated mutated primordial agents, then injected them into test subjects to produce those new Sky Knights. Yet this method exacts a terrible toll, profound physiological degradation, and drastically shortened lifespans. Madison, the research arcanist, flipped through the records again, his brow furrowing deeper. I'm even more confused. Horn clearly underwent basic modulation based on the assassin standard, so how did this mutation occur? His perception has increased dozens of times, and without secondary modulation he has developed a rudimentary blind sense. His mental strength rivals that of a psionist, yet it has been converted into arcane energy. The disparity between his arcane energy and mental strength is so vast that it defies all known modulation laws. Unknown to them, Horn had cultivated a forbidden mental technique left behind by an ancient civilization which amplified his mental strength. After a chi deviation, he inadvertently achieved the conversion of mental strength into arcane energy. These were realms beyond the ken of the arcanists. Meanwhile, in the testing room, Horn lay alone on the metal bed. While the arcanists were still outside, he secretly circulated his inner energy according to the mutated technique he had practiced before, unaware that this unconscious action would further baffle the arcanists in the next room, completely misleading their interpretation of the data. After a long study, Madison suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly to Shi Siming, "Hurry and prepare. Use the stored mutated original body and follow the records of Horn's first modulation to conduct another simulation test." He then added, "I'm going to apply for a special project right now and share this achievement with the Academy. This is the key to breaking through the arcane energy furnace." He paused, his gaze turning resolute. "Besides, Horn's constitution is too unique. Ordinary modulation can't unleash his full potential. Let's take a gamble and use him for a limit-breaking modulation. It might just work." Master Shi Siming was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I'll prepare immediately, but I need to inform Horn first to prepare him mentally." Madison waved his hand dismissively. "No need to explain much. Just tell him his strength will double after the modulation, he'll surely agree." Madison waved his hand again, already eagerly picking up his pen to write the project application report. For him, this was not only about fulfilling the Army Department's commission but also an opportunity to realize the ultimate dream of an arcanist. Madison turned to his old assistant, his tone urgent. "Those marrow liquids sent by the Army Department, what exactly are their levels?" Go over them with me again. The old assistant quickly pulled out a notebook and flipped through it. Reporting Research Arcanius, there are 5 in total, 3 from 4th rank God-gifted warriors, 1 from the 5th rank and 1 from the 7th rank. 7th rank. My Deason's eyes widened in shock. A high-level God-gifted warrior of the 7th rank has also fallen. That's a rare expert. How could he have been lost on the front lines? The nearby Arcanius also began to murmur. A 7th rank God-gifted warrior has formidable combat power. Even if defeated, how could he be killed? The old assistant sighed. I heard he was sentenced to death for desertion in the face of the enemy. Desertion? My Deason sneered. I suspect it was a scapegoat situation. Such a high-ranked warrior wouldn't be sentenced to death so easily. Another Arcanius chimed in. It's better to be an Arcaniist. We have a transcendent status, no need to wade through the muddy battles and no fear of being casually manipulated. Everyone nodded in agreement, secretly grateful for their own identity. My Deason waved his hand, cutting off the discussion. Forget about these. Make another trip to the Army Department, and ask for some low-grade marrow liquids. Also bring back at least 3 core crystals of various types. The old assistant paused, then asked, when you say core crystals, do you include Monarch Grade 1s? It would be best if we can get a Monarch Grade 1. My Deason pondered for a moment. I have a Royal Grade core crystal here. I'll contribute it this time. Make sure all materials are gathered. After saying that, he began assigning tasks. You take 2 people to prepare the modulation array. You check the energy output device. And you record the data changes during the modulation process. Everyone hurry up. After the assignments, My Deason said to Shi-Siming, go ask the subject Horn what ability he wishes to gain through cognitive restructuring. Try to accommodate his reasonable requests. Shi-Siming dared not defy him, nodded, and turned to leave the room, heading to the testing chamber. Horn was lying on the metal bed, lost in thought, when he saw Shi-Siming enter. He quickly sat up. Master, you're looking for me. Shi-Siming pulled up a chair and sat down, then began. For this cognitive restructuring, which arcane abilities do you wish to choose? You can first share your thoughts. Horn's eyes lit up and he blurted out. I want to become an Arcanius. A troubled expression appeared on Shi-Siming's face as he shook his head. No, the efficiency of your mental strength conversion into arcane energy is too low. You simply don't meet the standard for an Arcanius. Horn's gaze instantly dimmed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Then what can I choose? Don't be too disheartened. Shi-Siming comforted him. He continued. If your total arcane energy can reach 85, you can still cast some basic low-level arcane spells. Then how should I choose? Horn asked, somewhat bewildered. Shi-Siming looked at him, feeling a pang of guilt. He had been partly responsible for Horn becoming a test subject. So he patiently guided him. When choosing abilities, pick those that are useful to you. Don't be greedy. You could consider enhancing your current simple beast control, or you could look into shaping type abilities. But be clear about the cost of shaping. Horn frowned, finding it difficult. The ability selection ratio for cognitive restructuring is 3-to-1. The cost for intermediate arcane spells is too high, I have to reluctantly give up on them. I'll stick with low-level arcane spells. He then asked, is there a big difference in cost among low-level arcane spells? Not much difference, it mainly depends on practicality. Shi-Siming replied. Horn thought for a long while, finally making up his mind. Then I'll choose Detect Arcane Presence and Read Arcane Arrays. That way I can handle any arcane-related situations in the future. Shi-Siming nodded. These 2 abilities are indeed practical. Let's settle it as you said. I'll go report to the Research Arcanius. Just as Shi-Siming noted down the arcane spells Horn had chosen, Horn took the initiative to explain. Master, I chose Detect Arcane Presence because back in Rawar City I missed hidden alarm barriers several times and almost fell into trouble. As for Read Arcane Arrays, I've heard it's the foundation for studying arcane arts, making it easier to learn others later. He paused, then added. As for other low-level arcane spells, I plan to figure them out gradually on my own. I'll save the cognitive restructuring opportunity for now and use it later when I encounter a high-level low-tier arcane spell. It won't be a waste. Shi-Siming nodded. That's quite thoughtful. This arrangement is indeed suitable. As he spoke, he took out a bronze ring from his pocket and handed it to Horn. This is a token of my gratitude for your cooperation in the modulation. It's a storage ring. Horn took the ring, weighed it, and asked, how much can this ring hold? The space is about the size of a carriage compartment. It's sufficient for your needs. Shi-Siming then cautioned him. But there are 2 rules you must remember. First, don't fill it too full. Stop at 80% capacity, or it will trigger arcane backlash, causing you excruciating pain. Second, never put living creatures inside, whether it's a cat, a dog, or a human. They will die instantly once inside. This is the ring's nature, it can't be changed. Huen nodded quickly. I remember, thank you, Master. This is really practical. After that, Huen stayed at the Arcane Academy for 10 days. In the first few days, the old Arcanist, who was Madison's old assistant responsible for his basic physique modulation, was always beaming with smiles, pulling him aside to ask about his physical sensations. But on the 5th day, the old Arcanist suddenly lost his smile, and became perfunctory in speech. In the last 2 days he simply stopped coming, even having an apprentice fetch the modulation records. Shi Siming, however, came often, bringing fruits and snacks each time. But whenever Huen tried to ask why the old Arcanist stopped coming, Shi Siming would change the subject. Huen muttered to himself, there must be something they're hiding from me, but since the master won't tell, I dare not pry lest I cause trouble. Seeing that he was about to leave the academy, Huen thought he should pay a visit to research scholar Madison, as he was the one in charge of this modulation. He had inquired in advance about the preferences of the Arcanists in the academy. Master Li liked collecting meteorite iron, Master Wang enjoyed copying ancient texts, and Master Zhang was obsessed with rare herbs. Huen took out corresponding items from his storage ring and handed them out one by one. Master Li, I heard you specialize in collecting meteorite iron. I have a piece I picked up from Lure City. Would you like to see if it suits your taste? Huen handed over a dark, heavy stone. Master Li took it, weighed it in his hand, and smiled with his eyes narrowed. Brother Huen, you are thoughtful. This meteorite iron is of good quality. I'll take it. But when Huen asked about research scholar Madison, Master Li waved his hand. We dare not speak recklessly about the research scholar's matters. You should go find him yourself. The other Arcanists were the same. They were happy to chat with Huen after receiving gifts, but when the topic of Madison's true situation came up, they either played dumb or changed the subject. Huen made a round but learned nothing useful. Where is research scholar Madison? Huen asked the last Arcanist he had given a gift to. That Arcanist pointed to the end of the corridor. See that tightly shut door at the very end? That's his research room. Usually no one dares to enter except himself. Huen walked to the door and was about to knock when he suddenly felt something moving beside him, like an invisible insect. But when he reached out to grab it, he touched nothing. He composed himself, knocked on the door, and said, Research scholar Madison, it's Huen. I've come to say goodbye. The door creaked open by itself. Inside was empty except for a huge hemispherical black cover placed in the center, as dark as light-absorbing ink. Huen hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched the black cover. His hand passed right through it. The cover was actually illusory. He stepped through the spherical wall and saw research scholar Madison sitting cross-legged on a carpet, staring at an image floating in the air. The image was filled with dense arcane scripts, none of which Huen could understand. Huen stared at the floating image where the dense arcane scripts twisted and turned, forming a complex arcane array. He couldn't help exclaiming, Research scholar, what arcane array is this? It looks so complicated. Research scholar Madison finally tore his gaze away from the image and looked up at Huen, his tone tinged with melancholy. This is the ultimate goal that we Arcanists have dreamed of, the perfect array core that allows ordinary people to stably control arcane energy. Unfortunately, I've studied it for over a decade and still haven't succeeded. He paused, then added, You don't need to cozy up to me nor feel indebted to me. You don't understand the matters behind this, there's no debt between us. Huen was a bit confused by these words, not understanding why Madison suddenly said this. But he also abandoned his previous intention of deliberately currying favor. He simply bowed solemnly. Regardless, thank you and the master for helping me with the modulation, giving me the chance to improve my strength. To be honest, I've always admired Arcanists being able to control all kinds of wondrous powers. Madison hadn't expected Huen to say that. He was taken aback, his eyes softened, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. You are indeed honest, and you even have a true Arcanist's heart, unlike some young people who only think of profiting from arcane arts. He didn't mention that Huen was a profit-loss experimental subject. Instead, he waved his hand and said, If you have any request that I can fulfill, I'll help you once. Huen's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, I want to learn arcane arts. Previously, Master Shi Siming said that my spiritual energy conversion efficiency was too low to become an Arcanist, but I still want to learn. Madison didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he pointed to a chair beside him. Have a seat. If you want the qualification to learn arcane arts, I can grant it in half an hour. But whether you can learn it, and to what extent, depends on your own comprehension. Upon hearing this, Huen was so excited he almost stood up. Really? Then can I learn intermediate arcane arts? I've heard that intermediate arcane arts are incredibly powerful. Don't be in such a hurry to boast. Madison interrupted him, his tone becoming serious. Your current way of thinking will only keep you lingering at the threshold of the arcane world, unable to enter the true door. Most people outside who want to learn arcane arts are just like you, only fixated on high level and great power without understanding the essence of arcane arts. Huen looked shocked and somewhat confused. What is the essence of arcane arts? Isn't it about manipulating energy for attack or defense? Seeing Huen's eager expression, Madison actually became pleased. He took out a wooden staff from his bosom, an arcanist's wand. Pointing the wand at a corner, he muttered a short incantation, and a flame burst from the tip, neither too large nor too small, just enough to illuminate half the wall. This is the most standard flame spray spell which every beginner in arcane arts learns. Then he adjusted his grip on the wand and chanted a different incantation. This time the flame from the tip was more vigorous, tinged with blue, and could sustain burning. This is my own modified version of the flame spray. I merely changed the order of 2 incantations and the power and duration became different. As he spoke, Madison tapped the air with his wand, conjuring 2 slightly different groups of incantations. He pointed at them and explained. You see, the arcane arts passed down through generations are essence and foundation like this foundation. You can deduce other arcane arts from it and modify them into versions that suit you. This is the key to learning arcane arts, not rote memorization of ready-made spells. Huen stared at the 2 groups of incantations and suddenly understood. You mean learning arcane arts isn't just about how to use them, one must also understand the principles behind them and be able to modify and create by oneself. Finally, not all in vain. Madison nodded with satisfaction. A true arcanist has their own personal grimoire which doesn't record ready-made spells but the patterns and sequences of incantations they have researched themselves. We spend our entire lives pursuing 2 things: discovering undiscovered arcane sequences and creating new sequences. Huen suddenly recalled what Professor Bulu-Mu had said before and couldn't help asking. I heard Professor Bulu-Mu say that the arcanists of the past were different from those of today. Can you tell me why this change occurred? Madison stroked his wand silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. The ancient arcanists all possessed extremely strong spiritual power, able to perform arcane sequencing directly in their minds without relying on tools. The current wand serves both as an aid and an energy amplifier. But even so, today's arcanists find it difficult to perform arcane sequencing out of thin air. I've studied for so many years and can only sequence the most basic few patterns, far inferior to the ancient arcanists. Huen listened, completely absorbed. He had never imagined that arcanists had so many intricacies. His previous understanding of arcane arts was indeed too shallow. Huen listened intently and couldn't help asking, what exactly is the difference between modern arcane masters and the ancient ones? Research Master Madison leaned back in his chair and said slowly, modern arcane masters are actually a branch of the ancient ritual transformation scholars. They have long lost the abilities of the ancient arcane masters, and most of them rely on arcane devices and Moderon fluid to perform arcane arts. He paused and added, the ancient arcane masters were like artists, able to create arcane arts with their own spiritual power. Today's arcane masters are more like technicians in a factory, just following procedures step by step. However, each has its own characteristics. Now the number of arcane masters is far greater than in ancient times, and the configuration of arcane masters in the army is more complete, so the overall combat strength is actually stronger. He pointed outside the door. If you really want to understand the world of arcane, go to the college library and browse the history books of arcane masters. That will be more effective than 100 words from me. But in his mind he thought, this kid has a bit of an arcane master's heart, but he is still far from understanding the mysteries. Huen did not notice the old man's thoughts. He only felt suddenly enlightened. It turned out that learning arcane arts was not impossibly difficult. All arcane arts evolved from the basics. As long as he laid a solid foundation, he could gradually improve. He perked up and quickly thanked. Thank you for your guidance, Research Master. I'll go to the library right now. Following Madison's advice, Huen spent the afternoon in the Arcane College library browsing many arcane books. The books in the library could all be made into copies. He simply selected a large number of useful ones, from basic arcane theory to advanced arcane deduction, spending nearly 100,000 crowns. He put all the copies into his storage ring. The ring had enough space to hold all these books with ease. When leaving the Arcane College, Huen deliberately put on makeup, darkened his face, changed into common civilian clothes, and walked home instead of taking a carriage. He deliberately chose to walk through alleys, winding around, just afraid of being followed. But after walking not far, he felt something was wrong. There was always a vague shadow behind him, following at a distance. He deliberately slowed down, and the other slowed down too. He sped up, and the other also sped up. Huen felt a bit regretful. If I had used the induced sleep illusion to knock him unconscious and interrogate him, I would know who sent him. He walked while pondering who exactly was this stalker. It could be someone from the Arcane College, afraid he would leak college secrets, sending someone to monitor him, or it could be someone targeting him. After all, he had recently disrupted the banker's plan, and caused a scene at the National Defense Intelligence Bureau. Major Martin's suspicion was the least he was busy with Operation Netting and had no time to tail me. Huen calculated in his mind the most likely was some unseen opponent, or someone sent by an ally to see his movements. He had lost confidence in the higher-ups, feeling that General Meade and the War Department people helped him only out of mutual exploitation. They needed him to get the bonds, and he needed their power to get out of trouble. Now Huen was already a major in the War Department, and General Meade had also helped him obtain the title of Chief of the Comprehensive Intelligence Section. This department was a top-secret unit with independent budget allocation directly under the jurisdiction of the Army Command. All his subordinates were elites, and there were even agent training instructors. Huen thought that he would make good use of these subordinates in the future, extracting maximum benefit from them. Seeing that the stalker behind him had not been shaken off, Huen's eyes lit up. Not far ahead was a semi-open-air market with many people and dense stalls, which was just the opportunity to shake off the pursuer. He quickened his pace and walked towards the market, already planning in his mind once inside he would dive into the most crowded area, circle around a few times, and guarantee that the other would lose sight of him. Huen quickened his pace toward the semi-open-air market. As he turned into the market entrance, he caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man sitting at an outdoor table of a nearby cafe. His peripheral vision swept over and he suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man was wearing a ring on his finger similar in style to one he had seen before, and it was set with a ruby. A member of the Blood Revenge Brotherhood. Huen's heart skipped a beat. Then he looked more carefully at the middle-aged man's attire and demeanor, and instantly recognized him. It was Count Red. He had long heard that the Blood Revenge Brotherhood had great influence in Gaolu Kongsai, and Count Red was the Brotherhood's agent in Kongsai. Although the Brotherhood had few members, each was extremely powerful. Many underground businesses in Kongsai were controlled by them, with the leader never appearing in person, relying entirely on agents. Huen was not afraid of Count Red's power. He was not going to stay in Kongsai for long anyway. Once he finished dealing with the bond issue, he would return to Ruhr City. In Ruhr City it was the Green Mountain Brotherhood's territory, and Count Red's reach couldn't extend that far. Count Red also noticed Huen, raised his glass to him, and said, "Major Huen, long time no see. I heard you've been spending quite a few days at the Arcane College. I suppose you have gained something." He changed the subject, his gaze falling on Huen. "I know you have a Zamber spider ring. I am determined to obtain that ring. If you are willing to part with it, name whatever reward you want." Huen did not respond directly. He walked to the nearby bar, took a glass of champagne, and raised it to greet Count Red. "You flatter me, Count Red. I am just a small figure, how dare I negotiate terms with you? Besides, the ring in my hand is just an ordinary thing. And I don't have much money. If it really comes to a bidding war, I might lose quickly. You may not need to waste your breath on me." After hearing this, Count Red gave a faint contemptuous smile and did not respond further. In his eyes, Huen's strength and wealth were not enough to compete with him, so there was no need to say more. As the two were at a standoff, the auction area in the center of the market suddenly became lively. A middle-aged auctioneer in a crisp suit walked in, holding a small hammer, and greeted the people around with a smile. "Good evening, distinguished guests. Today's auction features some rare and good items. I hope everyone can bid on the treasures they desire. Don't be restrained, let's keep it light." When the atmosphere warmed up a bit, the auctioneer gave a wink to a nearby waiter. The waiter came over with a tray covered in red cloth on which lay an exquisite painted egg. The auctioneer sat down on a nearby sofa and pointed to the painted egg. "This is the first item of today's auction, and it has quite a background. It was designed by the master jewelry designer Bai Yadi of the Old Dynasty era, commissioned by the Sun King specifically for his mistress Madame Pongpangdan as an Easter egg." He paused and elaborated. "How many materials were used for this egg? Let me count for you. A large pile of emeralds, plenty of rubies, sapphires, and diamonds, and the base is entirely made of pure gold." Bayati spent 7 years crafting this Easter egg alone, and 3 years just on the designs. Before the Great Revolution, this was a genuine royal treasure, later lost to the common folk. It's fate that it has come to us. After explaining in such detail for a quarter of an hour, the auctioneer finally put down his magnifying glass and cleared his throat. "For such a treasure, setting the starting bid too low would be beneath its worth. I think we'll start at 500,000 krone. Ladies and gentlemen, you may begin bidding." As soon as the words fell, murmurs arose from the audience. 500,000 krone was no small sum. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Most were just watching the spectacle, and only a few had the means to bid. Count Chi was one of them. He held a wine glass, his gaze fixed on the egg, clearly showing some interest. Huen stood nearby, having no intention to bid. He had come to the auction mainly to shake off a tail and also to see if there were any usable arcane materials. Such jewelry was of no use to him, and the starting price of 500,000 krone was far beyond his budget. Huan stood at the edge of the auction area watching the bidding for the Easter egg. At first a few people raised the price sporadically, but once it reached 700,000 krone no one called out further, not because they couldn't afford it but because everyone had their own calculations. Huan mused. They want to convert their cash into this kind of value-preserving treasure before the krone depreciates too much. A thought struck him, maybe he could profit from this demand. But now wasn't the time to ponder that he had to deal with the immediate situation. At that moment Count Chi suddenly raised his hand. His voice was not loud but carried an undeniable authority. 1,000,000 krone. I must have that Sambar spider ring. The moment he spoke the entire hall fell silent instantly. People exchanged glances, all thinking Count Chi was too domineering. The egg auction wasn't even over and he was already jumping in to demand the ring. Yet no one dared to oppose him. After all, in Kongsai no one wanted to offend the agent of the Blood Feud Brotherhood. Huan was taken aback, muttering to himself. Sambar spider ring. What the hell is that? When did I ever have such a thing? Although completely baffled, he didn't want to be cowed by Count Chi, so he simply raised his hand as well. 1,010,000 krone. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Someone actually dared to compete with Count Chi. Count Chi's face darkened. Instead of incrementing slowly, he directly called out. 2,000,000 krone. Huan remained unhurried, adding another 10,000. 2,010,000 krone. Someone nearby couldn't help whispering. Who is this kid? He's got some nerve challenging Count Chi's authority. It's been a long time since anyone dared to go head-to-head with Count Chi. Admirable, admirable. Count Chi stared at Huan, his eyes scrutinizing. After a few seconds he spoke. Let's not waste time. Each of us makes a single bid, and the highest wins. How about it? With that he pulled a fixed amount check from his pocket, and showed it to everyone. I bid 5,000,000 krone. Huan was already prepared. He retrieved 2 certificates from his storage ring, a 5,000,000 gold note from the Ministry of War and a 10,000 krone pocket money that Meng and I had given him earlier. He raised them together. I bid 5,010,000 krone, a gold note from the Ministry of War plus cash ready to be verified at any time. Count Chi narrowed his eyes. He had long noticed that Huan was disguised, but he couldn't see through Huan's true identity, let alone guess what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. In fact, he didn't have enough money to raise the bid further, and he was afraid that Huan might have a hidden card. If he forced a showdown, the loss might outweigh the gain. After hesitating for a few seconds, Count Chi put away his check and said calmly, You win. I hope you can solve the mystery of the ring. Then he rose and left without a single glance back at the auction area. As soon as Count Chi left, the atmosphere of the auction became dead and lifeless. The remaining people kept their distance from Huan, not daring to talk to him, afraid of incurring Count Chi's wrath. Huan paid no attention to that. He took the acquired Sambar spider ring, which was actually just an ordinary ring he had been wearing before. He had no idea why Count Chi called it that, and examined it over and over, full of confusion. What secret does this ring hold? Why did Count Chi want it so badly? He tried scanning it with a detect arcane presence spell he had learned earlier. No reaction. He scraped the ring's surface with his fingernail. Still nothing. He even tried injecting a bit of arcane energy into the ring. Still no response. The more Huan thought, the more puzzled he became. He had no interest in waiting for the auction to end, so he simply stood up and walked toward the exit. As soon as he reached the first floor, Huan sensed something was wrong. Figures were flickering in the corners, and the air carried a faint aura of murderous intent. His heart tightened. He quietly unclipped the high-quality pistol he had obtained from the Ministry of War from his waist, and gripped it in his hand just in case. He walked toward the exit of the mall, keeping an eye on his surroundings. He calculated in his mind. Were these people sent by Count Chi, or the ones who had been tailing me earlier? Whoever they were, he had to be careful. Huan, pistol in hand, had just reached the mall entrance when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Count Chi's men had indeed caught up. He dared not delay. He quickly muttered 3 difficult incantations, activating the acceleration, agility, and swift movement spells he had learned earlier. After the incantations, his legs began to tense, then felt hot and numb. He knew this was a sign that the spells were taking effect. They would need 2 minutes to fully manifest. To avoid arousing suspicion, Huan deliberately wandered around the nearby jewelry and fabric shops, pretending to browse. He even picked up a piece of cloth and asked the shopkeeper, "How much is this fabric per foot? Is it durable?" The shopkeeper was about to answer when Huan suddenly pushed off the ground, shot out of the mall like an arrow. The guards at the entrance stood dumbfounded, unable to react for a long moment. As soon as he burst out of the mall, a dozen thugs armed with clubs and cleavers surrounded him. The leader shouted, "Don't let him escape. Capture him and you'll be rewarded." Huan charged straight into a thug and kicked him, Unexpectedly, the spells had greatly increased his strength. The kick sent the thug flying while the recoil pushed Huen back a few steps, nearly causing him to fall. He quickly steadied himself, using the momentum to execute a spinning kick, taking down 2 nearby thugs. Just as he was about to keep running, he heard a gunshot. Someone was shooting at him. Huen reacted faster. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger toward the direction of the shot. The bullet hit the shooter's shoulder, and the man fell to the ground with a scream. Then he heard another gunshot from the side. He quickly turned and fired 2 shots into the darkness, killing the hidden shooter. Huen sprinted and dodged bullets, sending panicked pedestrians scattering in all directions. 2 bystanders were struck by stray bullets, collapsing to the ground with agonized wails. Soon dozens more men wielding clubs and blades converged from every direction, driving him into the mouth of a narrow alley. Huen regretted his decision bitterly. If only he had negotiated properly with Count Red earlier, or simply left sooner, he wouldn't be trapped and hunted by so many. What shocked him even more was that Count Red had blatantly violated the Blood Vengeance Brotherhood's code. According to the rules, even personal grudges couldn't be settled so openly in a bustling marketplace. This was a complete disregard for the law. Huen realized instantly all that talk of rules and honor was a sham. Strength was the only truth. Dwelling on it now was useless. Escape was all that mattered. The gunfight raged on. Huen's pistol kept firing, but the enemies were too numerous to eliminate, and he was wasting precious ammunition. Suddenly he sensed a fierce killing intent descending from above. Instinctively he rolled aside and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Bang! 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 The 3 bullets struck a black-clad figure on the rooftop. The man tumbled off the roof and lay still. As Huen scrambled to his feet, the air around him grew heavy with tension. He knew a more formidable pursuit force had been deployed. These were undoubtedly Count Red's elite troops, far more dangerous than the previous thugs. Not daring to prolong the fight, he spotted a manhole nearby. He quickly flipped open the cover, jumped in, and crawled forward through the sewer. Elsewhere, Count Red listened to his subordinate's report in his manner. "My lord, that Huen fellow slipped into the sewer and fled. Our men gave chase but lost him." The subordinate bowed his head. Enraged, Count Red raised the blue and white porcelain vase on the table and smashed it to the ground, shattering it into fragments. The steward stepped forward quickly and whispered, "My lord, please calm yourself. The War Department gold notes Huen used are bearer instruments, and the fixed sum checks you issued earlier have wide circulation. There's no way to trace him through those." Count Red drew a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Frowning, he said, "This man's identity is too mysterious. He must have been prepared well in advance. Moreover, there might be forces even more powerful than ours who learned of the Zambur spider ring's appearance at the auction before we did. That's why he dared to bid against me." He paused, then added, "Send someone to trace the sewer's drainage route and inquire at the War Department about any recently promoted major officers. Focus on those who have had contact with the Arcane Academy." "Yes, my lord." The subordinate promptly acknowledged and left to arrange the tasks. Count Red walked to the window, gazing at the night outside with icy eyes. "Huen, whoever you are, I will eventually lay my hands on that Zambur spider ring." Count Red stood by the window for a long time, still uneasy. Could the mysterious man who fled the auction be a member of the Green Mountain Brotherhood? Though the Green Mountain Brotherhood was now as fragmented as scattered sand, and he feared them not, the mysterious man's skill and audacity unsettled him, stirring a vague unease. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the steward and said, "There is a Miss Mingni in Kongsai who has some connection with the Green Mountain Brotherhood. I once owed her father a favor. Prepare the carriage at once. I must pay her a visit." As he spoke, a malicious grin curled at the corner of his mouth, and he began to fantasize when he saw Mingni watching her suffer and tremble under his authority would surely be amusing. Meanwhile, in Mingni's residence, Huen had just crawled out of the sewer, filthy and disheveled. He recounted everything: the bidding war with Count Red at the auction, the subsequent pursuit, his use of the War Department gold notes, and the pocket money Mingni had given him for the price hike, and finally his escape from the Defense Intelligence Bureau's cell. Mingni listened, her face flushed with anger, her hands trembling. "That Count Red has gone too far. A week ago he came to me claiming he had spent great effort to secure your safety, pulled strings, and even advanced funds, demanding that I fulfill my earlier promise. To buy time, I not only gave him 200,000 crowns but also endured considerable humiliation. I never imagined he harbored such ill intentions." Huen was equally shocked. Frowning, he said, "No wonder he targeted me so fiercely at the auction today. He had already set his sights on you." As they spoke, the steward's voice came from outside the door. "Miss Count Red has arrived and requests an audience." Mingni and Huen exchanged a glance, both surprised at how quickly the Count had come. The moment Count Red entered and saw Huen, he was startled for a second, then a malicious gleam flickered in his eyes. Perfect, both Ming-Ni and Horn were here, he could make them both suffer. Ignoring Horn, he stared directly at Ming-Ni and said in an icy tone, Miss Ming-Ni, it's time to fulfill the promise you made earlier. Ming-Ni stood up indignantly and demanded, Promise? You said you spent great effort to ensure Horn's safety, yet today he barely escaped with his life from the auction chased by your men. You didn't keep your end of the bargain. What right do you have to demand that I fulfill mine? How did I not keep it? Count Red retorted shamelessly. I did pull strings, and isn't Horn safe and sound now? That's enough, he said dismissively. I'm a mob boss. I'll stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Don't waste your breath on this. Just honor your promise. As Count Red's voice rose, the door burst open with a bang and a young swordsman strode in, the same one who had hunted Horn from the rooftop earlier. Horn knew well the lethal power of his sword aura. Had he not dived into the sewer, he would have surely died by his hand. Seeing the situation turn dire, Horn quickly stepped forward with a placating smile. Count Red, Miss Ming-Ni, let's all calm down and talk this through. No need for anger. We are all civilized people. There's no need to let things escalate. Let's sit down and discuss this. We can surely find a solution. As he spoke, he subtly edged toward the door, mentally calculating a plan to escape with Ming-Ni if a fight broke out. Count Red shot Horn a glance and sneered. Civilized people. Where was your civility when you bid against me at the auction? Today either Ming-Ni fulfills her promise, or you hand over the Zambur spider ring. Otherwise there will be no peaceful resolution. Count Red watched Horn's attempt to mediate with a cold laugh. He always regarded men as weaklings, and Horn was no exception, surely trying to beg for mercy. Feigning ignorance of Earl Chi's disdain, Huen turned to Meng and I and said, Meng and I go hide in the bedroom first. I'll have a proper talk with the Earl to avoid any unpleasantness. As he spoke, he gave Meng and I a subtle push when Earl Chi wasn't looking, signaling her to hurry into the bedroom. Understanding his intent, Meng and I quickly walked inside. Once Meng and I closed the door, Huan's expression changed instantly, his smile vanishing without a trace. He pulled a thin steel wire from his pocket, his fingers moving swiftly, and within a few seconds he had arranged the wire around the doorframe, each strand a deadly trap. Should anyone push the door, the wires would spring out in an instant. Next he retrieved several firearms from his storage ring. These weapons could be fixed to the wall, and were specifically designed by him to counter young swordsmen packing considerable firepower. After completing all this, Wen strode quickly into the bedroom, pulling Meng and I toward the corner of the room far from the door. He dragged a box from under the bed which contained a double-barreled shotgun and a 3-shot pistol. He handed the shotgun to Meng and I, saying, Take this. No matter what happens later, don't leave this spot. Gripping the 3-shot pistol himself, he aimed it at the gap between the bedroom door and the outer door. Outside, Earl Chi, growing impatient, shouted at the bedroom door, Huen! Stop hiding in there like a coward. Come out now. Receiving no response, he turned to the young swordsman and said, You push the door open and drag him out. The young swordsman acknowledged and strode to the door. Just as he was about to push it open, he saw Huen inside holding a gun. With a look of arrogant disdain, he sneered, You think a few rusty guns can stop me? They're useless against me. The moment the words left his mouth, Huen abruptly pressed the mechanism hidden in his hand. The steel wires on the doorframe shot out, instantly flying toward the swordsman like dark shadows. The swordsman reacted quickly, drawing his longsword from his belt. But as he swung to cut the wires, he realized they were extraordinarily tough, impossible to sever. He had no choice but to retreat, repeatedly dodging the lethal wires. Yet the wires still grazed his back and thighs, leaving several deep gashes that instantly oozed blood. Before the swordsman could steady himself, the sound of hammers clicking echoed from all around. The firearms Huen had set up were all aimed at him. The swordsman quickly shielded his head with his arms and crouched down, but the hail of bullets struck him, instantly riddling his body like a sieve. He didn't even have time to groan before collapsing lifelessly. At that moment, Meng-Ni's 2 bodyguards burst out from the inner room, swiftly closing in on Earl Chi. One of them drew a gun and pressed it against the Earl's forehead, coldly warning, Don't move. Move again and I'll shoot. Earl Chi froze in terror, not daring to stir. Huen gazed at the fallen swordsman, sighing inwardly. The Stigma warriors of the past were so formidable, yet now they couldn't even handle a few steel wires and some firearms. Truly the glory days were gone. He was more certain than ever about his future cultivation path. Relying solely on martial prowess was insufficient. One must also understand mechanisms and wield weapons to survive in this world. But for now, the most pressing matter was escaping the mess at Kong Sai. Huen walked up to the subdued Earl Chi and slapped him twice across the face. Slap! Slap! The 2 sharp sounds left the Earl's cheeks instantly reddened. How dare you hit me? Earl Chi exclaimed, both shocked and enraged, his voice venomous. I am an agent of the Blood Revenge Brotherhood. You'll pay for this sooner or later. Pay? Hua-en sneered. You were the one who competed with me at the auction, sent assassins after me, and forced Meng and I. You started this war. It's too late to talk about paying now. Just then a commotion erupted outside, mingled with the sound of police sirens. Hua-en's heart tightened. He turned to the bodyguard and said, The gunfire must have drawn the police. Prepare a carriage immediately, we need to leave the city. He then looked at Earl Chi. You're coming with us. Once we reach the Prussian-occupied border, no one will dare stop us with you as our hostage. The other bodyguard immediately responded. I'll ready the carriage. With that he hurried out. With the gun still pressed to his forehead, Earl Chi could only glare at Hua-en through gritted teeth, but he dared not utter another word. He knew he was now at Hua-en's mercy. As Hua-en led Meng and I and the subdued Earl Chi toward Luer City, he was filled with anxiety. The reach of Earl Chi's power, the threat of the Blood Revenge Brotherhood, and the mess left behind at Kong Sai were all grave concerns. Yet he maintained an outward calm, cracking jokes with Earl Chi and chatting with Meng and I, neither wanting to appear weak before the Earl nor cause Meng and I undue worry. The journey to Kong Sai had been a sluggish half-month, but the return trip was rushed. They covered the distance in just 2 days, arriving at the new border between Prussia and Gaul. Hua-en stopped the carriage there and untied Earl Chi's restraints. You can go now. Don't follow us anymore. Earl Chi rubbed his numb wrists, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Without a word he turned and walked back toward Kong Sai. Watching his retreating figure, Hua-en knew he had made a dangerous enemy. Whether this trip to Kong Sai would bring fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. From the border to Luer City it took another 2 days. To avoid being followed, Hua-en constantly changed horses and carriages, taking back roads instead of main highways, and finally arrived safely at the outskirts of Luer City. Before entering the city he spotted a familiar figure at the intersection. It was Meng Ni's butler. Mr. Hua-en, the butler said, approaching quickly. Mr. Lina is waiting for you at the mansion. He wishes to see you on an important matter. Hua-en followed the butler to Meng Ni's home. When he met Mr. Lina, Meng Ni's father, he was nervous. He had stirred up such trouble in Kong Sai that Mr. Lina might be furious or at least deeply worried. But to his surprise, Mr. Lina sat calmly on the sofa holding a cup of coffee, his expression perfectly composed. Hua-en grew even more uneasy. He wondered silently, could it be that Mr. Lina, like the Defense Intelligence Bureau, thought he had outlived his usefulness and was about to discard him as a scapegoat? After all, he no longer held the leverage of the Bond clues, and keeping him around might only invite trouble. Don't be nervous, Mr. Lina set down his coffee cup and spoke first. You caused trouble in Kong Sai, but it's not a major issue, just a rather troublesome person you've offended. Hua-en quickly asked. Sir, I'm worried that Earl Chi will seek revenge from the Blood Revenge Brotherhood. Not only will I be in trouble, but it might also implicate you. Relax, Mr. Lina interrupted. Earl Chi is merely an agent of the Brotherhood, not its leader. Offending Earl Chi doesn't mean you've offended the entire Brotherhood. I'll reach out to the Brotherhood and ensure they stay out of your conflict with the Earl. But I won't help you deal with him. Unless he crosses me, I have no reason to sever ties with him over you. Hua-en hurriedly requested. Sir, could you tell me more about Count Chi's situation? For example, his sphere of influence, the formidable figures under his command. Mr. Lina glanced at him, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. You're quite cunning, aren't you? On the surface you're asking for intelligence, but deep down you're plotting how to deal with him. Without further beating around the bush, he disclosed what he knew. Under Count Chi there were 3 formidable figures. One was cold-faced Ling Mian, skilled with the sword, the very swordsman you encountered in King Sai. Another was Knight Shadow Ying, proficient in arcane arts, who favored ambushes in the dark. The last was Abacus Swan Pan, who managed money and connections, and many officials in King Sai had dealings with him. The 2 appeared to be chatting idly, but their minds were racing. Hua-en listened while calculating he could bring in a few experts from General Meade and the Army Department, and then use the Prussian authorities' focus on the border to restrain Count Chi's men. Most importantly, he needed to improve his own abilities, otherwise the next time he faced danger he would still have to rely on luck. He began to organize his past skills and clarify the direction of future power advancement. Beast control must be strengthened so that in times of danger he could rely on animals for scouting or assistance. His super perception also needed improvement to avoid being ambushed again. His martial arts and shooting skills were especially in need of refinement. The previous Black Seraph state was merely a half-finished product, with both ranged and close combat being mediocre, and his equipment and techniques not yet refined and integrated. Ranged weapons had limited power, and the pistol was inconvenient to reload. Close-quarters kicking techniques could only handle low-level opponents. Perhaps he could draw on the combat techniques from the secret manual he had seen before combining punches, kicks, and weapon use. On the other side, Count Chi sat in the carriage returning to Kingsai looking utterly disheveled. Earlier Huan had chosen remote main roads for a quick escape. After being dropped off, Count Chi waited by the roadside for a whole day before encountering a freight wagon. He promised the driver double the fare before being taken to a moderately sized town. The townsfolk gave him a set of coarse cloth clothes, but Count Chi refused to change, considering them fit only for bumpkins. He insisted on maintaining his so-called elegance, resulting in pointing fingers and whispers from passers-by along the way. It was utterly embarrassing. Sitting in the freight wagon, Count Chi patted down all his pockets, but found not a single coin. His purse had been taken earlier when Huan had him hostage. In desperation, he finally tore off 2 gold buttons from his sleeve. These were from his previous formal attire, and they were quite heavy. At the town's inn, he exchanged the gold buttons for a little over 20 crowns. He first gave the driver 5 crowns as the fare, and the remaining money was just enough to hire a carriage to Le Sire. The driver drove toward Le Sire, and Count Chi leaned in the corner of the carriage, not panicking at all. He wasn't worried about returning to Kingsai. Once he reached Le Sire, he could find acquaintances, and then both money and manpower would be resolved. The carriage jolted along, and Count Chi began to recall the events of the past few days, having his ring stolen by Huan, being taken hostage to the border, and suffering humiliation all the way. This unexpected incident actually calmed him down, and he mused to himself, in recent years he had been too smooth in Kingsai, losing his former vigilance which led to such a major fall. The more he thought, the angrier he became. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. That Huan from Mer City. I will make him pay. He fished out a cigarette bought with 3 coppers, lit it, and took a puff. The harsh pungent smoke made him cough a few times. He used to smoke only fine cigars, but now he had to settle for this cheap tobacco. As he smoked, he reminisced about the past. Back in the day when I was struggling in the Blood Feud Brotherhood, it was much harder than this, and I still got through it, didn't I? This time I can definitely turn things around too. Just then, on the empty seat opposite him, a dim figure suddenly materialized, slowly becoming clearer. Count Chi was startled. Looking closely, he saw a person who appeared to be a child, but whose eyes and expression were anything but childish, exuding an air of cunning and calculation. What impudent brat dares to play tricks in my carriage? Count Chi said coldly. You're the brat. At your age you're being chased like a stray dog. The uninvited guest sneered without restraint. I heard you even had your Zanbar spider ring stolen. You've really brought shame to the Blood Feud Brotherhood. Count Chi's face darkened. Who I settle accounts with is none of your business. As for you, why did you suddenly appear? What do you want? Nothing much, just wanted to ask how you plan to take revenge on that man from Mer City. The uninvited guest leaned back in his seat and said slowly, By the way, that subordinate of yours, Dessen, is he dead? Count Chi was taken aback. What happened to Dessen? What else? He was shot full of holes. The uninvited guest laughed, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. Hit by 11 bullets, 5 of them fatal. He definitely won't survive. Count Chi showed no sadness upon hearing of Dessen's death. Dessen was sent by the higher-ups, not his direct subordinate, and often opposed him. His death actually removed a nuisance. Dead is dead. Just an insignificant person. You're quite philosophical about it. The uninvited guest raised an eyebrow. But I must remind you, the higher-ups and the Green Mountain Brotherhood will not interfere in the matter between you and Huan. Other Brotherhood members have also been warned not to lend you any manpower. Count Chi's face instantly turned grim. What exactly do the higher-ups mean? Do they expect me to just let it go? Don't get so worked up. The uninvited guest continued. Oh, and you probably don't know yet, do you? I am a guest elder of the Brotherhood. Count Chi's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. A guest elder held a special position in the Brotherhood and knew many rules. This meant many of his dirty tricks were now useless, and the Brotherhood's regulations had become a constraint. The uninvited guest, seeing his expression, deliberately provoked him. Actually, there's still a way. You could have a life-or-death duel with Huan and even host a death dance for everyone to place bets, making a tidy profit. Count Chi recalled the past when life-or-death duels were routine for him, but now he was older and his passion had long faded. He frowned and asked, If we hold a death dance, what would the odds be in the casino? Most people would bet on you to win, but the odds aren't very different, replied the uninvited guest. After all, you'll be going to Kequins, which is Huan's territory. Fighting on unfamiliar ground puts you at a disadvantage, and it's hard to manipulate gambling for profit. Damn it! Count Chi couldn't help cursing, feeling even more frustrated. After a few seconds he let out a cold laugh, a sinister smile on his face. Don't think this can stump me. I have plenty of ways to deal with Huan. But the uninvited guest suddenly wiped his smile, and said seriously, I have one more message to deliver from the higher-ups. The matter Huan is currently involved in concerns the interests of many people. Before he finishes, you are not allowed to retaliate, and you must not use the Prussian's hands. Otherwise, don't blame the Brotherhood for being harsh. Count Chi's smile froze on his face. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. He understood the implication of the warning. The upper echelons of Blood Feud must have guessed his intention to use the Prussians for revenge, and they had directly blocked that path. He was also aware that Huan's background was not simple, and he had the backing of the army department. It was indeed not easy to make a move against him. Count Chi sat in the carriage, his resentment festering with each passing moment. He had long discovered that Horn was an agent of the National Defense Intelligence Agency, and had originally planned to use the Prussian authorities to eliminate this nuisance. Yet the higher-ups had issued a direct warning closing off that path entirely. Replaying the conversation with the unexpected visitor, he sensed something amiss. After prolonged deliberation, he turned to the visitor and said, "Rest assured I won't sabotage the higher-ups' agenda. But I lack the patience to wait indefinitely. What must be done I shall still do." The unexpected visitor was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Count Chi still harbored other intentions. He quickly cautioned, "Don't do anything reckless. This warning comes from the majority of the Elder Council. Provoke them and you'll face dire consequences." The Elder Council. Count Chi scoffed dismissively. What they care about has never been rules but interests. Their decision to exonerate Horn this time can only mean that what he holds can bring them immense benefits. But they forget that I have operated in Kansai for years, far more trustworthy than that outsider Horn. If I make a move, I can secure a larger share of the profits for the Elder Council. The unexpected visitor detected the derision in Count Chi's words, his expression darkening. Though he had become a modified human with greatly enhanced power, he was well aware of the Elder Council's influence. Yet a flicker of defiance remained. If one's strength was sufficient, even a transcendent-level expert could disregard those worn-out regulations. Count Chi's gamble might not be impossible. He offered no further persuasion, merely leaning against the corner of the carriage, silently observing Count Chi's demeanor. The scene shifted to the town of Sunquin. This small town lay by the river, home to many sailors and a motley assortment of individuals, even non-human intelligent beings roaming its streets. A place of diverse chaos, it was an ideal refuge for hiding. Horn stood on the second floor of an inconspicuous building, his gaze fixed on a male elf below. The elf was handsome and fair-skinned, clad in peculiar attire, bearing neither a rapier nor a longbow, utterly different from the archery-proficient elves Horn was accustomed to. When Horn entered the room, he found several peculiar individuals already seated. They were the ones General Meade and the Army Department had recruited to assist him: an arcane mage in a robe clutching a wand, and a stigma warrior with sharp eyes and an aura of lethal intent, clearly battle-hardened veterans of many conflicts. Horn stepped forward with a smile, offering a greeting. "Everyone, I appreciate you making the journey. I hope we can work together harmoniously." His warm welcome was met with cold indifference. A stigma warrior with a thick beard cast him a glance and complained with dissatisfaction. "Work harmoniously? Let alone the difficulty of the mission, this wretched place alone is terribly uncomfortable to stay in." The arcane mage beside him nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the environment is too poor. There's not even a decent cultivation room." Horn had anticipated their discontent and patiently explained. "Don't be put off by the conditions. This room is renovated from the riverbed. The water can isolate arcane fluctuations, making it an absolutely safe hideout, not easily detected by the enemy. Once the mission is complete, I guarantee everyone will return home safely and receive generous compensation." He paused, his expression turning serious, and laid down 2 rules. "Before the mission ends, I have 2 regulations that everyone must obey. First, without my permission, no one is allowed to leave the premises to avoid exposing our whereabouts. Second, casual conversation is permitted, but you must never disclose our work details, neither to the townsfolk nor to those you know well." The bearded stigma warrior frowned, ready to retort, but was restrained by an older arcane mage beside him. The older arcane mage nodded to Horn. "We understand. Since we are here to assist, we will abide by your rules. Rest assured." Seeing someone take the lead in agreeing, Horn sighed with relief. "Good. Then I will now elaborate on the mission details, and we will formulate an action plan as soon as possible." As he spoke, he retrieved a map from his storage ring and spread it on the table. The map was marked with the topography of Rule City and its surroundings, along with several key locations. Horn spread the map on the table, scanned the arcane mage, the stigma warrior, and the elf in the room, cleared his throat, and began. "Let me inform you all, this mission is rather special. Except for a few individuals, the rest need not know the full secrets. Even those who know the whole picture need not delve into the details. Knowing too much tends to cause problems." He paused, his tone growing grave. "Also, while you chat here, never mention your former identities nor tell outsiders what we are doing. For your own sake and for the sake of your families and friends, keep your mouths tightly shut. If any information leaks, no one can bear the consequences. With that, Horn waved his hand to the group. All right, nothing else. The rest of you may return to your rooms for now. Nut and Gear, stay behind, I have matters to discuss with you. Most of the people in the room had no objections. They gathered their belongings and filed out, leaving only two behind: a middle-aged man in military uniform with an erect posture, and a lean man in a black suit with sharp eyes. Mr. Gear, Horn began. I have reviewed the plans you drafted. He looked at Nut, the military man. You are a soldier by training. Your plan reeks of gunpowder, treating the Imperial Bank headquarters as a fortress to be stormed. The spirit is there, but it's too aggressive and risks exposure. Then he turned to Gear. You come from the Defense Intelligence Agency, and your plan is steeped in the old habits of the Military Intelligence Department, trusting no one with layers of surveillance and a plethora of contingency measures. To put it bluntly, it's an encyclopedia of conspiracy. Caution is good, but it's overly complex and prone to errors during execution. Nut frowned but did not refute. He simply asked, Then what is your intention, General? My intention is for you two to merge your plans. Horn pointed at the map. Combine Nut's operational capability with Gear's prudence. 3 days should be enough to produce a reliable plan, shouldn't it? No problem. Nut and Gear exchanged glances and responded in unison. They picked up their respective plan notebooks and left the room. After they departed, Horn leaned back in his chair, his mind churning. He couldn't rely solely on these experts for this one mission. He needed to find a way to bring them over to his side. The experience in Kangsai had taught him a stark lesson: he couldn't depend on others. He had to plan for himself. He had no trust whatsoever in the wily elders of the Qinshan Brotherhood, and he knew full well they would never cede the leadership to him. Better than to build his own power base upon the framework of the Army Ministry's Intelligence Division. The more Horn contemplated it, the more viable it seemed. The division bore official sanction granting operational legitimacy, while recruiting arcane practitioners and Saint Mark warriors would ensure formidable strength. He recalled the Brotherhood's origins, once whispered to be the successor of the Templar Order. After the Templars' dissolution, some members founded new knightly orders while others vanished into shadow, giving rise to the Brotherhood's clandestine lineage. Its radical factions splintered off as the blood-feud Brotherhood. The moderate remnant formed the Qinshan Brotherhood. Curiously, the Templars' rigorous training methods had been preserved intact, refined even beyond their original mastery. Yet for all its prowess, the Brotherhood resembled a dark kingdom without a sovereign. No single hand could truly command its entirety. Precisely the opening he needed. Having weighed these thoughts, Horn rose and strode out of the room, heading toward the workshop deep within the town. The workshop was crammed to bursting. Tools everywhere, hammers and wrenches cluttered the shelves, arcane components lay scattered among them, and metal plates littered the floor. He approached a corner table and lifted a thick, oversized manual. Scanning just 2 pages, his eyes widened in astonishment. The knowledge recorded within proved far more intricate than he'd imagined, containing concepts even the Arcane Academy had never taught. As Horn stared transfixed, a voice sounded behind him. That manual details the Gans revolving firearm, a relic from bygone days. He turned to see a slender technician wearing spectacles seated nearby. Upon the adjacent table rested an array of peculiar devices, some fitted with interlocking gears, others embedded with tiny crystals. The technician adjusted his glasses and pointed to an illustration in the manual. This firearm was invented over 3 centuries ago, designed expressly to augment arcane combat capability. It required no complex spellcraft, merely a trace of arcane energy to ignite the powder charge. Its bullets delivered lethal force, empowering even novice adepts to strike with tangible effect. Then why did it fall into disuse? Horn pressed. Simply uneconomical, the technician shrugged. Its range is short, while adepts already possess numerous long-range and area effect spells far superior in utility. Deploying raw apprentices with such firearms on the battlefield is less efficient than instructing them in foundational arcana, quicker, more practical, and infinitely more reliable. Moreover, fewer than 1 in 10 Saint Mark warriors can wield it effectively. Most who do are rare anomalies. The rank and file find it cumbersome. He paused, then added, You know the Skyke Knight's short-barrel cannon, or the Fire Comet rounds. Both descend directly from the Gans revolving firearm. Their technical lineage is unmistakable. Horn's gaze sharpened. He traced the schematics of firearm and ammunition with his finger. I require all of these. The Gans firearm, the short-barrel cannon, the Fire Comet rounds. Every variant must be acquired. The technician waved a dismissive hand. I'm merely a technician. My craft lies in repair and explanation. For weapon modification, seek the alchemist known as Flask. He oversees all such adaptations. By the way, each Fire Comet round weighs 25 kilograms. You'd struggle to lift one, let alone fire it. I'll assess my capacity first, Horn replied with a courteous smile. Thank you. I won't detain you further. The technician nodded and bent back over his components. As Horn stepped out of the workshop, a man in a short tunic sprinted toward him, messenger of Mr. Lena. He quickly ushered the man toward the hidden chamber, an underwater vault shaped like a sausage, narrow, elongated, and shielded by 7 or 8 meters of warehouse space from the workshop, ensuring absolute privacy. The chamber measured barely 2 or 3 ping, Spartan, holding only a wooden table and a rack bearing rolled maps and architectural sketches. No sooner had they seated themselves than the messenger spoke. Mr. Horn, per your instructions, the information has been deliberately leaked. The Prussians have now transferred 4 chests of securities from the Imperial Bank's headquarters to the basement of the Garrison Command headquarters, a location so heavily fortified our informants cannot penetrate it. Horn retrieved the architectural blueprint of the Ruhr City Garrison Command building from the rack and unfurled it across the table. The diagram depicted a massive 7-story quadrangular edifice, solid, imposing. Beneath it, the basement was labeled as formerly housing munitions storage, with marginalia noting possible steel-armored plating and stationed arcane practitioners. This structure's defenses are formidable, Horn observed, tracing the annotations. A grassy courtyard fronts it, the remaining 3 sides lie exposed, no cover anywhere. 6 cannons guard the premises, 2 heavy 24-pounders at the main entrance, the most powerful, plus 2 dozen lighter scatter cannons positioned throughout the perimeter. He gestured toward the surrounding wall. The entire building is encircled by a high, thick barrier crowned with barbed wire. At each corner tower a light scatter cannon stands watch. A frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. The messenger leaned and studied the plan and nodded gravely. Indeed, it's perilous. Their garrison consists of elite Prussian troops augmented by arcane adepts and artillery. Extracting those securities from the basement demands extraordinary ingenuity. Horn studied the blueprint in silence for a moment, then asked, can we ascertain the basement's precise layout? Number of entrances? Ventilation shafts? Any such vulnerabilities? The messenger shook his head. Not yet. Security at the Garrison Command is impenetrable. Our agents cannot approach the basement zone. For now we're monitoring all entry and exit points, searching for any opportunity. Understood, Horn said, rolling the blueprint and returning it to the rack. Inform Mr. Lena I'll finalize a plan shortly, and contact me immediately should anything new arise. The messenger departed, leaving Horn alone in the chamber. His eyes remained fixed on the blueprint, and his brow furrowed deeper still. The Garrison Command's defenses were even more daunting than he'd anticipated. Yet as Horn gazed upon the Garrison Command blueprint, his frown gradually eased. The building, though fortress-like in appearance, relied upon obsolete defensive logic. His years in the military had instilled this certainty: that very wall could be breached with 3 barrels of gunpowder, hardly insurmountable. He turned to the messenger, who had not yet left, and asked, have the tools I requested been prepared? Lockpicks, black cloth for nocturnal infiltration, everything. The messenger hesitated before replying, all items are ready. Also, Mr. Lena instructed me to ask whether you require additional personnel. A jolt tightened Horn's chest, but his expression remained placid, unruffled. Noted. My current team suffices, no reinforcements necessary. As the messenger turned to leave, Horn stared at his retreating back, his mind churning with suspicion. Only he, Mr. Lena, and Lena's personal bodyguard knew of the secret gathering of foreign mercenaries. How then had the messenger suddenly raised the matter of additional personnel? He couldn't help but suspect betrayal, yet immediately recalled Mr. Lena's earlier words: this man has served me for over a decade, his entire family is under my control. He dare not betray me. Frowning deeply, Horn hesitated. Was he merely overthinking, or had the messenger truly gone awry? Once the messenger boarded his boat and vanished across the river's surface, Horn swiftly dispatched messengers to summon Nutgear and Morny. Within moments the 3 arrived in the hidden chamber. Horn recounted every word the messenger had spoken, and every doubt that had taken root in his mind, his gaze fixed intently on their faces, searching for any flicker of anomaly. Nut listened without concern for treachery, flipping idly through the garrison headquarters blueprints, as he muttered, a traitor. Let one exist, if it pleases them. I hold no interest in conspiracies or clandestine schemes. What matters is first devising how to breach the wall, and how to storm inside. As he spoke, he already held a pen, sketching assault routes onto the blueprint. Gear meanwhile sat rigid-faced, his expression so grim it seemed to drip shadow. His fingers drummed ceaselessly upon the table, clearly dissecting hidden implications. Morny knitted her brows, her gaze restless, shifting between Horn and the blueprint, before murmuring softly, if there truly is a traitor, could our plan already be compromised? What matters most now, Gear said, first voice grave, is identifying whom this traitor serves. The Prussians? The Red Count? Or some other power? Horn nodded. I've been pondering the same question, and I strongly suspect the Red Count. I've long anticipated his vengeance, yet for nearly 2 weeks there's been utter silence. That is profoundly unnatural. As for the Blood Vengeance Brotherhood, they fixated solely on the swordsman I killed. By their own code, slaying a brother warrants the hammer punishment. Yet I struck him only because the Red Count pursued me after I purchased the ring. I acted in self-defense, a justification both lawful and morally unassailable. A traitor was expected all along, Nut muttered without lifting his head. In my view, let the traitor be. Proceed with the original plan. Speed is our shield, even if complications arise we'll weather them. No. Gear shook his head firmly. I handle intelligence. I know better than anyone that a traitor with access to classified information poses a threat far exceeding that of an ordinary informant. We must first confirm whether the messenger has truly betrayed us, and uncover who stands behind him. Otherwise the entire operation will inevitably collapse. He looked directly at Horn. I'll draft a supplementary plan, first investigate the messenger's background, then refine operational details. Horn asked then, is our original plan still viable? It remains viable, Gear affirmed. Only the four of us know its core elements. Even if the messenger is compromised, he can expose only peripheral actions, not the essential steps. Once we clarify the situation, we may deliver a devastating surprise to whoever lurks in the shadows. Morny exhaled in quiet relief and turned to Horn. So, what do we do next? Should we begin surveillance on the messenger? Horn looked at Gear. This falls to you, you're our intelligence expert. Your skill in tracking people surpasses ours. Nut will continue refining the assault strategy. I'll contact Mr. Lena directly to verify the messenger's status. All three nodded in unison, each clutching blueprints or notebooks, and hurried from the hidden chamber. Thus began a covert investigation woven tightly around treachery and strategy. Alone in the chamber, Morny gazed at Horn, her eyes clouded with hesitation. Should I tell my father about the suspected traitor? If I stay silent, he risks danger. If I speak, the secret may leak. Horn placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I understand your dilemma. It demands utmost discretion. Ideally, we conceal this from the suspected traitor, and from whoever commands him. Otherwise our plan unravels. Yet Mr. Lena cannot remain uninformed, he must be warned. After a pause, Horn continued, let me establish a secure channel to Mr. Lena. My movements are more discreet, I'm less likely to be watched. This ensures safety, and eases your mind. Morny nodded, visibly relieved. Then I entrust it to you. Please inform me the moment you learn anything. Just then Nut, still bent over the garrison headquarters blueprint, suddenly lifted his head and interrupted Horn. When you ascend later, could you also scout the terrain surrounding our target? Observe the width of roads outside the perimeter wall, whether obstacles obscure sightlines, and identify potential hiding spots nearby. Only with those details clarified can I finalize the tactical plan, precisely where to place explosives, which direction the assault force should advance. Agreed, I'll go shortly, Horn replied. I'll also observe guard rotation patterns. Perhaps a vulnerability lies waiting. In the following hours they dispersed to their tasks, while Horn mentally traced his reconnaissance route. The garrison headquarters occupied a pivotal location between Songkuen and Ruhr City. To the west lay the port town of Songkuen, northward mines and steel mills, southward manufacturing plants, and eastward the urban center, its placement deliberately engineered to oversee all these vital zones. Rumors claimed the building housed enough personnel to form an entire battalion, far outmatching ordinary police in combat capability. A frontal assault would be suicidal. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the garrison headquarters, within a high-level conference room, Major Martin conferred in strictest secrecy with Acting Commandant General Dips. Old acquaintances, they spoke freely. Leaning back on the sofa, General Dips opened the conversation. And your superior, has he ceased his latest round of turbulence? Major Martin offered a wry smile and shook his head. What else can one do? Business as usual. Then with quiet regret, it was truly unfortunate to see you reassigned from the military. General Dips sighed. Your talents are exceptional, you'd have risen far within the armed forces. To serve in the secret police is a profound waste. There was no choice, Martin replied with resignation. The secret police were critically understaffed, and my transfer was mandated from above. General Dips curled his lip in disdain. The secret police operate at abysmal efficiency, largely due to men like your superior obsessed with internal power struggles indifferent to real duty. You know well the decades-long rift between the Prussian officer corps and military intelligence, half a century of friction with no end in sight. His tone shifted abruptly, his face darkening. Originally I oversaw only urban security, now I'm forced to guard bankers' vaults. An absurd assignment born of sheer bureaucratic whimsy. Major Martin swiftly produced a report and handed it over. General, according to the intelligence we've gathered, this nearly 3 billion crowns worth of securities has attracted the attention of coke-ins and most of the powerful gangs in the 3 provinces. Many sinister organizations are also plotting, such as the Gaulish sleeper agents and the recently rampant resistance groups. He paused, then added with a frown. I suspect some organization is manipulating this behind the scenes, but I don't know if their goal is the money or to destabilize our situation. And I always feel that whoever deliberately leaked the news causing the securities to be transferred from the Imperial Bank's underground vault to here certainly had malicious intent. This garrison headquarters building is nowhere near as secure as the bank vault's 6-ton door. Lieutenant General Deeps took the report, flipped through a few pages, and said helplessly, "Whether it's safe or not isn't for us to decide. The Emperor, the Imperial Chancellor, and my superiors don't care about these details. We just follow orders. Assign more men to watch the basement and make sure nothing goes wrong." Major Martin nodded. "I've already deployed additional troops. The guards at the entrance and on the tower have been replaced with elites, and I've arranged for arcane mages to patrol. That should hold them for a while." Lieutenant General Deeps half closed his eyes, listening to Major Martin. Suddenly a cold gleam flashed from beneath his eyelids and his tone turned icy. "Whoever it is, whatever force, if they dare to target these securities or try to break into this garrison headquarters, I will never let them off." Major Martin was still worried. He stepped forward and cautioned. "General Ruhr City currently has limited troops. If we face a large-scale surprise attack, we may not be able to handle it. I suggest requesting reinforcements from the 17th Corps stationed in Doro and the 25th Corps under Fogel. More men would ensure greater stability." "Reinforcements? Unnecessary." Lieutenant General Deeps waved dismissively, unconcerned. "Defense is inherently easier than offense. As long as we secure the building and the basement, the enemy won't be able to break in, no matter how formidable they are." Major Martin grew anxious and insisted. "But the success rate of a surprise attack is too high. We have no idea when they will strike or what methods they will use. It would be better to return the securities to the Imperial Bank vault. The defenses there are more complete. If the enemy attacks, we could surround them from the outside, giving us a greater chance of victory." "Humph, what do you know?" Lieutenant General Deeps snorted contemptuously. "The iron will of a Prussian soldier is far more solid than that heavy iron door. Look at the walls of this building, they're a full 2 meters thick. To breach them it would take at least 150 kilograms of gunpowder. And we've already sealed off the adjacent streets, no one can cross the barricades. The firepower inside the building is also formidable. The iron door to the basement is even more reliable than the Imperial Bank vault. Not only is it thick, but it can only be opened from the inside, making it virtually impossible to blast open." He paused, then shifted the topic. "What you should focus on isn't how to defend, but how to move those boxes. If I were a robber, I wouldn't storm the building, I'd ambush the convoy while the securities are being transported." Major Martin wanted to argue further, but seeing Lieutenant General Deeps' stubborn expression, he knew it was futile, and reluctantly fell silent. As he left the meeting room, his face was full of disappointment. Such an important matter, yet the old general gave it no heed. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be catastrophic. Major Martin walked out of the building and looked up at the large clock on the auditorium roof. The hour hand was 7 minutes from noon. He stood at the entrance waiting patiently. According to the arrangement, 2 colleagues were due to arrive today. Within a few minutes, a carriage bearing the War Ministry insignia slowly approached past the sentry post without issue and stopped in front of the building. The door opened and an officer about the same age as Major Martin jumped out, his face brimming with excitement. He strode over and embraced Martin. "Martin! Long time no see. You've been busy in Ruhr City." It was Ben, an old acquaintance from the army. Behind Ben followed a man in a black top hat and black trench coat with a high forehead and a monocle fixed over his right eye. His face was utterly expressionless, cold as ice. He got off the carriage unhurriedly, his movements elegant but distant. Major Martin quickly extended his hand to greet him. "Mr. Stoeffel, you must have had a tiring journey." Stoeffel barely touched his palm before withdrawing his hand swiftly, frowning in complaint. "I really don't like Ruhr City. Just smell the air, it's full of coal dust, choking and unpleasant. I hope to finish the work here soon and return to the capital." He paused, then asked, "By the way, have the Gaulish colleagues finished organizing everything that needs to be sorted?" "According to the plan, the appraisal and review can be completed in 3 days. Don't waste time." Major Martin shook his head helplessly. "Part of the materials haven't been collected yet. Their progress is a bit slow." "Slow? I think they're slacking off." Stoeffel waved his hand dramatically, his tone full of accusation. "The Gauls are like that. They dawdle at everything, utterly inefficient." Ben muttered quietly beside him. "No wonder Prussian bank employees often commit suicide. Working with someone like you would drive anyone crazy." Stoeffel acted as if he hadn't heard, adjusted his collar, and looked at Major Martin arrogantly. "So tell me, how many more days do the Gauls need to finish their work?" It can't drag on forever. Major Martin frowned and answered truthfully. The person in charge said it will take at least a month and a half. A month and a half. Steffel suddenly roared with a sharp voice. I absolutely refuse to stay in this filthy place for a month and a half. This is torture. Major Martin was also getting impatient. His tone was no longer polite. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Steffel, this is the Empire's need. It's not up to you to decide. We all have to follow the rules. Rushing won't help. Steffel was choked, his face darkened. But seeing Major Martin's firm gaze, he didn't continue to flare up. He just snorted coldly, turned and walked into the building. Take me to see the Gauls immediately. I want to see what they are dawdling about. Steffel glared at Major Martin full of dissatisfaction. But he knew it was useless to vent his anger at Martin. This man was impervious to persuasion, and talking more would be a waste of breath. He cast a glance at Ben behind him, then turned to Martin. All right, I'm tired and need to rest. Arrange a single room with a bathroom and toilet for me. I need to sleep well to recover my energy and start work tomorrow. Major Martin spread his hands and replied truthfully. The single room and toilet are ready, but there is no attached bathroom. The public bath is downstairs just a few steps away, so it's not a problem. No bathroom. Steffel's face turned even gloomier. He raised his voice and said, Then I'm not staying here. I'll go into town and find a hotel with a bathroom. No. Major Martin shook his head firmly. Until the mission is completed, you cannot go anywhere. At most you can move about on the parade ground in front of the building. That's the rule, and I cannot make an exception. Steffel's cheeks puffed with anger. He shot Martin a vicious glare, grabbed his suitcase, and turned to march toward the registration desk in the hall. After a few steps he stopped, and shouted back at Martin. By the way, tell those Gauls to prepare all the original records and vouchers. Tomorrow I'll go through everything from the beginning. Those Gauls are the most unreliable, and if we don't keep an eye on them, there will definitely be trouble. With that he entered the hall without looking back. Ben watched Steffel's retreating figure, sidled up to Martin, and whispered in complaint. That man is insufferable. Traveling with him all the way, he didn't say a single pleasant word, nothing but complaints and criticism like a hedgehog. Major Martin shrugged helplessly. Bear with it. Once the audit is done, we won't have to deal with him anymore. Let me take you to see your room. It's a bit more spacious than his. The two of them also headed toward the hall. The scene shifts to a magnificent and luxurious mansion on the western outskirts of Ruhr City, where a grand ball is in full swing. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire hall. Men and women in splendid gowns and suits danced on the floor, while waiters carrying trays wove through the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. Horn did not attend the ball, but Mani's father, Mr. Lena, had received an invitation. Although he no longer owned the Pilaxi trading house, he was still a renowned wealthy man in Ruhr City, and his newly opened luxury goods store was thriving, making him even more prominent in the city. Ever since the Prussians occupied Cochus and nationalized the mines and factories, the rich men of Ruhr City had been seeking new avenues of profit. Bonds became a popular choice for many, but they were extremely risky. Rumors were circulating that the Imperial Bank might collapse, potentially triggering a financial storm. Panic had set in, and many were willing to sell their bonds at half their face value. Buying bonds now was nothing short of gambling. A wealthy merchant, glass in hand, chatted with a companion. Even if you can make a profit, the expected return is only 20 to 30%. Those who dare to take the plunge are either fearless gamblers or people with inside information. Another man chimed in. Not entirely true. I've heard the occupation authorities are buying up bonds, trying to implement state intervention. If that's the case, the risk could be significantly reduced. Mr. Lena strolled slowly through the crowd with a glass of red wine, deliberately putting on an air of being well-connected and eager to invest. His target was the fickle banker Kaladin, who held a substantial number of bonds and was eager to unload them. Finding an opportunity, Mr. Lena pulled Kaladin aside and said bluntly, Mr. Kaladin, I hear you have a lot of bonds. Why not sell them to me? The price can be negotiated. Kaladin's eyes lit up. He had been worried about finding a big buyer. I do want to sell. If you're serious, Mr. Lena, I can offer a price even lower than half the face value. I need to raise capital urgently. The two quickly reached an agreement, and within a few exchanges they settled the deal. Mr. Lena secured the bonds at a price even lower than the market rate. In truth, Kaladin had his own calculations. He had long heard that the Black Seraph had its eyes on these bonds. He feared that if the bonds remained in his hands, not only would he suffer a financial loss, but their total value would also plunge his bank into a liquidity crisis. Thus he had to unload them all. Moreover, other bankers in Ruhr City were quietly selling bonds as well. He needed to be more thorough and find a reliable large-scale buyer. Most importantly, a buyer who wouldn't spread the news. If the occupation authorities and other bankers found out he was dumping so urgently, they would surely suspect he was offloading losses, and that would mean big trouble. Mr. Lena held the newly acquired bond certificates, secretly pleased with himself. He had never really intended to invest. This was merely a step in his plan. Once he had enough bonds, he could provide more leads to Horn and the others. In the small drawing room, Culloden looked at Mr. Lena, gritted his teeth, and made an even greater concession. Mr. Lena, to put your mind at ease, I'll lower the price further, 43% of face value. That's the lowest I can offer. Any lower and I'll be taking a loss. He paused as if making a final decision and added, also, if you suffer a huge loss from buying these bonds, I am willing to compensate you with 10% of my bank's shares. What do you think, Mr. Lena's heart leaped with joy, but he feigned hesitation, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. 43%. Plus 10% of the shares. That does show some sincerity. In reality, he was overjoyed. He had been worried about how to convert his surplus gold and silver into cash without attracting attention. The money laundering channels he had previously used couldn't handle such a large amount and risked exposure. Buying bonds now solved the problem perfectly. Moreover, he was purchasing registered certificates. He and Horn had already agreed that after obtaining the securities they would select the registered ones and return them to him. The more he bought, the larger his share would be when they divided the spoils. Culloden's voluntary offer of 10% of the bank's shares was an unexpected windfall. Controlling a bank was no small matter. Though Culloden's bank was not large, if it survived the current financial turmoil, and other banks collapsed, the value of those shares would be entirely different. With that thought, Mr. Lena smiled and extended his hand. All right, let's do it your way. Let's sign an agreement. Culloden breathed a sigh of relief and quickly had someone bring paper and pen. They signed the agreement, and Mr. Lena carefully put away the bond certificates and the share agreement before turning to leave the small drawing room. As he reached the entrance of the main hall, a tall, burly man blocked his way, Agus, a major industrialist in Ruhr City. This man was a steel magnate, and had been a business partner of Mr. Lena when the latter ran the ore and luxury goods trading houses. They had dealt with each other many times. Mr. Lena, could I have a word with you in private? I have something to ask of you. Agus's tone was polite, but his eyes betrayed anxiety. Mr. Lena nodded. Of course. Where shall we talk? Follow me to the study. Agus led Mr. Lena through a corridor into a study that resembled a library, shelves lined with books, and near the sofa in the corner hung a curtain-like object. Agus pointed at the curtain and explained. This is an arcane device that can be used by ordinary people. It blocks light and sound, creating a temporary private chamber. The Prussians have planted spies around me. Only here can we talk freely without fear of being overheard. The two sat down behind the curtain. As Agus was about to speak, Mr. Lena smiled and said first, You're looking for me, is it because the Prussians have their eyes on your steel mill? Agus was taken aback, then sighed with a worried expression. How did you know? Many people are calling me a traitor now, saying I'm cooperating with the Prussians. But I have no choice. Don't say that, Mr. Lena interrupted him earnestly. You're reluctant to let go of the steel mill not because of the money, but because it's your life's work, the pride of your family. No one would give that up easily. Agus's eyes reddened slightly and he nodded. You're right. What I care about most isn't the factory itself, but the technicians, the technology I've invested heavily in developing, and the workers who have been with me for over a decade. If the steel mill is confiscated by the Prussians, their lives will become even harder. The Prussians will surely drive them out and replace them with their own people. He looked at Mr. Lena, his tone urgent. I know you have smuggling channels and many hidden trading houses. You have a wide network. Can you help me find a way to save the steel mill? No matter how much it costs, I'm willing to pay. No sooner had Agassi finished speaking than Mr. Lena retorted in fury. Stop feigning helplessness. Who would believe your claim that serving the Prussians was merely to protect the steelworks? You know full well what schemes you're hatching, yet now, having lost all utility in the Prussians' eyes, you're cast aside like refuse, and only then do you come begging for my aid. Where were you earlier? The sorrow on Agassi's face softened slightly as his expression turned grave. Glancing toward the curtain beyond, he lowered his voice. I'm not deceiving you. 4 years ago, when I acquired and dismantled the Speber Steelworks, it was never for monopolistic profit. At the time, the factory had poured excessive capital into technological development. Its finances were already crippled. I merely gave it a final decisive nudge toward collapse. Mr. Lena arched a brow, his tone laced with smug satisfaction. Oh. So the Prussians turning against you now is poetic justice. Justice. Hardly. Agassi waved dismissively. Over a month ago, my most critical technical project reached completion. My prior cooperation with the Prussian authorities was solely to buy time, to finalize 2 remaining minor projects. I hadn't anticipated their swiftness. The moment they received several of my technical reports, they moved immediately against the steelworks. He leaned forward, his voice heavy with gravity. I've come to ask you for help. Help me relocate part of my assets just as you once did for the Price Trading House. I know you possess the means. Mr. Lena paused, then broke into a wry smile. You certainly keep well informed. When I transferred the trading house to the occupying authorities, I fabricated ledgers, making it appear the firm owed substantial sums to foreign banks. In truth, those funds cycled discreetly through banking channels and ultimately returned to my own hands. I could have profited handsomely, but feared drawing suspicion, so I restrained myself. The eventual loss was negligible. He shifted tone, skeptical. Yet your situation differs entirely. You wish to move assets now. I've heard the Prussians have long watched your steelworks, perhaps even replaced your chief financial officer with one of their own. Where then lies your opportunity? Rest assured on that point. Agassi spoke with quiet confidence. My steelworks is vast, with several affiliated companies. Some manipulate steel prices, others exist solely for tax mitigation. The Prussians cannot grasp its complexity. They lack both the insight and capacity to control it. Moreover, for months the steelworks has been deliberately reporting losses, either through worker strikes causing molten steel to spoil, or deliberate sabotage yielding substandard products. Even if they audit, they'll conclude only that the enterprise is failing, not that assets are being siphoned away. I seek only to extract certain vital equipment and capital. Mr. Lena's eyes widened in astonishment. You intend to remove equipment from the steelworks? Is that feasible? Agassi opened his mouth, but uttered nothing, only gazing steadily at Mr. Lena, awaiting his response. Mr. Lena instantly understood, and extended his hand bluntly. I'll assist you, but not without compensation. Agassi nodded, immediately offering an irresistible proposition. Should you ensure my assets are safely relocated, I grant you 15% equity in the steelworks, and 30% of the profits from the affiliated price manipulation company. The terms were indeed compelling, both equity and sustained profit streams. Without hesitation, Mr. Lena clasped Agassi's hand. Agreed. I'll dispatch my people to coordinate with you tomorrow. We act swiftly. Late that night, jostling inside his carriage, Mr. Lena reflected on the day's events and chuckled softly. What extraordinary fortune has befallen me today? First securing discounted bonds and bank shares from Kolyaiting, then sealing this alliance with Agassi. True, these gains carry risk, but what of it? Risk has never deterred me. It is precisely where great rewards take root. The carriage rolled onward, vanishing into the nocturnal haze of Ruhr City. As Mr. Lena rode through the night, pondering how best to leverage his new partnership with Agassi, advancing both his bond dealings and horn scheme, a bodyguard suddenly slammed him down onto the seat. Don't move! The guard's voice was low and urgent. Instantly, razor-sharp blades erupted from his left palm, flesh split open, revealing glistening crimson muscle grotesquely vivid. Before Mr. Lena could react, the wounds sealed themselves before his eyes, swift, seamless, leaving only fresh scars that rendered the guard's hand even more menacing. Nearly 15 minutes later, the guard slowly released him and helped him upright. What happened? Mr. Lena rubbed his aching shoulder, frowning. Was someone attempting to assassinate me? The guard retracted the blades from his left hand and nodded. Highly likely. I sensed lethal intent nearby. It was directed at you. Mr. Lena fell silent for several seconds, murmuring darkly. Could it be the Crimson Count? Aside from him, I've offended no other formidable adversary lately. Meanwhile, beneath the shadow of roadside woods, a black carriage stood motionless. Inside sat the Crimson Count, reclaimed in elegance and self-assurance, his fingers idly tracing the rim of a wineglass. Beside him sat an elderly woman. Once perhaps radiant, she now wore pallor and vacant, sightless eyes. The Crimson Count poured wine into her cup and offered it. Eyes of the abyssal dark, you boast omniscience, yet why did you restrain me moments ago? Why halt my advance? The woman felt for the cup, took a slow sip, and rasped. Mr. Lena's strength is no trivial matter. Though you may slay him, his 2 bodyguards will fight you to the death. Even should you prevail, the cost would be ruinous, likely a mutual annihilation. Such sacrifice holds no worth. The Crimson Count frowned, weighing the calculus. Exchanging lives was indeed unprofitable. He had yet to secure the Zambel spider ring, and recklessly confronting Lena served no purpose. He pressed further. Then tell me, what true power do those 2 masters wield? Did you perceive their essence? One is a demon death soldier, ranked roughly 8th tier, the other a master of concealed weapons, no higher than 7th. The old woman spoke slowly. Do not be misled by mere ranks, their actual power far exceeds such designations. Especially the demon death soldier, he stands on the threshold of the transcendent tier. The Crimson Count exhaled in quiet relief, a faint smile curling his lips. Fortunate it isn't truly transcendent, there remains a chasm between high and transcendent. Had he been, I'd never have dared approach tonight. He paused, sighing with reluctant frustration. If the council hadn't curtailed my forces, I could have deployed an overwhelming assault, eliminating both Lena and his guards in one stroke. No subtlety required. Will there be another chance? It's difficult. The old woman shook her head. The bodyguard has already sensed the killing intent. We've alerted the enemy. It's nearly impossible to launch a surprise attack now. Count Chi's face darkened, his tone harsh. I only display elegance toward opponents I can defeat. Against true enemies I stop at nothing. Think about it. If we can kill that old hag Lena, we can seize control of the underground forces in Lure City. Then capturing that pair Hua-En and Meng-En I will be a piece of cake. You'd better drop that idea. The old woman suddenly let out a contemptuous laugh. Mister, Lena bears the protection mark of the Heart-Eating Sect. If he dies, the Council of Elders of the Heart-Eating Sect will know immediately. The Arcanists of the Heart-Eating Sect are all masters of curses. No one on the entire continent dares to provoke them. If you truly harm him, you'll likely be plagued by a curse before you can even take control of Lure City. Upon hearing the words, Heart-Eating Sect, Count Chi's expression instantly changed, filled with shock. He actually has ties to the Heart-Eating Sect. How did I not find this out before? He quickly suppressed his murderous intent. The curses of the Heart-Eating Sect were no joke. If he provoked them, it would be worse than death. The old woman swirled the wine glass in her hand and continued speaking to Count Chi. The people of the Heart-Eating Sect are the most troublesome. Their curses are impossible to guard against. Once you're afflicted, removing them is as difficult as reaching heaven. Moreover, those who study curses often have their minds affected. They're all eccentric and vengeful without fear of death. If you truly offend them, you'll never have a peaceful day again. After listening, Count Chi leaned back in the carriage seat in silence. The connection to the Heart-Eating Sect completely dashed his thoughts of directly attacking Lena, yet he had nowhere to vent his rage. After a long while he spoke with a cold sneer. So it can't be easily resolved. I already have other plans for revenge. Rather than killing them outright, I'd rather watch my opponents fall into my hands in despair and helplessness. That feeling is far more interesting. You don't understand, other suffering is what intoxicates me most. The old woman fumbled to set down her glass and asked in confusion. Since you're so eager for revenge, why not just have your men kill them directly? Or tell the occupiers where your enemies are hiding and let them do the dirty work. Wouldn't that be simpler? Simpler? I wish I could. Count Chi shook his head with a bitter smile, his tone full of helplessness. But someone won't allow me to do that. I feel like a puppet on strings now. Every move is guided by invisible threads and I have no control over myself. And he paused, lowering his voice. Those enemies are currently working for certain people. I can't interfere with them. The old woman frowned, her tone cold. It seems the entanglements among you are complicated. I won't take part in this game. I only help you see the situation. I know. I only need to borrow your eyes. Count Chi said, a glint of envy flashing in his eyes. To be honest, I rather envy you people. You're not bound by these rules. He suddenly became interested and asked again. By the way, that rule in the Brotherhood, that people like us aren't allowed to have too many subordinates, when did it start? I've never heard the specific origin. The old woman was silent for a few seconds, then slowly shook her head. No one writes the history of the Brotherhood specifically. These rules are passed down through generations. No one can tell how they first came about. Can't tell. Count Chi sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. In my opinion, the current state of the Brotherhood is similar to when the Knights Templar were oppressed by secular monarchs. The internal order is already in chaos, and the rules have become tools for some people to suppress others. The old woman opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end remained silent. Although Count Chi's words were harsh, they were not without reason, yet she truly couldn't refute them. The scene shifts to a dimly lit mine shaft. Hua-En had just finished sparring with the middle-aged combat coach. With a thud, he fell to the ground, his whole body aching as if his bones were dislocated. Grimacing, he rubbed his arm. Good thing the ground is covered with such thick sand and soil, otherwise my bones would definitely be broken. The middle-aged man opposite had an elegant demeanor and a well-proportioned physique, looking more like a gentleman than a combat coach. He walked over to Hua-En and frowned in doubt. The martial skills you learned before, you're not using them effectively at all. Defeating an opponent relies on the coordination of strength, speed, and technique. Everyone's situation is different, so the emphasis must also differ. The key to combat is to use your strengths and cover your weaknesses. In the fight just now you didn't do that at all. As he spoke he reached out and pulled Huan to his feet. Huan scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe I haven't grasped the essence of martial skills yet. I always feel they don't come naturally. Essence? I think you should give up putting too much effort into martial skills, the coach said bluntly. Huan was taken aback and asked in confusion. Why? Even though my strength is a bit lacking now, I can improve with more practice, right? You're not just a bit lacking, you're much weaker than before. The coach shook his head, his tone serious. With your current strength it's very difficult to defeat someone with formal training in face-to-face combat. Huan still refused to give up and asked. Then what about using the power of kicks? Isn't that an option? I used to be quite good at kicking. What he didn't say was that his strength had weakened due to a previous Qi deviation. Although the secret manual contained methods to temporarily burst forth with great power during the modulation in Kong Sai, he had unfortunately forgotten about this, resulting in his current weakened state being solidified. Kicking and striking techniques rely on the coordination of leg and waist strength. With your current strength situation, even if you kick a somewhat burly person, as long as it's not a vital spot, they won't be injured and you'll lose your balance due to the recoil. The coach patiently explained. Moreover, the speed and flexibility of leg attacks are inherently inferior to hands. It's even harder to hit a vital point with a kick. Without strength to support it, kicking and striking techniques are fundamentally useless. After listening, Huan stood there dejectedly. He hadn't expected his current condition to be so poor that even basic combat had become a problem. Huan stood dejectedly for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He looked up at the coach. I have a pair of special shoes with blades on the edges. If I wear them, wouldn't that compensate for my lack of strength? When I kick, it can increase damage without requiring much force. The coach frowned, his tone slightly disapproving. That's a rather sinister idea. It might be somewhat useful, but it's still not as good as using a thin rapier or a crescent saber. A weapon in hand gives you a wider attack range and more flexibility. That's better than hiding it in your shoes and waiting for a passive counterattack. He paused, then continued. I remember you originally learned kicking and striking techniques to subdue opponents, not to kill. Why have your thoughts changed now? Huan paused, then realized. Previously, using the kicking and striking technique, he could at most render an opponent unconscious or subdue them. He had never contemplated killing. But now the situation was different. Facing the relentless pursuit of Count Qi and the heavily armed garrison command, survival demanded lethal force. He sighed. Now that you mention it, I see the kicking and striking technique truly holds little value for killing. If one intends to kill, a blade or sword is far more practical than a concealed dagger in one's shoe. Good, you understand. The instructor nodded, pointing toward a rat scurrying in the corner of the mine shaft. Imagine yourself as an animal. Discover the combat style best suited to your nature. When I trained in hand-to-hand combat, I envisioned myself as a tiger, a creature balanced in strength, speed, and instinct. Against stronger opponents, I relied on agility to evade and strike opportunistically. Against faster ones, I conserved energy, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. He studied Huan before listing several animals. Given your current lack of physical strength, options better suited to you include the snake, the lynx, the jackal, and the harrier hawk. The snake strikes unseen, the lynx relies on blinding speed and surgical precision, the jackal excels through coordinated pack tactics, the harrier hawk dominates with devastating aerial dives. You may cultivate corresponding techniques by emulating their innate traits. With that, the instructor clapped Huan on the shoulder and walked away, leaving him to ponder in silence. No sooner had the instructor departed than a gaunt man wearing thick-rimmed spectacles crept forward, an armorer who had earlier discussed the Gans repeating firearm with Huan. In a hushed voice, the man cautioned Huan. Don't accept the instructor's advice wholesale. Animals differ fundamentally from humans. The greatest human advantage lies in tool use and in ingeniously combining tools. That surpasses mimicking beasts in combat. He gestured toward the animals just mentioned and elaborated. For instance, if the instructor says the snake relies on stealth, you might employ poison darts, more lethal than fangs. If the lynx embodies speed, install a pulley system to amplify your own. If the jackal thrives on coordination, devise remote signaling devices to synchronize with allies. And if the harrier hawk masters the diving strike, fashion a rudimentary glider wing. Launching from height, you'll descend before enemies can react. Clapping Huan firmly on the shoulder, he spoke earnestly. Don't let the instructor's framework confine your thinking. Humanity reigns over all creation precisely because we possess intellect and ingenuity. Your weakness in strength matters little. It can be compensated entirely through tools. With that, he hurried off, his hands still full of unassembled weapon components. In truth, both the instructor and the armorer were trusted companions of Horn's. The instructor had formerly served in the National Defense Intelligence Bureau and knew Horn's background well. His judgment was sound and reliable. The armorer meanwhile possessed near-obsessive passion for weapons innovation, yet remained undervalued within the Army Department where few grasped his vision. Neither man bore familial obligations. When Horn had earlier invited them to join his inner circle, they accepted without hesitation. Horn retained them deliberately. He intended to forge his own power base. The instructor would train his followers in close-quarters combat, while the armorer as a master of weaponry offered even greater strategic utility. Assigning the instructor to systematize martial techniques aimed to prepare future operatives, summoning the armorer to the hidden riverbed refuge stemmed from its spatial constraints, unsuitable for large-scale fabrication. Yet the armorer transformed the secret base beyond recognition within 3 days, finally imbuing it with the essence of a true stronghold. He reopened concealed ventilation shafts, significantly improving air quality, no longer oppressive or stifling, and partitioned distinct zones, an isolated munitions depot, a compact arms workshop, and a vehicle assembly bay. The chassis in the workshop had been salvaged from an abandoned scrapyard on the city outskirts. The armorer stripped rust, repainted it, restoring it to near pristine condition. No trace remained of its discarded origins. Its body was sheathed in 6 layers of thick cardboard, forming a 1-inch thick shell. Once painted, it resisted detection as paper unless struck forcefully. Wheels, seats, and other components were likewise scavenged from disparate sources, effortlessly acquired. As Horn entered the vehicle workshop and watched the armorer mounting wheels onto the chassis, confidence settled deep within him. Bolstered by the instructor's discipline, the armorer's ingenuity, the pre-acquired nuts and gears, and Mr. Lena's unwavering support, his resolve strengthened considerably, whether confronting Count Chi or seizing the securities held by the garrison command. Standing amid the workshop, Horn gazed upon the completed carriage. Its success confirmed his certainty. The upcoming raid on the garrison command's securities hinged entirely upon this vehicle, and the explosives. The carriage neared completion, yet the explosives remained unresolved. Purchasing large quantities openly would draw suspicion, inviting surveillance. Exposure would doom the entire operation. Suddenly Horn recalled Ruhr City's identity as a mining hub. Explosives were indispensable for excavation, meaning numerous stockpiles must exist within the city. Stroking his chin, he mused. Locating an explosives depot posed no difficulty. The star-like earthworms I'd encountered previously could bore a direct tunnel into such a vault, swift, silent, and utterly concealed. To expedite tunneling, Horn gathered control collars and several vials of arcane reagents, and descended into the nearby subterranean river. Star-like earthworms thrived abundantly in the underground river, hardy, low maintenance, and indifferent to darkness. Using the arcane reagents as bait, and the collars to subdue them, Horn captured over 100 in a single expedition. In fact, Horn harbored a far grander ambition, not only to deploy these earthworms in excavating a passage to the explosives depot, but also to bore a clandestine route connecting Magus to Ruhr City, enabling seamless travel between the two. He had already devised precise routes and transit protocols. Upon returning to the riverbed sanctuary, Horn approached the entrance's suspended basket and inserted a tightly rolled scroll covered in meticulous notes, detailing required preparations: feed for the starlight earthworms, timber reinforcements for tunnel walls. He divided preparations into 3 tiers: securing explosives and excavating the tunnel, the most critical tasks. He would oversee personally. Minor logistical duties, tool organization, material transport, were delegated to the suspicious courier and several unvetted individuals, serving as an opportunity to observe their loyalties. Post-operation responsibilities, retreat and chaos dispersion, fell to Mr. Lena's operatives, intimately familiar with Ruhr City's labyrinthine streets, and the perilous frontal assault on the garrison command building was entrusted to foreign mercenaries, reckless, battle-hardened, and ideally suited for direct confrontation. Having finalized these arrangements, Horn turned and entered another chamber of the base to collect the promised firearm from the young arcane practitioner. The young arcane practitioner sat at a table, idly adjusting his wand, his expression sullen and withdrawn. Though assigned the relatively safe duty of guarding the munitions depot, he felt consistently overlooked and undervalued. Horn glanced at him with quiet disdain. Look at Flask, a fellow arcane practitioner, yet he devotes himself to refining weapons and calibrating reagents. You, however, allow a low-risk assignment to sour your demeanor, proving less diligent than even an apprentice. The young arcanist blushed, and irritably took a gun from the cabinet, tossing it to Huen. This is an improved Gansifa repeating rifle. Take a look yourself. He paused, but still couldn't help introducing its performance. The original gun could only fire 3 shots at a time. I modified the magazine, and now it can hold 5 rounds. The range is also 10 paces farther than before, and the recoil is a bit lighter. You should find it handy. Huen took the gun, weighted in his hand, and asked, Have you tested its power? Don't let it fail to fire or be inaccurate. The young arcanist pointed at several holes in the opposite wall, and said irritably, Look for yourself. During the test firing just now it penetrated a wooden board 50 paces away. This hole in the wall was made by the gun. How could it be fake? Huen leaned over to look, and indeed it was a bullet mark. Only then did he feel reassured and tucked the gun into his belt. Meanwhile 2 hours later the paper scroll that Huen had stuffed into the hanging basket somehow ended up in the hands of Count Chi. Count Chi sat in his chair examining the paper scroll carefully, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This Huen is quite cautious. To avoid leaving any characteristic handwriting he wrote in a square rigid style without any personal touch. He cleared his throat and read the contents of the scroll. Need fire, oil, sulfur, dry straw. It seems he plans to use a large fire to suppress the attacks of bullets and canisters shot, intending to drive back the guards with the flames. The mysterious visitor nearby, the same uninvited guest who had warned Count Chi earlier, spoke slowly. This is only part of his plan. The real key is how he transports the explosives to the wall of the garrison command. After hearing this, Count Chi immediately took out the architectural sketch of the garrison command from his drawer, spread it on the table, and pulled the mysterious visitor over. Look, the wall is 2 meters thick. If he uses a star-like earthworm to dig a tunnel, he can only approach from underground. But there might be a foundation under the wall. It's uncertain whether the earthworm can dig through. Moreover, there are patrols around the command. Even if he manages to transport the explosives to the wall, how to detonate them is also a problem. The mysterious visitor leaned in to look at the sketch, tapping his finger on the wall's location. The two began to discuss Huen's possible methods in low voices, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Though Count Chi could not act directly, he always wanted to figure out Huen's plan in order to sabotage it. The mysterious visitor looked at the architectural sketch of the garrison command, pointing at the sewer entrance on the drawing. Perhaps Huen will infiltrate through the sewer, approaching the wall from underground. This way he can avoid the patrols and quietly transport the explosives. The sewer. Count Chi frowned, rejecting with disgust. That kind of dirty, stinking place. I wouldn't even want to get near it. If Huen dares to go through it, isn't he afraid of being bitten by the rats inside? Besides, the Prussians must have taken precautions. They might have set traps in the sewer. Taking this route is too risky. He's not that foolish. He pointed at the 4 intersections on the drawing and said with certainty, I think he's more likely to launch a frontal assault. He'll attack all 4 intersections simultaneously, use explosives to blow up the barricades and kill the guards, and rush in amidst the chaos. After speaking, he looked up at the mysterious visitor and said, Go and investigate immediately whether any strangers have recently purchased large quantities of explosives or if the mining depot's explosives have been stolen. If Huen wants to launch a frontal assault, he'll need a lot of explosives. Once we find clues, we can know his timing. The mysterious visitor nodded. I'll have the police headquarters issue a notice asking all explosives depots and shops to inventory their stock. If there's any anomaly, report immediately. Count Chi sat in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, then suddenly spoke. By the way, about the informant we bribed, do you think Huen and his people might have already suspected him? After all, that informant has been with Lena for over 10 years. If something suddenly goes wrong, it's easy to attract attention. Impossible, the mysterious visitor said with great confidence. The informant's entire family is in our hands. He wouldn't dare to expose himself. Besides, even if Huen is suspicious, he wouldn't think the informant would betray him. After all, Lena has always said this person is reliable, and Huen has no reason to doubt. Count Chi was still a bit uneasy and muttered to himself. But that kid Huen is naturally suspicious. What if he sees a flaw and deliberately feeds us false information to lure us in? That would be trouble. Don't worry, everything is under control, the mysterious visitor said with a smile. I've already set up 2 layers of insurance. Even if Huen and his people aren't tricked by us and fail to seize the bonds, as long as their attack on the garrison command fails and they are captured by the Prussians, our goal is achieved. After all, as long as the person we're dealing with loses, that's success. Count Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked again. How many forces are planning to intervene this time? Let's not have too many people and end up in chaos. Counting us, there are over 20 factions. Those who want to loot in the chaos are even more, but those people are of no consequence. The mysterious visitor replied. When the time comes, we can use these factions as shields. Let them charge in first to consume the Prussian strength, and then we reap the benefits. That's a good idea. Count Chi nodded in agreement. But the people providing support must be smart and reliable. We don't want them to take the wrong route or get captured by the Prussians. The mysterious visitor patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. On the day of the operation, I'll gather all the support personnel's families in one place and make them drink a poison. As long as they return successfully, I'll give them the antidote. If they dare to betray or fail the mission, their families will all die together. No one will dare to disobey. Count Chi felt a jolt in his heart after hearing this. This mysterious visitor was too ruthless, even scheming against his own people. He secretly decided that after this was over he would never cooperate with the mysterious visitor again, lest he be sold out without even knowing it. At that moment the butler gently pushed open the door and bowed. "Sir, there is a guest." Count Chi quickly stood up and said to the mysterious visitor, "Leave through the French window and cross the lawn. Don't be seen." The mysterious visitor nodded and quickly left through the French window. Count Chi straightened his clothes, put on a respectful expression, and walked to the door to welcome the incoming governor of Kokens, Marquis von Adler. The Marquis, dressed in magnificent attire with a dignified aura, asked as soon as he entered, "Count Chi, can you represent the intentions of Mr. Tyre and the others? I have no time to waste with irrelevant people." "Of course I can," Count Chi quickly replied. "I am the plenipotentiary representative and I maintain 24-hour contact with the 4 confidential liaison officers around Mr. Tyre every day. I can convey their intentions." The Marquis nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Let's get down to business." In truth, no one knew that although Count Chi was merely a gang leader after the Gallic Revolution, many newly appointed politicians were members of the Blood Revenge Brotherhood. Through this connection, Count Chi could directly represent the will of those in power within the Gallic government, which was precisely why the Marquis had agreed to cooperate with him. After all, the forces behind Count Chi were far more formidable than they appeared on the surface. Count Chi invited Marquis von Adler to sit on the sofa. The butler served coffee and discreetly withdrew. After taking a sip, the Marquis got straight to the point. "Count Chi, let's speak plainly without beating around the bush. The Gallic Revolution was originally the Brotherhood's revenge against the monarchy. Now many politicians in the parliament, thinkers in academia, and former revolutionaries are members of the Blood Revenge. As the Brotherhood's representative in Konsai, you have the backing of the parliament, the cabinet, and even the emperor. I am well aware of this." He paused, then continued. "I know that a power struggle within the Blood Revenge is currently unfolding in Konsai, but there are more pressing matters at hand. I can urge the Gallic Emperor to step down. If Mr. Tyre can smoothly assume power, Prussia is willing to provide an interest-free loan of 4 billion crowns. Count Chi's eyes glinted, but he did not respond immediately. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. As expected, the Marquis shifted his tone, pulled out a document, and said, "But we have conditions. After the reorganization of the Gallic government, it must distinguish between maritime and land trade. Prussia and Gaul will form an inland alliance. Furthermore, Gaul must lease the ports of Maze and Lulang to Prussia and place the 4th Fleet under our command." He then handed over a list of technologies. "And these technologies Gaul must share with Prussia." Count Chi did not even glance at the list. He smiled and shook his head. "Marquis, you are asking for far too much, aren't you? The loan of 4 billion crowns is indeed tempting, but distinguishing trade, leasing ports, and handing over the fleet, this is almost ceding territory and interests, and all you offer is a single loan. That is hardly fair." "Fair?" The Marquis set down his coffee cup, his tone turning somewhat stern. "Prussia currently holds a military advantage. Gaul has just undergone a revolution with an unstable political situation. Securing a 4 billion crown loan to stabilize the situation is already a bargain. If you disagree, there are plenty of other factions willing to cooperate with us." Count Chi's expression darkened, but his voice remained calm. "Marquis, do not forget the Battle of Mengdiurge 30 years ago. The Gallic citizens were able to defeat the coalition forces, proving that Gaul's strength should not be underestimated. This is merely a temporary difficulty. If pushed too far, it will benefit no one. I believe we should negotiate patiently rather than trying to bite off more than we can chew." And so they went back and forth haggling. In truth, Count Chi had long known Prussia's bottom line. There was room for negotiation on leasing ports and the fleet, but the distinction between maritime and land trade was absolutely non-negotiable. He was well aware that once trade was divided, Gaul would offend the island nation across the sea and maritime trade would be choked off, resulting in losses far greater than the benefits of the loan. He could only propose modifying the trade terms, such as reducing the inland tariffs on Prussian goods, allowing Prussia to benefit from land trade and striving to balance the interests of both sides. For the next few hours the negotiations were almost entirely consumed by the trade clauses. Count Chi stood his ground and the Marquis refused to yield. Not until the sun had set did they finally draft a preliminary plan acceptable to both sides. Gaul agreed to lease the port of Maze. The port of Lulang was temporarily excluded. The 4th Fleet would be jointly commanded by both nations and tariffs on Prussian goods would be reduced. Prussia in turn raised the loan amount to 4.5 billion crowns and removed some core technologies from the technical list. Just as Count Chi was about to sign, the Marquis produced another list. "There is also this. Items related to arcane arts such as arcane crystals and improved wand blueprints. Gaul must provide these as well." Count Chi picked up the list and glanced at it. Many of the items were unfamiliar to him. He knew nothing of arcane arts, and could not possibly make any commitments. He could only set the list aside. I cannot make a decision on this arcane list. I must send it back to Kansai for those knowledgeable to decide. Rest assured I will give you an answer as soon as possible. The Marquis nodded and rose to his feet. I am leaving for Margus tomorrow to attend to some affairs. I will return in a week. I hope by then you will have a definite answer so that our cooperation does not fall through. Certainly, certainly. Count Chi respectfully escorted the Marquis to the door. Watching the Marquis's carriage disappear into the night, he breathed a sigh of relief. The negotiation had been arduous, but at least a preliminary consensus had been reached. As long as Kansai approved the arcane list, the cooperation could be finalized. Daybreak came quickly the next morning. The city of Lo was shrouded in dense fog, the damp, chill air making one feel drowsy. Inside the garrison command building, the guards were more vigilant than usual, from 400 to 700. Every entrance and exit was reinforced with double posts, and the number of patrols had been doubled. The officer in charge of security stood at the entrance peering at the figures in the mist, muttering to himself. Something feels off lately. Better add more men to be safe and avoid any mishaps. He did not know that a scheme targeting the securities in the command basement was brewing in the shadows. The morning fog in Le grew thicker, reducing visibility to less than 10 paces. Atop the garrison command building, Major Martin paced back and forth, his brow furrowed. What worried him most was this kind of dense fog, ideal for enemy ambushes. Drawing on years of experience, he was certain that if the enemy were to strike, they would choose this moment. So every morning he personally stood watch on the roof, followed by 4 special operations team members transferred from headquarters. Having failed in their last mission, these 4 members had learned their lesson. Now they were all on edge, never relaxing their vigilance. Among them, the Arcaniist held a crystal ball in each hand, eyes shut, scanning the surroundings with arcane vision. He was adorned with various arcane devices of all sizes, some to detect killing intent, others to warn of surprise attacks. Beside him, the psionicist gripped his staff tightly, his fingers turning white at the slightest sound. He would twitch nervously, fearing another mistake. Major Martin glanced back at them, knowing full well, these 4 were the elite from headquarters. To harness their power in guarding the building, he needed to keep them alert. He deliberately raised his voice. You'd better keep a sharp eye out. The Black Seraphim might be involved in this operation. If they succeed, none of us will have an easy time. In truth, he was lying. He had no idea whether the Black Seraphim would come. He merely used that name to force the 4 to be more vigilant. Major Martin himself was not idle either. He wore a pair of special glasses on his nose, glasses that could see the red barrier enveloping the building, a high-level alarm array. A moment ago, a passing bird had accidentally breached the barrier, triggering a red glow visible only to those wearing the glasses. He quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent. Unfortunately, the alarm array had been in use for too long, and its energy was nearly depleted, causing it to react much slower than before. He pulled a sound-transmitting whistle from his pocket, put it to his lips, and blew. The whistle produced a sharp yet not piercing note. After a few seconds, a response came through the whistle. He asked Intuit report from all observation posts. Any anomalies? East Post normal, no suspicious personnel detected. North Post normal, visibility limited due to thick fog. The responses from the first few posts were all normal, until the West Post relayed, Major, we hear the sound of 5 or 6 carriages in the distance heading this way. Major Ma Ding's heart tightened. Where are the carriages? Can you see the people aboard? 3 streets west. The fog is too thick to make out the occupants, only the sound of wheels. Understood. Major Ma Ding ordered into the whistle, all guards on the west side increase alertness. Closely monitor the carriages' movements. Report any anomalies immediately. After ending the transmission, he frowned in thought. The carriage's arrival was too coincidental. Was this the start of an assault? He couldn't be certain, so he could only reinforce the defenses. At that moment, 3 streets away, a convoy of 6 carriages came to a slow halt. On the foremost carriage, Wen stood atop the vehicle, draped in a black cloak, wearing a pair of spectacles similar to Major Ma Ding's. He could also see the red barrier. The bird released earlier had been his deliberate test of the alarm array. The spot where the carriages stopped was the predetermined launch point for the assault, carefully surveyed and chosen by Wen's team. He looked down at his feet. The distance to the garrison headquarters wall was still over 200 meters, with a block of buildings in between. Although the alleys were interconnected, the Prussians had long since blocked the lane leading to the headquarters building. Forcing a breach would surely be detected. However, Wen had prepared for this. They would smash through 4 consecutive houses, traversing from inside to reach the wall. The plan seemed mad, yet it was feasible because the houses in this block had a simple design: front door aligned with back door, connected by a straight corridor with only 2 doors. Originally built as hidden safety passages for residents, they now served as their shortcut. Huen touched the Gansifu repeating firearm at his waist, inwardly grateful. The plan was Gear's idea. That man, though gloomy in temperament, had a mind sharper than anyone's. He had long wanted to recruit Gear under his command. After this operation he must have a thorough talk with Gear. He leaned down and shouted into the carriage, "Everyone ready. Action begins in 5 minutes. First team handles breaching doors, second team follows to clear the corridor. Leave no traces." A unified echo came from the carriage. Huen looked up toward the garrison headquarters. The fog remained thick, perfect for the operation. Standing on the carriage, Huen knew he was not skilled in complex planning, preferring to act on instinct. But now he must control every step with precision. The horses were the key to crossing that 200-meter distance to launch the attack. He called down to the driver, "Quick, inject the horses with the agent. No delays." The driver had already prepared the syringe filled with arcane agent. Upon hearing the order, he jumped down, strode to the horse, and deftly plunged the needle into the blood vessel of the horse's neck. Seconds after the injection, the horse began to react. Its muscles swelled rapidly, veins bulging across its body, and even blood oozed from the skin, making it appear like a monstrous beast out of control. Huen watched the horse's transformation with confidence. He had seen this arcane agent before. Within a quarter of an hour the horse's strength would surpass that of a wild ox. Its muscles would become so tough that even bullets could barely penetrate, and its vitality would be immense, able to drag the carriage through the distance even if its heart burst. He patted the driver's shoulder. "All right, everyone back on the carriages. Prepare to move." Meanwhile, atop the garrison headquarters building, Major Ma Ding suddenly felt a pang of unease, his heart racing, a strong sense of foreboding overwhelming him. He pressed his chest. He knew this instinct too well. It had saved him during several missions before. An arcane practitioner friend had told him that his intuition was no coincidence, it was a byproduct of the energy modulation he underwent years ago, a kind of incomplete divination arcane talent. He dared not waste time. He immediately picked up the sound-transmitting whistle and asked urgently, "Observation post. Observation post. What about those carriages now? Are they still in the same position?" After 2 seconds the voice from the observation post came back, tinged with panic. "Major, the carriages have stopped, and they're only 1 block away from us." 1 block? Major Ma Ding was startled. A thought flashed through his mind. Damn. They're going to smash through the houses along the street and come through them to attack the wall. No sooner had he spoken than he heard the rapid clatter of hooves in the distance, followed by the thunderous crash of impacts, and the piercing wail of alarms. The enemy had already struck. "Quick! Follow me to the west side." Major Ma Ding shouted to the special operations team behind him, then turned and dashed down the stairs, nearly stumbling from the speed. The sharp alarm quickly roused the soldiers stationed in the building. Grabbing their weapons, they rushed frantically to the west side. Guards at the west windows had already raised their rifles, muzzles aimed into the fog, fingers on the triggers. Soldiers operating the canister shotguns also hurriedly adjusted their aim, pointing the barrels forward, ready to fire. At that moment in the block the 4 injected horses were galloping wildly. With a thunderous crash they smashed through the inch-thick door of the first house, charging through like maddened bison. The thick cardboard carriage bodies had long been torn off by the airflow, leaving only bare frames and iron railings. Behind each iron railing hid 5 assaulters, clutching the rails tightly, silently counting the impacts. 1, 2, 3. When the carriage crashed through the last door and burst into the street, the 5 assaulters leaped off, timing perfect, but 2 were a few seconds slow. Their legs scraped against roadside spikes as they jumped, drawing blood. But no one cared about these minor injuries. Moreover, the spikes were useless against the frenzied horses. Their hooves were sheathed in iron, and they trampled over the spikes without a pause. "Fire! Open fire!" The guards on the west side of the garrison headquarters finally saw the charging carriages clearly. The officer barked the order. The canisters, shotguns roared, rifles cracked, and lead pellets rained upon the horses. Flesh and blood flew, but the horses did not slow, they still charged forward with wild abandon. Boom! 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 3 thunderous explosions erupted in rapid succession. The first 3 carriages crashed violently into the thick stone wall, horses instantly killed upon impact, then detonated as planned. Hone had rigged them with explosives intending to shatter the wall and breach its defenses for the advancing forces. Thick smoke and flying debris swirled within the fog. Western sentries were left deafened by the blast, stunned into paralysis. None dared advance, firing blindly into the acrid haze. Meanwhile, the main assault team, concealed behind the chaos, crept forward toward the newly opened gap in the wall. The reverberating shockwave shattered every windowpane within hundreds of meters, the cacophony of cascading glass mingling with the percussive clatter of falling rubble, piercing and relentless. Shrapnel proved lethally effective. Soldiers stationed near the wall's windows were struck down en masse, while those rushing from the building staggered, dazed limbs, unsteady senses reeling. As the wall finally collapsed with a deafening roar, a second wave of 3 carriages surged through the rubble and slammed headlong into the garrison command building, its facade shuddering violently under the impact. Major Martin had just reached the stairwell when a sudden chill gripped his chest. Something was terribly wrong. He whirled and sprinted upward toward the rooftop. Only 2 steps and when 2 more explosions detonated in sequence. The floor beneath him dropped sharply. The entire western wing of the building crumbled inward, burying countless soldiers beneath tons of pulverized masonry. The western facade now gaped open like a wound. Clutching the fractured wall for balance, Major Martin barely caught his breath before his comm slate crackled with frantic urgency. Major. It's dire. We're under siege from all directions. More carriages are converging fast. Then from the ground floor a deep guttural boom echoed, and a searing jet of flame over 3 meters long erupted from a window, staining the mist blood red. The nearby thaumaturge paled voice trembling. Explosives and fire magic. They mean to burn the building down. The spellcaster tightened his grip on his staff and gritted his teeth. Let it burn. We'll hold inside, deny them entry. No. Major Martin snapped back. Our enemy has already prepared countermeasures against any breakout, and with so many factions circling like vultures, opportunists will surely strike while we're engulfed. He turned sharply to the thaumaturge. Those 2 battalions I mentioned, have you alerted them? The thaumaturge nodded hastily. Not yet. Shall I transmit now? Do it. Order them to converge and secure the perimeter in 2 hours. No sooner had the words left his lips than another distant detonation shook the air, bathing the fog in hellish crimson light. Gazing out at the inferno beyond the glass, he sighed, not in despair but in grim recognition. They intend to seal our retreat with fire. Yet paradoxically his anxiety eased. His original plan, to hold the line outside the wall, had disintegrated. The first defensive barrier lay breached. Scores of men had fallen. He stood now at the precipice of irreversible command, no turning back. But he had foreseen this. Only 3 souls knew the truth: himself, the garrison commander, and 1 confidential aide. The securities stored in the basement were decoys. Forged copies laced with a unique thaumaturgic sigil contact would leave an indelible, ineradicable trace. The genuine securities resided not in vaults, but within the commander's signet ring. Meanwhile 28 operatives advanced through the blaze toward the sublevel. Clad in asbestos fire suits, they still felt their skin blister under the heat. 2 crewmen behind them manned portable air compressors, pumping life-sustaining breath into their suits with steady rhythm. The reinforced iron door to the basement could not be opened from outside, yet defenders inside, overcome by suffocating flames, panicked and flung it wide in flight. The instant the portal cracked open, crossbowmen outside loosed volleys, arrows hissing through the gap, felling the gatekeepers where they stood. Inside, most garrison troops had already succumbed to asphyxiation. The fire had devoured the very air. A plain iron-bound chest sat behind a barred gate, unassuming yet impervious to flame and flood alike. 1 operative affixed the charge to the grate, and with a thunderous blast the bars buckled and gave way. But as the wreckage settled, crimson light flared violently from within the chamber, a concussive wave erupting outward. The 2 compressor operators had no time to react, obliterated instantly. The team leader frowned, then pointed to 4 men. You enter. Retrieve the chest. They hesitated, eyes locked on the pulsing red glow, then steeled themselves and plunged inside. Simultaneously the broader battlefield ignited into full-scale combat. The western front raged most fiercely. Prussian infantry, blocked by walls of fire, attempted to flank through the collapsed ruins, only to be met by Hone and his marksmen across the street, exchanging disciplined lethal fire. Gunfire cracked like whips, interwoven with dying cries and the hungry crackle of flame. Chaos swallowed the entire garrison command complex. Hone crouched behind an overturned carriage, periodically exposing himself to fire. Watching the conflagration spread, he knew this was merely the overture. Once opportunistic factions arrived, greedy, ruthless, unaligned, the battlefield would descend into utter pandemonium, and only then would true advantage emerge. Hone leaned out from behind the wrecked carriage, only to recoil instantly as a hail of bullets forced them back into cover. Leveraging sheer numbers, Prussian troops unleashed volley after volley of musket fire. The lead projectiles shrieked past the carriage, splintering wood into airborne shards. Damn, too many, snarled one of Hone's desperate mercenaries. And there are 2 thaumaturges inside the building, while we've got just 1 and he's barely mid-tier. Hone said nothing, only shouted over the din, bring up the short cannons. Forget the muskets. Within moments a dozen men heaved portable short-barreled artillery pieces into position, each boasting a 300-yard range far surpassing Prussian firearms. Ready, fire. At Hone's command the cannons roared in unison, the earth trembled, shells slamming into the building's facade, blasting stone into lethal shrapnel. That single salvo nullified the Prussians' numerical edge. They scattered, abandoning formation, ducking behind windows to take potshots. Inside, however, the two thaumaturges lost all restraint, bursting forth with incendiary blasts that streaked from windows and detonated amid Hohn's position, igniting buildings into roaring pyres. "Take cover, now!" Hohn yanked his men into narrow alleys as explosive fire rained down. Structure after structure ignited until their entire sector was pinned beneath an infernal canopy. Seizing the moment, Prussian soldiers surged forward, bedsheets transformed into crude rappelling lines, soldiers sliding down upper floors, gunfire erupted from the ground level, signaling coordinated flanking maneuvers. Even worse, the thick fog separating the building from the block gradually dissipated, allowing both sides to see each other's positions clearly, no longer firing blindly. The gunfire from the opposite buildings suddenly intensified, bullets pouring down like rain. Hohn and his men crouched behind a broken wall, unable to raise their heads, only occasionally returning fire sparsely. "We can't hold on, Mr. Hohn." The young arcane practitioner rushed over, pale-faced. "The dispel spell I cast can only last 4 minutes. Now that the fog is gone, they can see us more clearly." As he spoke, an explosive burst landed a dozen meters away, detonating with a thunderous roar, showering them with debris. The young arcane practitioner's legs gave way in terror. "They're trying to level the entire block. If we don't leave now, unless we hide in a cellar, we'll be blown to pieces. And I just saw a psychic heading this way." Hohn's heart sank. He knew the power of a psychic capable of manipulating energy and launching devastating long-range attacks. "Why isn't he going after the people who rushed into the fire?" the young arcane practitioner asked in confusion. Hohn sneered. "Maybe the psychic already knew the boxes in the basement didn't contain the real securities, so there's no need to waste effort stopping them." "What?" The young arcane practitioner's eyes widened in shock. "You knew all along. So you used us as bait. And what if I did?" Hohn didn't deny it, his tone urgent. "This isn't the time to discuss that. Let's deal with the immediate problem first." He pulled 2 walnut-sized spheres from his pocket, inscribed with glowing arcane runes. Handing one to the young arcane practitioner, he said, "Take this. When I give the signal, activate it together." The young arcane practitioner took the sphere, puzzled. "Why not use a more powerful arcane weapon? This thing doesn't look very impressive." Hohn didn't explain, focusing intently on the sphere in his hand as he began channeling arcane energy. In an instant, the spheres in both their hands swelled into 2 dense clouds, emitting a pungent, foul odor. "Throw!" Hohn shouted, hurling the cloud outward. The cloud drifted toward the building, slammed into the wall with a bang, and spread immediately, shrouding a third of the entire structure in a brown, stinking haze. The Prussian soldiers on the lower floors, overwhelmed by the stench, collapsed unconscious, unable even to raise their weapons. The 2 arcane practitioners inside the building, protected by their defensive shields, were unaffected by the odor but scrambled to cast dispel spells. They had to clear the stinking cloud while also reviving the fallen soldiers. But before they could finish, a second stinking cloud drifted in, and the soldiers who had just regained consciousness collapsed again. The 2 arcane practitioners tried to cast another dispel, but their magic reserves were depleted from continuous casting. They could only watch helplessly as the stinking cloud spread through the building. "Quick! Now! Move toward the basement!" Hohn seized the moment, leading his men out from behind the broken wall and sprinting toward the building. The stinking cloud had bought them time, and this was their chance to break through. The gunfire and explosions from the building suddenly ceased. Hohn knew this was only a temporary lull and shouted to his men, "Don't get bogged down. Retreat. Follow the original plan." He pulled a whistle from his pocket and blew it hard. The piercing sound was followed by the flapping of wings in the sky. A swarm of enormous bats gathered, each carrying a grapefruit-sized object dangling beneath them, looking bizarre. Hohn took out multiple spheres he had used earlier and hurled them toward the command building. The spheres burst on impact, instantly releasing a black mist that soon enveloped the entire structure. "This is exactly what I was waiting for, them running out of dispel spells," Hohn sneered. The black mist specifically targeted vision. He had blind sight and was unaffected, but the enemy, except for the 2 arcane practitioners and the psychic, would be hampered in their movements. He then blew a short whistle, and the bats immediately dove toward any living creatures moving outside the building. The guards on the rooftop and soldiers who had just emerged became instant targets. The 2 arcane practitioners inside the building saw the bats charging and quickly cast a barrage of fireballs. Streaks of flame locked onto the bats, followed by a series of explosions. But after the explosions, they realized the bats weren't real. They were winged bombs and fragments scattered everywhere upon detonation. The arcane practitioner on the rooftop was terrified, turning and sprinting toward the stairwell, desperate to avoid being targeted by the bombs. The psychic also noticed the bats heading his way and quickly erected a psychic barrier. But the moment the barrier was up, the bat exploded, Its power far exceeded his expectations, shattering the barrier instantly. He tried to use Psychic Glide to evade the fragments, but the uneven ground made the spell impossible to execute, and the blast wave lifted him into the air. Another explosion erupted beneath him, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Though not killed, he was severely wounded. Watching from a distance, Horn clicked his tongue in mild regret. Even if he's not dead, at least we've found a way to deal with psychics. At that moment an explosion sounded from the east, accompanied by a familiar whistle. His eyes lit up. The bait is out. Now we wait for the ones hiding in the shadows to take the hook. On the other side, Horn's men slipped through the broken gap in the wall using the black mist as cover. Wearing boots with iron plates, they clattered across the main road and dashed into the block's already occupied houses. The man in charge of the rendezvous was a burly fellow with a thick beard known to all as Beard. Seeing them arrive, he waved urgently. Quick! Bring the heavy boxes over here. Don't waste time. One of the men, panting from exhaustion, suggested. These boxes are so heavy. Why don't we break them open and see what's inside? Might be easier to carry. Don't touch them, Beard barked. Mister. Horn said the boxes must not be tampered with. Move them now. 8 men worked together, hoisting the boxes and carrying them through the corridor toward the back door. Good work, everyone, Beard said as he led the way. We got the boxes thanks to you. One of the men sighed. Hard work is no bother, but we lost 8 brothers on our side. Such a pity. No sooner had he spoken than several figures burst out from behind the door, their blades flashing as they plunged into the men carrying the boxes. Each man was stabbed once. The assassins, expressionless, delivered a few more blows to ensure death, then dropped the bodies and headed for the back door. They crossed the alley to the main road, tossing 4 empty boxes at the mouth of the alley as if deliberately leaving a mark. Huzi ignored the chaos behind him and hurriedly climbed into a carriage. Inside the carriage were 2 tightly tied burlap sacks. He pulled the curtain shut, excitedly untied the mouth of one sack. Inside were colorful large paper notes, something he had never seen before, yet he could sense they were worth a great deal of money. I'm rich. Huzi grinned from ear to ear, quickly fastened the sack and shouted to the driver. Quick! Drive! Head out of the city! The carriage rattled away. No one noticed that beside an empty crate at the alley entrance a dark shadow was staring in the direction of the carriage, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Seated in the bumpy carriage, Huzi pulled a stack of colorful paper notes from the sack and stuffed them into the inner pocket of his coat. His fingers caressed the notes, his heart brimming with joy. Even if this stuff wasn't real gold or silver, it was definitely worth a substantial sum. The carriage sped through the heavy fog of Lure City with sporadic gunfire in the distance reminding him that the war was still raging. Suddenly rapid hoofbeats echoed from the corner ahead, drawing closer and closer. Huzi's heart tightened. He immediately drew his pistol, crouched low, and pressed himself against the carriage wall. Who's there? Before he got an answer, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The driver cried out and collapsed onto the shaft. The carriage instantly lost control, swerving left and right. Damn it! Huzi cursed under his breath. The 2 sides had agreed beforehand to merely make a show of interception, but the other party had actually dared to shoot the driver, intending to take full control of the carriage. Without a moment to think, he grabbed the double-barreled shotgun beside him, kicked open the door, and fired 2 shots at the pursuers behind. Bang! Bang! The shotgun's power was immense. 2 screams immediately erupted from behind, followed by the heavy thud of bodies hitting the ground. Huzi's heart skipped a beat. He had actually killed someone. This matter was completely irredeemable. Just then 3 gunshots rang out from ahead, the prearranged retreat signal. Huzi quickly grabbed one of the burlap sacks and tossed it out the carriage door. This was the decoy agreed upon earlier, meant to lure away the pursuers. He looked at the remaining sack inside the carriage, reaching out his hand and pulling it back, his mind torn. If he embezzled this bag, he would be set for life, but if the boss and the Kong Sai people found out, he would surely die a miserable death. Forget it. Life is more important. Huzi gritted his teeth, abandoned the idea of embezzlement, jumped out of the carriage and rolled into a nearby alley. He lay on the ground, catching his breath, then felt his coat pocket. The paper notes were still there, giving him a slight sense of relief. At least I got out alive. He stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and expertly navigated the alleys. He could traverse every street and lane of Lure City with his eyes closed. Now he had to go see the boss. As he walked, he pondered he had to warn the boss that the Kong Sai people were too ruthless, they must be guarded against their underhanded moves behind the scenes. But then he reconsidered, the boss was so shrewd that he must have already prepared. Perhaps the boss was even more afraid of the Kong Sai people than he was. Better not to say anything unnecessary lest he bring trouble upon himself. He steadied himself and walked toward the house with a light ahead. That was the boss's temporary base. Half an hour later in the secret base under the river, Mr. Lina and Huan were discussing the next plan around a map when a messenger rushed in with a panicked expression. Sir? Mr. Huan. It's terrible. The securities from the garrison command have been robbed. The pen in Mr. Lina's hand paused for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, he said to the messenger, Go notify Bill to meet me at the warehouse on the west side of the city in a quarter of an hour. Have him bring everyone involved in this operation. I want to hear their explanations for what happened. The messenger nodded and hurried away. Mr. Lina turned to Huan and said, Let's go and take a look too. This matter is definitely not that simple. Huan opened his palm, revealing two objects. One was a sphere that had previously cast the stinking cloud spell, and the other was a metal piece engraved with intricate patterns. I'm already prepared. If anyone tries any tricks, these items will come in handy. A few minutes later, Lina and Huan boarded a carriage and headed toward the warehouse on the west side of the city. The morning in Lure City was in chaos. The streets were filled with fighting crowds, some wielding knives, others brandishing guns. Blood stained the road and violence and brutality spread wildly under the mist. Huan looked at the scene outside the window and frowned. I didn't expect the plan to turn out like this. The situation is out of control. Mr. Lina leaned back in the carriage, calmly watching the fierce fighting outside, and shook his head. No, the situation is still under control. You think it's out of control because you're the planner. You know the intended course of the plan and you feel the current chaos exceeds expectations. But in reality, all the forces that want to take advantage of the chaos are under our surveillance. They can't make big waves. Huan glanced at Mr. Lina and said nothing more. He still felt that the scene was too chaotic and that accidents could happen at any moment, but Mr. Lina's judgment had always been accurate. Perhaps, as Lina said, everything was still under control. The carriage continued forward, traversing the chaotic streets toward the warehouse on the west side of the city. The carriage slowly moved through the chaotic streets. Huan watched the people fighting each other outside and suddenly turned to ask Mr. Lina, did you also rise from such chaos back in the day to become the boss of Lure City? Mr. Lina smiled and shook his head. I'm an exception. Most people indeed get rich from chaos, but I'm different. But come to think of it, 2/3 of what I have now was also obtained from chaos. When there's chaos, opportunities are plenty. He paused and added, Do you think everyone really came for the securities from the garrison command? The securities guarded by the Prussian authorities are not so easy to get. Most people came to Lure City with the real intention of robbing shops and wealthy families. The securities are just an excuse. But I haven't seen anyone robbing shops, only them fighting each other, Huan said puzzledly. That's because besides me there are 3 other bosses in Lure City. Mr. Lina explained. We won't sit idly by while the city is looted. Shops and wealthy families are our money bags. If outsiders rob them, what will we have to live on? So as long as anyone dares to rob a shop, no matter where they come from, they will be dealt with by us jointly. Huan finally understood that this seemingly chaotic scene was actually a game of dog-eat-dog. Everyone was using the pretext of robbing securities, but secretly they were annexing each other's territories and competing for interests. Just as they were talking, a rumbling explosion suddenly sounded in the distance, followed by a burst of dense gunfire. The sound was distinctive, and Huan recognized it immediately. It's the Tomino 49-barrel volley gun. The action against Count Red has begun. He was certain. Only one such volley gun existed in the entire city of Ruhr, smuggled secretly from beyond the walls specifically to counter Count Red's enforcers. Within seconds another barrage erupted, more intense, more relentless. Horn closed his eyes for a moment, almost envisioning the carnage unfolding there. The volley gun's destructive force was immense. A single synchronized discharge could fell dozens at once. Before he could dwell further, a thunderous boom shook the air, the unmistakable report of a light scatter cannon. Horn blinked in surprise while Mr. Lina murmured in admiration, Remarkable, Count Red's men still possess scatter cannons. Their audacity is truly formidable. The 2 men drew back the carriage curtain and gazed toward the source of the gunfire. Though fog veiled the scene, they could just make out 2 formations locked in brutal, efficient slaughter. The thick fog compressed the distance between them, rendering every projectile devastatingly precise. No shot went to waste, each struck its mark. Yet their defenses were starkly unequal. One side had erected crude barricades of sandbags absorbing most of the scattershot, the other sheltered behind carriages, fragile shields utterly incapable of stopping bullets, and the cannon crew was swiftly riddled with holes reduced to a grotesque lifeless sieve. Before their side could savor the advantage, the scatter cannon roared again. Evidently Count Red's forces had reserve gunners standing ready. For over 10 minutes the duel raged, until a deafening detonation split the air. Count Red's scatter cannon struck the Tormanel volley gun head-on, reducing it instantly to twisted scrap metal and silencing its rapid rhythmic thunder. Yet Count Red's men, though unimpeded by the volley gun's fire, dared not advance. Its terrifying power, and the dozens of corpses strewn across the ground, had already shattered their resolve. Nor could they retreat. The burlap sacks containing securities had been ruptured, scattering documents across the street. They clung to hope that their comrades circling behind enemy lines might yet succeed. But the battlefield's grim reality spoke plainly. The enemy was prepared. Not only did gunfire rage across the cobblestones, but rooftops blazed with equal ferocity, where combat proved even more merciless, offering scarcely any chance to retaliate. As Count Red's men hesitated, distant hoofbeats grew louder. Their reinforcements had arrived, dragging 2 light field cannons behind them. The balance of victory tipped irrevocably. Under cannon fire, Count Red's men surged forward, savage, unrelenting, and utterly devoid of surrender. These underworld operatives fought not for glory but survival. Flee desperately, or die together. From inside the carriage, Horn and Mr. Lena watched every detail unfold, each blow, each fall, tightening their chests with mounting dread. Moments later, a blood-soaked messenger staggered up, gasping as he choked out to Horn, "Mr. Horn, it's over. Our team sent against Count Red, annihilated entirely." Horn fell silent at once, slumping against the carriage wall, his face ashen. Never had he imagined that an operation so meticulously planned would collapse so utterly, so completely. Mr. Lena placed a hand on his shoulder, saying nothing, but his gaze hardened, sharpened with sobering realization. Count Red's strength far exceeded their most cautious estimates. The carriage rolled onward, distant gunfire faded into silence, but both knew this calm was illusory, merely the hush before a deeper, more chaotic storm. Horn remained slumped against the carriage wall, his expression still grim. He had believed he'd overestimated Count Red's power, deploying over 40 men, hiring elite marksmen, even smuggling in the Tormanel volley gun. Yet defeat had been absolute, total, and humiliating. Count Red, operating deep within hostile territory, wielded power vastly surpassing that of Horn and Lena, local figures who held every geographical advantage, leaving Horn with a bitter, hollow disquiet. "Enough brooding, let's handle the warehouse." Mr. Lena tapped his arm and gestured toward the building ahead. "Those inside have waited long enough." Horn nodded, suppressing his inner turmoil, and followed Mr. Lena to a narrow observation slit on the warehouse's flank, peering inward. Inside stood a dozen or so figures, the most striking among them being Bill the Demon, his pockmarked face twisted in perpetual menace. He was Mr. Lena's foremost executioner, his hands stained with blood enough to fill several barrels. Beside Bill stood a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles, his scholarly bearing clashed jarringly with the warehouse's grim atmosphere. Also present was the bearded man who'd fled earlier with the burlap sack, now shrinking timidly behind Bill like a cowed subordinate. The rest stood pressed against the walls, expressions divergent, some wore cruel, gloating smiles, eager to witness others' ruin, others frowned pensively, calculating unseen angles, still others stared blankly, indifferent to fate itself. Mr. Lena leaned close to the slit and whispered, voice low and taut, "Lower the gate, seal the door." At those words, Bill the Demon roared, incensed. "I'm not to blame." Chaos reigned outside. Anyone would have faltered. "Why single me out?" A gaunt old man stepped forward, speaking softly still. "Count Red's forces were simply too strong, we couldn't hold them." "Nonsense." A tall man cut him off, Jason, second only to Mr. Lena in authority. His face was grim as he declared, "I led our men in fierce engagements along Constance Boulevard and Corabelle Square, yet they deployed 3 field cannons. Our firepower was no match. This loss isn't ours to bear." Horn heard every word clearly through the slit. He knew Jason well. A veteran loyal to Mr. Lena for years, instrumental in countless high-stakes operations, nearly half of Lena's entire cadre answered to him. And he and Bill the Demon had long been rivals, constantly vying for credit and command. That Jason, instead of seizing Bill's vulnerability to undermine him, chose to speak in his defense, this subtle defiance intrigued Horn deeply. Suddenly Horn recalled Mr. Lena's earlier words, that he would show him a spectacle, a reward for revealing the traitor among trusted confidants. Horn had fixated on that traitor ever since, and now, observing Bill and Jason within the warehouse, suspicion stirred. Had either of them planted the bomb, deliberately cultivating the traitor as a latent threat? They possessed deep roots within Mr. Lena's organization, power enough to coerce or bribe a traitor, and motive enough to engineer quiet sabotage. At that very moment a metallic groan echoed within, then the heavy iron gate descended, slowly sealing the warehouse entrance irrevocably. Immediately afterward a large mob surged toward the warehouse entrance, most brandishing cleavers or clubs, others gripping firearms or crossbows, all radiating unmistakable menace. The guard at the door instinctively shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Before the final syllable faded, a crossbow bolt hissed through the air, piercing his chest with lethal precision. The guard collapsed, blood pooling rapidly beneath him. Inside, the assembled figures froze in shock, then snapping into action drew weapons and turned wary, vigilant eyes toward the doorway. One man leveled his pistol at Bill the Demon, and demanded, voice raw with fury, "Bill, what in hell is happening here? Is this your doing?" Bill showed no fear. Instead, he spat contemptuously onto the floor and straightened his back. "Stop your goddamn guessing. Someone wants me dead, but I'll be damned if I'll stand still and wait for it." He turned to Jason beside him, his tone softening slightly. "I know we've never seen eye to eye, but I'll say this: you, Jason, are a man of substance. This affair was driven by us two more than anyone else. If reckoning is due, let it begin with us, not drag the rest into ruin." Jason frowned at Bill, silent, but his grip tightened around the knife in his hand. He knew well enough this was no time for quarrels. Outside danger approached with ruthless urgency. Survival demanded alliance, or all would perish within these warehouse walls. Those outside wasted no time. Gunfire erupted, sharp percussive cracks, as bullets slammed into the warehouse's wooden planks, splintering them into jagged shards. Inside, men scrambled for cover. Chaos loomed, inevitable, imminent. Bill, the ghoul, surveyed the panic-stricken faces around him, then glanced at Jason, blade clenched tight. His voice rose, laced with bitter grievance. "I've served the boss for years, more loyalty, more blood spilled than any man here. And what do I hold in return? Not even a proper territory. Now over one failure they plot my death. Not a chance. Today I rise, not to fall but to survive. No one will stop me." With that, he seized the trembling underling by the collar and pressed his knife against the man's throat, glaring defiantly at Jason. "Jason, if you've got sense, join me now. Stand with me, or watch what follows. Otherwise I'll carve through a few more lives just to show you Bill the Ghoul is not a man to be trifled with." The middle-aged man beside Bill, professorial, bespectacled in gold-rimmed frames, adjusted his glasses and spoke with unhurried precision. "No hesitation remains. The choice is stark: stand with Mr. Bill, or oppose us outright. There is no neutral ground. Think carefully. If our rebellion falls, do you truly believe the boss will spare those who stood idle? Especially you, Mr. Jason. You wield influence, command respect. To the boss you're already a thorn. Whether you rise today or not, your end is written." He paused, then dropped his final blow. "You may not yet know, originally upon retirement the boss intended to name either you or Bill as successor to lead the syndicate. But now, a stranger, outside the syndicate, unbound by loyalty, has not only entangled himself with the boss's daughter but amassed power and followers of his own. The boss has shifted course. His daughter shall front the syndicate, while that outsider pulls strings from the shadows. We, the old brothers, will be discarded, sooner rather than later." Silence fell. Eyes darted, uncertain. Jason drew a slow, deep breath, and called toward the hidden chamber where Lena concealed herself. "Boss, if you truly see me as a threat, say it yourself. One word from you and I surrender every faction I command. I'll leave RUL City tonight, never to return, never to contest." "Ha ha ha! Jason, you're hopelessly naive," Bill roared with laughter. "That plea belongs to me, not to some coward hiding in shadows." He swung his blade, cutting down the underling beside him, and bellowed across the warehouse. "Brothers, follow me. Kill Lena, the old hag, and claim 10,000 kroner. Kill the rest, 1,000 kroner per head. Afterward we'll seize his daughter and wife. Let the brothers have their due reward." His words died mid-air, then thunder cracked. The warehouse entrance exploded inward. White smoke billowed violently, flooding the space. Through the gaping breach, 3 meters wide, stood a small cannon, its barrel still smoking. Lena stood framed in the shattered doorway, faint smile on his lips, flanked by Hone, whose brow was furrowed in quiet calculation. How many among them truly betrayed him? He wondered silently. And how many were merely swept up, unwitting pawns stirred by Bill and that professor? Then, a heavy crate tumbled from the shadows in the corner. It crashed open with a hollow clang, and out rolled a figure swaddled like a mummy the traitor captured earlier. 2 gunshots rang out from beyond the breach. The cannon's crew collapsed instantly, lifeless. All eyes snapped outward. Amid groans of agony, a robed figure emerged from the smoke, slumped backward, struck from behind. An arcane mage, his crimson robes soaked in blood. At the sight of the mage's corpse, many paled. They knew he belonged to the Crimson Count's faction. His death meant Lena had anticipated everything, even neutralized external aid. Their rebellion had already crumbled, irreversibly. Lena stepped calmly into the warehouse, gaze sweeping over fallen bodies, then settling on Bill. His voice held no anger, only quiet certainty. "Bill, I told you long ago intrigue isn't your craft. You excel in violence, raw, direct, unrefined. Stay within that strength, and you'd have thrived. But you chose ambition over wisdom, and walked straight into this end." His gaze shifted slowly to Jason, complexity flickering in his eyes. "Jason, I heard every word you spoke just now. Now, what else do you wish to say?" Jason's grip trembled on his knife. He looked at Hone behind Lena, then at the bloodied floor, and said nothing. He knew irrevocably no words could undo what had been set in motion. Lena did not press him. Instead he turned and walked out, with Hone at his side, through narrow alleys ascending swiftly to the rooftop of a commercial tower 100 meters away. From the ledge they gazed down. The warehouse lay shrouded beneath a thick ochre-hued miasma, the stench cloud spell Hone had deployed earlier. With no arcane countermeasure, the fog thickened, suffocating, inescapable. They had no warning, and now no escape. Lena murmured, arms crossed, watching the trapped chaos below as though observing weather patterns, detached, indifferent. Hone held his modified Gantz, repeating firearms steady, muzzle trained on the warehouse entrance. Occasionally a figure staggered out, tears streaming, retching, only to collapse struck cleanly before regaining balance. Gunfire echoed across the rooftop, each report marking another fall. After emptying the magazine, Hone lowered the weapon and turned to Lena. "With so many inside, how do you intend to clear the aftermath? We can't let that miasma linger forever." "Simple," Lena replied, a cold glint in his eye. "Send in only 5 I trust absolutely. Everyone else, eliminate them. Stack the bodies. Declare it Bill's mutiny, his slaughter of loyalists ended by our intervention. Let him bear every black mark. No one will question it." She paused, then added, "Actually, I've long wanted to deal with Jessen and Agui Bayer. Lately I've been transferring my assets abroad, which will inevitably provoke their displeasure. My subordinates are eyeing both higher positions and the money in my hands. Keeping them around will only cause trouble sooner or later. This time I'll use the pretext of rebellion to eliminate them all at once." Huen frowned. "Losing so many men at once, don't you care? Jessen manages nearly half of your forces and Agui Bayer is your top assassin. Without them, won't the gang's affairs fall into chaos?" "It won't be chaotic." Lena waved her hand dismissively, her tone indifferent. "Lure City is full of people. Those who want to work for me could line up from the streets to the end of the block. Jessen and Agui Bayer seem formidable, but they're not truly talented. Jessen only knows how to lead troops and fight, not how to manage operations. Bayer is nothing but a brute. Without them I can easily find replacements any time." Huen recalled the Brotherhood he had heard about earlier and asked, "You mentioned the Brotherhood before. The Stigma warriors within it are very powerful, right? Why did it feel like they were being suppressed before?" "You're mixing things up. The Brotherhood is not the same as the gang," Lena explained. "Ordinary small gangs don't interest the Brotherhood at all, but sooner or later every large-scale gang will be approached by the Brotherhood. Joining the Brotherhood has its benefits. You can hire their people for a price. Those are absolute, loyal, unwavering experts. With them around, we gang bosses can sleep soundly." Only then did Huen suddenly understand. The Brotherhood wasn't suppressing Stigma warriors, it was turning them into mercenaries. This cleared up his earlier confusion. Just then a loud bugle call rang out from afar, the shrill notes growing closer. Lena listened for a moment, and said with a smile, "That's the Prussian army's advance bugle call. Perfect timing, let them clean up the mess. After the stench cloud dissipates the corpses in the warehouse and the chaotic scene, let them handle it all so we don't have to bother." With that, Lena turned and walked toward the stairwell, no longer looking down at the warehouse below. "There's nothing for us here anymore. Let's go. There are more important things to do." Huen nodded and followed Lena out of the top floor. The aftermath in the warehouse and the arrival of the Prussian army were all within Lena's expectations. The situation was indeed still under her control. At the top floor of his temporary residence, Count Red heard the distant Prussian bugle call. His face darkened and he turned toward the stairwell, followed by 2 trusted lackeys. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs, he encountered an Arcaniist with a face full of grief and indignation, one of the few high-ranking Arcaniists under his command. The Arcaniist who had been shot dead outside the warehouse earlier was his junior fellow apprentice. "My lord, my junior." The Arcaniist's eyes were red, his words choked with emotion. Count Red patted him on the shoulder, his tone unusually gentle. "The dead cannot be brought back to life. Go back and rest first. I will handle this matter. Your junior will not have died in vain." The Arcaniist gritted his teeth, nodded, and slowly walked away. Once the Arcaniist was far away, the gentleness on Count Red's face vanished instantly. He strode quickly to the second-floor window and looked down at the corpses strewn across the street and the scattered securities papers. His eyes were filled with icy coldness. He cared nothing about the bodies or the securities because he had long discovered that anyone who touched the special arcane mark on the securities would emit a faint red glow. Even if they managed to escape alive, they must be discarded to avoid being tracked by the mark. Worthless. A bunch of worthless trash. Count Red slammed his fist against the windowsill, cursing under his breath. I spent millions of kronen, and what did I get? The 2 billion worth of securities are gone, and that rival Huen and the old hag Lena are still unscathed. Even though I killed hundreds of Lena's men, that actually helped her clean house and saved her a lot of trouble. A tall, thin subordinate hurried forward and reported in a low voice. My lord, this operation wasn't entirely fruitless. We killed over 1,400 people, took control of 11 merchant houses in Lure City, and the southern district is now ours. Additionally, the boss of the northern district has escaped, and he has pinned the blame for the earlier chaos on Lena. Results? You call that results? Count Red turned to glare at the thin man, his voice raging. You and Sam are both idiots. The boss of the northern district is very familiar with Lena. He might have already seen through the ruse. Now that he's escaped, he'll likely join forces with Lena. We may have taken the southern district, but we have no time to consolidate our foothold. Lure City is full of local snakes. In a few days they'll be storming our territory. Whether we can even hold our ground is uncertain. The thin man dared not raise his head under the scolding. Another short, fat subordinate hesitated and ventured. My lord, why not ask the governor for help? Doesn't Marquis von Adler have a cooperative arrangement with us? Let him send troops to suppress the local snakes, and we can stabilize the southern district. Ask the governor? Have you lost your mind? Count Red grew even angrier, kicking the fat subordinate's leg. The governor only cares about Prussia's interests. He helped us only to use us. If we invite him now, he'll seize the chance to control the southern district, and then we won't even have a place to stand. The fat subordinate clutched his leg and dared not speak again. Count Red paced back and forth in the room, silent for a few minutes. Suddenly he stopped and said to the thin man, You go immediately to contact the liaison of the Qinshan Brotherhood. Tell them I want to issue a challenge of life and death battle to that rival Huen. The thin man was taken aback and quickly asked, My lord, should it be a duel arena or a death dance? You are truly foolish. Count Red cursed again, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Huen is a mutant. An ordinary duel arena cannot trap him. It must be a death dance. The rules will follow the bloody mass dance. Each side brings 4 underlings, 10 people total. They will fight to the death in the dance venue until one side is completely annihilated. He paused and added, I know who Huen relies on, that young Arcanius the thin technician, and a few desperados, exactly 4 in total. This time I will make sure they all die in the death dance. With that, Count Red walked to the table, picked up a wine glass, and drained it in one gulp. The ruthlessness in his eyes grew more intense. He knew this was the most direct way to eliminate Huen and also his last chance. He, on the other hand, had far more experts under his command. In an emergency, he could even mobilize the Special Task Force of Blood Revenge, which was composed entirely of top-tier fighters. However, his superiors forbade him from using the forces of Blood Revenge for personal vendettas. So many true experts were out of his reach. Count Chi had just arranged the Mortal Kombat matter when a subordinate rushed in to report. My lord, the Arcanist who was lent to Jiesen to deal with Li Na has also been killed. Oh. Count Chi's eyes lit up, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Perfect. Those 2 Arcanists were close friends. I can use this incident to make the remaining Arcanist help me take revenge. He must hate Huen and Li Na bitterly, and I won't need much persuasion to win him over. What he currently lacks most are Arcanists and psychics. Having one more ally couldn't be better. Within a few days, Count Chi assembled a formidable golden team. He looked at the list handed over by his men and nodded with satisfaction. The 9th-rank Bloodthirsty Slayer excels in offense and possesses the talent of bloodthirsty magic. I know one can match him in frontal assault. The 8th-rank Holy Armor Knight is skilled in defense and can protect those around him, perfectly compensating for the defensive weakness. And the 8th-rank Shadow Assassin is good at stealth and infiltration, useful for reconnaissance and covert attacks. Thinking of the upcoming death dance, Count Chi suddenly punched the wall, his fist instantly split open and bleeding profusely. But instead of pain, he laughed. This sensation of pain brought back his former madness. Fortunately, my will hasn't softened from these years of comfortable living. To deal with Huen, I need this ruthlessness. On the other side, in the city of Lure, the occupying authorities' legions had entered the city, dividing it into small blocks and clearing them area by area. The Arcanists of Pelushi were busy dispersing the fog, but could only manage the important districts in the city center. Other areas remained shrouded in mist. On the streets, anyone who seemed suspicious was arrested by soldiers and taken to temporary cells. The entire city was in a state of grim desolation. The survivors of the garrison command building were clearing the ruins. The excavated bodies were carried one by one to the parade ground and laid out in rows, a dense and horrifying sight. Only the body of Lieutenant General Debussy, the highest-ranking officer of the Lure garrison, was placed aside, separately covered with a white cloth. Major Ma Ding stood beside the body, his expression dim. He had a close personal friendship with the old general and never expected such an end. What troubled him even more was that the spatial ring on the old general's right index finger was missing. It contained over 2 billion worth of securities, the root cause of this chaos. Major Ma Ding took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Only 3 people knew the secret of the ring: the old general himself, me, and that financier Parzinio. Sightfair. The old general would never leak the secret, and neither would I. Could it be Sightfair? But not long after, soldiers unearthed another body from deep in the ruins. The military medic examined it and confirmed. Major, this is Parzinio, the financial expert specially hired by headquarters. Sightfair, he was crushed to death by falling rubble. Major Ma Ding looked at Sightfair's body, his brow furrowing even tighter. Sightfair was crushed while the old general was shot from behind. Clearly someone was specifically targeting the ring. He could only hope in his heart that the ring would be found by the soldiers, but he knew well that the likelihood was almost zero. At the bottom of the river in the port city of Sangkun, a hidden underwater base was billowing smoke. Having been sprinkled with saltpeter earlier, it burned fiercely before being swallowed by the surging river, reduced to a complete ruin. And 3 kilometers upstream from this base there was an even more concealed underwater base. The entrance and exit of this base were hidden underwater, requiring swimming to get in and out. The interior was not large, containing only a few single-person cabins and a small meeting room. At this moment in the small meeting room everyone's eyes were fixed on the ring in Huen's hand, the very spatial ring that Lieutenant General Debussy had lost. Huen and Sightfair stood together, but a closer look would reveal that this Sightfair was actually a transformed Gear. Huen toyed with the ring and asked Gear, "How much longer until the solidification transformation spell wears off?" "It feels strange to always wear someone else's face." Gear touched his own face and replied, 2 more hours. The solidification effect won't fade that quickly. You've worked hard. You deserve the most credit this time. Huen smiled, took out a bottle of champagne and handed it to Gear. If you hadn't disguised yourself as Sightfair, we would never have been able to get close to the old general, let alone obtain the ring. Gear took the champagne and together with Huen twisted the cap off. With a pop, bubbles surged out. The others in the meeting room also picked up their glasses, clinking them with smiles. Cheers! Finally got it. Cheers rose one after another. Everyone drank in one gulp, casually throwing the empty glasses on the ground, their faces brimming with excitement. Over 2 billion in securities had been obtained. This operation was a complete success. Huen casually tossed the empty champagne bottle to the ground with a clatter, clapped his hands, and said to the temporary subordinates in the room, "All right, now it's time to divide the spoils." In this operation, Gear was the primary planner and Patch was the primary executor. They contributed the most, so each gets an extra share. The rest of you will split equally. Any objections? Gear and Patch both smiled upon hearing this. The other men exchanged glances and shook their heads. No objections. Mr. Huen's distribution is fair. Huen nodded, then said seriously, "One more thing, no one is to mention the acquisition of these securities to anyone outside, including your own family and friends. Originally the higher-ups only allowed me to give you 3 million crowns as compensation. But everyone fought hard in this operation, so I've decided to increase the reward tenfold, making it 30 million. We'll distribute it now according to what I just said." Wow! 30 million! Everyone burst into cheers surrounding Huen and thanking him repeatedly. "Thank you, Mr. Huen. Whenever you have orders, we'll come at your call." Huen watched the cheering crowd, inwardly smug. Money was the best way to bind these people's hearts. In future operations he wouldn't be short of help. Moreover, now that the securities were in hand, even if Major Ma Ding of Lure City learned the truth, he could no longer pose a threat. This finally put his mind at ease. On the other side, in the temporary office of the Lure City Garrison Command, a special commissioner sent by headquarters was staring at Major Ma Ding, speaking sternly. "Major Ma Ding, you must explain clearly how the hiding place of the securities was leaked. According to the investigation, only you, Mr. Sightfair, and Lieutenant General Debussy knew that the ring contained securities. Now that Mr. Sightfair and the General are dead, you are the sole person in the know and the prime suspect." Major Ma Ding, pale-faced yet composed, replied, "Commissioner, I could not possibly have leaked secrets. My private friendship with the old general is deep, how could I betray him? We have investigated, and Mr. Sightfair is the least suspicious." The commissioner placed the report on the table. We questioned Captain Ben N, who was responsible for escorting Mr. Satifer to Ur City. He stated that Mr. Satifer remained in the carriage the entire journey, contacted no one, and exhibited no anomalous behavior. He paused, then shifted his tone. Have you considered the possibility that Mr. Satifer was kidnapped en route, and that the man who arrived in Ur City is not the real Mr. Satifer? Major Ma Ding opened his mouth but found no reply. He had indeed entertained that suspicion yet lacked any evidence. Huen casually tossed the empty champagne bottle to the floor with a clatter, clapped his hands, and addressed the temporary subordinates in the meeting room. All right, time to divide the spoils. In this operation, Qilun was the chief planner, and Tai Pian the primary executor. Their contributions are the greatest, so they each get an extra share. The rest of you will split equally. Any objections? Qilun and Tai Pian both smiled at this. The other men exchanged glances and shook their heads. No objections. Lord Huen's distribution is fair. Huen nodded, then added sternly, one more thing. No one is to speak of this securities acquisition, not even to family or friends. Originally the higher-ups authorized only 3 million crowns as your reward. But since everyone fought like demons in this operation, I have decided to increase the reward tenfold, to 30 million. We will distribute it now as I just specified. Wow! 30 million. The men erupted in cheers, crowding around Huen with endless thanks. Thank you, Lord Huen. Whenever you have orders, we will come at your call. Huen watched the jubilant crowd secretly pleased. Money was the surest way to bind these men's loyalty. Future operations would not lack for helpers. Now that the securities are in hand, even if Major Ma Ding in Ur City learns the truth, he can no longer threaten me. I am completely at ease. The commissioner looked at him, his tone softening. We need solid evidence, not mere conjecture. Given the gravity of your suspicion, headquarters has decided that you shall return with me immediately for further investigation. Major Ma Ding nodded silently, the entire puzzle now clear in his mind. The one who killed Lieutenant General Depruz and stole the ring must have been the impostor posing as Satifer. The enemy deliberately launched an attack to create chaos, allowing the impostor to approach the old general. After succeeding, the impostor slipped away amidst the confusion, triggering no alarms. But it was useless now. Without evidence, no one would believe him. He even suspected that the special commissioner already knew the truth, but the person who had originally transferred Satifer to Ur City held a high position, and no one dared to offend them easily. So the blame was shifted onto him. Lieutenant General Depruz was dead, and with no witness to testify, he could only accept his fate. Soon Major Ma Ding was locked in a temporary confinement cell. As he drifted towards sleep, he heard the voice of his old superior Marquis de outside the door. Ma Ding, wake up. Major Ma Ding's eyes flew open, and he saw the Marquis looking at him through the iron bars. My lord. His eyes reddened, and he nearly wept. I cannot clear your name right now, but I will use my influence to protect you. Marquis de lowered his voice. I have sent messages to 2 senior officers in the Army Department's military tribunal. One of them has agreed to intervene in your investigation and trial. You will not come to harm. Also, the secret police department is no place for you. Stay out of their affairs from now on. With that, the Marquis slipped a sealed letter through the bars. Inside are some pieces of evidence that might help you. Take care. He glanced around, then hurried away. Major Ma Ding clutched the letter, warmth flooding his heart. Thank heavens for his old superior's help, otherwise this time he would have been doomed. Carefully he hid the letter, awaiting the investigation back at headquarters, hoping for a chance to clear his name. After returning to his temporary quarters from the Sang Kuan underwater base, Wen sat down to assess their strength. We have 2 arcane sorcerers, a rank 6 reaper, a martial arts instructor with excellent skills who counts as a rank 5 all-round warrior, and the rest are ordinary assassins. He stopped abruptly, a chill running down his spine. The fat man had told him that Chiro would bring no fewer than 4 experts above rank 8. This was no duel to the death, it was premeditated murder. Fortunately, the liaison from the Blue Mountain Brotherhood, the fat man, had not yet left. Huen looked up and glared at him. Chiro brings 4 experts above rank 8, while my side's highest is only rank 6. You call this a duel to the death? It's practically sending me to my grave. The fat man spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Lord Huen, the Brotherhood acts with fairness. In the death dance, the challenge has the right to choose the time and place, that is the rule. However, the time cannot exceed 3 months, and the place cannot be within your territory or Lena's. Everything else is up to you. Fairness. There is little fairness in this world. Huen sneered, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. I think this death dance is just the Brotherhood's way of controlling the various factions, making us slaughter each other while they reap the benefits. He wanted to find special power users to help, but such people were too rare, and only those close to the Brotherhood had a better chance of survival. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes hardening. I will not wait to die. I maneuvered my way into the Military Affairs Office back then, and later joined the Defense Intelligence Bureau while keeping a low profile. Now I finally have a fortune of 100 million and my career is just starting. How can I die like this? Suddenly Huan's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Since the time and place are mine to decide, I choose the Shidan Mountains. I went there once before and nearly died. The mountains are home to thousands of terrifying magical beasts, some of which rival super-rank warriors. I doubt Chi Earl has super-rank warriors under his command. The beasts will help slow them down. Having decided the location, Huan began to worry about the participants. The death dance required each side to bring 4 subordinates, 5 in total. He drew a circle on the paper. The martial arts instructor is a must. He excels in marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, climbing, and stealth. Whether in a frontal assault or a covert strike, he'll be useful, and he just told me he's willing to stand with me. He drew another circle. There's also the elven arcane sorcerer who impersonated Satifur. He has carried out countless dangerous missions and lacks no courage. His arcane abilities are strong, and with him we can counter Chi Earl's arcane sorcerer. Earl Chi was contemplating the intricacies of the death dance when a subordinate rushed in to report. My lord, the arcane master we lent to Jason to deal with Lena has also been slain. Earl Chi narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perfect timing. Those 2 arcane masters were bosom friends. He must loathe Horn and Lena by now. I'll recruit him to help me exact my revenge. What he needed most now were arcane masters and psychics. Every additional ally tipped the scales further in his favor. Within a few days, Earl Chi had assembled a formidable golden team. He reviewed his roster. The 9th-rank Bloodthirsty Slayer excels at frontal assaults with the innate talent of the Bloodthirsty Eye. No one can stop his charge. The 8th-rank Holy Armor Knight boasts top-tier defense and can protect those nearby, perfectly covering our weakness. And the 8th-rank Shadow Assassin is a master of stealth and concealment, ideal for intelligence gathering and covert strikes. Thoughts of the impending death match drove Earl Chi to suddenly punch the wall. His fist split open, blood streaming down the surface. Far from feeling pain, he grinned. How exhilarating! This is how I recapture my old madness. At least my will hasn't been softened by a life of comfort. Elsewhere in the city of Lure, the occupying forces had carved the metropolis into small sectors, clearing them one by one. The Prussian arcane masters labored to dispel the mist, but could only manage the major districts and the city center. The rest remained shrouded in a thick haze. On the streets, anyone who appeared suspicious was arrested by soldiers and marched to makeshift jails. Survivors at the garrison headquarters building were clearing debris, carrying out excavated bodies one by one and laying them in neat rows on the parade ground. Only the body of Lieutenant General Dibbs, the temporary garrison commander, was set aside, separately covered with a white cloth. Major Martin stood beside the corpse, his expression somber. He had shared a close personal friendship with the old general. What troubled him more was that the space ring on the old general's right index finger, which held over 2 billion in securities, had vanished. Only 3 people knew the ring's secret: the old general himself, me, and the financier St. Fall. Major Martin frowned deep in thought. The old general would never leak it. I couldn't have. Could it be St. Fall? Not long after, soldiers unearthed another body from deep in the rubble. The military medic examined it and called out, Major, this is the financial expert, Mr. St. Fall. He was crushed by falling debris. Major Martin stared at St. Fall's corpse, his heart sinking further. Lieutenant General Dibbs had been shot from behind. Clearly someone had come specifically for the ring. In his heart he could only hope the ring would be found, but he knew the odds were nearly zero. At the bottom of the river in the port city of Sangkun, a hidden underwater base had been completely flooded by the river after the previous fire. 3 kilometers upstream there was an even more concealed underwater base. Its entrance lay beneath the water, requiring anyone entering or leaving to swim through. In the base's meeting room, all eyes were fixed on the space ring in Horn's hand. Beside Horn sat Mr. St. Fall, actually a subordinate under a permanent transformation spell. How much longer until the transformation spell dissolves? Asked Horn. St. Fall touched his face. Another 2 hours. The fixed transformation effect doesn't fade quickly. You've done the most this time. Horn smiled, producing a bottle of champagne. He handed it to St. Fall in gear. Open it. Let's celebrate. The 2 didn't decline. They took the champagne, twisted off the cork, and with a pop, bubbles burst forth. The others in the room raised their glasses, clinking them together with laughter and cheers. They drank in one gulp, faces alight with the thrill of success. Horn raised his glass, down the champagne in one go, and casually threw the glass to the floor. The sharp shattering sounds rang out one after another. He clapped his hands and announced loudly. Celebration's over. Now let's divide the spoils. He swept his gaze across everyone in the room. This Operation Gear was the primary planner, Patch the main executor. They contributed the most, so each gets an extra share. The rest will split equally. Does anyone object? The group exchanged glances and shook their heads. No objections. Mr. Horn's division is fair. Good. Since no one objects. Horn's face darkened into a stern warning. Let me reiterate, not a single word about the securities we obtained today. Not to family, not to friends. Anyone who dares speak of it will face the consequences. Then his lips split into a grin. Originally the higher-ups only allowed me to give you 3 million crowns as compensation. But all of you risked your lives, so I've decided to multiply the reward tenfold, 30 million crowns. We'll distribute it now as agreed. 30 million. The meeting room erupted in cheers. Everyone surrounded Horn, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Mr. Horn. From now on we'll follow wherever you point without hesitation. Horn looked at the excited crowd, deeply satisfied. Spending 30 million crowns to secure these temporary allies was a bargain. But what pleased him most was that his longtime rival Major Martin was now trapped in his own troubles and could no longer pose any threat. The scene shifted to the temporary office of the Lower City Garrison Command. A special envoy from headquarters fixed a piercing glare on Major Martin, his tone icy enough to freeze. Major Martin, you must explain to me how the hiding place of the securities was leaked. He slammed a stack of investigation reports onto the table, the paper crackling. According to our inquiry, only you, Mr. St. Fall, and Lieutenant General Dibbs knew that the ring contained the securities. Now both of them are dead. You are the sole surviving witness and the prime suspect. Major Martin's face paled, his fists clenched tightly, but he responded calmly. I did not leak the information. I had a deep personal friendship with the old general. I could never betray him in such a manner. We have examined all the clues. Mr. St. Fall is the least suspicious. The envoy picked up the report, flipping through a few pages. Captain Ben, who escorted him to Lower City, confirmed that Mr. St. Fall stayed in the carriage the entire journey, made no contact with anyone, and exhibited no unusual behavior. Have you considered the possibility that he was intercepted en route, and that the person who arrived here is not the real Mr. St. Fall but an impostor? Major Martin opened his mouth, sensing the truth of his own speculation, but lacking any concrete evidence. He could only lower his head in silence. Seeing this, the envoy stood up and straightened his coat. Without solid evidence to refute this, you cannot be cleared of suspicion. Headquarters has ordered that I personally escort you back for further investigation. After being escorted into the detention cell by the soldiers, Major Martin gradually figured out everything. The one who killed Lieutenant General Dibbs and stole the ring containing the securities must be the person impersonating Steffer. The enemy deliberately launched a large-scale attack to create chaos, precisely to give the impersonator an opportunity to strike. Although this plan was simple, it was exceptionally effective, catching them off guard. But what use is it to have figured it out now? Without evidence, no one would believe his words. He even surmised that the special commissioner might also know the answer, but the person who issued the order to transfer Steffer to Ruhr City held a high position and could not be held accountable. Lieutenant General Dibbs was already dead and could no longer speak, so in the end he, the sole survivor, would have to take the blame. Major Martin was sitting on the cold floor, his thoughts in turmoil, when suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the iron door, tinged with sorrow and reproach. Martin, where has that decisive, brave, and never retreating adjutant gone? Hearing the familiar voice, Major Martin abruptly looked up and stared in astonishment at the barred window of the detention cell. There stood his former superior, Marquis Adler, with a complex expression. Your Excellency, why are you here? Major Martin stood up and quickly walked to the bars. Marquis Adler looked at him and said calmly, I already know about your situation. I can't clear your name for now, but I will use all my influence to protect you. He paused and added, I have already sent a message to 2 senior officers in the Ministry of War responsible for the court-martial. One of them has agreed to intervene in your investigation and trial, so you won't be wronged. Major Martin felt a warmth in his heart and sighed softly. Thank you, Your Excellency. But without evidence, even with intervention, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Don't dwell on that for now. Marquis Adler took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. This is an investigation warrant I issued in the name of Governor Kochins, requesting you to assist me in investigating the attack on the Garrison Command building. With this, you won't be sent back to headquarters for now. Major Martin took the warrant and clutched it tightly in his hand. Thank you, sir. Marquis Adler nodded, said no more, and turned to leave the detention cell. He boarded the waiting carriage and arrived at the hotel where Count Red was temporarily staying 20 minutes later. Meeting Count Red, Marquis Adler cut straight to the chase. What is the answer from Kong Sai? Will they give the technology or not? Count Red sat on the sofa smiling leisurely. Kong Sai won't provide technology for free, but cooperation in the form of exchange is no problem. As he spoke, he picked up a list from the table and handed it to Marquis Adler. This is a list of technologies that can be exchanged. You can take a look. Marquis Adler took the list, didn't even glance at it, and stuffed it into his pocket. I know you've brought a lot of men and weapons to Ruhr City. I warn you, don't cause trouble here. The Prussian army is not a decoration. Rest assured, Marquis. Count Red's smile remained unchanged, easily diffusing the other's momentum. The unrest in Ruhr City has nothing to do with me. I'm here this time to invest in industries. In the future, this place will become the main diplomatic window of Gaul to the Prussian Empire. Why would I cause trouble for myself? Marquis Adler stared at him, his tone dubious. On the day of the unrest, someone used a small grapeshot cannon to attack. That cannon was yours, wasn't it? Count Red admitted frankly. It was mine. That day the hotel I was staying at was under renovation, and suddenly an enemy came to settle a score. They outnumbered us, so I had to use the grapeshot cannon to compensate for the lack of numbers. In the end, the cannon was snatched away in the chaos. I'm still looking for it. Have you and your rival settled the feud? Marquis Adler pressed. Not that easy. Count Red shook his head. Marquis Adler's attitude instantly turned less courteous. Then what do you plan to do? Continue fighting in Ruhr City. Don't be anxious, Marquis. The Brotherhood's charter has a solution for such matters. Count Red said unhurriedly. A duel. Marquis Adler raised an eyebrow. A duel is only part of it. Count Red curled his lips into a cold smile. There is a more thorough method called the death dance. I have already proposed the rules of the bloody masquerade to settle the grudges once and for all. After hearing Count Red's words, Marquis Adler raised an eyebrow. Bloody masquerade. Interesting. I might come to watch. With that, he didn't stay any longer, got up and left the hotel. Not long after, the liaison of the Green Mountain Brotherhood, Fatty, came to Horn and stated directly as soon as he entered. Mr. Horn, Count Red has issued a challenge to you to hold a death dance using the rules of bloody masquerade to resolve the grudges between you. Death dance. Bloody masquerade. Horn frowned. What are those? Fatty explained. The death dance is a method set by the Brotherhood to resolve feuds between factions. It has an ancient origin and strict rules. The bloody masquerade is the most ruthless rule among them. Each side brings 4 subordinates, 10 people in total, and they fight to the death in a designated venue until one side is completely annihilated. Moreover, it must be accepted and cannot be refused. Can't be refused. Horn cursed. Bastard, on the spot, his face turning ugly. This is not a duel, it's outright murder. Count Red's subordinates are all above the 8th rank. This time he will definitely bring 4 similar tough guys to deal with me. Most of my men are spies and assassins, they are not on the same level as those professional fighters. Thinking of the opponent's strength, a chill ran down his spine. Fatty spread his hands. Mr. Horn, don't be too anxious. The Brotherhood acts with fairness. The challenged party has the right to decide the time and place of the death dance. The time cannot exceed 3 months, and the location cannot be in your territory or Mr. Lena's. Other than that, you can choose freely. Fairness. There is no true fairness in the world. Horn sneered. This death dance is just the Brotherhood's way of controlling the various factions, making us kill each other while they reap the benefits. Now I want to find someone with special powers to help, but such people are too hard to find. Only those close to the Brotherhood are more likely to survive. He didn't want to wait for death. He had painstakingly accumulated wealth, and his career was just starting. He couldn't let it all end like this. Horn pondered for a while, then his eyes lit up. The location will be the Satan Mountains. There are many dangerous places there, and thousands of terrifying magical beasts. Some of them are comparable to super-rank warriors. I don't believe Count Red has super-rank warriors among his men. Then the beasts can help us slow them down. Having decided on the location, Horn began to worry about the participants. He needed to gather 4 subordinates. He first thought of the combat instructor, and immediately summoned him. Would you be willing to join me in this death dance? The instructor nodded without hesitation. Mr. Horn, I will stand with you through thick and thin. Whether it's a sea of flames or a mountain of swords, I'll follow you. He was proficient in shooting, hand-to-hand combat, climbing, and stealth, a versatile expert, and Horn felt reassured. Next, Horn thought of the elf arcanist who had once disguised as Steffel. That elf arcanist must be counted. He's carried out many dangerous missions before, lacking no courage, and his arcane abilities are strong enough to counter the Red Count's mages. And old Simon, Horn added. He knows the terrain of the Satan Mountains and is a master of traps. Once we're in the mountains, his traps will be of great use. I must reserve a spot for him. Now with 3 candidates, 1 slot remained. Horn pondered. If the 6th rank Reaper is willing to join, we can form a Shadow Strike team and boost our strength even further. He recalled the Reaper's profile. The Reaper was an advanced branch of the Assassin, initially modulated as an assassin and later adjusted with warrior attributes for strength. Many considered this advancement a failure, but Horn knew the Reaper excelled at lurking and ambushing and was highly effective at eliminating isolated enemies. Summon the Reaper. I want to talk to him. Horn ordered his subordinate, his mind already calculating how to persuade the Reaper to join, knowing full well this was a life-or-death battle with slim chances of survival. Staring at the remaining vacancy, Horn felt troubled. After much thought, he could only turn to Mr. Lena for help. He said to the fat messenger, "Reply to the Red Count that I agree to his proposal. The death dance will be held in 1 month deep within the Satan Mountains." The fat man nodded and was about to leave when Horn called him back. "Wait. Also tell Mr. Lena that I wish to borrow her Stigma warrior. Her bodyguard is a demonic death soldier and her coachman is a master of hidden weapons. The terrain of the Satan Mountains is complex and the hidden weapon master will surely prove invaluable." After the fat man delivered the message, Mr. Lena soon arrived in person. "Horn, it's not that I don't want to help you," she said as she sat down. "Both the bodyguard and the coachman refused to assist, and they gave no reason." Horn sighed, having expected this outcome. "I suspect this is related to the Brotherhood. They probably want to use the Red Count's affairs to suppress me and prevent me from developing too quickly." Mr. Lena said no more and rose to leave. No sooner had she gone than Minnie pushed open the door. Seeing Horn's worried expression, she said softly, "I already know about this. Don't be too anxious." "How did you know?" Horn was taken aback. "I've been watching you," Minnie said, walking over to him. "Let me persuade those you want to bring. I'll make sure they go with you to the Satan Mountains." A warmth filled Horn's heart. He pulled Minnie into his arms and they kissed passionately for half an hour. "Thank you, Minnie," he said, releasing her with a determined gaze. "I need to leave now to find someone who can help me win. I can't let the Red Count succeed." Minnie's eyes reddened and she grabbed his hand. "I'm afraid of losing you. Don't leave, okay? Don't go back to the base tonight. Stay here with me." Horn looked at her worried face and nodded. After a night of fervor, he left her home without waking her. He couldn't afford to waste time. He had to find reinforcements as soon as possible. At that moment, the streets of Rule City were under military control due to the attack on the garrison command building. A curfew was in effect, and apart from patrolling soldiers, no one else was visible. Horn had no special pass but didn't care. He was heading to a villa 2 blocks away, a secret base with a tunnel. During the chaos, the 4 people in the villa had been killed. Now unguarded, it was perfect for his operation. The elf Arcanist beside him had transformed into an old man, while Horn himself silently recited a spell and put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The 2 stepped into the thick fog. A faint glimmer flickered from the glasses, successfully evading the red beams of the alarm arcane on the street. "Move quickly," Horn whispered. "I'm worried there might be Arcanists who can see through the mist. Don't let them spot us." The elf Arcanist nodded and followed Horn at a brisk pace, their footsteps so light they barely made a sound. The dense fog completely concealed their figures. The patrolling soldiers only caught blurred outlines and assumed they were lost civilians, paying them no heed as they headed toward the villa. Horn led the elf Arcanist disguised as an old man into the secret base villa. After closing the door, he said bluntly, "I'm going to the death dance. The Red Count will bring 4 experts of 8th rank or above. I need your help." The elf Arcanist frowned, hesitated for a moment, then looked up. "I can help you, but in return you must not refuse a request from me in the future." Horn was cautious. "Your request won't involve harming me or those close to me, will it?" "Rest assured it has nothing to do with humans," the elf Arcanist said firmly. They exchanged vows on the spot, sealing the pact. Then Horn lifted a hidden door in the villa's floor and led the elf Arcanist down a tunnel out of the city. After passing through a dense forest, he found an inconspicuous tree hollow, pushed open the concealed small door inside, and headed straight for the secret base in the old mining area. He needed to see the technician to prepare items for the death dance. After handling matters at the base, Horn rode a strange but light carriage into West Topon City. As soon as he alighted, he released 2 hounds. "Old Malhwazai, find old Simon for me." The place was the complete opposite of Rule City: fresh air, clean streets, ancient-style houses, and a lake visible in the distance. Before they had gone far, old Mao suddenly barked furiously at a house by the roadside. Soon a second-floor window opened, revealing old Simon's face. Horn quickly called off the hounds and shouted up from the carriage, Old Simon, I need to talk to you. Come up yourself. Old Simon replied and closed the window. The carriage is fine parked by the road. No one will dare touch it. Horn pushed open the door and entered the house, getting straight to the point. I've come to ask for your help. Old Simon showed no surprise, pointing to the dining table. Sit down. I just made some fish. Let's eat together. Horn leaned over to look. The fish in the plate was burnt black and gave off a fishy smell. With his naturally keen sense of taste and smell, he couldn't bear it, and offered, Let me cook instead. He strode into the kitchen, and within moments he had prepared 2 plates of fragrant fish dishes. Old man Shimeng took a bite, his eyes gleaming with astonishment as he exclaimed, Your culinary skill is remarkable, far superior to mine. Seizing the old man's lifted spirits, Huen elaborated on the death dance. The venue is the Sa Dan Mountains. You're intimately familiar with the terrain and a master of traps. With you on our side, our chances of victory would increase substantially. Old man Shimeng fell silent for a few minutes, then set down his chopsticks, and said, I can assist you, but let me make this clear. Once we're in the mountains, everyone must follow my orders without causing any trouble. Huen nodded immediately. No problem. As long as we win, I'll follow your lead. He breathed a sigh of relief, having secured another formidable ally, bringing him one step closer to assembling the team. Huen gazed at old man Shimeng, his expression perplexed. You want everyone to heed your commands, yet you know nothing about stigmata warriors or arcanists. This expedition to the Sa Dan Mountains is a lethal operation, not a mere adventure. Isn't your demand rather unreasonable? He pressed on, his tone edged with skepticism. In our past collaborations you never insisted on taking the lead, we each performed our own roles. This goes completely against your principles. What's the real reason? Yet old man Shimeng remained unmoved, taking a slow sip of tea. Within a month I can thoroughly familiarize myself with the intricacies of stigmata warriors and arcanists in the Jizi or Lu'er city, becoming a half-expert. Huen grew increasingly puzzled, his mind racing through his past encounters with the old man. The first collaboration had been to retrieve a batch of stolen artifacts, and later they had dealt with a band of mountain brigands together. The old man had always focused solely on traps and terrain, never meddling in other matters. Suddenly he recalled the plea of the elf arcanist, and speculated inwardly, could it be that the old man also harbors an unfulfilled wish, one linked to the Sa Dan Mountains? Having come to that realization, Huen ceased his questioning and nodded. All right, I agree. Once we reach the Sa Dan Mountains, I'll defer to your command in all actions. But you must let me know the reason. We can't have everyone blindly following you into danger. Old man Shimeng's gaze suddenly turned distant, as if lost in recollection, yet after a few seconds he shook his head. I'll explain the reason another time. Seeing this, Huen changed his approach. I originally planned to lure out powerful magical beasts in the mountains to help us deal with Count Red's men. Which region do you think harbors the most formidable creatures? The old man pondered for a moment before speaking. The depths of the Sa Dan Mountains are far more perilous than you imagine. The farthest I've ever ventured is Yirenling, beyond that I dared not go. He paused, then added, there are certain matters concerning the mountains that I keep only in my mind, never committing them to paper. This is to preserve my own advantage, for if too many people knew, the benefits would elude me. Then he elaborated in detail. From east to west, the Sa Dan Mountains encompass dangerous zones such as the Black Forest, the Sea of Insects, and the Poison Swamp. To the north lies the Yinhun Mountains, and to the south the Mihun Valley. If you want your enemies to die swiftly, lure them into the Sea of Insects, where venomous creatures can strip their bones clean in an instant. If you wish them to suffer a fate worse than death, choose Yirenling. The horrors within can drive a person to utter madness. As Huen listened, understanding dawned. The old man clearly intended to have everyone accompany him into Yirenling. He ventured cautiously, what exactly lies within Yirenling that makes you so intent on going there? Old man Shimeng lifted his head, his eyes misty, as if contemplating something from ages past. After a long pause he said with profound meaning, I too wish to know what lies within. There was no inn in Enchoming, so Huen had to spend the night in the living room of old man Shimeng's temporary dwelling. Just as he finished spreading out the straw, the old man entered carrying a candlestick and a jug of ale, smiling. Have a drink before bed to warm yourself. Huen took the wooden cup and took a sip. The ale was rich and smooth, better than expected. He fixed his gaze on the old man, suspicion flickering in his mind, trying to discern what game he was playing. I came to Enchoming to visit a friend, the old man said mysteriously after taking a drink. I'll have you meet her shortly, and she will accompany us to the Sa Dan Mountains. No! Huen exclaimed in shock. The death dance has strict limits on participants. Each side can only bring 4 subordinates. Not a single extra person is allowed. Then he added a concession, but if your friend is truly formidable enough to turn the tide of battle, I can rearrange the roster. You'll understand when you see her. The old man offered no further explanation, merely lowering his head to drink in silence. The moon climbed higher and the candle in the living room suddenly extinguished with a soft puff plunging the surroundings into darkness. The old man's voice abruptly turned solemn. She's about to arrive. As soon as he spoke, a fierce gust of wind swept through the living room, sending straw dust flying into the air. Then a wisp of white smoke emerged, gradually shaping into the figure of a woman in the center of the room, misty and ethereal. This is my fiancée Ina. The old man's tone carried a trace of melancholy. She has no physical form. She cannot see, hear, or communicate with anyone. Huen gazed at the white smoke, refraining from inquiring about their love story, more intrigued by what the smoke truly was. He probed, "Do you come here every year just for Ina?" "Yes," the old man nodded. "Ina sustains herself by absorbing moonlight. When she does, her body becomes like a mirror spanning several hectares. It's safest for her to dwell in the lake here." Choosing Anshoming was twofold. First, it's close to Mejizi. Second, it's tranquil and no one disturbs her. "What about the journey?" "It will take many days to reach the Sa Dan Mountains." "Will she be harmed if she can't absorb moonlight?" Huen asked again. "No major issue as long as it doesn't exceed 45 days she can endure," the old man replied. "As for when she'll set out with us, I have a suggestion. Have the others you've recruited stay on the barren island in the middle of the lake." He paused to explain, "If I were your adversary, I would have spies watching your movements. That island is surrounded by water, and with Ina's presence no one can spy on our actions. It's the perfect way to conceal our whereabouts." Huen was still hesitating when the white smoke in the center of the room suddenly churned violently and surged toward him. Huen instinctively tried to dodge, but the smoke came and retreated just as swiftly, instantly shrinking back into the woman's silhouette. Huen stared at the white smoke, frowning. "What is Ina trying to do?" Old man Shiming closed his eyes, fell silent for a few seconds, then opened them and relayed, "Ina says she detected a distress signal emanating from something on you. That object also needs moonlight to survive, and its energy is now nearly depleted." "On me?" Huen was astonished. He glanced down at himself, quickly recalling the 2 rings on his hand. He slipped off the ring containing the Zanbra spider, walked to the window, and placed it under the moonlight. Turning back, he asked, "Is this it?" Old Simon closed his eyes again and nodded, saying, "Aina said she could save it, but she would need to take a portion of its energy. She wants to make a deal with you." "A deal?" Horn waved his hand dismissively. "I don't even know what use this thing has. Right now my mind is full of the death dance. I only want to defeat Count Red, not stir up any more trouble." Only after he finished speaking did he realize that there must be a mental link between Simon and Aina, otherwise it wouldn't be so smooth for Simon to relay her words. Old Simon didn't argue. He continued to relay. "Aina thinks this thing is very powerful and connected to the Satan Mountains. Reviving it would benefit our expedition into the mountains." Horn hesitated. If it could truly help with the death dance, then this deal was worth discussing. "All right, let her tell me the terms," he added. "But I'll be upfront, I won't risk my life for this thing." "You've changed." Old Simon sighed, a note of complaint in his voice. "You weren't so afraid of danger before." "That was then, this is now," Horn said calmly. "Now I have a comfortable life, wealth, and a career. There's no need to fight as desperately as before. I won't easily gamble with my life." Old Simon said nothing more, only nodded toward the white smoke as if responding to Aina. Not long after, Horn led the group to Kant Island, a desolate, uninhabited islet in the southeastern part of Lake Entoming, shaped like a dolphin. The island was surrounded by sheer cliffs with a ridge running through the middle. At the highest point, a watchtower was equipped with an arcane array. Patch was inside the watchtower, calibrating the eagle eye enchantment, muttering, "Adjust it a bit more, make sure we can see movement from 10 kilometers away." Several tents were pitched on the ridge, their colors identical to the rock walls, nearly invisible unless you looked closely. At the cliff edge ahead, 2 people were practicing climbing. Their clothes also matched the rocks, and they moved with swift, agile limbs. In the dense bushes halfway up the mountain there was an unusually thick fake shrub. Lifting the branches revealed a hidden observation post that could accommodate 2 people. Horn and Old Simon sat inside, watching the others outside. "That coach is pretty good, well-rounded skills, quick reflexes." Old Simon pointed to one of the climbers on the cliff. "But that Reaper, he seems a bit sluggish and lacks stamina. He might hold us back in the mountains. Do you have any other reliable people?" Horn nodded in agreement. "The Reaper does have weaknesses. He sacrificed endurance and flexibility for explosive power and speed. But his strengths are obvious. He's excellent at ambushing and lightning strikes, and he can come through in critical moments." He paused, then added, "The team is complete now, the Elf Arcanist, the coach, the Reaper, and you. That's for meeting the Death Dance's requirements. There's no other suitable candidate for now." Horn shook his head. "No changes. The Reaper stays." He looked at Old Simon and explained, "We're going to war. We need a powerful attacker. The Reaper's attacks are like a storm. When he charges in, he can shatter the enemy's formation. He's the close combat powerhouse we urgently need. No one else would have that kind of explosive force. Old Simon was still dissatisfied. But that great sword of his is too bulky. In the complex mountain terrain he can't swing it properly, and it drains his stamina. He already has poor endurance. He'll tire out quickly. Horn's eyes lit up. The old man's words had struck a chord. You're right. The Reaper is strong in attack but weak in defense, and his stamina is poor. The great sword really isn't suitable. He pondered. Would a long-handled chopping knife or a scythe be better? Lighter, more flexible for slashing, and can handle area attacks. As he thought, an image formed in his mind, the Reaper wielding a long-handled scythe, wearing a black cloak and a mask that only showed his eyes running like the wind, like a messenger of death. By the way, can you control animals? Old Simon suddenly asked. Horn snapped back to reality. I used to be able to control small weak animals like rabbits and sparrows. Now that I've grown stronger, I can control some magical beasts, but there are conditions. I have to capture them first. They can't be high-level and preferably docile herbivores. I can't control aggressive ones. Can you control a group? Like a pack of wolves or a herd of deer? Old Simon pressed. No, only individuals. Horn shook his head. But some low-level magical beasts are different, like starlight earthworms. I can command hundreds at once. They have little intelligence, so they're easier to manipulate. Old Simon asked again. If you control a magical beast and train it a bit, could you hand it over to someone else to command? It's hard to say. I'd have to try. Horn answered honestly. Theoretically, low-level ones might work, but higher-level ones definitely won't. They have their own consciousness and won't obey a second person. Old Simon didn't dwell on it. He pulled a folded map from his pocket, spread it out on the small table in the observation post. This is a detailed map of the Devil Forest. I have a plan. We won't go to the Savage Valley first. Our first stop is Wanku Mountain. He pointed to a mark on the map. That's where the close relatives of the great lizards live, the relatives of the monsters that drove us out of Magus. Our target isn't the big lizards in the mountains, but the herbivorous lizards near the foothills. They're numerous, docile, and perfect as mounts. Horn leaned in to look at the map. So we don't need to bring many hunting dogs. No, just 2. They'll mainly be used for scouting. Old Simon said. Tents, food, and other supplies can be stored in your and the Elf Arcanist space rings. No need to carry them. We have a long journey ahead, so we need mounts. For the first half, the Bowridge Great Snake Lizard is the best choice. Bowridge Great Snake Lizard. Horn vaguely remembered. I've heard they're excellent at running and jumping, faster than horses in the jungle. Not only fast, but they can also climb steep cliffs. Mountain terrain is no obstacle for them. Old Simon nodded. When we reach Wanku Mountain, we'll first capture a batch of herbivorous lizards, then find a few Bowridge Great Snake Lizards. With them we'll save a lot of time and energy on the road. Horn looked at the map, then at the people training outside, and nodded in agreement. All right, let's do it your way. Once everyone is adequately trained, we'll set out for Wanku Mountain. After passing through Wanku Mountain, we'll take a detour to the north side of the Satan Mountains near the Inhun Mountains and try to capture a few ghost fox rats. Although they are carnivores, they have a gentle temperament. Unfortunately, they are hard to catch. Old Simon rolled up the map and leaned back into the observation room chair. No sentries needed tonight. Let the beasts guard the island. No one can slip ashore unseen. Horn nodded, then pressed further. Have you finalized the plan against Count Red's faction? They field a 9th-tier bloodthirsty slayer, holy armored knights and shadow assassins, hard to counter. Old Simon unrolled the map again, tapping several crimson-marked locations with his finger. The Black Forest harbors man-eating vines, the rotting mire teems with toxic miasma and colossal crocodiles, and the insect sea needs no elaboration. These creatures alone will ensure their burial without graves. When the time comes, we'll either capture ghost shadow fox rats to lure enemies into our traps, or deploy trained hounds to scout and serve as bait, drawing them straight into beast dens. What if they bring a master-level arcanist capable of dispelling toxins and commanding beasts, and high-tier Saint Brand warriors skilled in stealth and assassination? Horn remained uneasy and pressed on. Then you'd better master that spider ring thoroughly. Old Simon shot him a sidelong glance, recalling the ring's awakening, his tone edged with irritation. We agreed Aina would expend half her arcane energy to awaken it. That's the only way now. Fortunately, once awakened, the ring transforms into a spider that weaves moonlit webs at night. Within 10 days, Aina can fully replenish the expended energy. Horn raised his left hand and brushed his fingertip across the ring. Immediately its hues shifted. This ring shifts through 9 colors upon touch, each corresponding to a distinct ring spirit. though he could currently manifest only 3. When dormant it appears gray, when activated it becomes a primordial spider whose silk, deceptively fine, possesses extraordinary tensile strength. I compelled the primordial spider to spin daily, collecting the silk for Slim, our technician. He's experimenting, determined to replace steel cables with this material for greater operational flexibility. He stroked the ring again. It instantly shimmered emerald green. This hue summons the venomous spider whose toxin is so potent it fells a full-grown bull in an instant. I summon it daily to harvest venom. Coated on blades, even a graze means certain death. The ring then shifted to silvery white. This is the blade spider. Its combat prowess rivals several low-tier swordsmen, perfectly compensating for our team's defensive shortfall. Horn gazed at the ring, eyes alight with yearning. If only I could summon more spirits, but my arcane reserves remain insufficient. They say once total arcane energy exceeds 85, one gains access to low-tier arcana. Perhaps then more spirits may awaken. Old Simon sighed beside him. Pity the Dance of Death permits only 5 participants, otherwise additional allies would significantly tip the odds in our favor. Horn paused, then turned. Why only 5? The Brotherhood's decree merely states 4 subordinates per side, 5 total. It never forbids bringing more. The Brotherhood's rule is absolute, exceeding 5 constitutes disqualification, an automatic forfeiture, no battle required. We lose before striking a blow. Old Simon explained. Moreover, space is constrained. The dueling grounds within Satan Mountain are strictly bounded. Too many fighters would hinder movement and risk friendly casualties. Horn murmured acknowledgement, falling silent. Rules were immutable. Their sole recourse was to elevate those 5 to peak efficacy. Old Simon studied the map, then declared abruptly. Upon entering Satan Mountain we must adopt a strategy of waging war to sustain war. Its depths teem with anomalous beasts. If we can tame even a few, confronting Count Red's forces becomes far more feasible. And their hides, claws, fangs, and carapaces yield superior materials for armor and weapons, far surpassing what we carry now. Horn nodded. A sound plan, gaining both allies and equipment in one stroke. As the words faded, a piercing shrill cry tore through the air from the mountaintop, so sharp it pierced bone. Both men sprang up and sprinted upward. At the watchtower they found Elven Arcanist Teep adjusting a polished disc mirror within which hovered a massive eagle, wings outstretched over 2 meters wide. Is this eagle bound? Or did you train it as a hunting falcon? Horn stepped closer. Teep shook his head. Neither. It's a far more troublesome familiar. It possesses independent volition, resistant to control. You don't keep a familiar yourself? Horn asked again. Unnecessary. Teep replied, fine-tuning the mirror's focus. Modern arcanists resemble scholars, devoted solely to arcane theory. And with the advent of message-weaving art, familiar's role in communication has dwindled. Maintaining one demands constant care. Hardly worth the burden. Horn pointed at the eagle in the disc. Can we drive it away? It circles overhead constantly. If it reveals our position, we're compromised. Too distant for direct assault, Teep said. Even with flight art I cannot match its speed. Unless we possess self-destructive bats laden with explosives, countering it is nearly impossible. Don't military arcanists deploy summoning spells against aerial riders? Horn recalled. Teep cut him off. You refer to extra-dimensional conjurations, chaotic sentient entities. I lack mastery in conjuration arcana, such beings are beyond my reach. So we have no means to counter airborne threats. Horn grew anxious. Teep spread his hands. Nations invest fortunes training Sky Knights and developing aerial weaponry precisely because viable counters are so scarce. Whoever commands the skies commands victory. Horn tilted his head skyward. Only a speck remained visible. A wave of despondency washed over him, yet he felt relief too, having uncovered this vulnerability early. He inwardly cursed old Simon for selecting an island so easily surveilled from above. Yet he reconsidered. Rumor spoke of winged cattle-grasping lizards dwelling deep within Satan Mountain. Perhaps they could be tamed to dominate the skies. For the next fortnight the eagles circled ceaselessly above Khan Island, forcing Horn and his comrades to invert their schedule, sleeping by day, training by night. Surprisingly, the Elven Arcanists showed the most dramatic progress, both in martial discipline and arcane application. Truly, elves are blessed by the forest god, their aptitude for learning is unmatched. The trainer watched Teep flawlessly project an arcane barrier and murmured in awe. In the final days before departure the Reaper drilled relentlessly with his new weapon, a long-handled scythe, practicing cleaves and sweeping strikes far more agile than his former great sword. Other members completed their final preparations. Spatial rings remained perpetually open, ready to absorb supplies at a moment's notice. Horn and the Elf Arcane Master toiled for over a dozen hours each day, dedicating themselves entirely to the preparation of arcane materials. They first crafted arcane devices, then refined various secret elixirs, and finally infused the arcane potions into the devices to seal the energy within. An arcane master could only seal a limited amount of energy each day, but there was no restriction on crafting arcane devices or refining elixirs, so they strove to produce as many as possible. While working together, the elf arcane master suddenly halted his task, staring at the arcane device in Horn's hands. "You can continuously infuse arcane energy into the device without interruption." Horn nodded. "Yes, is there a problem? I know that those who have undergone cognitive restructuring can directly extract and infuse arcane energy, but I've never seen anyone do it as non-stop as you do." The elf arcane master looked astonished. If everyone could do this, the Arcane Academy would have long since mass-modified ordinary people to manufacture arcane devices. Horn was taken aback. He hadn't thought it was anything special, only that it was more efficient. "Maybe it's because of my unique constitution." He smiled and continued his work. There was no time to ponder this now. The more arcane devices they prepared, the greater their chances at the death ball. The elf arcane master stared at the arcane device in Horn's hands and suddenly said, "I once read in the Academy's ancient texts about the arcane factory, which aimed to have ordinary people mass-infuse arcane energy to create devices. But all attempts failed. The efficiency was too low. 10 arcane workers were inferior to a single arcane apprentice." He hesitated, looking at Horn's uninterrupted infusion. "I'm not sure whether I should report your situation to the Academy." Horn smiled. "Let's focus on the death ball first. There's no rush to report." 7 days before the death ball, the Grey Eagle that had been circling over Kant Island suddenly vanished. Horn looked up at the sky and said, "No need to wait any longer. The opponent's arcane master has surely already set out for Margus. Count Red is probably scouting the terrain and rehearsing his team's coordination. Let's depart as well." Before their departure, the skinny technician arrived carrying several bundles. Opening them, he revealed 5 sets of oddly shaped garments, each consisting of an inner, an outer layer, an outer hooded cloak, and an inner bodysuit complete with hood gloves. The gloves resembling claws fitted with hooked blades and barbs. "This is the death set custom made for you," the technician explained. "The fabric is woven from metallic spider silk mixed with steel wire. It can stop a rifle bullet from 200 yards away. The inner bodysuit is lined with steel plates in several places, and the palms and backs of the gloves are also reinforced with steel so they can be used as small shields in emergencies." After describing the garments, the technician brought out weapons. "The Reaper, this large scythe is for you, nearly a meter long with enough chopping force. Mr. Horn, your gun has been modified, the barrel lengthened, the magazine enlarged for more ammunition. Coach, here is a spear that can be both flexible and rigid, and a light narrow shield for close combat and defense." The elf arcane master looked around but received no weapon. The technician explained, "You won't be in close combat, focus on arcane attacks." Old Simon waved his hand. "I have my own gear, no need for extras." The technician then handed each of them 3 spare guns. "All fully loaded, as Mr. Simon requested. Store them in your spatial rings just in case." After distributing the equipment, the group boarded a boat to cross Lake Entenmann. Upon disembarking, several carriages were already waiting on the shore, all arranged by the technician in advance. The journey from Entenmann to Margus took 4 full days. At dusk, Horn finally saw through the carriage window the Satan Mountains bathed in red glow, their undulating ridges exuding an air of danger. Further ahead, the town of Margus had undergone a dramatic transformation. The center had shifted several hundred meters north, the walls had been rebuilt with added fortifications, and the former fortress had been replaced by a stately castle built of natural cement, looking exceptionally sturdy. "This is the mansion granted to Marquis von Adler by the Prussian Empire." The elf arcane master pointed at the castle. "I heard that 2 engineering battalions were mobilized, and it took months to build, costing 150000 gold marks. Most of the money went into the interior decoration. It's magnificent inside." At that moment, Marquis von Adler stood on the circular platform at the top of the castle, gazing into the distance. Behind him were a dozen men, but only one old arcane master in a purple robe with 2 gold stripes on his chest stood closest to him. The old arcane master squinted at Horn's group and said lazily, "Another batch of fools walking to their deaths. These 5 are far inferior to the 5 brought by Count Red." The Marquis didn't turn around, merely remarking calmly, "Not necessarily. Anyone who could make Count Red specifically hold a death ball must have some skill." The old arcane master sneered. "Even with some skill, once they enter the Satan Mountains, it all comes down to luck." From a distance of several hundred meters through the carriage's wooden planks, Master Baster could clearly make out the figures of Horn and his 4 companions. The distinguished Marquis von Adler, in the presence of the grotesquely ugly Master Baster, appeared extremely deferential, barely daring to breathe. Master Baster opened his mouth as if to speak, then suddenly closed it, his wrinkled face contorting. He remained silent for a long time. This silence made the dozen people behind him tense with anxiety. No one dared to speak casually. After a long while, Master Baster suddenly craned his neck, staring at the direction Horn's party had disappeared, muttering to himself. The Wing Project. I didn't expect the Gauls to progress so quickly. What exactly is this, Horn? The three people standing behind him, upon hearing the words Wing Project, exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. The others, including Marquis von Adler, found the phrase strange, but none dared to ask. They all knew Master Baster's temper: don't ask what you shouldn't. In truth, this imposing castle, nominally a gift from the Prussian Empire to Marquis von Adler, was actually a secret research institute. The real person in charge was Master Baster. The Marquis was essentially a guard captain. Most people, including himself, had no idea what project the institute was working on. Yashi, bring the multi-degree crystal disc. Master Baster turned to the only woman behind him, and ordered. Yashi nodded quickly and hurried down the platform. Then he said to Marquis von Adler, help me investigate the backgrounds of those 5 people and their true purpose for coming to Margus. The more detailed, the better. The Marquis bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, Master. Master Baster waved his hand, signaling the others to retreat more than a dozen paces. Then he raised his hand and an invisible barrier unfolded, establishing a high-level spatial partition that completely isolated him and the Marquis from the outside world. He casually patted the Marquis's garment, and a crimson feather silently adhered to the lapel of the Marquis's coat. Having done this, Master Baster grabbed the Marquis's wrist, and as if an invisible staircase appeared beneath his feet, he pulled the Marquis, walking across the air in the opposite direction. The spatial partition followed them, preventing any sound from leaking out. Midway through the air, Master Baster finally spoke. There are some things you shouldn't normally know, but the situation is special now, and I need your cooperation. Marquis von Adler's heart tightened. He quickly replied, rest assured, Master. Whatever it is, I will do my utmost to complete it, and will not refuse. The strange old man looked at Marquis Adler and said bluntly, if the frontline commander doesn't know the battle intent, the success rate will certainly be compromised. As the captain of the guard, you can't be in the dark, either can you. Marquis Adler opened his mouth but finally said nothing. He truly had no idea about the Institute's real purpose, so he couldn't refute it. The strange old man pressed further. The Empire built your granted mansion in Margus. Tell me why. The Marquis quickly replied. It's to shield North Kachens from the disaster of frenzied beasts. With this castle in command, the surrounding magical beasts will not dare to rampage easily. The strange old man pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied. That's it. Think again carefully. The Marquis hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, my colleagues in the War Ministry and I have privately studied it. We believe the Empire actually has its eye on Margus's geographic location. Stationing an air cavalry regiment here can both ensure the highway's smoothness and attack several places in Gaul at any time. The General Staff has even formulated 4 plans for this. The strange old man nodded then. That's more like it. This is the true intention of the High Command and General Staff. But do you think this is all? He pointed to the distant Satan Mountains. The real reason is here. It's one of the continent's famous dangerous lands, hiding countless magical beasts within. He paused and began to narrate. Long ago, the Holy Court rose and erupted into war with the ancient Arcanists. In the end, the arcane civilization was completely severed. Those Arcanists who did not die in battle fled into the Satan Mountains, which became their settlement. The arcane principles we use today are all researched from the things they left behind. Later, the Arcanists, hiding deep in the mountains, took advantage of the Gaulish king's reconciliation with the Holy Court to cooperate, thus creating the Temple Knights. Marquis Adler's eyes lit up suddenly as he realized. You mean the Temple Knights and those related are actually humanoid versions of magical beasts? The strange old man nodded. Finally caught on. That's why I asked you to investigate the intentions of those 2 groups. They are all heading to the Satan Mountains, definitely related to this. The Marquis quickly added. I have already found out about the first group. They are special envoys sent by the Gaul Anti-Imperial Alliance along with the full agent of the Blood Feud Brotherhood in Kong Sai. The strange old man stroked his chin, muttering repeatedly. Gaul Anti-Imperial Alliance, Blood Feud Brotherhood. So they are all closely related to the Temple Knights. This is getting interesting. The strange old man suddenly froze, then a strange smile appeared on his face as he pointed to Huen in the distance. At this moment, the spatial barrier he had set earlier was removed. With this gentle point, the circular crystal disc on the top floor of the castle suddenly lit up with a mysterious halo, exactly the same as the scene the Arcanists had seen when Huen was examined in the secret room of Kong Sai Arcane Academy. No one knew that this extremely ugly strange old man was actually one of the 2 great sages of the Prussian Empire, the super grand Arcanists known as the Arcane Emperor. He concentrated in deep thought, absorbing all the information about Huen's condition that the arcane crystal disk had spied into his mind, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. An experimental body with gains and losses, unstable state, the result of accidental mutation. The strange old man murmured to himself, his tone full of astonishment. This kid is like a diamond covered in cracks, looks precious but is actually an expensive waste. He turned to Marquis Adler and said, You would never guess, Huen's spiritual power value exceeds 50,000. In all my life I've never seen such a high number. My own spiritual power value is only around 4,700. The Marquis's eyes widened. 50,000. That's too exaggerated, isn't it? Exaggerated. There's even more absurd. The strange old man snorted. One of the success criteria of the Wing Project is a spiritual power value exceeding 20,000. Huen has long surpassed that. But his arcane power value has only just exceeded 30. Compared with his spiritual power value, it's a world of difference, far too mismatched. He continued to examine the arcane that Huen had solidified through cognitive restructuring. The more he saw, the more furious he became, almost rushing out. A waste of talent. A sheer waste of talent. With his spiritual power he could mobilize 50,000 units of arcane energy per hour. High-level arcane could be used like fireworks, mid-level arcane like firecrackers. A single explosive flame could devour Earl Red's group, or a death mist could envelop half of Margus. Yet he chose only useless low-level arcane, utterly idiotic. Marquis Adler dared not respond, just watching the strange old man's agitated appearance. The strange old man cursed a few times, then suddenly froze, his mind blank. After a long moment he murmured, No. His situation is actually only a step away from the artificial angel the Wing Project aims to create. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huen and his party just got off the carriage and saw Meng and I, her father, and the liaison of the Qinshan Brotherhood, Fatty, standing by the roadside to welcome them. This dance of death doesn't need a referee, but it must have a witness. Fatty is the witness sent by the Brotherhood. Mr. Huen, we have finally waited for you. Fatty stepped forward quickly, a smile plastered on his face. I sincerely hope you win, not just because it's the Brotherhood's rule, but also because many people have placed heavy bets on you. I myself have invested quite a bit, and don't want to lose everything. Huen nodded and smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Fatty. I will do my best. Meng and I approached him, her eyes full of worry. Did anything go wrong on the way here? Earl Red's group arrived long ago. I heard they've been wandering around the town as if familiarizing themselves with the environment. It's fine, everything went smoothly. Huen patted her hand. Don't worry. When we really get to the Satan Mountains, no one knows who will win. Fatty waved behind him, and two servants immediately came forward carrying a black box. The moment the box opened, Huen saw 3 items inside: a silver bracelet with intricate patterns engraved on the inside resembling some kind of arcane formation, a compass with a rough style, its inner wall densely covered with magic runes, and it clearly did not point south, and a roll of beast hide contract painted with complex arcane formations with clauses like life and death determined by fate, no cheating, written between the lines, blocking all possible violations. Mr. Huen and everyone, please sign this contract with your blood. Fatty pointed at the contract. Once signed, it will be bound by arcane energy, and no one can play tricks. Huen picked up the contract and read it carefully, confirming there were no hidden clauses. Then he took one of the sharp needles Fatty offered, pricked his middle finger, and signed his name on the contract with blood. The others followed suit one by one. When the last person finished signing, the contract suddenly burst into flames on its own, instantly turning to ashes. A flash of blood-red illusion crossed Huen's vision, then disappeared after a few seconds. The arcane energy of the contract has taken effect. Fatty's expression turned serious. I warn everyone, never violate the contract, or you will have your soul taken by gods and demons, and die without a burial place. He picked up the silver bracelet. This bracelet is an identity marker. The red beads on the inside represent your own side, while the black beads represent Count Chi's side. No matter which side suffers a death, the corresponding colored bead will turn white. Moreover, once worn, the bracelet cannot be removed unless the arm is severed. Then he picked up a special compass. This is called the guidance needle, which can indicate the positions of enemies and allies. By turning the thumbwheel on the side, aligning the arrow with the small dot on top, you can know the exact direction and never get lost in the mountains. There are still 17 hours until the death dance officially begins. The fat man added, you can rest in the town now or head straight into the Satan Mountains. Once within the mountain range, the two sides cannot attack each other before the dance begins. Even if they meet, they must hold back. Although there is no referee, the arcane formation within the contract will monitor everything, and anyone who violates the rules will immediately suffer backlash. Huen picked up the silver bracelet and put it on. As soon as it touched his wrist, the bracelet automatically contracted, clasping tightly. The patterns on the inside seemed to adhere to his skin, showing no signs of loosening. He picked up the guidance needle again, turned the thumb wheel to align with the black dot on top, and the needle immediately pointed toward the Satan Mountains. "Has Count Chi and his group already entered the mountains?" Huan asked. "That's right, they've been in there for nearly half a month, familiarizing themselves with the terrain and practicing coordination." The fat man nodded. "Just so you know, Count Chi's team actually has 6 people. The extra one is a guide who only leads the way and won't participate in combat. However, you can attack him freely without it being a violation." Huan raised an eyebrow. "Can we also add personnel?" "You can add a guide, but the guide can only point directions, cannot provide any assistance, whether handing weapons, sending messages, or physically helping. If the rules are violated, the guide will be instantly killed by the contract's arcane magic," the fat man explained. Huan wanted to ask something more but turned to see Ming and I standing nearby with a poor expression. The other companions, seeing this, tactfully moved away, leaving the two of them to talk. Having not seen each other for nearly a month, Ming and I looked at Huan, the affection in her eyes almost impossible to conceal. But she knew how precious time was for Huan, so she forced herself to calm down, took a small box from her bag and handed it to Huan. "My father, my subordinates, and I have been praying for you all these days." She paused and added, "I have borrowed 2 arcane masters skilled in communication magic from Kong Sai, and they have already arrived in Mejizi. Father spent a considerable amount of money to have them temporarily become your subordinates. They will monitor news around the clock. Although they cannot help you on the battlefield, they can assist in researching information, formulating battle plans. Send them a message anytime you need anything." Huan took the small box, opened it to glance at the communication crystal inside, then looked up and asked, "Does Count Chi also have such an arrangement?" Ming and I nodded, a worried expression on her face. "Not only does he have it, but there are also people secretly manipulating the betting on this life-or-death duel. Count Chi's odds are much higher than yours. Dozens of factions are already preparing to intervene, wanting to help Count Chi win. Doesn't this violate the Brotherhood's rules?" Huan frowned. "Manipulating the betting isn't considered direct cheating. The Brotherhood can't control these people." Ming and I sighed. "Count Chi is too skilled at exploiting the rules, he always finds loopholes." She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Count Chi also asked me to bring you a trade proposal. If he wins, he won't kill you, but you'll have to pay a ransom of 400 million crowns along with some other demands." Huan understood immediately, knowing that those other demands must be related to Ming and I. He held Ming Ni's hand and said firmly, "Don't worry, I won't lose and I won't let anyone hurt you." After bidding farewell to Ming and I, Huan and his group immediately set off into the Satan Mountains. In the jungle, 2 specially made jungle carts were speeding along, each pulled by 10 ferocious hunting dogs as large as calves, 20 in total. These hunting dogs were all under Huan's arcane control. 11 of them were originally his, while the rest were purchased with the help of Ming Ni's father, all of them fierce and capable fighters. Old Simon drove the front cart to lead the way, while Huan sat in the rear cart to cover the rear. The carts, improved by the thin technician, were exceptionally agile, easily traversing potholes and thickets. Old Simon shouted back, "This path I chose is untraveled, flat and short. Count Chi's group took the regular route, which is not only longer but also difficult. We can leave them behind in 3 days." Huan nodded, recalling what Meng and I had said earlier. Count Chi's team was very well prepared with a strong lineup. The arcane master who had been monitoring them earlier was hired by Count Chi to gather intelligence. They had already penetrated deep into the mountains, spending half a month familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Although they don't have a terrain expert like you, they hired all the famous hunters from the town of Mejizi. The coach sitting beside him interjected, "Those hunters have been active on the fringes of the Satan Mountains for years. They are certainly more familiar with the outer terrain than we are." "Hiring hunters isn't just about familiarizing with the environment," Huan sneered. "Count Chi is too shrewd. He will definitely find ways to make those hunters voluntarily help, either by luring them with benefits or coercing them with means. When the time comes, we'll not only have to deal with Count Chi's 4 experts, but also be wary of sneak attacks from those hunters who know the terrain." Old Simon snorted. "Don't worry, once we reach the depths of the mountains, those hunters won't be of much use. It'll be my turn." The hunting dogs ran fast, and steadily the carts weaved through the jungle, and the trees around flew past. Huan touched the silver bracelet on his wrist. The red bead was glowing. The black dot on the guidance needle was still ahead, indicating that Count Chi's group was still in front of them, but the distance was slowly closing. Sitting in the jungle cart, Huan recalled Meng Ni's words and said to his companions, "Although Meng Ni's father is not as resourceful as Count Chi, he also found a skilled arcane master to secretly observe the strength of Count Chi's team. The situation is not optimistic." The elf arcane master looked up. "What formidable figures are in their team?" First, there is a high-level arcane master not from the academic school but from the nature sect. Huan frowned. This non-academic type's arcane arts are unpredictable, and the worst part is that provoking him is equivalent to provoking the other members of the nature sect. He is the last person I want to offend. The coach interjected. A 9th-rank bloodthirsty slayer, probably the most troublesome melee fighter. Exactly. That guy is a high-level formidable enemy with a special blood web vision that can lock onto targets, and a blood surge ability that once activated greatly boosts his attack power and speed. Huan added. There is also an 8th-rank Sacred Armor Knight with top-tier defense. It won't be easy for our team to completely eliminate him. Additionally, there is an 8th-rank Shadow Assassin with a unique innate ability called Shadow Leap, allowing him to teleport within shadows, making it hard to guard against and very troublesome for me. Old Shimeng snorted. No matter how strong they are, they cannot overcome unfamiliar terrain. In the place I chose, their abilities will be compromised. At that moment, a crisp cry came from the sky, pulling Huan's thoughts back to the forest. A spotted feathered falcon circled twice and landed steadily on Huan's outstretched arm. It was a costly purchase, though not a magical pet capable of complex communication. It could convey simple intelligence. Huan stroked the falcon's feathers and asked in a low voice, "Is there something ahead?" The falcon rubbed against his palm and chirped twice as if in reply. Huan said to the elf arcanist, "Taipian Yusai of the jungle to scan the situation ahead." The elf arcanist nodded, raised his hand, and chanted a spell. Several green rays flew from his palm, transforming into small green light birds that flew toward the dense forest ahead. A few minutes later, the green light birds flew back and merged into the elf arcanist's hand. He tossed the green sphere into the air, which exploded into a cloud of light. The light cloud clearly revealed a distant scene behind a slope deep in the forest. 3 people were hiding, peering out cautiously. About a dozen meters away, a pile of rubble was stacked as if arranged beforehand. "Are they hunters hired by Count Red?" the coach asked warily. "Most likely," Huan replied, staring at the light cloud. "They should be lying in ambush ahead, trying to test our strength or delay our progress." Old Shimeng sneered. "Just 3 hunters and they want to block our way. I'll go deal with them. Don't rush." Huan stopped him. "Let's see what they do first. There's no need to waste time on these small fry. Let's bypass them and continue forward so we don't delay our trip to Savage Ridge." Huan looked at the scene in the light cloud and quickly realized. This is a trap. Someone is controlling it from behind. Old Shimeng leaned closer to the light cloud, carefully examined the arrangement of the rubble, and suddenly said, "This trap was set by those 3 lads, Manibu Ka-er and Silur. They are hunters from around Majizi. I know them." He paused, then added, "That boy Ka-er comes from a poor family, but he has a good character. He's just too honest and easily swayed. Mr. Huan, can you show mercy and not kill them?" Huan frowned, hesitating. "I don't want to die, nor do I want to kill innocent people, but I even less want to put ourselves in danger because of compassion." The coach interjected. "Mr. Huan, a life-and-death duel is essentially a small war. We are at a disadvantage now. We have no right to be lenient toward the enemy. Since they are helping Count Red, they are our opponents. Being soft on the enemy is cruel to ourselves. How about this?" Old Shimeng suggested. "We strike and injure them or imprison them just so they can't get in the way anymore. In the Sadan Mountains, injury basically means death." Huan shook his head. "There are magical beasts and traps everywhere. Without help they won't survive a day. As for imprisonment, traveling with 3 prisoners is too inconvenient, and they might turn on us. There's no suitable method." The elf arcanist sighed. "If only I knew the arcane contract, we could make them swear not to interfere. Unfortunately, few are proficient in such arcane arts." After discussing for a long time, they finally decided to act according to the original plan, bypass the trap and take the cliff path nearby, but they must first eliminate the 3 hunters to prevent them from ambushing later. Huan had the elf arcanist use arcane magic to disrupt the trap mechanism and directed the controlled hunting dogs to sneak over. Soon a few screams came from ahead and then silence. When Huan's group passed the cliff and looked back, 3 freshly piled graves now stood beside the rubble. The elf arcanist crouched down to examine one of the hunters' corpses and said gravely, "They have a special arcane mark on them. It's a curse. Whoever kills them will be tainted and it can spread." Huan was startled. "Good thing we let the hunting dogs do the killing so none of our people were tainted. We lost 1 hunting dog." The coach pointed to the distance. The cursed hunting dog was lying on the ground convulsing. Huan was silent for a moment, then controlled the dog to dig graves and bury the 3 hunters' bodies. After that, the hunting dog suddenly stood up, leaped off the cliff, and died on impact. "From now on," Huan said firmly, "anyone who helps Count Red, no matter who, will be killed without mercy." Old Shimeng sighed. "Count Red's move is too vicious. He actually bound the hunters with a curse, forcing them to fight us to the death." Greed makes people foolish. Hua En sneered. If they hadn't been greedy for the money Count Red offered, they wouldn't have ended up like this. At that moment the elf arcanist suddenly stood up, his expression changing. Not good. Mr. Lena and Miss Mingni are under attack. Hua En leaped off the vehicle and reached for his weapon. How are they? Don't worry, they're fine, the elf arcanist said quickly. The attackers aim to kill Mr. Lena and capture Miss Mingni alive, intending to use her to threaten you. But Mr. Lena had bodyguards who repelled the enemies. He paused, his expression still grim. But there's bad news, both Mr. Lena and Miss Mingni have been afflicted with the same curse as before. Fortunately, Mr. Lena has a mysterious protective power on her, so the curse hasn't taken effect yet. She is now taking Miss Mingni to dispel the curse. It should be resolved. Hua En breathed a sigh of relief, then clenched his fist. Count Red, I'll remember this debt. After hearing the elf arcanist's words, Hua En gnashed his teeth. Those bastards of the Blood Revenge Brotherhood actually used curses to harm people and dared to touch Mingni and Mr. Lena. I will avenge this. The coach also fumed. What the hell is Count Red doing? He clearly signed the arcane contract. How dare he send people to attack your family? Isn't this an open violation of the rules? The attackers were not sent by Count Red, the elf arcanist explained. They were forces that had placed heavy bets on Count Red, trying to stir up trouble in the chaos. On a whim they decided to capture Miss Mingni to threaten you. However, this has angered the Brotherhood's high-ups as well as Governor Kachin stationed here. The Prussian Empire has already pressured the Gaul government, and 6 border legions crossed the border at dawn. Things are in chaos on the Gaul side. So what do we do now? Old Shimeng asked. Do we go back to help Miss Mingni or continue towards Savage Valley? We await further updates. The Elven Arcanist explained that the Messenger Arcanist remains in contact with the other side and will inform us immediately upon receiving new intelligence. Horn took a deep breath, suppressing his inner agitation. We proceed according to schedule, to the Valley of Savages. I promised you we would explore its depths together. I shall not break that vow. The party continued onward. Guided by innate elven intuition, the Elven Arcanist consistently detected animal tracks well in advance, calming and dispersing docile beasts to avoid unnecessary conflict. When confronted with ferocious, untamable creatures, the Reaper stepped forward, gripping his long-handled scythe. He struck with blinding speed and brutal force, unleashing astonishing power. Within moments, several rampaging predators lay subdued, revealing his formidable strength. At midnight, they halted on a level stretch of land to rest. The Elven Arcanist seated himself cross-legged in meditation, then suddenly opened his eyes. A message has arrived. All gathered instantly around him. Horn pressed urgently. How is Morny? Does the dance of death continue? The dance of death proceeds as originally planned. The Elven Arcanist reported that the Arcanist who cursed the hunters had been seized by the Brotherhood as a sacrificial scapegoat, and condemned for treason, a gesture intended to satisfy all factions. Meanwhile, numerous opportunistic factions had dispatched agents into the Satan Mountains. Yet both the Army Department and the Brotherhood issued explicit orders: should any of their operatives oppose us, we were to eliminate them without hesitation or restraint. He paused, then fixed his gaze upon Horn. The Crimson Count, implicated in manipulating gambling operations, received only a minor financial penalty from the Brotherhood. Otherwise he remains unaffected, and his contingent still advances through the mountains. What of Morny? Horn demanded. What of her curse? The Elven Arcanist averted his eyes, voice calm and measured. Rest assured, the curse has been fully dispelled. Both she and Mr. Lena are safe. The Reaper interjected coldly from beside them. Regardless, the Crimson Count and his entourage remain our adversaries. The dance of death proceeds exactly as intended. Horn nodded, exhaling softly in quiet relief. Then the Elven Arcanist added, there is another development. The Governor of Kitchens has intervened and dispatched aid. They are expected to rendezvous with us shortly. Governor Kitchens. Simon's weathered face furrowed in bewilderment. Why would he assist us? We share no ties with him. Others exchanged similarly puzzled glances. None could fathom the governor's sudden involvement. Meanwhile, within the meditation chamber of Magus Castle, Archmage Batar paced slowly, clutching a stack of classified documents recently delivered from Gaul. Dense with arcane detail, the dossier chronicled the clandestine wing project and the Order of the Temple Knights. As he scanned its contents, Bastor's brow tightened, evidently aware of far more than Horn and his companions ever suspected. Count Sigmar Adler pushed open the chamber door and strode briskly toward Master Bastor. Master Gaul's response was dismissive. They believe Prussia lacks the resolve to invade Karsai and treat our diplomatic pressure with utter indifference. Batar ceased pacing and let out a dry, mirthless laugh. They are correct. Prussia indeed lacks such resolve. The Count nodded gravely. The geopolitical landscape has transformed utterly since half a year ago. 6 months prior, when Gaul ignited the war, it reigned as continental hegemon, while Prussia still struggled toward unification. Now, however, hegemony rests firmly in our hands, yet provokes deep suspicion among rival nations. To prevent Gaul's total collapse, the island nation across the sea extended massive loans and military hardware. Though Gaul now fights defensively, Prussia finds itself constrained, mirroring Gaul's former predicament. The emperor and his cabinet ministers obsess over defeat, eroding our supremacy, utterly blind to the true significance of the Wing project's success. Our voice bitter frustration. Though they allocate funds, they grasp neither the project's essence nor its philosophical implications, reducing it merely to a weapon for winning wars. Their fixation lies solely with mechanical arts, artillery, ironclads, deeming only such tangible instruments effective. He sighed heavy with resignation. As an arcanist, I find this profoundly disheartening. Science has steadily ascended as the world's dominant force. Arcanum, once suppressed by the Holy See, fell into obscurity, only now showing fragile signs of revival, yet confronting fresh existential challenges. Science belongs to the masses, accessible, scalable, universally teachable. But if Arcanum cannot transcend its inherent limitations of usage and transmission, it will inevitably decline once more into oblivion. The Count fell silent for a moment before shifting focus. Master, I have uncovered the Crimson Count's true identity. He is Gaul's peace envoy, bearing the final terms agreed upon by Prussia, entering the Satan Mountains under that mandate. What? Bastor's eyes flared wide. He erupted in fury. This is coercion. Does he imagine a mere dance of death can compel our submission? Recall Gaul's envoy and redraft the terms. Master, it is not so simple. The Count's expression darkened. This negotiation does not involve Gaul's official government, but rather dissident factions seeking to overthrow it. Re-establishing secure channels proves exceedingly difficult. Abandoning them would be reckless. Our cursed aloud, strode back and forth twice, then halted. Then we resort to rogue tactics. We publicly declare that our aerial cavalry squadron conducting routine border patrols came under unprovoked assault by unidentified Gaulish agents, and retaliated decisively, eliminating every attacker. Thus the Crimson Count's entire delegation is eradicated, resolving the threat without jeopardizing diplomacy. The Count's eyes gleamed. That is viable. I will arrange it immediately. Wait, Batar interjected. One more matter. We must prevent Horn and the Crimson Count's dueling contingents from fighting to mutual annihilation. The Count blinked in surprise. Master, you suspect they bear hidden mandates? It is uncertain. Batar shook his head. They possess legitimate grounds for duel. The enmity between the Crimson Count and Horn is overt and undeniable. Yet that does not preclude additional objectives. For centuries Gaul has launched 6 expeditions into the Satan Mountains, each failing to locate the ancient Arcanist settlement. Yet hunters and adventurers persistently emerge bearing relics tied to antiquated arcana, proof that such ruins lie buried deep within the range. He paused, then added, the Crimson Count enters the mountains bearing diplomatic accords, perhaps using the duel as cover to seek those very ruins. Horn's case is even more anomalous. His spiritual resonance readings defy all precedent. That too may connect to the ruins. Regardless, we must ensure either faction perishes before unveiling the truth. The Count bowed deeply. Understood. I will assign observers to monitor them closely, and intervene covertly if necessary. The Arcanius that Jason had lent out was dead. The moment the subordinate's report landed, Count Chi's face darkened, his knuckles whitening from the grip. Daring to touch my people, that Hoen brat has a death wish. He turned and strode to the table, picking up a wax-sealed envelope, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Send this letter to my old friend at the Arcanist Association. Tell him I'm asking for a favor, revenge. The subordinate had just acknowledged the order when Count Chi added, and while you're at it, have him find me a mind weaver. Being short of both types of people right now makes things far too inconvenient. Within a few days Count Chi had assembled a core team he called the Golden Squad. Standing on the open ground of the temporary camp, he looked at the 3 imposing subordinates before him and introduced them in a low voice. This is the 9th rank Bloodthirsty Slayer, specializes in frontal assaults, blessed with the Bloodthirsty Demon-Knight talent. Once he locks onto a target, there's no escape. The burly man named grinned, revealing 2 fangs that glinted coldly. Count Chi then pointed to the man in heavy armor beside him. 8th rank Holy Armor Knight, top-tier defense. Not only can he protect himself, but he can also extend a barrier to shield his teammates. Finally he turned to the figure that seemed almost merged with the shadows in the corner. 8th rank Shadow Assassin, unrivaled in stealth and infiltration. He'll handle reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and covert kills. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Count Chi suddenly slammed his fist against the stone wall beside him. A dull thud rang out, his knuckles split open and blood trickled down between his fingers. He shook the blood from his hand, but instead of wincing he smiled. Pain, real pain. The holy armor knight beside him frowned. My lord, why must you torment yourself? Only this pain can remind me that I am still the same Count Chi who crawled out of a pile of corpses. He gazed at his bleeding fist, a look of relief in his eyes. After too long in comfort I feared my will might soften. But now, it seems I'm still intact. Meanwhile the city of Ruel had descended into chaos. The occupying army's brigades had carved the city into several sectors. Armed soldiers patrolled the streets, while the arcanists sent by Prussia stood atop high vantage points waving their staves to dispel the mist that shrouded the city. Everyone freeze. Inspection. Soldier shouts rose and fell. Suspects were pressed against walls, one by one handcuffed and taken away. Before the ruins of the garrison command building, a few survivors were bent over clearing rubble, occasionally letting out stifled sighs. The bodies unearthed from beneath had already formed a long row. One corpse lay alone on a stretcher covered with a military blanket. It was Lieutenant General Debussy, the interim commander. Major Ma Ding stood beside it, his expression as gloomy as a thundercloud. His bond with the old general was deep. Just yesterday they had been drinking ale and discussing tactics. Today they were separated by death. What troubled him even more was that the space ring the old general always wore was missing. Inside it were securities worth over 2 billion meant to pay the frontline soldiers their wages. Major, please don't be too upset. A soldier handed him a cup of water. Major Ma Ding waved a hand, crouched beside the old general's body, and his mind raced. Only 3 people knew the secret of that ring: the general himself, the financier Odelang he dealt with, and me. He rubbed his temples. Now the general was shot in the back and killed, and Odelang was crushed by the rubble. All the clues are gone. As he pondered, the military surgeon hurried over. Major, it's confirmed. The financier crushed to death is indeed Mr. Odelang. Cause of death: comminuted skull fracture, likely from a beam when the building collapsed. Major Ma Ding nodded, his eyes filled with helplessness. I was hoping the ring might be found, but now, the chances are almost zero. He stood up, looking at the chaotic city, and let out a heavy sigh. On the river of the port city of Sangkun, mist rose from the water. 3 kilometers downstream, a hidden underwater base was still emitting black smoke. Flames were gradually swallowed by the surging river, leaving only a few bubbles rising to the surface. And 3 kilometers upstream there was an even more concealed base, its entrance entirely submerged, impossible to spot without careful inspection. In the base's meeting room the lights were dim. Several people sat around the table, their gazes fixed on the space ring in Huen's hand. Huen toyed with the ring, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Sitting beside him was none other than Mr. Odelang, the financier whom the people of Ruel believed to be dead. He was now dressed in a clean silk suit, his demeanor calm and elegant, showing no sign of having endured a disaster. Mr. Odelang, nothing missing from the ring, I trust? Huen asked, leaning sideways. Odelang took a sip of the coffee on the table, then smiled and shook his head. Not a single thing missing. I have full confidence in Mr. Huen's methods. If you hadn't sent someone to rescue me in advance, I'd be a corpse in the rubble by now. Huen chuckled, then changed the subject, looking at Odelang. By the way, how much longer will it take to dispel the solidified transformation spell? Wearing someone else's face must be uncomfortable for you too. Odelang touched his own cheek, his voice carrying a faint arcane fluctuation. Another 2 hours. This transformation spell has a long duration, so the removal must be gradual. We owe this success to you. Huen took a bottle of champagne from a nearby chest, then handed 2 glasses to Odelang and the man in the corner. Gear mapped out the plan meticulously, Patch executed it cleanly. Today calls for a celebration. He popped the cork with a loud bang, and golden bubbly liquid surged out. To Mr. Huen. Gear raised his glass, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The group clinked glasses with a laugh, down the wine in one gulp, and casually tossed the glasses onto the floor, where they shattered with a crisp sound. Huen clapped his hands, silencing the crowd. Enough celebration, now for business, the spoils. Gear was the chief planner, Patch the main executor. You 2 get an extra share. The rest will be divided equally. Fair enough, Mr. Huen. Someone immediately shouted from the crowd, and the others nodded in agreement. No one objected. Huen's expression turned stern. But I'll be blunt, this stays in this room. If anyone dares breathe a word, don't blame me for being ruthless. He paused, then broke into a smile again. The higher-ups only approved 3 million as compensation. I'm taking the liberty to increase it tenfold, 30 million for everyone to share. Long live Mr. Huen. The meeting room erupted in cheers, every face beaming with joy. Huen watched the scene, thinking to himself, money is indeed the best way to bind people's hearts. And what's more, my most troublesome rival Major Ma Ding can no longer threaten me. Meanwhile, in the temporary command post of Ruel, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The special commissioner sent by headquarters sat across from Major Ma Ding, flipping through the investigation report, his tone icy. According to the investigation, only 3 people knew that the securities were hidden in Lieutenant General Depussy's ring: you, Mr. Odalang, and the general himself. Now both Odalang and the general are dead. Explain yourself? Major Ma Ding frowned deeply. I have nothing to explain. I could never betray the old general. Mr. Odalang might have been taken hostage, and an impostor killed the general and stole the ring. Mr. Odalang has the least suspicion. The commissioner slapped the report on the table. He hadn't left the headquarters building for 2 weeks. Captain Ben-En, who was escorting him, also confirmed that he made no contact with anyone along the way. On the other hand, you and Lieutenant General Depussy have made several trips outside recently with complicated movements. But an impostor could mimic Odalang's appearance. Major Ma Ding said urgently. His personality was already detestable, no one wanted to interact with him much. An impostor could easily pass off. The commissioner sneered. Evidence. Without solid proof, your claim is mere speculation. Given your high level of suspicion, I've decided to escort you back to headquarters for further investigation. Locked in the confinement cell, Major Ma Ding instead grew calmer. The doubts from before began to connect in his mind. He murmured to himself it was the impostor Odalang who killed the old general. The real Odalang was kidnapped shortly after departure. Captain Ben-En was careless and hated the real Odalang, so he didn't notice anything wrong. The enemy created chaos by attacking the building, allowing the impostor to slip away without even triggering the alarm. The plan was simple yet effective. He had finally pieced together the whole story, but it was meaningless now. Major Martin leaned against the wall, letting out a bitter laugh. Perhaps the special commissioner also knew the answer, but the one who ordered Odalang to Ruhr City was too high-ranking for anyone to hold him accountable. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He had become the most innocent scapegoat in this conspiracy. With Lieutenant General Dupuis dead, all responsibility had no clear bearer, and Major Martin was the most conspicuous suspect. The dim yellow light of the confinement cell cast eerie shadows. He dozed off against the cold wall, only to be jolted awake by the clang of an iron bar striking the railing. Looking up, he saw Marquis Adler standing outside the door in his immaculate military uniform, flanked by 2 guards. Marquis! Major Martin sprang to his feet, his voice filled with surprise. Marquis Adler signaled the guards to open the cell door, stepped inside, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. That old bastard Dupuis's mess doesn't have to fall on your shoulders. He pulled a document from his pocket. I've already sent word to 2 senior officers of the Army's military court. One of them has agreed to handle your case, ensuring the investigation and trial receives special attention. Major Martin took the document, and saw it bore the seal of Governor Kokins. Hope flickered in his eyes. This is an investigation order issued in the name of Governor Kokins, requiring you to assist in the investigation of the attack on the Garrison Command building. Marquis Adler explained. With this you can temporarily leave the cell. It's nominally to cooperate with the investigation, but in reality it's to get you out of the military court's control. Major Martin clutched the investigation order, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you, Marquis. You're someone I promoted myself. I can't just watch you fall here. Marquis Adler patted his arm. Cooperate with the investigation, don't mess up. I'll handle the rest. With that he turned and left, heading straight for the hotel where Count Red was temporarily staying. In the luxurious suite of the hotel, Count Red was lounging on the sofa sipping red wine. When he saw Marquis Adler enter, he rose with a smile. Marquis, you're quite well informed. I've only just arrived in Ruhr City and you've already found me. Cut the crap. Has Kansai given you an answer? Marquis Adler sat down directly, his tone blunt. Count Red swirled his glass and said slowly, Those people from Kansai are shrewd. They refuse to provide the technology for free. But if it's an exchange, they have no objections. He picked up a list from the coffee table and handed it over. This is the exchange list drawn up by Kansai detailing what they want. Marquis Adler took the list, stuffed it into his uniform pocket without even glancing at it. I'll bring it back for the higher-ups to review. Now I'm warning you, keep your men and those weapons in check. Don't cause trouble in Ruhr City. The unrest in Ruhr City has nothing to do with me. Count Red shrugged. I came this time to invest in industries here. From now on, this place will be the main diplomatic window for Gaul to the Prussian Empire. Why would I sabotage my own future? Marquis Adler stared at him, his tone serious. During the riots, someone used a small grapeshot cannon to attack the guards. That cannon was yours, wasn't it? Count Red was taken aback for a moment, then admitted frankly. It was mine. That day a rival came to settle a score. They had over a dozen men and I only had 3 attendants. Without the grapeshot cannon we couldn't match their firepower. In the end we had no choice but to flee and they took the cannon. And that grudge with your enemy. Is it settled? Marquis Adler pressed. Far from it. Count Red let out a cold laugh. But it's almost over. The Brotherhood has offered solutions. Besides the usual duel there's also the death dance option. What I proposed is the bloody mask dance. Either he dies or I die. A definitive end. Marquis Adler frowned. Aren't you afraid of making too much of a scene? If I were afraid I wouldn't have come to Ruhr City. Count Red took a sip of wine, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. My motto has always been either don't do it or go all the way. Bloody mask dance, huh? Marquis Adler raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Interesting. Perhaps I'll come to watch. Count Red was about to respond when a servant announced the arrival of a liaison from the Green Mountain Brotherhood. He waved for Marquis Adler to wait, then turned to the servant. Show him to the next room. Meanwhile Horn was inspecting weapons at a temporary base when the fat man burst in, clutching a scroll of animal hide. Mr. Horn, bad news. Count Red has challenged you to the death dance. Death dance? Horn frowned. What the hell is that? The fat man unrolled the scroll and pointed at the writing. It's a life-or-death combat format recognized by the Green Mountain Brotherhood, originally used by the underworld to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. The rules are simple. Each side brings 4 underlings and fights to the death in a designated location. It ends only when one side is completely wiped out. No surrender, no withdrawal. Horn's face darkened with every word. When the fat man finished he cursed aloud. Damn it! This isn't a duel, it's murder. He pointed at his own chest. Most of my men are spies and assassins, good at ambushes and sneak attacks. In a straight-up fight we're no match for Count Red's thugs. Besides, he has at least 4 experts above the 8th rank. How can we stand against that? Mr. Horn, don't panic yet. The fat man quickly interjected. The Brotherhood's rules allow the challenged party to choose the time and place of the death dance. The time cannot exceed 3 months and the location can be anywhere except your and Mr. Lena's territories. You can pick anything else. Horn's fingers slid rapidly across the table, his expression shifting. Fairness. There's no real fairness in this world. The Brotherhood uses these rules to control the various factions. Anyone who doesn't obey gets eliminated through these life-or-death battles. He sighed. It's not easy to get help from someone with special power either. Those high-ranking warriors are either recruited by nobles or hiding in the mountains, impossible to enlist. But Horn was never one to surrender without a fight. He stared at the map on the wall for a long time, then suddenly pointed at the location of the Satan Mountains. The place will be here. The fat man leaned in for a look and was startled. Mr. Horn, that place is too dangerous. It has the Black Forest, the fetid swamp, and thousands of terrifying magical beasts. If we get ambushed by the beasts, both sides will be doomed. That's exactly why I chose it. Horn sneered. Count Red's men are all brute force warriors. On the plains we can't beat them. But in the Satan Mountains the terrain and the beasts will be our allies. And I'm certain he doesn't have any super-rank warriors. They wouldn't deign to participate in this kind of fight. With the location settled, a new problem arose: the selection of participants. Horn ran through the list of his men in his mind and his expression grew even darker. Right now the only one willing to go through this with me is Coach. He remembered the elven arcanist who had previously disguised himself as Odalang, and his eyes lit up. Taipian must be counted in. His arcane abilities can solve a lot of our problems. And old Simon. He knows the terrain of the Satan Mountains like the back of his hand and is a master of traps. With him we'll have at least half the advantage. Give him this slot. Counting them up, there was still one person missing. Horn's finger paused on the map, landing on the name of the Reaper. If he joins, we can form a shadow squad, capable of both ambushes and frontal assaults. He was once a charge captain in the Imperial Army. Betrayed by his comrades in a battle, his entire family was murdered by his enemies. Since then he has lived incognito, becoming a mercenary who only works for money. He specializes in dual-wielding heavy weapons with explosive power. His weaknesses are poor stamina and a solitary nature. He rarely cooperates with others. Getting him to join will probably cost a fortune. Horn rubbed his temples. And I have to convince him that following me can lead to victory and get him what he wants. The fat man added. Mr. Horn, the Reaper is in Ruhr City right now. I heard he's deep in gambling debt. If you can clear that debt and offer a generous reward, he might agree. Horn nodded. Regardless, I have to try. Tomorrow take me to see him. I'll negotiate with him myself. At the entrance of the Savage Ridge in the Satan Mountains, the red and black beads on the silver bracelet lit up simultaneously. Huen gripped his modified long spear in his hand. Behind him Coach Tai Pian, Old Shi-Meng, and the Reaper stood in a line, each dressed in the Death God suit, their faces devoid of any extra expression. Huan, stop hiding. Come out and die. Count Chi's voice came from the forest, carrying an arrogant laugh. If your little sweetheart Meng and I knew you died here, would she cry until she choked? The Reaper suddenly moved his long-handled scythe, sweeping a cold gleam straight toward the source of the sound. A clang rang out as the Holy Armor Knight's heavy shield blocked the attack, sparks flying half a foot high. An 8th rank waste dares to ambush me. The Holy Armor Knight snorted and swung his shield in counterattack. The Reaper leveraged the force to leap backward, landing steadily beside Huan. Follow the plan. Huan gave the order in a low voice. Tai Pian immediately chanted a spell, and several green light birds shot into the depths of the jungle. The eye of the jungle instantly spread out the view. Count Chi stood beside a cluster of man-eating vines, surrounded by the bloodthirsty Slayer, the Holy Armor Knight, the Shadow Assassin, and an arcane mage in a green robe. An arcane mage of the Nature Sect. Tai Pian frowned. He's infusing energy into the man-eating vines. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ground suddenly cracked open, and dozens of thick vines with barbs lashed toward the group. Leave it to me. Old Shi-Meng pulled out a few iron spikes from his backpack and casually threw them at the roots of the vines. The instant the spikes hit the ground, they exploded, scattering yellow powder over the vines. The once frenzied vines immediately wilted. Old fool, is that all you've got? Count Chi cursed, raising his hand to signal the bloodthirsty Slayer to attack. The bloodthirsty Slayer's eyes turned red. The bloodthirsty demon eye locked onto Old Shi-Meng, and with a flicker of movement he charged over. Your opponent is me. The Reaper blocked the way, his scythe slashing horizontally, forcing the other to raise his arm to parry. The two fought hand to hand, the sound of heavy weapons clashing echoed through the valley, shaking leaves down in a shower. Huan took the opportunity to circle to the side. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his vision suddenly went dark. The Shadow Assassin's hand had already landed on his shoulder. Die. The cold blade thrust toward his throat. Huan twisted his body sharply, flicking his wrist. The Yuan spider ring instantly turned gray, and a glob of spider silk shot toward the assassin's face. Damn bug. The Shadow Assassin hastily retreated. The moment he dodged into the tree's shadow, a scream burst from him. Tai Pian had somehow circled behind him. The arcane shield struck his chest, caving it in, and then a bolt of lightning struck him. The assassin collapsed on the spot, convulsing. Just as the assassin was dealt with, the Holy Armor Knight broke through Coach's defense, his heavy sword cleaving straight at Huan. Watch out. Coach lunged over and pushed Huan aside, but was struck by the sword's wind, blood gushing from his shoulder. Huan's eyes reddened. The ring turned silver in an instant, and 3 sword spiders crawled out of it, forming a sword array in front of the Holy Armor Knight. Arcane pets. Interesting. The Holy Armor Knight raised his shield. The sword spider's attack struck it, leaving only white marks. At that moment, Old Shi-Meng let out a whistle. From afar came the roar of bowback giant snake lizards. Over a dozen giant snake lizards burst out of the jungle, their tails sweeping to trip the Holy Armor Knight. These beasts dared to join the fun. Count Chi roared angrily, drawing a short gun, but Tai Pian's wind blade knocked it out of his hand. Seeing this, the arcane mage of the Nature Sect began forming hand seals to summon a toxic swamp. But just as he chanted halfway, he was entangled by a cloud of white smoke. Yi Na's figure suddenly appeared behind him. The white smoke drilled into his mouth and nose, and the mage collapsed on the spot, bleeding from 7 orifices. What is that? Count Chi stepped back in fear. Only then did he realize that the white smoke beside Old Shi-Meng had coalesced into the silhouette of a woman. My fiancée Yi Na, Old Shi-Meng said calmly. What she needs is not your life but the arcane crystal on you. Only then did Count Chi realize that Old Shi-Meng was never here to help Huan but for Yi Na. Just as he was about to reach for the crystal in his chest, the bloodthirsty Slayer suddenly let out a wail. The Reaper's scythe had pierced his heart. Impossible. Your endurance is clearly poor. The Slayer fell to the ground, eyes wide. For money I can hold out a long time. The Reaper wiped the blood off his scythe and looked at Count Chi. Your head is worth 2 million gold marks. Count Chi was completely panicked. He turned and fled into the depths of the savage ridge. Don't chase. Old Shi-Meng called out to Huan. Inside there is the ruins of an ancient arcane mage. Yi Na's body is there. He pointed in the direction Count Chi had fled. Count Chi's target is not you but the arcane core in the ruins. Huan was stunned, then suddenly recalled Master Baster's words and immediately gave chase. Tai Pian and the Reaper followed closely behind. Old Shi-Meng stayed where he was, watching Yi Na's white smoke slowly merge into the moonlight, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Deep in the cave of the Savage Ridge, Count Chi was laughing maniacally at a glowing crystal. With this I can control the wing project. He reached out to touch the crystal but was entangled by a sword spider that appeared suddenly. Count Chi, your party is over. Huan raised his gun, the muzzle aimed at the back of his head. You wouldn't dare kill me, Count Chi roared. I am the peace envoy of Gaul. Killing me would start a war. Who would know? Huan smiled. Here there are only monsters and the dead. A gunshot rang out. Count Chi fell beside the crystal, blood staining the ground. At that moment the cave suddenly shook. The crystal emitted a dazzling light. Yina's white smoke drifted in and slowly merged into the crystal. Within the crystal a woman's figure appeared, identical to Yina's silhouette. Her body is found. Old Shimeng walked in, his eyes red. The crystal gradually cooled and Yina's figure became solid. Although still transparent, her face could be clearly seen. Thank you, Shimeng, she said softly, her voice like wine through leaves. Outside the cave, Marquis Adler and Master Baster stood on the hillside. The core of the wing project has been found. Master Baster looked at the light of the crystal. That kid Huan has done us a great favor. What about Major Martin? Marquis Adler asked. Let him go and give him a promotion. Master Baster laughed. Say Count Chi's death was caused by monsters. As for Gaul, there are plenty of excuses to fob them off. 3 days later, Huan returned to Maji's. Meng and I threw herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably. I thought you wouldn't come back. I told you I won't let you get hurt. Huan held her, looking at the distant Satan Mountains. Old Shimeng and Yina stayed in the mountains, reportedly to find a way to restore her body. The Reaper took his payment and disappeared into the alleys of her city. Tai Pian received an invitation from the Arcane Academy and prepared to return to teach. The black beads on the silver bracelet all turned white. Huan took off the bracelet and threw it into the fire. In the flames the bracelet gradually melted, revealing the small characters engraved inside. Life and death are determined by fate, the victor is king. Night had deepened. Huan sat in the courtyard playing with the spider ring in his hand. Meng and I brought a mug of ale and sat beside him. Will there be more trouble in the future? Definitely. Huan took a sip of the ale and smiled. But as long as you're here, I'm not afraid. Moonlight spilled over the two of them. The distant Satan Mountain stood quietly, as if the bloody duel had never happened. Only the wind carried a hint of the cool aura of the arcane crystal.